Do not speak, listen to me now. Ahead lies the temporal node. Upon entering this node, you shall be randomly assigned, and subsequently, you may find yourselves unexpectedly descending into an alternate realm. Have you all reviewed the information regarding these otherworldly domains? A tall woman, appearing to be in her 30s, stood before what resembled a station, resembling a guide as she directed her gaze toward the hundreds of students behind her, demanding their attention. We have reviewed. Rest assured, Instructor Fong, we have memorized all the points you imparted. Indeed, let us enter quickly. I have longed to traverse into another world and showcase my abilities. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of excitement, buzzing with anticipation. The tall woman, in her 30s, could not help but gently shake her head. To showcase one's abilities? Such aspirations may prove to be mere illusions. The mortality rate within these alternate realms is exceedingly high each year. Less than 10% of those who venture into these worlds manage to survive. Although perishing within does not impact one's existence in reality, it signifies that one will no longer be permitted entry into such realms. Each life is singular and irreplaceable. Once lost, it is a lifetime of being barred from further exploration. The chance to truly become a figure of renown is 1 in 100,000. Enough! Now, follow me inside. The woman, in her 30s, called out, leading the way toward the station ahead. The crowd was electrified, filled with fervor, as they eagerly trailed behind her. Qin appeared utterly bewildered, staring blankly at the Western Zhou as though he had just awakened from a deep slumber. In truth, he had indeed just roused from sleep. However, upon awakening, he found himself no longer in the familiar realm of Blue Star, but rather in a peculiar parallel world. This world bore a striking resemblance to Blue Star in terms of economy and culture, yet it possessed one extraordinarily bizarre characteristic. 15 years prior, a multitude of spatial rifts had suddenly manifested across the planet. Initially, this phenomenon incited widespread panic globally, resulting in considerable turmoil. Nevertheless, as official research progressed, it became apparent that these spatial rifts did not impose any tangible negative impact on the real world. On the contrary, individuals on the planet discovered that they could traverse these rifts and enter into alternate realms, akin to participating in a hyperrealistic game. Upon entering these worlds, one's appearance, height, and attire would undergo a transformation. Even the most familiar acquaintances would struggle to recognize one another face to face. Externally, they would resemble the indigenous inhabitants of those foreign lands. What was even more astonishing was that all memories acquired in the alternate realm could be carried back to reality. This was indeed remarkable. For instance, should one master martial arts in the other world, they could return every 25 days and bring all that knowledge back with them. Over the years, many individuals had prospered by adventuring in these alternate realms. Some individuals have mastered profound martial arts, achieving Olympic glory in the real world, while others have established fitness enterprises. And some have even represented their nation in distant lands, shining brilliantly in Western martial arts competitions. For a time, they garnered unmatched attention, captivating countless admirers. However, there are prerequisites for entering this alternate realm. One must be at least 16 years of age. To traverse, those below this age are unable to access the other world. Nevertheless, the mere announcement of this opportunity ignited fervor across the globe. Over the past decade, countless youths have clamored to embark on adventures in this foreign dimension. Qin and his companions hail from Nanqing, one middle school, and this year they have all turned 16, coincidentally being selected by their homeroom teacher, Zhang Ruping, to journey to the spatial node for their transition. Reflecting on the information swirling in his mind, a look of astonishment graced Qin N's face. What an extraordinary world this is. Is it a universal crossing? Students, let me reiterate. Once we enter the alternate realm, you must exercise utmost caution. Do not perish. Each additional day of life may yield further rewards. Zhang Ruping emphasized as she walked. The world you're about to enter is designated as the Low Martial World 008. This is determined by your city of residence, and the worlds correspondingly differ based on the city. For instance, our city, Luocheng, is a small western city which aligns perfectly with the low martial world. However, the low martial arts world is undoubtedly safer compared to other realms. Moreover, the low martial arts world does possess some profound martial arts, such as that practiced by the esteemed Han Feng, who has mastered the indestructible body of the Vajra Temple. I am aware that Han Feng is one of the longest living traversers in our city of Luo, having crossed over more than a decade ago. It is said that he became one of the 7 overlords in the 008 world, earning the moniker Blazing Dragon King, and established the Blazing Mountain Villa, enjoying unparalleled glory and attracting countless traversers seeking his patronage. One of the students remarked, "Indeed, among the 7 great overlords of the 008 world, most are traversers, with only 3 being natives. The traversers include the Blazing Dragon King Han Feng, the Red Sand Palm Qin Xian, the Black Windsaber Duan Feitian, and the White Rainbow Sword Master Lu Yuesheng. These individuals are renowned throughout the 008 world, and we could easily seek refuge with any one of them. Precisely, I intend to seek the patronage of the White Rainbow Sword Master Lu Yuesheng. It is said that Lu is amiable and never loses her temper, and she is also a rare beauty. Every traverser who has sought her allegiance has sung her praises, and she enjoys the highest approval ratings. I plan to align myself with the Black Wind Saber Duan Feitian. It is rumored that Duan Feitian commands the southern Jiangnan's 13 waterways, and by aligning with him, one could traverse the entire Jiangnan with ease." Zhang Ruiying could not help but sigh once more. These newcomers remain blissfully ignorant of the perils that await in other worlds. In a foreign realm, the least trustworthy individuals can often be the traversers themselves. How numerous are those who stab each other in the back among the traversers? Is it truly as simple as declaring allegiance? Moreover, although we refer to the 008 world as a low martial arts world, that is merely our nomenclature. In reality, it is one of the many segments of an alternate realm, much like the underdeveloped regions of our current blue star. Within it lies several exceedingly dark areas, ominously dubbed hellish beginnings. Should you inadvertently find yourselves traversing into one of those, do not hastily surrender. Every additional day of survival is a victory, for who knows what fortune may await. Zhang Ruiping remarked, "Are you referring to the hellish dungeons?" "Indeed, there is the Blackstone Fortress, the Blood Refinement Temple, the Kuei River Dike, and the Punishment Department Prison. This place is utterly abominable. It is said that few can endure it, as the natives regard outsiders as less than human." "Surely, we cannot be that unfortunate," the crowd responded once more. Simultaneously, information about these dreadful locales surged into Qin An's mind. This knowledge had been meticulously compiled into strategies by the predecessors of other traversers and had been distributed to them merely days prior. The Blackstone Fortress is reputed to be a stronghold of a wealthy faction in the alternate realm, shrouded in darkness, where infighting among peers is rampant, and treachery is a daily affair, rendering it a veritable nuisance. The inhabitants there disregard ordinary individuals, and should one possess insufficient strength, they become targets, beset by an unending stream of troubles, relentlessly driven to the brink of despair. The Blood Refinement Temple is even more terrifying, reputed to be one of the strongholds of the demonic sect. Inside, it is replete with countless corpses, the air thick with a cacophony of putrid odors, and the frequent use of the living for grotesque experiments leaves few unscathed. Even those with formidable mental fortitude would find themselves transformed into aberrations within its walls. Many who traverse to this realm succumb to its horrors, ultimately choosing to end their own lives. As for the Kuei River embankment, it serves as a site for forced labor, where workers toil on the levees. Daily, they face hunger and cold, often subjected to the lash. The mortality rate is alarmingly high. As for the final prison of the criminal department, one need not elaborate. Should any wayfarer inadvertently assume the role of a prisoner, the path to self-destruction becomes almost inevitable. This game will no longer hold any relevance for you. That I can't possibly be that unfortunate, can I? Qin murmured to himself. He followed the crowd towards the designated station ahead. Zhang Ruiping led the group, officially guiding them into the station. Upon entering, the interior was adorned with opulence, resembling a genuine subway station, albeit uncrowded, populated solely by their school's members. Under Zhang Ruiping's guidance, they swiftly arrived before a colossal white vortex. Flanking the sides of the vortex were numerous staff members, having awaited their arrival for some time. "Is Teacher Zhang bringing students again?" One staff member greeted them with a smile. "Indeed, this is their information." Zhang Ruiping handed over the compiled student details to the staff present. The staff member took it and promptly verified it on the computer, smiling. The necessary guidance has already been sent to them, hasn't it? Exactly. Jean Ruping nodded with a smile. Then all is well, we can commence. The staff member beamed with delight. Jean Ruping immediately turned to the students, saying, "Classmates, please line up and enter in order." The crowd, unable to contain their excitement, began to form a long queue, advancing towards the white vortex before them. As each student stepped inside, their forms began to vanish rapidly. Soon, it was Qin An's turn. As Qin took a step forward, he felt as if the world was spinning everything around him, and in his mind became a blinding white, as if he had been instantly engulfed by a white tornado. Chapter 2. The Blood Refining Temple. The poisonous demonic being. Dizziness and nausea engulfed him, reminiscent of the sensation of drowning, overwhelming in its persistence. A pungent aroma of medicinal herbs assaulted his nostrils, rendering him breathless. Qin felt as though he were submerged within an immense vat of concoction, his hands laboriously reaching out until they finally grasped the edge of the vessel. With a splashing sound, he emerged from the cauldron, gasping for air. Gradually regaining clarity from his stupor, shaking his head vigorously, his eyes widened in astonishment as he turned to survey his surroundings. At that moment, he felt as if he were ensconced within a vast, shadowy cavern. The environment to the west was constricted and narrow, shrouded in dimness, devoid of even a single lit torch. Alongside the overwhelming scent of various potent herbs, a sickening odor of decaying flesh permeated the air, as if a corpse lay nearby, rotting away. After a considerable time, his vision adjusted to the gloom, and he turned his gaze westward. In this modest, dimly lit cave, he beheld approximately 10 enormous wooden barrels, each brimming with an unknown medicinal liquid. Astonishingly, within each barrel sat a robust figure, bare-chested, with long hair cascading down, utterly motionless. Eyes closed, resembling a corpse. Were it not for the faint rise and fall of their chests, one might easily mistake them for dead bodies. What manner of place is this? Qin's heart raced with disbelief. He pondered, where has he taken him? As he meticulously stirred the depths of his mind. In the next instant, torrents of information surged forth from the recesses of his consciousness, overwhelming him like a relentless tide, causing a sharp pang in his brain that his neural pathways swiftly absorbed. It turned out that the original owner of this body was also named Qin, the son of a merchant in Qizhou City. However, at the tender age of 8, while indulging in a stroll through the marketplace, he unwittingly encountered a benevolent-looking old monk. The monk, unbeknownst to him, employed some unknown means to abduct the young Qin. After returning to the temple, the old monk administered a pill to the boy. From that moment onward, the original owner's consciousness was utterly extinguished, rendering him akin to a living corpse, despite his transformation into a living dead. The myriad experiences he witnessed over the following decade remained etched in his mind. During these 10 years, the old monk continued to lure children into the temple, each one succumbing to the same fate as the original owner, losing their awareness and becoming docile, mere puppets to be manipulated. After transforming these children into living corpses, the monk resorted to various herbs and poisons, feeding them to the unsuspecting victims. Once the children had ingested these substances, he would subject their bodies to infusions of diverse herbal concoctions and toxins, followed by daily acupuncture with silver needles, as if conducting some grim experiment. This torment persisted for a full decade. The children lured by him, periodically, would meet a tragic demise. From the original hundreds, only 10 remain now, including Qin. This was the general information swirling in Qin's mind. After digesting this unsettling knowledge, his expression turned entirely blank. Blood Refinement Temple. Within the memories of the original owner, it seemed he recalled an elderly monk inadvertently mentioning the name of this very place. This was indeed the Blood Refinement Temple. That old monk was one of its elders, named Baxiang. Qin was taken aback, feeling a surge of exasperation. Just moments ago, he had been discussing the Western Hell instance of the 008 world, and now, he was thrust into the Blood Refinement Temple. How was he to navigate this? Furthermore, what was his current predicament? The elder of the temple was soaking his body in various toxins and herbs. What was he preparing to concoct? Surely, it couldn't be some monstrous undead creature? Wasn't it said that the 008 world was merely a low martial arts realm? How could such dark practices exist here? Qin's expression darkened. He lifted his palm to inspect it, noting its broad and sizable form, with veins bulging prominently along his arms. Muscles wove intricately, and his hand felt as unyielding and massive as rock, with sharply defined edges. Moreover, he was remarkably tall, estimated to stand at least 2 meters. His physique resembled that of a bodybuilding champion from a previous life. Was the elder of the Blood Refinement Temple attempting to forge a legion of formidable warriors? Just as Qin was attuned to the power coursing through his body, a hazy light flickered before him, and a pale azure interface began to materialize slowly. Before him lay an expansive forum, teeming with an overwhelming influx of information that swiftly materialized, a dense tapestry of communication among the traversers of the 008 world. Qin came to realize that this was, indeed, one of the perks bestowed upon those who had crossed into a different realm. Upon their arrival in this foreign world, every individual would awaken to a forum interface endowed with but two functions. The first was communication, allowing traversers to freely disseminate information. The second was the capability to upload brief videos or photographs. Are there any formidable individuals near Tsuaping Mountain? We intend to ascend the mountain to hunt wolves. Would any esteemed person care to join us? I plan to enter the Flame Mountain Manor to seek mentorship from the great Han Feng. Is there anyone who could facilitate an introduction? Should my apprenticeship succeed, I am willing to offer a bounty of 20,000. Help! I have found myself in the dungeons of the Ministry of Justice. Is there anyone who could assist in extricating me? I shall reward them with 10,000 upon my release. Are there any distinguished figures at the Golden Blade Martial Arts School in Jiangning City? I wish to seek a mentor there. What should I be wary of? Is there anyone willing to guide me? And I am open to negotiation on the price. I am in urgent need of a martial arts manual. Is there a benevolent soul nearby? I am prepared to pay 30,000. A pregnant woman from the Han family in Daming Prefecture urgently seeks a partner. She is 26 years old, due in July, wealthy, of above-average appearance, and possesses a discreet tattoo. Please message privately if interested. Suddenly, Qin's expression shifted as he noticed a recently posted message. I found myself inexplicably transported to Blackstone Fortress, where I serve as a mere tea servant. Is this truly my fate? Are there others who have also traversed to this realm? Just as this thought crossed my mind, a flurry of responses appeared below. Big shot. I too am in Blackstone Fortress, having just crossed over. Oh, how unfortunate I am. Reduced to a plaything for the young lord of Blackstone Fortress. I feel utterly despondent. How can ancient men have such inclinations? Ha ha ha. Having arrived at Blackstone Fortress, your doom is sealed. I suggest you consider ending it all. This game is ill-suited for you. Blackstone Fortress is renowned as one of the darkest and most twisted places in the 008 world, second only to the Blood Refinement Temple. The inhabitants are all deranged, deserving of severe punishment. You are doomed. It would be wise to withdraw from this game. There are others who have also crossed into Blackstone Fortress. Qin mused. Comparatively, his identity as a muscle-bound fiend seems somewhat bearable. After all, in contrast to the fate of the playthings in Blackstone Fortress, he considers himself fortunate. What is a plaything? The mere thought is repugnant. Damn it, one might as well fear the worst. Qin silently cursed, soon shifting his gaze to the other corpses confined within the large barrels behind him. The Blood Refinement Temple, true to its sinister nature, has conjured forth a legion of muscle-bound fiends, undoubtedly harboring nefarious schemes. Could they be plotting a rebellion? A sense of dread enveloped Qin. I cannot remain here any longer. Just as he was about to step out from the medicine barrel, he suddenly froze, his expression blank, sensing a haze before his eyes. The lights flickering chaotically. To his astonishment, a mysterious panel appeared beneath the forum interface. Name: Qin and age: 18 physique, www. Use: org, ranked 528 among his kin in this world. Strength: www. Use: org, ranked 541 among his kin in this world. Speed: www. Use: org, ranked 532 among his kin in this world. Spirit: www. Use: org, ranked 488 among his kin in this world. Martial arts: none nickname, none mental techniques, none free attribute points. 3. What is this? Qin was taken aback, having never heard of any panel other than the forum interface. Could it be a cheat? Chapter 3. The Stronghold of the Demonic Sect. A gathering of experts. The sudden appearance of the panel filled Qin with a mixture of shock and delight, prompting him to study it intently. Unfortunately, the sections for martial arts and mental techniques were blank, devoid of any skills. Wait, could these free attribute points perhaps be allocated to physique or strength? An idea sparked in Qin's mind. Panel: allocate points to physique. In an instant, his free attribute points decreased by 1, leaving him with 2. Qin took a moment to reflect, a slight frown creasing his brow. It seemed his body had not undergone any noticeable change. However, The number in the physique section has changed, now ranking 525th among his kin in this world, an elevation of 3 places. He pondered briefly, gritted his teeth, and silently commanded, "Panel, allocate all remaining attribute points to strength." In an instant, the last 2 free attribute points vanished. The next moment, the number in the strength section also changed dramatically. Strength, 521st among his kin in this world, a remarkable rise of 20 places. This panel is indeed powerful. Qinan's eyes sparkled with intrigue, yet he lamented the lack of information on how to acquire more free attribute points. They were now entirely depleted, leaving him to ponder how to replenish them in the future. Just as he prepared to emerge from the wooden tub to explore this blood refinement temple, he suddenly heard sounds approaching from outside the cave. "Rest assured, Master, these living dead have undoubtedly succeeded. They will not disappoint you, nor the sect leader. After 10 years, they have truly drained all my energy, but it has all been worth it." A series of jubilant and exuberant laughs echoed from outside. Qinan's heart raced, and he quickly retreated back into the medicinal tub, continuing his soak. It was that old monk who had abducted the original host years ago, Bao Xiang. As Qinan retracted the medicinal barrel and continued to soak, 2 figures approached from outside the cave, one following closely behind the other. The invigorating voice of Bao Xiang resonated, proclaiming, "Abbot, have you seen? 10 demon entities, a complete 10. Such a number is indeed auspicious. Furthermore, they have been steeped in potent toxins for years, rendering them impervious to blades and immune to poisons. Once unleashed upon the martial world, they will undoubtedly stir a tempest of bloodshed, and thereafter, none shall dare to underestimate our blood refinement temple." Impervious to blades? A venerable old monk, with white brows and beard, let out a disdainful snort as he regarded the 18 medicinal barrels within the cave. With a cold voice, he remarked, "Bao Xiang, do not speak so confidently. This time, the master has sent the deputy master to pursue a grand scheme. Whether these 10 infernal beings prove useful remains to be seen, as it is the deputy master who shall conduct the trial. Rest assured, they shall not disappoint you," Bao Xiang fervently replied. "Awaken them, bring them forth, and accompany me," commanded the old monk coldly. "Yes, Abbot," Bao Xiang answered. Subsequently, he surprisingly produced 2 pristine silver rings and gently struck them together, producing a melodious chime. In the next moment, Qinan was startled to hear a series of clattering sounds, as if the demon entities were rising from their barrels. Instinctively, he opened his eyes and beheld the demons indeed standing, and he immediately mimicked them, rising from the medicinal barrel himself. Clang! Clang! Bao Xiang struck the silver ring in his hand once more. The expressions of the demons around him remained impassive, as if time had ceased to affect them. From within the barrel of potions, one by one, they emerged, their gazes cold and uniform, directed towards Bao Xiang and the venerable white-bearded monk by his side. "Come, my precious treasures, follow me," Bao Xiang exclaimed, his face alight with a vivid smile as he led Qinan and 10 other demons outward. The white-bearded monk, with a disdainful snort, followed closely behind. The brilliant sunlight flickered in the high sky. It seemed that Qinan's body had not basked in the sun for an extended period. The moment he stepped outside, a wave of discomfort washed over his eyes. Yet, he resolutely suppressed this unease, forcing himself to maintain an air of nonchalance as he pressed onward. They arrived at a vast square, which, despite being well kept, still bore a faint, lingering stench of decay in the air. The source of this odor remained a mystery. Crossing the square, they soon entered a modest courtyard, where a formidable group of men awaited them. Each man bore a stern countenance, clad in identical black robes, their breaths measured, temples bulging, and each wielding a gleaming steel blade. It was evident that they were all formidable fighters. Behind this assembly of black-robed men stood another group, seemingly the elite among elites. Their attire diverged from the standard robes, adorned in a kaleidoscope of colors and various styles, indicating their elevated status. Before them stood a diverse assembly of individuals, both male and female, young and old, their expressions devoid of warmth, all eyes fixed upon the abbot and the treasure chest. At the center of this gathering was a striking young man, approximately 20 years of age, exuding an air of nobility, his visage as flawless as jade. Wielding a white paper fan, at first glance, he resembled a scion of an affluent family. "Young master," upon the arrival of the abbot from the blood refinement temple, Bao Xiang immediately bowed in respect. "Rise," the young man replied nonchalantly. "Bao Xiang, is this the demon you have painstakingly crafted over the past decade?" "Indeed, young master." They have been submerged in a concoction of countless precious herbs and potent venoms day and night. They have been rendered impervious to blades and immune to poisons, destined to serve as a formidable asset to our holy sect. Moreover, their blood and skin harbor lethal toxins. Merely brushing against them would result in contamination, transforming them into veritable instruments of death. Bao Xiang exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Instruments of death? A robust man nearby scoffed, his tone laced with skepticism. I doubt that. The monk speaks the truth, without a shadow of a doubt. If the young master harbors any disbelief, a simple trial will suffice, Bao Xiang urged earnestly. Ah, how intriguing. Guokai, if that is the case, why not put it to the test yourself? The young master chuckled lightly, his voice laced with amusement. Very well, young master. Guokai replied, ready to comply. The imposing figure of the robust man raised his hands, his gaze turning icy. With a leap, he soared into the air like a great wild goose, ascending 3 meters above the ground before executing a graceful somersault, landing effortlessly 8 meters away on the open ground. Qin felt a surge of astonishment. For the first time, he truly witnessed the essence of lightness in martial arts. Bao Xiang, you claim that your magical beings are impervious to blades and immune to poison? The formidable man Guokai scoffed, expressing his profound skepticism. Let your magical beings come forth. But I must declare in advance that should I inadvertently damage any of them, do not hold me accountable. Bao Xiang, fully aware that this was a test from the young leader, could not resist the urge to showcase his decade-long efforts in crafting these magical beings. He responded without hesitation. If that is the case, then I shall be so bold. Clang, clang. He gently struck the 2 iron rings in his hands together, and instantly, the multitude of magical beings seemed to awaken, their gazes sharpening as they sprang into action. Each one possessed immense strength and incredible speed, charging towards the robust Guokai like furious bulls. Though Qin felt a wave of tension, he feigned an advance towards Guokai as well. Fortunately, due to Bao Xiang's relentless torment with various toxins over the years, his facial expressions had become almost numb, allowing him to mask any signs of his true emotions. Had it been otherwise, the skilled individuals present would have undoubtedly detected the slightest change in his demeanor, thus uncovering his peculiarities. Chapter 4. A Surge in Freedom Attribute Points. Guokai's gaze turned icy as he observed the multitude of demons charging towards him. Instead of retreating, he propelled himself forward with remarkable speed, his right palm striking like a thunderbolt towards an incoming demon. He chose to confront force with force. Crack! Bang! In a mere exchange, the demon's arm was shattered, white fragments of bone piercing through its shoulder, causing it to crash back violently. Yet, Guokai offered no respite, his cold eyes fixed ahead as he advanced. Disregarding the venomous aura of the demon, he seized its body as if it were a weapon, sweeping it towards the other demons with rapidity. Each strike he delivered was infused with profound internal energy, resonating with power and swiftness. The demons, perhaps numbed by years of torment, displayed sluggish reflexes and were caught off guard. One after another, they were struck down by Guokai wielding the demon like a bludgeon. Thud, thud, thud. Each impact resulted in shattered limbs and gushing blood. In the blink of an eye, 6 demons had been dispatched. Bao Xiang's expression shifted to one of shock as he frantically struck the iron ring. However, Guokai let out a cold huff, abruptly discarding the demon in his grasp, leaping into the air to land atop another demon's head. His fingers, as unyielding as steel, plunged downwards towards the crown of the demon, piercing its skull with brutal force. Splatter! Blood erupted forth as he penetrated the cranial cavity, embedding his fingers into the brain. The once indifferent demon could not help but display a visage of anguish. Clasping its head with both hands, Guokai thrust his palm down, leveraging the force to propel himself upwards, swiftly charging towards the remaining 2 demons. Among these 2, one was undoubtedly Qin, and terror gripped his heart as he hastily sought to evade. Was he destined to be trapped? Wasn't this a realm of low martial arts? Why did such terrifying beings exist? I concede, Guardian Gua, show mercy. Bao Xiang cried out in panic, hastily manipulating the iron rings to command the last 2 intact demons to retreat rapidly, while also directing the injured demons to continue their assault on Guokai. Yet Guokai showed no intention of halting, moving with astonishing speed. Upon seeing the remaining demons surge towards him, he snorted coldly, his fists and feet struck like lightning, producing a series of explosive sounds as they landed upon their forms. In an instant, the remaining demons were once again forcefully sent flying, their chests concaving, organs shattered, crashing into the distance, unable to rise again. Bao Xiang, face awash with fear, focused solely on guiding Qin and his two demons to flee swiftly. Guardian Gua, please stop. Enough, Gua Kai. Suddenly, the voice of the young leader echoed, devoid of pleasure or anger, his expression inscrutable, revealing nothing of his inner feelings. Upon receiving the command, Gua Kai immediately retreated, landing outside the arena, his hands drenched in blood. He casually shook his palms, revealing a cold smirk. Impenetrable to blades and bullets? Laced with deadly poison? Ha ha ha. His face was a mask of derision. The entire battle unfolded with overwhelming force. As if he were uprooting a sapling. All the toxins seemed utterly ineffective against his formidable body. Bao Xiang gazed at the two remaining magic beings he had painstakingly crafted, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair and sorrow. The abbot of the Blood Refinement Temple sighed softly, shaking his head in disappointment. Bao Xiang, is this the fruit of your decade-long toil? The young master maintained a calm demeanor as he turned his gaze towards Bao Xiang. Master, I am guilty. Bao Xiang hastily knelt on the ground, trembling with fear. You have squandered so many resources of the holy sect. Naturally, you are guilty. The young master's expression remained indifferent as he stated, were it not for the pressing need for personnel at this moment, I would have executed you on the spot. Bao Xiang was utterly terrified, beads of sweat rolling down his face as his body quaked. However, considering your years of service to the holy sect, albeit lacking in achievements, I shall spare you this time. The young master's voice was cold as he continued, in a month's time. Bring your magic beings to Funyo Mountain and await further instructions. Yes, young master. Bao Xiang responded hurriedly. The young master cast a glance at the others and calmly declared, let us depart. Gua Kai, monitor the movements of the Chopping Escort Agency closely over this month. Leave no detail overlooked. Rest assured, young master. I will ensure they do not escape. Gua Kai replied with a grin. This 200,000 taels of gold shall undoubtedly belong to our holy sect. They laughed heartily and exited the premises. Qin, however, felt a jolt of realization, capturing fragments of their conversation. 200,000 taels of gold? Chopping Escort Agency? Could they be planning a heist? Bao Xiang, rise. The abbot Baolong, with an expression of indifference, cast a brief glance at Bao Xiang and remarked, I hope that a month from now you will not disappoint the young master. He turned away, no longer sparing Bao Xiang a second glance. A profound ache pierced Bao Xiang's heart as he surveyed the multitude of corpses strewn across the ground, within the dim and frigid confines of the cave. Qin and another demon were once again submerged in a vat of verdant liquid. Bao Xiang's visage contorted in agony as he grasped two large bowls brimming with vividly colored concoctions, his body trembling. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely poured the noxious liquids once more into the cauldron. There is no reason for your weakness. It must be the inadequacy of the poison. Yes, indeed. The poison is insufficient. Bao Xiang appeared almost deranged as he relentlessly emptied vials of potent toxins into the wooden barrel. The intense burning sensation caused Qin an excruciating discomfort, nearly prompting an involuntary groan to escape his lips. Yet, in a bid to avoid revealing his true state, he stifled the sound. With his current strength, he was unlikely to overpower Bao Xiang and could only endure in silence. He finally comprehended why the strategy insisted so fervently on the necessity of cultivating inner strength. Without it, one was indeed vulnerable. No matter how much he trained his physique, its potential was ultimately limited. Bubbles began to rise in the two large barrels, gurgling ominously. Bao Xiang's countenance darkened as he observed the two demons submerged in the vat, suffering in silence. At last, he set down the wooden bowls and turned to leave. The moment he departed, Qin's face contorted in pain, his expression transforming dramatically, nearly succumbing to the urge to unleash a torrent of curses. However, as the pain intensified, he suddenly sensed something and hurriedly glanced at his panel once more. To his astonishment, the previously depleted free attribute points began to rise again. Every few minutes, the value would increment by 1 point. This revelation startled him. Could it be that free attribute points were akin to a potent toxin? Was it possible that by absorbing this toxic substance, he could gain free attribute points? No, it couldn't be solely the toxin. The concoction he had immersed himself in contained not only the toxic substance but also a mixture of various herbs. It was challenging to ascertain whether the effects were purely from the toxin or from the herbs. Yet, at that moment, Qin had no means to clarify this. He felt a surge of joy as he soaked in the barrel, experiencing a blend of pain and pleasure. After more than 2 hours, the free attribute points on the panel ceased to rise, as if the medicinal properties within the barrel had been fully transformed. He glanced at the panel, where the free attribute section prominently displayed a total of 9 points. However, he did not rush to allocate the points. Instead, his gaze shifted to the nearby demon. A thought crossed his mind, and he stealthily emerged from the medicinal barrel, picked up the demon, and seated it in his barrel. He then dragged the demon's barrel to his position and leapt back inside. Essentially, they had exchanged barrels. Instantly, a wave of intense pain surged through him once more. Yet, Qin gritted his teeth and, with renewed excitement, looked at the panel again. The free attribute value began to rise slowly once more. Chapter 5. The Chongping Escort Agency. 200,000 taels of gold. Time moved slowly. The ensuing days were rather monotonous. Every 3 days, Baoxiang would come to change the medicine, also feeding these 2 demons poisonous spiders and scorpions as sustenance. Qin remained expressionless, enduring the ordeal. Fortunately, this body had long been accustomed to such toxic substances, and its taste buds had long since lost their normal sensitivity. As long as he was not forced to consume excrement, he believed there was nothing intolerable. Each time he witnessed the medicinal liquid in the barrel being completely absorbed by the 2 demons, Baoxiang was filled with both astonishment and disbelief. In the past, he would never have dared to soak these demons in such large doses, fearing that he might inadvertently kill them. However, after being disheartened by Guo Hufa's reprimands, he had succumbed to despair, leading him to triple the usual dosage to torment these 2 demons. He had initially thought that they would ultimately succumb to the agony and perish. Yet, to his utter astonishment, they persevered through the ordeal. After several cycles, there seemed to be no signs of injury on their bodies. This ignited a flicker of joy within him, as if he had glimpsed hope anew. Could it be that my previous dosages were truly insufficient? Baoxiang's heart raced. If he maintained this triple dosage, what transformations would these 2 demons undergo in a month's time? They would surely become even more formidable. Perhaps this was a brand new path. Baoxiang felt a surge of excitement. Subsequently, he became increasingly meticulous, conducting separate experiments on these 2 demons. A certain demon continued to maintain a dosage thrice the norm, while another began to gradually increase to 4 times the amount. By conducting the experiment in this manner, even if one demon were to suddenly succumb to the strain and perish, the other would remain intact, thus mitigating the overall loss. However, he never anticipated that all the painstakingly concocted elixirs would ultimately benefit Qin, no matter how much he immersed himself in the liquid. The contents of the barrel would be surreptitiously absorbed by Qin, augmenting his reserve of free attribute points. As time progressed, Qin began to furrow his brow. Sensing an ominous shift, he noticed that the free attributes provided by the elixirs were diminishing. Initially, a single barrel could yield 9 points of free attributes, but after more than half a month, it had dwindled to a mere 3 points. The reduction was staggering. Could it be that he was developing a tolerance? Perhaps the same potion only offered its maximum benefits on the first use, with subsequent doses yielding ever-diminishing returns? This realization stirred unease within Qin. At first, he had contemplated escape, but soon recognized the formidable difficulty of fleeing from this place, as guards were stationed everywhere. Thus, he resolved to lie low and absorb the free attribute points. Yet, now, after more than half a month, the elixirs were providing fewer and fewer free attributes. It was worth noting that Baoxiang only changed the potions every 3 days. Consequently, during this prolonged period, he had scarcely accumulated any free attribute points. At this very moment, Qin's gaze once again fell upon the panel before him. Name: Qin. Age: 18. Physique: ranked 228th among his kin in this world. Strength: ranked 219th among his kin in this world. Speed: ranked 253rd among his kin in this world. Mentality: ranked 199th among his kin in this world. Martial arts: none. Nickname: none. Mind technique: none. Free attribute points: 1. His overall strength had significantly increased, with rankings in various aspects rising by more than 200 places. Such a sense of achievement was truly intoxicating. However, pursuing biochemical paths in a low martial world proved to be unfeasible. The previous demons had spent an inordinate amount of time with Baoxiang, barely managing to rank over 500. It was no wonder that the young leader was irate. Not having eliminated Baoxiang could be considered a display of restraint. Qin mused to himself. The herbs and poisons at hand, he wondered how many formidable experts could be cultivated from them. Yet, after a decade of efforts, Baoxiang had only managed to produce 10 mediocre individuals. Who wouldn't be infuriated? With nothing pressing to occupy his mind, he turned his gaze back to the forum. where a lively atmosphere prevailed. The former predecessors who had traversed worlds were all engrossed in battling monsters and leveling up in the martial realm, thriving in their ventures. While he remained uncertain of his own future, this inevitably led to a sigh of contemplation. As he scrolled further down, he suddenly stumbled upon a post with a plethora of comments. A significant announcement. A significant announcement. The Chongping Escort Agency is actively recruiting valiant heroes from the martial world to transport a substantial cargo from Zhending Prefecture to Jiangling Prefecture. Those willing to join may swiftly sign up. Each journey promises a reward of 30 taels of silver. 30 taels of silver. Is that truly the case? 2 taels of silver suffices for an ordinary person's livelihood for approximately 6 months. This sum for a single escort is exceedingly generous. What precious cargo could warrant such a lavish payment? It is rumored that the Bai family's trading house from Hebei is relocating from Zhending to Jiangling, Hubei, and has entrusted the Chongping Escort Agency to escort 200,000 taels of gold. The agency has accepted the task and is now widely inviting heroes from all corners to jointly safeguard the cargo, with experts from the Golden Buddha Temple, the Qingyun Temple, and the Iron Sword Sect all summoned to descend from their mountains. 200,000 taels of gold. The entire forum erupted in astonishment. Qin En's countenance shifted as he suddenly recalled an event from over half a month ago. Indeed, the demonic sect's young master aims to ambush the convoy. Fear not. My fellow compatriots, for I, Brother Lulu, am here to assure you that this journey, with its 30 taels of silver, is essentially a gift. Do not let such an opportunity slip away. The Chongping Escort Agency has summoned numerous skilled individuals for assistance. And even the local magistrate's constable has mobilized. This is a veritable fortress of security. Who among the foolish would dare to rob this convoy? Accompanying this journey guarantees that the 30 taels of silver will bring more excitement than peril. Suddenly, a comment appeared, sparking renewed discussions among the myriad of travelers. Brother Lulu has arrived. Brother Lulu, I am your devoted fan. To everyone's astonishment, Lulu Gu has also joined this escort mission. Thus, I too am eager to participate. Following Lulu Gu guarantees a hearty feast. Lulu Gu is truly remarkable. As Qin reminisced about the strategies he had previously encountered, the image of Lulu Gu materialized in his mind. In the realm of 008, Lulu Gu is a legendary figure. He traversed into this world 7 or 8 years ago and has since thrived, forging connections with many prominent locals. He has earned the moniker Jade-Faced White Dragon. It is said that he once encountered a fortuitous opportunity in this world, consuming a potent elixir that dramatically augmented his internal energy over the span of several years. He has aided numerous newcomers in their journeys, although some have fallen victim to his schemes. Nonetheless, those deceived are but a minority. For the majority, faith in Lulu Gu remains unwavering. In the tangible world, he is a senior instructor at the Wushu Association of Luo City and has appeared on national television. Trust me, Lulu, I would never lead you astray. Lulu Gu reiterated in a comment, inciting further excitement among the crowd. However, at that moment, an advertisement unexpectedly surfaced. Dear friends, the Han family's pregnant woman urgently seeks a caretaker. Is there anyone willing to oblige? Agreeing will yield wealth, secrets, luxury cars, and whatever else you desire in the future. Get lost. You disgraceful scoundrel, perish. How dare you? Many time travelers erupted in furious denunciations. Yet, a significant number felt a stirring within and discreetly reached out to the intermediary. In this alternate world, there is no need for concern about being discovered. What is there to fear? Once successful, it could save decades of struggle. Why not embrace the opportunity? It truly is a lively scene, Qin mused. If this group of traversers were to join the escort mission, could they withstand the assault from the demonic sect? One could only fear the heavy toll of casualties. After some contemplation, he could not resist leaving a message on the forum. Dear friends, I have heard that the demonic sect has also set its sights on the escort silver. The demonic sect? Where did you hear such news? Be cautious in your words. My friend, do not incite panic here. Numerous replies flooded in. In Chapter 6, the jubilant Baoxiang, the user known as Lulu, furrowed his brow upon seeing Qin's message, feeling displeased. He quickly responded, let me reiterate. The 30 taels of silver for this escort are as good as a gift to you. Miss this opportunity, and you shall never find another like it. This is an ironclad, winning situation. The talk of the demonic sect is mere nonsense. This time, the Chongping Escort Agency has summoned many of the martial arts world's experts. We need only to go through the motions to claim our silver. I, Lulu, swear by my integrity. This is a sure bet. Let us all go all in. What an outrageous claim. Who is this person to question me? Indeed, I choose to believe in Brother Lulu. Brother Lulu is formidable. Following Brother Lulu means there will be rewards. The crowd once again stirred with excitement. Heh, Qin and left a parting remark. Very well. I hope you truly find your rewards. He understood that it is futile to advise a doomed soul. So he refrained from further discussion and began to browse through other information on the forum. Over the past half-month, he had idly passed his days, akin to perusing the news. Reports of individuals taking esteemed masters, others rising to prominence through their literary talents, and still others indulging in music and revelry filled the pages. Each piece of news stirred a sense of envy within Qin, and alas, with his current abilities, he remained ensnared by the blood-refining temple's grip. He could only await the moment when the demonic sect would strike against the chomping escort agency in a few days, perhaps then providing him with an opportunity to extricate himself. At that juncture, chaos would likely ensue, increasing his chances of escape. As he pondered these thoughts, he heard the faint sound of footsteps outside the cave. He promptly closed his eyes, maintaining a facade of stillness, remaining utterly motionless. Listening intently, he deduced the identity of the intruder, none other than Bao Xiang. Only Bao Xiang would regard the two lifeless beings as treasures. Bao Xiang approached with a broad grin, gazing at the two remaining figures. It had been 21 days since the young master had departed. It was time to assess the abilities of these precious specimens. Clang, clang. The two iron rings in his hand struck together, and instantly, the two lifeless beings opened their eyes and rose from the medicinal vat. Good treasures, follow me. We shall embark together. The figure of Bao Xiang revealed a faint smile as he led two living corpses out of the cave and towards the outside world. Qin En's expression remained indifferent and rigid as he slowly followed behind. Soon, they emerged from the cave and arrived at a small square in the open air. The square was littered with numerous thick wooden stumps, each one thoroughly soaked in tung oil, rendering them exceptionally hard and dark in color. These formidable stumps were typically used by the disciples of the Blood Refinement Temple for martial training, and occasionally employed by Bao Xiang to assess the abilities of the living corpses. With a beaming expression, Bao Xiang stood to one side, pointing at the stumps and said, "You two, come forth one by one and let me witness your prowess. You shall begin." He gestured towards one of the living corpses. The undead being, devoid of emotion, sprang into action upon receiving the command, launching its fists and feet like lightning towards the sturdy wooden stumps. A series of resounding thuds echoed, and the stumps trembled violently, each one bearing marks of indentations upon impact. Yet, Bao Xiang's countenance betrayed no joy. Rather, the smile vanished instantaneously, replaced by a somber expression, his body quaking with discontent. 21 days had elapsed. The prowess of this living corpse appeared unchanged, remaining stagnant just as it had been over half a month ago. Anger surged within him as the two iron rings clashed together, prompting the living corpse to strike even faster. The heavy sounds reverberated as its movements became akin to a raging tempest. However, despite the remarkable speed, it still failed to inflict the damage that Bao Xiang desired. It seemed as if nothing had changed since the previous fortnight, utterly worthless. The colossal beast suddenly let out a furious roar, its eyes a deep crimson, akin to an injured elder ape. In an instant, it sprang forth, one claw aimed at the skull of the undead. Sensing the imminent danger, the revenant instinctively raised its palm to strike at the beast, only to have its pulse seized by the creature, which yanked it down as effortlessly as a scarecrow. Then, with fists like lightning, the beast channeled its formidable inner strength, relentlessly pummeling the undead's chest in a series of thunderous blows. The sound echoed like a drum, the force of each strike unimaginable. With every punch, the undead's chest caved in an inch, and as dozens of rapid strikes rained down, the shadows of the fists blurred, nearly obscuring the beast's movements. Qin En was filled with dread. Had the beast gone mad? Suddenly, with a resounding crack, the undead could no longer withstand the relentless assault. Its sternum and ribs shattered, and its head flew off, crashing violently into the distance. Yet, this was not enough to quench the beast's fury. With eyes ablaze and a heart-wrenching howl that reverberated through the air, it charged towards Qin En at breakneck speed. 10 years of painstaking effort. He had devoted an entire decade to cultivating what he believed would be an earth-shattering instrument of slaughter, only to find it had amounted to nothing but a failure. A decade's worth of toil, reduced to ashes. He was consumed with a desire to obliterate these worthless remnants of his time. The beast's fist came rushing forth, swift and fierce, its shadow a harbinger of terror. Before the first punch could even land, another followed in a frenzied onslaught. poised to strike Qin down, just as it had done to the previous undead. Qin's heart was gripped by terror, leaving him unable to think further. With all his might, he thrust both fists towards Bao Xiang's dual strikes at an astonishing speed. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, their fists collided, producing a series of thunderous sounds akin to iron hammers clashing together. A powerful force surged between them, sweeping across the surroundings. Upon their initial contact, Qin felt as though his chest had been struck by a heavy stone, leaving him breathless, as if his very organs were plummeting, causing his entire body to uncontrollably retreat. His fists met resistance akin to striking iron, sending waves of pain coursing through him. Despite his panic-induced step back, Bao Xiang felt a jolt of surprise amidst despair. No, this is different. This corpse is not the same as the previous one. From the first exchange, Bao Xiang sensed something unusual. The strength of this corpse was several times greater than that of the last, sending sharp pangs through his arms. He contemplated increasing his force, but hesitated, fearing he might harm Qin, and swiftly leaped back to a safer distance. Qin's body came to an abrupt halt, his arms aching intensely, his insides feeling as heavy as lead, and even his breath became rapid and labored, causing him to sway slightly. Bao Xiang's gaze was fixed intently upon Qin, as if he were gazing upon a precious treasure. Could it be that his decade of effort was not in vain? Could there finally be a successful specimen? Go! Shatter that wooden stake, Bao Xiang commanded, pointing towards a nearby black wooden post. Upon receiving the order, Qin stepped forward, his punch striking like lightning. With a resounding crack, he shattered the post into countless splinters. Bao Xiang's heart soared with joy. A true gem. It did not disappoint. The reanimated corpse has indeed undergone a mutation, its power far surpassing that of the previous one by an immeasurable degree. Ha ha! Suddenly, Bao Xiang erupted into hearty laughter, his voice booming. As he laughed, tears began to stream from his eyes. Oh, how the heavens show mercy! After a decade of toil, I have finally achieved modest success. Young master, do you see this? Yet, amid his mirth, Bao Xiang's expression abruptly changed as he hastily directed his gaze to his own fists. To his astonishment, a hissing sound emanated from them, accompanied by excruciating pain, as they became enveloped in a cloud of black mist. Deadly poison. This poison is indeed lethal, originating from the reanimated corpse. His skills, after all, were not as profound as those of Guardian Gue, and the toxicity within Qin surpassed that of ordinary undead by an unfathomable margin, which resulted in him succumbing to this potent venom. Chapter 7. The Hunyuan Palm. Initiation. Nevertheless, Bao Xiang was no ordinary individual. Upon witnessing the dense black mist enveloping his fists, he immediately held his breath and concentrated his energy, moving with the swiftness of lightning to seal several vital points on his arms, preventing the poison from spreading further. Subsequently, he retrieved a porcelain vial from his robe, extracting a small, crimson pill, which he tossed into his mouth and swallowed whole, silently channeling his inner power to dissolve it. This small pill was indeed extraordinary. Before long, he observed the thick black mist above his fists dissipating rapidly, returning to normal. After a considerable time, he exhaled, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. A smile returned to Bao Xiang's face as he exclaimed, "What a treasure you are! However, mere brute strength is insufficient. You must also learn to dismantle techniques. I shall now teach you a martial art. Follow my movements. I'll demonstrate one, and you shall follow suit." In his heart, a notion emerged to impart his martial arts to the reanimated corpse. If this undead were to master martial arts, would it not become even stronger? However, the intricacies of internal cultivation are beyond the grasp of the undead, for it lacks consciousness, wandering in a state of oblivion. Even if imparted with knowledge, it would be incapable of autonomously channeling its energy. Thus, the only option is to teach the undead an external to internal martial technique. After a prolonged contemplation, an idea suddenly blossomed in Bao Xiang's mind, and a smile graced his lips. I shall now impart to you a set of Hunyuan Palm techniques. This Hunyuan Palm comprises 86 movements, transitioning from external to internal, cultivating and enhancing inner strength through the practice of palm techniques. Although this method may initially progress more slowly than traditional internal cultivation, once mastered, its power surpasses that of ordinary internal techniques by a significant margin. Observe closely. With a swift motion, he executed a palm strike. Qin's eyes flickered with excitement, and he immediately mirrored the action, witnessing the undead following his lead. Bao Xiang promptly executed the second movement. Qin quickly replicated the second action, and soon after, the third, fourth, and fifth. Thus, within the span of an afternoon, the entire set of 86 movements of Hunyuan Palm was imparted to Qinan. As Qinan grew familiar with this martial art, a wave of joy surged within him. For a new line of text appeared in the martial arts section of his panel, Hunyuan Palm, Beginner 1. Anticipation bubbled within him. Observing that Qinan had mastered the movements of Hunyuan Palm, Bao Xiang felt an immense sense of satisfaction. As dusk approached, he promptly rang the iron bell, signaling their return to the cave. Upon his return, Bao Xiang swiftly replaced the medicinal solution for Qin and immersed in the liquid. Qinan experienced waves of both pain and pleasure coursing through his body. After approximately an hour, the entire medicinal solution in the tub transformed into free attribute points. Now, he found that his free attribute points had remarkably increased to 4. The tub provided 3 points, combined with the remaining 1 from before. System, allocate them to Hunyuan Palm. Qinan silently commanded. In an instant, he could clearly perceive the 4 free attributes vanishing. The next moment, the progress of Hunyuan Palm began to shift, escalating from a mere 1 entry level to an impressive 61 in no time. Name, Qinan. Age, 18. Physique, 210th among his kin in this world. Strength, 202nd among his kin in this world. Speed, 247th among his kin in this world. Spirit, 188th among his kin in this world. Martial skill, Hunyuan Palm, entry level 64. Nickname, none. Mental method, none. Free attribute points, 0. Is my physique and strength nearing the top 200? Qinan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The allocation of points indeed enhances physique, strength, speed, and spirit simultaneously. Moreover, in comparison to previous endeavors, the benefits gained from allocating points to a skill far exceed those from enhancing any single attribute alone. As the situation unfolds, it seems that by the time he is due for his next medication, he might very well ascend into the ranks of the top 200. At that moment, he felt an exhilarating rush within him. Yet, just then, an unexpected wave of dizziness washed over him, accompanied by an overwhelming drowsiness that spun his world into chaos, causing him to swiftly lose consciousness. In the realm of reality, within a spacious and immaculate environment, Qinan's eyes fluttered open, gradually awakening. Upon regaining consciousness, he suddenly sensed a brilliant light emanating from his right arm, as powerful currents began to converge upon it. Moments later, a mysterious azure symbol manifested prominently on his forearm. Qinan stared in astonishment at the emblem, and then realization struck him. Yes, I have returned. Those who successfully navigate their first return invariably find a mysterious symbol coalescing on their hands, which thereafter allows them to traverse independently. No longer needing to return to this crossing node, he raised his gaze, taking in the expansive, pristine space before him. It resembled a room, with a portal leading outside not far ahead. With a surge of determination, he strode towards it. As his form passed through the threshold, a brilliant light engulfed him. In an instant, he emerged from a peculiar vortex, reappearing at the initial crossing node. He noticed that the other travelers from his group had already returned. At that moment, they clustered together, engaged in lively discussion. How was your experience? Where did you end up? I found myself in the city of Suzhou, becoming the son of a wealthy gentleman. I find myself in a most unfortunate predicament. I have traversed into the life of a mere foot soldier. What a calamity it is. Upon my arrival, I was swiftly dispatched by a band of beggars. Where can I seek justice for such a fate? Alas, yet, it is not all despair. I have fortuitously landed within a renowned martial arts family, becoming the youngest heir to their legacy. However, my situation took a turn for the worse when I sought refuge with the dominant faction of the West, only to be utterly disregarded by them. Moreover, I was deceived and taken advantage of by their disciples. As if that were not enough, I too faced rejection from the master of the White Rainbow Sword, only to be slain shortly after descending the mountain. This is utterly absurd. In this realm, joy and sorrow coexist. Many individuals, with tears in their eyes, were expressions of anguish. Zhang Rupiang, the female instructor, diligently records the identities of those in this foreign world. Upon witnessing Qinan emerge, she promptly inquired, Qinan, how fare you? Are you alive or deceased in this strange land? I am alive, Qinan affirmed with a nod. Excellent. What is your status in this realm? Where have you traversed to? Have you acquired any martial skills? Zhang Rupiang queried. Qinan hesitated, his thoughts racing as he considered his response. I have found myself at the Blood Refinement Temple, serving as a mere disciple tasked with menial duties, and I have yet to learn any martial arts. What? The Blood Refinement Temple? Goodness, is that not one of the hellish dungeons? Those who previously ventured into Blackstone Fortress did not survive beyond 20 days. They all perished. The crowd gasped in astonishment, turning their gazes toward Qin and blood-refining temple. Zhang Ruping was momentarily taken aback, gazing deeply at Qin and said, "Very well. Yet I must reiterate my previous words. Regardless of where we may traverse, never abandon hope, for survival is the essence of hope." With that, he turned his attention to the others, adding, "And you all as well. Remember that a fleeting predicament is inconsequential in this foreign realm. The foremost priority is to remain alive." The crowd murmured in agreement, engaging in further discussions. Qin stepped aside, patiently awaiting the next developments. Gradually, several others emerged from the luminous portal. Zhang Ruping promptly inquired about their circumstances and began to document the information. Approximately 20 minutes later, all the time travelers from their school had returned. Chapter 8. Returning to Reality. Gathering information. All right, everyone, please settle down. We shall now summarize our findings. Zhang Ruping clapped her hands together, addressing the assembly and glancing at the list in her possession. Currently, among our school's time travelers, 2 individuals possess commendable identities in this alternate world, namely, Bai Qing and Wu Jun. Remarkably, Bai Qing has traversed into the esteemed Bai family of Hebei, becoming the younger son of the family's second master. I trust you are all familiar with the Bai family's renown in this realm. They currently control the largest commercial enterprise in the 008 world. Recently, they are planning to relocate their business from Zhending and Hebei to Hubei, actively seeking valiant individuals to assist in safeguarding their cargo. It is said that this relocation involves the transportation of a staggering 200,000 taels of gold. If any of you find yourselves without a path in this foreign world, you may consider aligning yourselves with Bai Qing. As she spoke, her gaze shifted toward a male classmate standing to the side, who wore a smile that radiated pride. Although his identity in the real world is that of an ordinary family, his status after the transition is remarkably elevated. He is, after all, the young master of the Bai family from Hebei. It is needless to say that he is destined for a life of luxury and wealth, which he cannot escape. Given his lineage, even if he wished to live in poverty, it would be exceedingly difficult. As expected, the crowd erupted in astonishment, their gazes fixed upon Bai Qing, filled with disbelief. During their time in this alternate realm, they had frequently kept abreast of the tumultuous developments in the 008 world through various forums. They were well aware of the considerable uproar caused by the relocation of the Bai family's long-standing business. Even the internet celebrity, Brother66, was rallying people to collectively protect the caravan, offering a reward of 30 taels of silver for each escort. Bai Qing is truly impressive. We humbly request your protection. In the future, we will rely on your esteemed presence in this alternate realm. Do you require any loyal subordinates? Many quickly gathered around him. Only Qin observed with a peculiar expression, glancing at Bai Qing. The Bai family's renowned establishment? It seems they have already attracted the attention of the demonic sect. Hasn't it? Unfortunately, he had already issued a warning, but no one believed him. Enough. Silence. Zhang Ruping took another sip and said, "Let's reconnect later regarding any matters." The second individual of notable distinction is Wu Jun, who has traversed into the realm of the 008 world as a disciple of the renowned Qing sect. This sect is a prominent force within the 008 world, one of the 7 dominant factions, and countless individuals aspire to join its ranks, yet find themselves thwarted. Should you seek to master advanced martial arts, it would be prudent to approach Wu Jun and inquire if he could facilitate an introduction. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, igniting fervent discussions. The Qing sect, the esteemed Wu Jun. Do they still accept disciples? Indeed, esteemed one. Could you possibly assist with an introduction? I am willing to offer a monetary incentive. I can bid 20,000. Instantly, many surrounded Wu Jun, eager to speak. With a genial smile, Wu Jun crossed his arms, reveling in the adulation akin to that of the recently mentioned Bai Qing. At present, the Qing sect does not appear to be recruiting disciples. However, I can certainly keep an eye out. Should any master express an interest in taking on disciples, I will reach out to you in advance. The crowd erupted into excitement, hastily exchanging contact information with Wu Jun. By the way, Teacher Zhang, what is your status in this alternate realm? Might we seek your patronage? Suddenly, a student chuckled awkwardly, drawing the attention of the others. Me? Zhang Ruping fell silent for a moment before replying. In the 008 world, I am merely an inconspicuous figure. It would be unwise for you to seek my support unless you are content to remain ordinary for a lifetime. Very well. The crowd pondered, deep in thought. Qin cast a surprised glance at Zhang Ruping, sensing that this teacher seemed to harbor a story. apart from these two alumni from the same school. If any of you possess alternative avenues, do not hesitate to share within the group, but exercise utmost caution. Be wary of deception. Zhang Rupiying reiterated. In the realm of interdimensional travel, many have fallen victim to scams, losing their fortunes. Just half a month ago, a traveler was swindled out of his life savings, totaling over 800,000. At that time, the deceiver demanded a deposit, claiming they could introduce him to a revered master who would impart profound internal martial arts techniques. However, after paying a deposit of 66,000, when he arrived in the other world to seek the master, he was instead detained and subjected to relentless torment. After enduring over 20 days of suffering, he ultimately returned, obediently transferring over 700,000 to the swindler's account. Such incidents are countless in our city of Luo, and even in other major cities, they abound. Unfortunately, the complexities of the other world make it difficult to pursue justice, even if one were to report the crime. One can only resign oneself to this silent suffering. Losing one's savings is unfortunate, but what is truly frightening is the possibility of being tormented in that realm, where the experiences are as vivid and real as in our own world. The torment you endure there will be undeniably tangible. The crowd was once again engulfed in shock. Even Qin was left speechless. Telecommunication fraud, even in another dimension? I seem to have heard this news before. I encountered it online as well. Previously, a young heir from the Jinsheng group was deceived, and now the group is expending vast sums to send individuals into another realm to capture the true culprit. These despicable fraudsters have even resorted to scamming in another world. Once I have mastered my martial skills, I shall ensure they face a most excruciating fate. The crowd echoed in agreement. Enough chatter. This is not the place for idle talk. The Azure Dragon tattoos on our arms must have already manifested. Henceforth, we can traverse realms from the comfort of our homes. Should anyone have inquiries, feel free to pose them in our group later, Zhang Rupiying proclaimed. By the way, after returning to reality, one will need approximately half a day's rest before continuing to traverse. It is time for everyone to head back. She clapped her hands, summoning the crowd. Instantly, they surged outward. Qin, eager to glean more information about this world, hurried home following Zhang Rupiying's announcement. The original owner was an orphan, having lost his parents at a tender age and raised by his uncle. He managed to sustain himself through a small antique shop. Financially, he was relatively stable. Though not wealthy, he had no trouble meeting basic needs. However, a month ago, his uncle, Qin Yun, met a tragic end. Since then, the antique shop has been unable to operate. The original owner could only rely on the inheritance left by his uncle to survive, which, fortunately, was substantial enough to ensure his sustenance for at least 3 years. Yet, if that were all, it would suffice. In Qin Yun's recollection, just a few days after his uncle's demise, a group of ruffians appeared, brandishing a stack of IOUs demanding repayment from his late uncle. Upon seeing the staggering amounts inscribed on the notes, he was taken aback, for they amounted to over 5 million. Although his uncle left behind a modest inheritance of merely 70 to 80,000, it was inconceivable for him to procure such a sum. Even selling himself would not suffice. Panic ensued as the ruffians smirked, declaring that repayment was unnecessary as long as he surrendered the shop and the house to settle the debts. They ominously threatened him, granting just 1 month to gather the funds. When that month elapsed, he would either pay the debt or part with the shop. Should he refuse both? They warned him not to blame their cruelty. Now, the month's deadline had ominously arrived. As Qin Yun walked, he reflected on the myriad of information swirling in his mind. Approximately half an hour later, he finally arrived outside the shop. From a distance, he spotted 3 ruffians loitering outside, clad in tank tops, revealing tattoos, each exuding an air of nonchalance, puffing cigarettes as they exhaled clouds of smoke. Indeed, they had come. Qin Yun frowned, recalling the Hunyuan palm technique he had learned in a different realm. Each movement flowed into his mind as if he had practiced for years. He felt a surge of strength within him, seemingly doubled compared to his former self. Chapter 9. The Might of Hunyuan Palm. Our creditor has arrived. Suddenly, a young thug revealed a grin, spat out the cigarette but from his mouth, and stood up from the ground. He dusted off his hands and approached Qin Yun. The other ruffians swiftly surrounded him. So, Qin, have you given it any thought? The leading thug inquired with a smile, slapping his hand on Qin Yun's shoulder. Qin Yun furrowed his brow, glancing at the arm resting on his shoulder, instinctively taking a step back. I still haven't managed to gather the money, he replied. What did you say? The young thug exclaimed loudly, his eyes scrutinizing Qin Yun. Qin, we already discussed this previously. If you don't have the money, we will have to seize your shop and house as repayment. You were forcing our hand. Another thug chimed in. We've given you a month to come up with the funds, and yet you have failed. It seems you have no intention of repaying. Kid, if you don't settle your debt, we will have no choice but to take your shop and house. Several thugs shouted in unison. I don't want to part with my shop and house because I believe you are deceiving me. Cheenan retorted. That IOU you have is suspicious. It doesn't resemble my uncle's handwriting. It's highly likely you coerced him into signing it. Do you wish to court death? The leading thug's gaze turned icy as he fixed his stare on Cheenan. You can eat whatever you want, but don't speak carelessly. Are you attempting to shirk your responsibility? Another thug, equally cold-eyed, added, No one dares to default on us. Tell me, which arm do you wish to lose today? A group of ruffians quickly brandished steel pipes in their hands, casting malevolent glances at Cheenan surveying the scene. Cheenan shook his head and remarked, You dare to brazenly bully a mere student, and yet you fear not the repercussions of my calling the authorities? Call the authorities? The leader of the ruffians sneered. I would welcome it. However, I fear that no one would dare to intervene in our affairs. With that, he swung a steel pipe with ferocious intent towards Cheenan's left shoulder, the force behind it suggesting that a single blow would surely shatter the bone. Cheenan furrowed his brow, instinctively evading the strike. In that moment, the principles of his martial arts flooded into his mind, revealing 5 glaring weaknesses in the ruffian's stance. Inspired by this insight, he thrust his palm forward with explosive force, targeting the ruffian's midsection. With a resounding impact, his strike connected with the ruffian's chest, eliciting a muffled groan as the thug was sent stumbling backward. He felt a surge of nausea as blood rushed to his head. Overwhelmed by a wave of dizziness that forced him to collapse onto the ground, his expression one of agony. The other ruffians, taken aback by this unexpected turn of events, reacted without hesitation, swinging their steel pipes violently toward Cheenan. He has learned martial arts? They thought in disbelief. No wonder he displays such audacity. As they launched their assault, Cheenan felt a surge of adrenaline, his heart racing. He swiftly retreated, narrowly avoiding another descending steel pipe, and struck out with the precision of the wind. With a resounding thud, a blow struck the temple of the second thug, eliciting a cry of agony as he collapsed. Body crumpling to the ground, dazed and disoriented, unable to rise for a considerable time. The remaining 2 thugs, utterly astonished, swung their steel pipes wildly, creating a cacophony of sound. However, their numbers had dwindled to just 2, significantly alleviating the pressure on Cheenan, who now maneuvered with greater ease. After retreating 3 steps, an opportunity finally presented itself. With swift precision, his hands struck their shoulders and foreheads, producing dull thuds that sent them crashing to the ground, groaning in pain. Struggling to regain their footing, the leader of the thugs gasped for breath, his chest heaving as he cast a terrified glance at Cheenan. Quick, flee, he urged, stifling the turmoil and nausea within him as he staggered away into the distance. Yet, the other 2 thugs found it far more challenging to rise. One had been struck on the temple, the other on the forehead, both critical areas, leaving them feeling lightheaded and repeatedly collapsing, resulting in bloodied injuries. Their terror was palpable as they tumbled and crawled, their movements comically exaggerated. Cheenan's gaze was icy, yet he dared not take their lives here, for this was a bustling public space. Should he commit murder, he, a destitute student, would find it impossible to justify his actions. A tempest of emotion surged within him as he stared blankly at his own palm. He had only just begun to practice the primordial palm, yet it had proven so effective. The martial arts of another realm indeed manifested in reality. How bizarre it was. However, it seemed that the powers of that realm could not be wholly transferred into this one. Cheenan pondered deeply. In an alternate realm, he possesses the ability to shatter a robust wooden post with a single punch. Such strength, if directed towards an ordinary individual, could easily extinguish their life with but one blow. However, the few strikes he had just executed evidently lacked sufficient power, likely amounting to only a fraction, perhaps 1/10, of the strength he wielded in that extraordinary world. Nevertheless, it is a blessing to retrieve even a portion of that otherworldly power. As he grows stronger in the alternate realm, the strength he brings back will undoubtedly increase. Cheenan retrieved his key and unlocked the shop's door. Upon surveying the array of counterfeit antiques within, he furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why a group of ruffians would covet his uncle's establishment. The IOUs clutched by those thugs were glaringly counterfeit to his discerning gaze. This was a meticulously orchestrated scheme, and it was conceivable that his uncle's tragic demise was orchestrated by those very miscreants. Yet, is the law here so lax? Does no one respond to calls for help? After a moment's contemplation, he dismissed his worries and turned on his computer, commencing a search for information regarding the alternate realm. The screen immediately filled with a plethora of information about various travelers through different dimensions. Most content pertained to individuals from across the nation who had also traversed realms. Chenin, akin to a parched seedling, eagerly absorbed the myriad of details presented online. As Zhang Rupiying had mentioned, the alternate dimensions indeed share a connection. Although the realm he had traversed was designated as World 008, this was merely a code name, in reality. World 008 is but a fragment among countless shards of the alternate realms. Once his level reaches the pinnacle of World 008, he will be expelled, compelled to venture into another fragmented world. Furthermore, in various cities, the realms traversed differ significantly. Generally speaking, the higher the city's rank, the more formidable the fragmented worlds encountered. Numerous individuals from the imperial capitals, magical metropolises, and prosperous cities have ventured into these elevated realms, granting them an advantageous starting point. Their martial arts skills and personal cultivation levels exceed those of others. However, the perils in such worlds are equally pronounced, with a correspondingly elevated mortality rate. It is essential to note that merely crossing into a higher-level world does not guarantee superiority over those from lower-tier realms. For instance, many who migrate to bustling cities like Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou toil away their lives without ascending to greatness. According to information available online, the cultivation levels in alternate worlds are indeed categorized. However, in lower-tier realms, the general populace's abilities fall short of the established criteria for classification. Those who meet the standards for power differentiation predominantly hail from higher-level worlds. The hierarchy of strength ranges from the 1st grade to the 9th, with the 9th grade and above referred to as the Transcendent grade. In the realm of 008, the most formidable figures include the leader of the Demon Sect, the venerable monk Fa Hong from the Diamond Temple, Taoist Tai Guan from the Qingyan View, and Master Ouyang from the Iron Sword Sect, among a select few. Following them are the overlords of the Western Traversers. If one were to classify them, the leaders of the Demon Sect, the Diamond Temple, the Qingyan View, and the Iron Sword Sect would be akin to the 5 absolutes of the Jianghu. Meanwhile, the Western overlords, such as the Blazing Dragon King Han Feng, the Scarlet Sand Palm Chen Xian, the Black Wind Blade Duan Fei Tian, and the White Rainbow Sword Master Lu Weisheng, would be comparable to the likes of Qiu Qiren. Although there are disparities in strength, without several hundred exchanges, it is nearly impossible to discern a victor. According to the analyses of several esteemed time travelers, it appears that these formidable individuals are merely on the cusp of reaching the 1st rank. Once they attain the mid-stage of this rank, the 008 world would expel them, compelling them to seek refuge in fragments of other worlds. The reason they have not been cast out is simply that their abilities have yet to meet the requisite standards. Ah, I see, Chenin murmured to himself, continuing to sift through various pieces of information. He soon discovered an abundance of online offerings of martial arts techniques for sale. Yet each came with a price that was utterly staggering. Upon glancing at the listings, he noted that even the most affordable internal cultivation manuals were being sold for a staggering 200,000 yuan. The prices for those originating from higher-tier world fragments were even more exorbitant, rendering them unattainable for an ordinary family throughout their lifetime. Well, it seems I shall not be able to purchase these internal techniques, he conceded, and for now, I can only persist in studying the Hunyuan Palm. According to Master Baoxiang, this technique balances both internal and external cultivation. Although it is merely a form of boxing, if mastered to perfection, it can indeed cultivate internal energy, potentially surpassing that of conventional internal techniques. Chenin contemplated. He spent the remainder of the afternoon engrossed in his observations. Tales of certain renowned figures showcasing their prowess in alternate realms, young heroes earning illustrious titles, and accounts of individuals marrying over 100 beautiful brides in other worlds captivated his imagination. Each piece of news stirred his aspirations. Chapter 10, Mastery of Hunyuan Palm, 28. The grand movements have begun. Unbeknownst to him, half a day had slipped away. Chenin's heart surged with excitement, feeling increasingly overwhelmed by the wealth of knowledge he was acquiring. As half a day slipped away, he gazed at the azure dragon tattoo on his arm, contemplating how he might traverse realms from the comfort of his home. Suddenly, the dragon tattoo began to shimmer, emanating an inexplicable heat, accompanied by a faint hissing sound, as though it had been activated. Chenin's eyes widened as he scrutinized the intricate design on his arm, feeling the intense warmth intensify and expand, swiftly enveloping his entire being. In an instant, his form vanished once more. In the pitch-black depths of a cave, Chenin slowly opened his eyes again. His mind clouded and heavy. Instinctively, he attempted to shake his head to clear the fog. Yet, at that moment, his pupils contracted, halting his movement. Before him stood the blood-robed monk, Baoxiang, who had seemingly materialized out of nowhere, having awaited his arrival. With a look of astonishment, he appraised Qinan, a smile gracing his lips. "Ah, my precious, I have procured for you a new batch of even more potent elixirs. Should you successfully absorb this collection, your prowess will undoubtedly soar to new heights. When you arrive at Funyo Mountain, the young master shall surely regard you with newfound respect. Please, do not let me down." As he spoke, he retrieved a food container from the ground, opening it to reveal 5 vials of varying colors. He deftly twisted the caps off and poured the contents into Qian's receptacle. Gurgling and bubbling, the liquid within the container began to froth as if it were boiling. Qian felt an excruciating sensation coursing through his body, as if he were being roasted alive over an open flame. Every inch of him ached, every moment was unbearable. He gritted his teeth against the agony, cursing vehemently in his heart. Once he was liberated from this torment, he swore to exact vengeance upon the monk Baoxiang to repay this grievance. As all the medicinal liquid was poured into the bathing tub, Baoxiang began to observe it meticulously, seemingly anxious about any potential mishap. After about an hour had passed, he finally sighed in relief, a smile gracing his lips as he made his way outside. At that moment, voices drifted in from beyond. "Baoxiang, the time agreed upon with the young master is drawing near. You must set forth promptly to avoid any delays. Should you miss the appointed hour, the repercussions will be far more severe than last time," the abbot's voice echoed. "Yes, abbot. Grant me 2 more days." "I will certainly depart then," Baoxiang replied. "Very well, as long as you are aware," the abbot responded. "Damn it. The concentration of this medicinal liquid has increased at least several-fold compared to before," Qian thought, enduring the pain while observing the fluctuations on the panel. He noticed that the attribute points under the free attribute section were silently rising once again. This time, the absorption of the medicinal liquid lasted significantly longer than before, extending over 2 to 3 hours instead of just a little over 1. Finally, the free attribute points ceased to move, and the intense pain throughout Qian's body began to gradually dissipate. Sweat beads adorned his forehead as he silently exhaled a sigh of relief, once again turning his gaze towards the panel. With a surge of excitement coursing through him, Qian resolutely allocated his newly acquired attribute points into the primordial palm technique. Instantly, the progress of the technique began to ascend rapidly, swiftly advancing from 61 proficiency to the next tier, achieving an impressive mastery level of 28. An influx of information flooded his mind, akin to having practiced martial arts for 7 or 8 years, with an array of techniques and insights vividly emerging in his consciousness. Even his strength began to surge anew. The attributes displayed on the panel underwent a transformation. Name, Qian age, 18 physique, 174th among his kin in this realm strength, 171st among his kin in this realm speed, 188th among his kin in this realm spirit, 172nd among his kin in this realm martial arts, primordial palm, mastery 28, nickname, none mental method, none free attribute points, 0 at last. He had entered the top 200. A wave of joy washed over Qian. All the suffering he had endured had proven worthwhile. He clenched his fist tightly, feeling an indescribable surge of power coursing through him, as if an invisible warmth was blossoming within his body. However, this warm current cannot form a stable, closed-loop rhythm. It flows intermittently. In certain areas, warmth is present, while in others, it is absent. The regions where warmth is concentrated are in the limbs of the body. Could this be the essence of inner strength? Qian pondered in silence. The information in his mind indicated that after mastering the Hunyuan palm, intermittent inner strength would begin to manifest. To consolidate this fragmented inner strength into a cohesive flow throughout his body, he must transcend to the next realm and achieve the state of entering the hall and becoming proficient. With my current strength, I wonder if I can surpass Baoxiang? In the community of other transmigrators, what level does this place me? Qian fell into contemplation once more. After a brief moment, he exhaled softly and reopened the forum to observe. As anticipated, the entire forum was abuzz with excitement. Most of the messages pertain to the relocation of the Bai family's time-honored establishment. Starting today, the Bai family's old brand will officially move, and countless figures from the martial world have already gathered in advance. My fellow kin, I, Brother 66, shall reiterate, this time, the escort mission is guaranteed to be 100 safe. With so many heroes of the martial world and numerous captains accompanying us, along with the masters from the Diamond Temple, Qingyan Temple, and Iron Sword Sect, what is there to fear? Brother 66 exclaimed loudly on the forum, urging, listen to me, all of you, join in. 30 taels of silver for nothing. Anyone who turns it down is a fool. Perhaps this will lead to connections with the masters from the Diamond Temple and Qingyan Temple. Let us go all in. 666. I trust Brother 66. My fellow kin, I have already arrived at Zhending, and there are so many people here. Amidst the throngs of people and the resounding clang of gongs, even if not 5,000, at least 3,000 have gathered. Truly, this is a congregation of masters. And the Bai family of Hebei exhibits remarkable grandeur. A multitude of traversers echoed below. Has the Bai family of Hebei commenced their relocation so swiftly? Qinan furrowed his brow, pondering. Does this imply that the actions of the demonic sect must also be accelerated? Indeed, just as this thought crossed his mind, he heard footsteps approaching from outside. The monk Baoxiang hurried into the cave, his face alight with excitement, holding 2 iron rings which he immediately struck together, producing a resounding clang. Rise quickly. We must act. The Bai family of Hebei and the Chongping Escort Agency have unexpectedly launched their offensive. We must hasten to Funyo Mountain. With a splash, Qinan sprang from the medicinal barrel, his body glistening with moisture. His muscular form was chiseled with a striking blend of power and grace. After stepping out of the barrel, Baoxiang promptly tossed him a clean garment. Qinan donned the attire without hesitation and followed Baoxiang out of the temple. At the entrance, 7 or 8 riders had long been awaiting, each seated upon their mounts, fierce-looking monks with cold expressions, their breaths measured, their temples bulging, a clear indication of their formidable prowess. Each bore a curved blade at their waist, some appearing even more perilous than Baoxiang himself. Behind this formidable assembly stood a solitary empty horse. Chapter 11. The First Kill. Baoxiang leaped onto the empty horse, turned, and commanded, "Follow me." With a swift clenching of his legs, a throng of individuals surged forth, galloping wildly towards the horizon. A subtle twitch at the corner of Qin An's mouth revealed his understanding of the situation. This meant he was to run on foot. Were the undead not human? Yet, he quickly realized that in his current state, his body was riddled with toxins, rendering him incapable of riding a horse. Even if he managed to mount one, it would surely succumb to a fatal end. As he sprinted, Qinan contemplated the notion of escaping amidst the chaos. However, he soon dismissed this idea. It was too precarious. Each of the monks was more formidable than the last, and he had little confidence in his ability to slip away from their grasp. It would be wiser to endure a little longer, waiting for the moment when the demonic sect would seize the transport silver, and then he could escape amidst the turmoil. At that point, with the crowd in disarray, it was unlikely anyone would notice his departure. With this thought, Qinan quelled the restlessness within him. It must be said, after cultivating his internal energy, his body had transformed significantly. Even as he dashed forward at great speed, he felt no hint of fatigue. Instead, warmth radiated through his legs, as if they were imbued with boundless strength. His pace rivaled that of the swiftest steeds. In the blink of an eye, he had traversed nearly 100 miles of mountainous terrain. Eventually, however, Qinan began to feel the toll of exhaustion. His lungs heaved with a heavy sound, and his stamina waned, as if his limbs were burdened with lead, each stride becoming increasingly laborious. After all, this was not a world of supreme martial prowess, and human endurance has its limits. Even a figure as formidable as the leader of the demonic sect could not sustain a relentless gallop. Not only he, but even the majestic steeds ridden by the monks, including Baoxiang, were heaving and drenched in sweat. As dusk approached, they had not replenished their sustenance for an entire day. The foremost monk suddenly reined in his horse, exclaiming, "Whoa!" The swift mounts came to an abrupt halt, each one panting audibly and displaying signs of restlessness. "There lies a temple ahead. Let us pause there for a brief respite and resume our journey in the latter part of the night." Balong, the leading monk, gestured toward the right and called out. Baoxiang squinted toward the temple and noticed a faint wisp of smoke rising within its confines. Frowning, he remarked, "There are inhabitants in the temple. I shall first address them." With that, he urged his horse forward, galloping ahead. Simultaneously, he struck the iron rings in his hands, producing a melodious clang. A sense of foreboding washed over Qinan, prompting him to hasten after Baoxiang, having already surmised the monk's intentions. The other monks burst into hearty laughter, eagerly following suit as they surged ahead. "Surround the temple, not a soul shall escape. I am keen to witness how my junior brother Baoxiang wields his lethal instrument," the leading monk boisterously declared. They charged forth, swiftly nearing the temple. In a flurry, they dismounted and tethered their steeds to several poplar trees outside the temple's grounds. With a resounding crash, the previously sealed temple door was struck by Baoxiang's palm, sending it careening backward and crashing into the courtyard. Several other monks had already leapt gracefully onto the rooftops of various chambers within the temple. surveying the entire structure from their elevated vantage points. The temple, modest in size, occupied approximately 3 acres, in addition to a grand main hall and 2 side rooms. There were 3 additional chambers. The monks inside were few in number. They had been preparing a meal when a sudden loud noise emanated from the entrance, prompting them to swiftly emerge from their quarters, their expressions a mix of astonishment as they gazed outside. There stood the monk Baoxiang, his face adorned with a gentle smile, exuding an air of benevolence akin to that of a wise and virtuous sage, naturally inviting a sense of affinity. Behind him loomed an extraordinarily robust figure, towering at around 10 to 11 feet. Dressed in a loose yellow robe, his countenance was rigid and frigid, his eyes devoid of emotion, reminiscent of a fearsome zombie. Beneath his robe, one could discern a physique that appeared to be brimming with muscle, particularly evident in his exposed hands, which were large and rough, strikingly different from the average person, evoking a sense of trepidation. Amitabha, the temple's abbot, Monk Chan Hai, recited a Buddhist scripture before stepping forward, halting approximately 3 meters from Baoxiang and inquired, "May I ask from whence the esteemed monk hails? Is it for lodging or for alms?" Goodness, Baoxiang replied, raising one hand with a smile. "I come from the Western Paradise, seeking to guide souls towards enlightenment." The abbot's countenance shifted in surprise upon hearing the mention of the Western Paradise. Even the young monks behind him exhibited expressions of doubt, whispering to one another and engaging in fervent discussions. The venerable monk chuckled lightly. Zen Master Wei smiled and remarked, "To reach the Western Paradise, one must first traverse the sea of suffering, accumulate sufficient merits, abandon this foul vessel of flesh, and endure countless hardships." No need, I declared. "Since I intend to guide you, I shall indeed guide you." The monk Baoxiang wore a cheerful expression. Yet the 2 iron rings in his hands suddenly clashed together with a resounding clang. The crisp sound reverberated throughout the Western Zhou. A flicker of resentment stirred within Qin and S heart. He yearned to tear Baoxiang apart right then and there. However, he was acutely aware that with his current strength, it would be utterly futile. Moreover, there were 8 other malevolent monks in Western Zhou, all of whom regarded him with malevolent glee. Should he dare to make any move, he would likely meet a grim fate today. "My apologies," Qin silently recited, and with a colossal, imposing figure, he surged forward with breathtaking speed, resembling a fearsome bear, exuding an aura of formidable power. He remained still until he moved, and when he did, it was nothing short of astonishing. In a single bound, he reached the host, raising his palm to unleash a furious strike aimed directly at the host's chest. This attack was both swift and fierce, an accumulation of strength imbued with venom, truly terrifying and powerful. Even though the host had been on guard, upon witnessing Qinan's assault, he was taken aback, his hair standing on end. He realized it was far too late to evade the attack. He could only extend his hands, channeling all his internal energy. With his left hand grasping Qinan's striking wrist and his right hand thrusting 2 fingers towards Qinan's eyes, resolutely intent on forcing Qinan to defend himself. Yet, he had not anticipated the sheer magnitude of Qinan's strength. As soon as his left hand reached out, it was forcefully repelled by Qinan's wrist, not only breaking free from his grasp, but also allowing a terrifying venom to swiftly invade his palm along his fingers, nearly attempting to seize Qinan. He found himself already poisoned, which filled him with dread and astonishment. Unfortunately, there was no time for contemplation. Qinan's palm had already struck his chest with a resounding impact. Before his fingers could even approach Qinan's eyes, his body was sent flying. With a sickening crack as his sternum and ribs shattered, blood gushing forth as he crashed to the ground, meeting a grim fate, witnessing their master's demise. The other young monks erupted into chaos, panic-stricken and desperately attempting to flee. Yet, Baoxiang displayed a sinister grin, his iron rings clanging together once more. The chilling rage within Qinan compelled him to press forward, unleashing a barrage of strikes. One after another, his palms struck with overwhelming force, the toxic miasma thickening in the air. In an instant, every young monk within the courtyard had been dispatched. "Exquisite, truly exquisite," exclaimed the malevolent monk Baolong, clapping his hands with delight, eliciting laughter from the others. "Baoxiang, you wretched creature, it seems you have finally proven your worth. No longer the useless entity you once were. The sect leader will surely be pleased to see your undead capable of such prowess. Yet, one must not be too hasty. Even with such strength, this undead may only intimidate third-rate individuals. When faced with masters of the sect, it may still fall short. Nevertheless, the undead's lack of sensitivity to pain could be considered an advantage." Chapter 12. The Gathering of the Unorthodox. As night descended, Several monks, having finished their evening meal, sat cross-legged in the hall of great strength, gradually succumbing to slumber. Bao Xiang, however, wore a look of satisfaction as he approached Qinan. He retrieved from a nearby pouch a selection of venomous creatures, poisonous spiders, toads, and centipedes, all nurtured through unique methods, and presented them to Qinan. These toxic entities were markedly different from those previously offered within the temple. Cultivated with rare herbs from a young age, their composition was 1/3 venom and 2/3 medicinal properties. The medicinal essence surpassed the toxicity, rendering them akin to treasures. Not only could the living dead consume them, but even seasoned martial artists would experience a significant boost in vitality, feeling robust and invigorated. Go ahead, indulge yourself. Once you are sated, we shall resume our journey, Bao Xiang said with a trace of a smile. Qinan, feeling a chill in his heart, remained silent and merely consumed the offerings. Before long, he had ingested a dozen of the venomous spiders, toads, and centipedes. After consumption, what was once a dormant attribute began to shift slowly once more. In a brief span, Qinan was taken aback by the remarkable effects of the poisonous creatures, which rivaled the benefits of a day spent in a medicinal bath. Without hesitation, he silently allocated points to enhance his skill in the primordial palm. In an instant, his proficiency surged from 28 to an impressive 73. The warm currents that once permeated his body suddenly expanded significantly once more. Name: Qinan. Age: 18. Physique: ranked 167th among his kin in this world. Strength: ranked 166th among his kin in this world. Speed: ranked 172nd among his kin in this world. Spirit: ranked 169th among his kin in this world. Martial arts: Hunyuan Palm, Mastery 73. Alias: none. Mental method: none. Free attribute points: 0. The attributes of Shiwei experienced a slight resurgence. However, Qinan distinctly observed that as the rankings progressed, the improvements became increasingly gradual. With the addition of these 3 free attribute points, his strength ranking ascended from 171st to 166th. Compared to before, the effect seemed considerably diminished. It appeared that among the top 200 experts in this world, the disparities in strength were not as pronounced. Qinan pondered. Only in such a scenario could one witness the phenomenon of a difference of 1 point overwhelming 1,000. In the stillness of the night, the Westfield lay tranquil. The radiant moonlight cascaded like a gentle stream, casting a delicate glow over the rooftops and courtyard, creating a serene luminescence, interrupted only by the occasional chirping of insects, with no other sounds to be heard. Yet at that moment, suddenly, Qinan's eyes widened with alarm, every hair on his body bristling as his muscles tensed. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his palm and struck upward with fervor. At that precise moment, the ceiling above him shattered, and a figure descended headfirst, moving with astonishing speed, a massive hand aimed directly at the crown of his head. Qinan's broad palm met the figure's hand with a resounding crash, akin to thunder, startling all the monks present. The figure emitted a soft gasp, seemingly astonished by Qinan's strength. Suspended in midair, it swiftly dissipated its force, only to launch itself at Qinan once more, fierce and rapid. With one hand aimed at his face and the other at his abdomen, Qinan remained impassive, resembling a colossal iron tower. He thrust both palms forward, ready to meet the figure's assault, yet unexpectedly, both of its strikes were mere feints. In the instant of attack, the figure retracted its limbs, swirling around Qinan like a tempest, leaving a series of afterimages in its wake, circling him countless times. A barrage of palm strikes and finger jabs descended upon him like a torrential storm, yet Qinan stood unwavering, his expression rigid, akin to a towering statue. With remarkable precision, he countered each of the figure's rapid movements, delivering retaliatory strikes the moment the attacks approached. The sound of impacts echoed repeatedly. In the blink of an eye, dozens of exchanges transpired. Suddenly, the figure emitted a strange cry, flipping backward and landing several meters away, its face a mask of shock as it hastily examined its own palms. His palms were entirely shrouded in a thick, ominous black mist, a terrifying poison rapidly coursing up his hands towards his arms and shoulders. Upon witnessing the opponent's sudden halt, Qinan's expression froze, leaving him motionless. His previous actions were purely defensive, driven by the instinctual response of the undead, thus avoiding any suspicion. However, if he were to act again at this moment, it would surely reveal to Bao Xiang that he had attained sentience. Zhang Biao, the falling goose sand. It is you. Bao Xiang bellowed sharply. You vile scoundrel. Do you seek death by stealthily attacking the treasures of the Buddha? The other monks echoed his disdainful grunts as they swiftly closed in. Do not make a move. Damn it, Bao Xiang. I've long heard rumors of your secret crafting of lethal weapons over the past decade. I dismissed them as mere tales, yet here you are, truly formidable. What manner of creature are you? Your body is as resilient as iron, and your fists and feet are laced with venom. The shadowy figure hastily urged the crowd to halt, shouting, I've been defeated. Quickly, bring me the antidote. And you, a bunch of good-for-nothings, stop gawking and come down here. His final words were directed at the ceiling. Laughter erupted, reverberating with tremendous force, infused with powerful internal energy. With a series of cracks, the roof shattered, sending down large clouds of dust. Enraged, Bao Xiang and Bao Long cursed under their breath, swiftly retreating to avoid being engulfed in a shower of debris. Suddenly, 7 or 8 figures descended into the grand hall. Men and women, dressed in diverse attire, all bore radiant smiles as they gazed towards Bao Xiang, Bao Long, and Qinan. Their weapons varied greatly. Some wielded iron shields, others brandished steel staffs, while one brandished a pair of black serpents that hissed ominously. The Cloud Ridge Duo. The Black Serpent Rogue, the Vegetable Garden, and the Black Fiend Palm. It is you. Bao Long, the monk leading the group, let out a cold snort. Fully aware of these figures from the left-hand path, without exception, they belonged to their sect. Although he had not engaged with all of them directly, he was nonetheless familiar with their prowess. He surmised they had come in response to the young master's invitation. Bao Long, it has been many years. Your blood refinement temple has indeed cultivated some formidable entities. Is this truly a living dead? Quite impressive. The Black Serpent Rogue, holding the black serpents, smiled and cast a penetrating gaze at the unmoving Qinan. Thank you for the compliment. Merely some trifling matters, Bao Long replied in a nonchalant tone, glancing at Bao Xiang. Bao Xiang, administer the antidote. He understood that those present were all allies. The opposing party was merely probing, and there was no need to escalate the situation into a bloody affair. Lest the news reach the young master and incite his wrath, the matter at hand was of paramount importance. Yes, master. Bao Xiang responded, retrieving a porcelain vial from his robe. He poured out a red pill and tossed it over. The falling goose sand, Zhang Biao, caught it effortlessly, without hesitation, and promptly placed it into his mouth. At that moment, the black mist enveloping his hands dissipated at a visibly rapid pace. Yet, even so, the back of his hand was inevitably marred by traces of decay and skin lesions. Chapter 13. Turbulent Undercurrents, Military Interference. Strange, truly strange. Does this undead creature not experience pain? Zhang Biao, intrigued, stepped forward once more, circling around to observe Qinan. Qinan remained motionless, allowing him to inspect freely, his gaze unwavering. Black Snake, the evil beggar, the twin heroes of Yunling, when did you arrive? Where is the young master? Bao Long inquired, directing his attention to the individuals before him. We have only just arrived, intending to stay here for a night, but upon discovering your presence, we thought it prudent to investigate, came the response. The leader of the twin heroes of Yunling, a robust figure with a broad back, towering at nearly 9 feet, stood half a head shorter than Qinan, exclaiming, who would have thought that this undead would prove so formidable, even causing Zhang Biao to suffer a significant setback? It appears that Brother Ba Xiang's years of effort have not been in vain. You flatter me, Ba Xiang replied with a smile. I previously squandered the resources of the holy sect, feeling a sense of guilt, and the only way I can repay this now is through this undead being. By the way, we learned of the events concerning the Chomping Escort Agency upon our arrival. Suddenly, a woman among them interjected, the assembly at Chomping Escort Agency is indeed quite formidable, gathering over 1,000 individuals, including those from the Diamond Temple, Qingyan Temple, Iron Sword Sect, and Iron Palm Gang. All the notable sects in the martial world have been invited and have already arrived to lend their support. The reputation of the Chomping Escort Agency is indeed formidable. Bao Long furrowed his brow and cursed. A motley crew, no matter how numerous, cannot deter us. Whatever our holy sect aims to achieve, we shall accomplish. The sinister Black Snake sneered. Indeed, it is merely a matter of slaughtering them. They may have invited many, but does that mean our holy sect lacks in numbers? The 200,000 taels of gold shall undoubtedly be ours. The second of the Yunling twin heroes grinned wickedly. If it were only for the 200,000 taels of gold, that would not be significant. However, the relocation of the Baijia Old Brand in Hebei conceals a treasure of 300 years, which is of utmost importance. The elder of the Yunling twin heroes declared. A treasure of 300 years? Bao Long and Ba Xiang's eyes gleamed with intrigue. Indeed. The minor sect leader aims to procure this treasure to aid the sect leader in overcoming internal injuries. Thus, we must ensure this mission is not compromised. The elder of the Yunling twin heroes responded. Now it makes sense. The group quickly reached a consensus and moved aside to deliberate further. Chenin stood silently, his expression impassive, his robust figure resembling a cold iron tower under the moonlight, with no one paying him any heed. He took the opportunity to peruse the forum once more, seeking greater insights. At this moment, the forum buzzed with even more activity than before, as an increasing number of travelers joined the ranks of those volunteering to protect the escort. A plethora of messages flooded forth. Beneath each message, an abundance of images and videos accompanied it, reminiscent of a grand excursion. Suddenly, Chenin clicked on a video concerning Brother 66. Within the footage, a man appearing to be in his early 30s, adorned in traditional attire with a flowing azure robe, was recording a video in a room using the forum's recording feature. Family members, I am Brother 66. Can you all see me? How do you find my words? This time's escort mission is foolproof, with so many skilled individuals present. What could possibly go wrong? Trust in me, for Brother 66's words are the essence of truth. He then jovially pulled another young man beside him into the frame, exclaiming, by the way, let me introduce another young brother to you. He is Bai Qing, who has traversed into the role of the second master of the Bai family. Family members, should you find yourselves at a loss in the future, feel free to seek refuge with Bai Qing. Greetings, everyone. I am Bai Qing, and I warmly welcome you to come and seek my support. Furthermore, for those who wish to earn 30 taels of silver, you may join us midway. The Bai family shall extend a hearty welcome. Bai Qing immediately flashed a smile at the forum, evidently already considering himself a true member of the Bai family. Below the video, an unknown number of traversers began to flood the comments section. Those who had previously adopted a wait-and-see attitude were now thoroughly swayed. Witnessing their fellow traversers feasting on substantial rewards, their hesitations evaporated, and they promptly set off towards the Chomping Escort Bureau. An uncountable number of individuals below lauded Bai Qing, elevating him to an ethereal state, with an unprecedented satisfaction gracing his countenance. In another direction, within the expansive confines of the Hebei military camp, a vast array of tents stands erect, sheltering an impressive force of 100,000 soldiers. This locale belongs to the renowned military town of the Great Zhou dynasty in the world of 008. At this very moment, a clandestine gathering of 7 or 8 deputy generals convenes within the camp. Undoubtedly, they are fellow traversers, having navigated the challenges of the 008 world for 7 or 8 years, finally attaining the rank of deputy general. These individuals hail from the same faction in the real world. The leader of this faction, possessing remarkable foresight, dispatched numerous subordinates to infiltrate the alternate realm as soon as the phenomenon of traversal was officially announced. Some enlisted in the military, others took on roles as officials, while a portion integrated into various sects within the martial world, and yet another segment engaged in commerce in this foreign domain, effectively establishing a network throughout much of the 008 world. Bai Qing, what extraordinary luck to traverse as the son of the White family as second master. What sheer nonsense! One of the deputy generals sneered, expressing disdain. Why was I not bestowed with such fortune? I hold nothing but contempt for these affluent individuals. Another deputy general chimed in, equally aggrieved. Having emerged from the same faction and endured countless trials and tribulations over the years, they had painstakingly secured their positions as deputy generals. The abrupt arrival of someone who had traversed into the role of the second son of the White family's merchant association instilled a palpable sense of frustration within them. What's the rush? The audacious Bai Qing shall not maintain his arrogance for long. When the time comes, we will encircle them, and they will be at our mercy. What does it matter if they are wealthy? In this foreign realm, power is paramount. Our Hebei military camp boasts an army of 100,000. Not only can we plunder the Bai family, but we could also incite rebellion if we so choose. The third deputy general remarked with a light chuckle. And that Brother 66, an utter fool, has long been a source of my disdain. How dare he emerge at this time? I shall carve him up piece by piece, and we shall see if he remains so brazen. The fourth deputy general sneered. He prattles incessantly, as if he possesses knowledge of the entire world. In my eyes, he is merely a fool. Enough of this anger. We must promptly report to the general regarding the situation, particularly the movements of the Chomping Escort Agency. We must not allow any missteps. The first deputy general laughed. The others nodded in agreement. They promptly exited the tent and made their way towards the general. Undoubtedly, their general had also set his sights on this escort silver. It is worth noting that they had not received their pay for nearly half a year. And given the rare opportunity presented by the Bai family's relocation, how could they simply stand idly by? As the saying goes, robbers pass like combs, soldiers like combs. How could these ruffians comprehend their own peril? As the night deepened, a crescent moon ascended to the sky. Within the temple, Bao Long, Bao Xiang, The twin heroes of Yunling and the Black Serpent Beggar had nearly completed their rest. They swiftly exited the temple, mounting their steeds once more, and galloped swiftly into the distance. As for Qinan, he continued to rely on his legs, running behind. This journey extended until the afternoon of the second day. Chapter 14. Strengthening again. Ranking 147. Funyo Mountain is a stretch of low, undulating hills, densely covered with shrubbery and characterized by its complex terrain, particularly in the central region. There lies a vast valley, said to be the resting place of an ancient divine ox that collapsed here, thus bestowing the mountain its name. This valley is conveniently situated at the juncture of Hebei and Hubei, serving as a strategic stronghold between the two regions. To circumvent this stronghold, one would need to detour an additional 300 miles through the mountains. Therefore, the silver cargo of the Chomping Escort Bureau inevitably passes through this area. At this moment, Bao Xiang, Bao Long, and the twin heroes of Yunling, among others, dismounted from their steeds, promptly patting their horses' backs to drive them into the depths of the mountains. Subsequently, Bao Long, accompanied by other monks, the Yunling twins, the vicious Black Snake, and Zhang Biao, swiftly pressed deeper into Funyo Mountain. Bao Xiang the monk cast a sympathetic glance at Qinan and promptly retrieved several healing elixirs from his robe, administering them to him. From the previous night until now, aside from a few encounters with medicinal insects, they had been in constant motion. This undead body was panting heavily, with skin flushed crimson and steam rising from him. He feared that this lifeless form might succumb to exhaustion. Fortunately, after consuming the elixirs, Qinan's labored breathing gradually began to ease, and the redness of his skin slowly returned to normal, bringing him a sense of relief. Bao Xiang then displayed a smile, extracting the remaining medicinal insects from his pack and feeding them to Qinan as well. Once Qinan finished his meal, he promptly led his companion deeper into the Funyo Mountains. At this moment, Qinan's Hunyuan palm had undergone several enhancements. His attributes had significantly transformed. Name: Qinan. Age: 18. Physique: ranked 151st among his kin in this realm. Strength: ranked 147th among his kin in this realm. Speed: ranked 161st among his kin in this realm. Spirit: ranked 150th among his kin in this realm. Martial arts: Hunyuan palm 60. Proficiency: nickname: None. Mental technique: none. Free attribute points: 0. This development instilled a surge of confidence within him. Once the chaos commenced, with his current strength ranking at 147, he would undoubtedly be able to break free from the clutches of the demonic sect. Furthermore, concerning the precious elephant, it was imperative to eliminate it before making an escape, lest it possess any means of clandestine pursuit. As they delved into the depths of the Funyo Mountains, the underbrush teemed with shadows, revealing a multitude of figures. These individuals were expertly concealed, and from a distance, no abnormalities were discernible. Only upon nearing could one observe the densely packed crowd, comprising no fewer than 1,000 individuals. Their attire varied greatly, representing a spectrum of ages from the elderly to the young, each brandishing an assortment of weapons. As Bao Xiang and his companions arrived, they greeted numerous acquaintances. Suddenly, a thought emerged in Qinan's mind. Could there be any time travelers among this group? Logically, time travelers are scattered throughout the realms of World 008, and it is likely that some exist among these members of the demonic sect. However, after scrutinizing the forums, it appeared that no time travelers had alerted Bai Qing and the others of any schemes. This implied that these time travelers, who had assumed the guise of demonic sect members, had no intention of offering a warning. They themselves sought to plunder the escort's silver. To his surprise, even Sima, the leader of the Qing Jiao gang, had arrived. What a fortuitous encounter. Let us extend our courtesies. We are all here at the behest of the young sect master, and it is only right that we join forces to unleash chaos. Haha, Master Bao Long, Master Bao Xiang, you have also arrived. Indeed. It is quite remarkable that even you notorious villains from the West are present. We are not the only ones from the West. The 3 demons of Guanxi, the Wanderer of Qinghai, Yushuzi of Ling'an, and the Sea Sand gang from Jiangnan have also come, united in our respect for the young sect master's command. We shall ensure that those righteous individuals face dire consequences. Laughter echoed among the crowd. Among this multitude were not only members of the demonic sect, but also many other figures of the left-hand path. By the way, where is the young sect master now? Inquired Master Bao Long. The young sect master is currently on the mountain, conferring with Guardian Guokai and Elder Wufeng about matters. We need only wait here. Sima of the Qing Jiao gang replied with a smile. He possessed a towering stature, approximately 8 feet in height, with broad hands and feet. His face adorned with a mane of silver beard, exuding an air of formidable strength. Indeed, The monk Baolong nodded repeatedly. "Ah, who might this be?" Suddenly, Sima, the leader, noticed Qinan standing behind the monk Baoxiang. Qinan stood nearly 10 feet tall, his massive frame devoid of expression, resembling a fearsome corpse, which left Sima astounded. "This is a lethal weapon crafted by my junior brother Baoxiang over the course of 10 arduous years." Baolong chuckled. "Does leader Sima wish to test it?" "Oh," Sima replied, intrigued. "I have long heard of brother Baoxiang's diligent endeavors and relentless efforts in nurturing something formidable during these 10 years. Could this individual be that creation?" "Indeed. This weapon of death has consumed a decade of my essence and an unimaginable quantity of precious resources. Today, it has finally come to fruition. This is a blessing from the heavens for my blood refinement temple, a divine favor for our sacred sect," Baoxiang declared with evident pride. "A divine favor for our sacred sect, that is understandable. However, regarding the blood refinement temple, I remain skeptical," a voice from the crowd interjected with a cold chuckle. "As far as I know, the 10 undead figures you crafted are nothing but failures, squandering countless and valuable resources of the sect. Just a month ago, Master Gua single-handedly destroyed 7 or 8 of them. These so-called weapons of death cannot even rival third-rate experts. Yet here you are, boasting shamelessly." The monk Baoxiang's countenance darkened with fury, his face flushed as he scanned the crowd and demanded, Who dares to speak? What? Am I not speaking the truth?" The shadowy figure continued to emit a chilling laugh, declaring, "What a so-called living dead, with the vast resources of my holy sect. Even a mere pig could be transformed into a second-rate master. Yet you have managed to produce nothing but a waste, and even had 8 of them destroyed by Guardian Gua. Such nonsense. My living dead is entirely different from those before. It is a true weapon of murder." The monk Baoxiang's face flushed crimson as he shouted angrily, cowering in the shadows, which coward dares to show themselves? "You wish for me to reveal myself? Very well. Let me see what makes your living dead so special." With a swift motion, a shadow surged from the crowd, moving with unparalleled speed, akin to a tempest, and instantly lunged towards Qinan. A hand, infused with tremendous inner strength, struck directly at his heart. This was a full-force attack, mirroring the actions of Gua Kai from a month prior, intent on annihilating this living dead at the outset. Qianan's expression hardened as he raised his hand almost instantaneously, unwaveringly gathering all his strength to meet the shadow with ferocity. The opponent aimed to take his life right away, and he could not afford to hold back. Chapter 15. A Display of Divine Might. Boom. A resounding crash echoed as turbulent air surged forth, powerful winds swirling with intense poisonous gas, sweeping violently towards the west and beyond. The onlookers in the western direction could not help but change countenance, their breaths catching in their throats as they hastily held their breath and retreated swiftly. In an instant, they realized the air was toxic. In contrast, the shadow that had launched the attack could not help but perform a backflip, landing more than 3 meters away. Upon landing, he could not help but retreat wildly, stumbling back until he collided with a large tree, which snapped at the trunk with a resounding crack. Only then did he come to a halt, his face etched with astonishment. As for Qinan, he merely swayed slightly before standing firm like an iron tower, unwavering and steadfast. "You!" exclaimed Zhao Pinghai, the fierce eagle of Hebei. The Buddhist monk Baoxiang instantly recognized him, a sinister grin spreading across his face. "Did you not declare that this living corpse was utterly powerless? A mere waste? Very well, kill him." Upon witnessing Zhao Pinghai being sent flying by a single palm strike, his heart leapt with joy. He clanked 2 iron rings together in his hands, producing a resonant sound. Qianan's gaze turned frigid, and without a moment's hesitation, he surged forward, lunging towards Zhao Pinghai with ferocity. How could he hold back when his adversary sought to end his life? His hands descended upon Zhao Pinghai's form with ferocious intent, and at 10 feet tall, coupled with his massive arms, it was as if he wielded 2 great axes poised to cleave down. At that moment, Zhao Pinghai's expression was one of sheer horror. His internal energy was in disarray, blood and chi surging chaotically within him. Having already been shaken by Qianan's earlier strike, he found it exceedingly difficult to even move in the face of Qianan's onslaught. "Wait, I have something to say." Crack. 2 broad hands descended upon Zhao Pinghai's chest with the force of thunder, resulting in a resounding crash that shattered his sternum. Blood gushed forth as he let out a horrific scream, his body soaring backward like a ruptured sack, crashing violently into the distance, instantly lifeless. Such was the fate of those who dared to provoke the old monk. The monk Baoxiang gazed malevolently at the corpse, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of joy. This precious treasure had indeed greatly enhanced his reputation. Who would dare claim that he squandered countless resources on a mere waste? The crowd was left in shock, gasping in disbelief. While the prowess of a bandit from Hebei could hardly be deemed the strongest here, there were certainly 100 who could surpass him. Perhaps 80, very few could dispatch him with such swiftness and decisiveness. This lethal instrument of death had truly been honed by Bao Xiang. Initially, they had thought the claims were exaggerated. Bao Xiang's weapon of death was indeed as formidable as advertised, leaving everyone in awe. Sima, the leader, regarded Qin and with suspicion, contemplating whether he could withstand a full-force strike from this living corpse. Bao Xiang, do you also possess expertise in the art of poisoning? Suddenly, someone noticed with astonishment that Zhao Pinghai's corpse was beginning to blacken and decay, prompting an immediate inquiry. Ha ha ha, is it merely expertise in poisoning? The monk Bao Xiang chuckled heartily and said, this treasure of mine is infused with poison. Ordinary individuals cannot even come into contact with it, for even the slightest touch would lead to their demise from its lethal toxicity. I acquired this remarkable gem when I was merely 8 years old, subjecting it daily to a myriad of potent toxins and herbal infusions, while nourishing it with an array of precious medicinal substances. Its internal organs have developed an extraordinary resistance to poison, yet its exterior is saturated with deadly toxins. If this living corpse were to comprehend the principles of inner cultivation, with just a slight exertion, it could condense all of its toxins into a single palm strike, rendering it an unstoppable force. How terrifying! Such an impressive entity. The sheer volume of poison it harbors is truly astonishing. The crowd buzzed with astonishment and speculation. Meanwhile, Qin felt a stirring in his heart. If mastering inner cultivation could allow one to compress these toxins, then he indeed needed to devise a method to acquire such knowledge. This is remarkable. With this aid, our endeavors will surely proceed with greater ease, Sima, the leader, remarked with a smile. Suddenly, a clear and chilling voice pierced through the air, silencing the clamor of the crowd. Faces changed in an instant as everyone turned swiftly, revealing expressions of respect. The young sect leader! The young sect leader! They all bowed in reverence, and the once boisterous mountaintop fell silent, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Before us stands the young master clad in a flowing violet robe, his demeanor tranquil as he descends the hillside accompanied by a cadre of formidable experts. Behind him loom several figures, their gazes piercing and unwavering. Among them is Guokai, whom I encountered a month prior. At this moment, Guokai scrutinizes Qin with a mix of suspicion and disbelief. Clearly taken aback by the astonishing transformation of a once feeble living corpse into a formidable entity over the course of a mere month. The monk, having benefited from the young master's auspicious influence, has diligently refined his methods and increased his dosage since being tested by Protector Gua. To his astonishment, the living corpse not only survived but has become even more powerful than before, a testament to the young master's extraordinary blessings. With a ruddy complexion, Monk Bao Xiang respectfully speaks, "Is that so?" The young master responds with a calm smile, although Zhao Pinghai's strength is not formidable. He holds a certain renown in the Hebei region. Thus, your efforts will indeed bear some fruit. We shall soon see how you perform. I merely hope to vanquish a greater number of foes and uphold the dignity of the holy sect, replies Bao Xiang earnestly. Indeed, the young master nods, then addresses the assembly. Friends, I have just received intelligence indicating that the Chomping Escort Bureau has arrived in the vicinity of Staofeng Town, merely a few hours' journey from our stronghold at Funyo Mountain. To avoid alerting the enemy, I implore everyone to maintain silence in the coming hours. Should any of you inadvertently let slip our intentions, do not blame me for my ruthless actions. Rest assured, young master, we shall remain vigilant. Rest assured, no word shall escape our lips. The crowd chimed in unison. Just then, a figure dashed swiftly up the road from the mountainside, exhibiting remarkable agility and skill. With a graceful flicker, the figure soon appeared beside the young leader, whispering into his ear, "Oh, the monk Faci from the Vajra Temple has personally descended the mountain?" The young leader beamed, gazing at the assembly. It is said that Faci is the third strongest master of the Vajra Temple, who once instilled fear in the martial world over a decade ago. This old monk, despite his worldly attachments, dares to venture down. Individually, we may not stand a chance against him, yet with so many heroes gathered here, how many can he truly withstand? Laughter erupted among the crowd. Very well, let us rest here. No one is to move any further, declared the young leader. The laughter dwindled, and silence enveloped them. The young leader, accompanied by Protector Gua, Elder Wu Feng, and a host of others, proceeded towards a nearby location. Master Bao Xiang also instructed Qin to sit down and await quietly. Alas, you lack the intelligence to cultivate inner strength. If only you could, your power would surely multiply, Master Bao Xiang lamented. but soon broke into a smile, adding, "Yet, if you possess such intelligence, would you willingly endure my refinement for so many years? The torment I have inflicted is not something a living being could withstand." He wore a broad smile as he gently patted Qin's shoulder. A chill coursed through Qin's heart as murderous intent flickered within him. Time seemed to stretch interminably. Soon after, a number of individuals arrived in secret, swiftly concealing themselves upon their arrival, not a sound escaping their lips. In the blink of an eye, the sun began its descent towards the west, painting the horizon in fiery hues. The shadows of the trees cast a deep gloom over the Funyo Mountain, rendering it even more obscure. Chapter 16. The Time to Act. At that moment, the distant sound of galloping hooves echoed through the air. The onlookers' eyes gleamed with curiosity as they turned their gaze. They beheld 7 or 8 riders racing towards them, each adorned with swords and daggers, their eyes sharp and vigilant. Clearly skilled warriors. They navigated through the valley, making their way to Funyo Mountain. Upon reaching the outskirts of Funyo Mountain, the riders paused, gazing up at the vast expanse of the mountain range. It stretched endlessly, a dark mass against the sky, while the chirping of birds filled the air, creating an atmosphere that belied any lurking ambush. One among them suddenly chuckled, "Our chief escort is indeed overly cautious, with so many of us traveling together. Who would dare to rob us here? Even those from the demonic sect would think twice. This venture is surely foolproof. Let us not speak so boldly. Our chief escort has traversed countless terrains over the years, encountering myriad challenges. His caution is well-founded. We should heed his orders diligently." The leader surveyed the entirety of Funyo Mountain, and upon observing no anomalies, commanded Yang Er, Wu San, Zhang Qing, Li Gan, ascend the mountain and investigate. "Understood, Chief Wang," responded the named men, dismounting swiftly, weapons in hand, as they split into 2 groups, commencing their ascent of the looming mountain. They forged ahead, clearing away the withered branches and vines, their eyes keenly observing as they ascended. The individuals concealed atop the mountain felt a chill in their hearts, casting cold glances at them. After a brief moment, the young leader's gaze hardened, signaling the others. A sinister grin appeared among the crowd, and one figure, resembling a ferocious tiger, suddenly lunged toward the man from the west. The man's expression shifted in alarm, but before he could react, he was struck down with a series of forceful blows, his body sent flying. Wang Biao, who had been observing along the mountain path, was taken aback and shouted, "This is bad. Everyone, flee." He turned his horse around, urging the others to escape. However, others had already unleashed poison needles with remarkable speed, blinding the horse and causing it to collapse with a cry. In that instant, numerous figures dashed forward, swiftly capturing Wang Biao and the remaining few, sealing their acupoints to render them immobile. The ambushers rose from their concealment along the mountain path, a dense throng of shadows swirling, the number unknown. Wang Biao and his companions stood frozen in terror, trembling in disbelief. The young leader descended, his countenance darkening as he inquired, "Where is your escort agency currently stationed?" What are you? Are you from the demonic sect?" Wang Biao stammered in fear. The young leader offered no reply, but instead cast a glance at the man behind him. Understanding the cue, the man grinned menacingly and, with a swift motion, snapped Wang Biao's neck. "Once more, I inquire, where is your escort agency currently stationed?" The young master spoke coldly. "Please do not kill me. We were dispatched by the chief escort to gather intelligence from a desolate village located several miles away from Funyo Mountain," one of the remaining escorts said in a panic. "Excellent." The young master nodded and cast a glance at the individuals behind them. Bang, bang, bang. A muted sound resonated as those few individuals swiftly struck, instantly slaying the escorts, who collapsed to the ground, blood spewing from their mouths. The matter had already been exposed. They would not return. Thus, it would be prudent to take the initiative and resolve this swiftly, the young master declared. "The young master is wise. Everything shall proceed as per the young master's orders." The crowd exclaimed in unison. Without hesitation, they swiftly descended the mountain in groups, racing toward the desolate village several miles away. Given their strength, such a short distance posed no significant delay. Meanwhile, Qin, while running, glanced at the lively forum before him. Within, the atmosphere remained exuberant. As Brother 66 and Bai Qin continuously shared an array of photos and videos, rallying more travelers to converge upon that location. "Brothers, who among you has yet to arrive? Come forth. In a few days, it will be too late for you even to wish to come. Heed my words, for Brother 66 never deceives. Having navigated this otherworldly realm for so long, have you pondered why others thrive while you languish in despair? Perhaps it is a matter of insufficient effort on your part?" Brother 66 continued to vociferate on the forum. Indeed, Trust me, Bai Qing, I am now the son of the second master of the Bai family. Many skilled individuals have arrived. Who knows when the next opportunity will present itself? Bai Qing echoed in agreement. And I, Wu Jun, have traversed time to become a disciple of the Qingyan Temple. I have also come here with my master, amidst a throng of formidable experts. A veritable sea of humanity gathered for a bonfire celebration. Wu Jun joined in the excitement. The forum erupted in a frenzy, with countless voices chiming in below, blissfully unaware of the impending disaster that loomed ominously on the horizon. On the outskirts of the desolate village, over a dozen heads of security, armed with steel blades, stood vigilantly, scanning the western expanse. The chief guard, Lu Jigang, appeared restless, seated beside a flickering bonfire, occasionally gazing into the distance. Beside him sat the esteemed monk Faci from the Golden Buddha Temple, Taoist Mui of the Qingyan Temple, and the valiant hero Wang Feng of the Iron Sword sect. These three were renowned figures in the martial world, having forged a strong bond with Lu Jigang over a decade ago. Why should the chief guard be troubled? With so many valiant heroes gathered to assist, surely those malevolent forces dare not show their faces, remarked the monk Faci. Alas, I cannot shake this unsettling feeling. After 30 years of wandering the world, I have gathered ample experience and my strength has steadily increased, yet I cannot fathom why this particular escort mission fills me with such apprehension. As if a great weight presses upon my chest, rendering me breathless, Lu Jigang sighed softly. He appeared to be around 50 years of age, with a robust physique, a broad face, and a square jaw adorned with a bushy beard. His demeanor was exceedingly jovial, yet ever since he embarked on this escort mission, he had been plagued by trepidation, finding it difficult to find restful slumber. The slightest rustle of leaves or whisper of wind would jolt him awake. Fortunately, as they journeyed onward, they had gradually ventured beyond the borders of Hebei province. Once they crossed the Funyo Mountains the following day, they would enter the territory of Hubei province. At that point, they would have traversed half of their journey. The chief escort, consumed by his thoughts, could not help but feel drained and weary, yet he was advised by Taoist Mui to maintain a tranquil disposition, allowing things to unfold naturally, for all would eventually be resolved with ease. Such words are easier said than practiced, Lu Jigang replied with a wry smile. If I cannot safely deliver these 200,000 pieces of gold to the Bai family, I find it impossible to maintain a calm heart. I can only hope for a smooth journey. If I successfully complete this escort, I shall retire from the tumultuous life of the rivers and lakes. Well said, well said. The benevolent monk Faci declared, raising his hand to chant a Buddhist invocation. Suddenly, piercing screams echoed through the dark night, reverberating sharply around Lu Jigang and his companions. His expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized his steel blade and leapt towards the source of the cries. Faci, Taoist Mui, and the valiant Wang Feng followed suit, their footsteps swift as the furious wind. Simultaneously, others gathered in the desolate village were taken aback, grasping their swords and rushing towards the village's outskirts to investigate the commotion. However, as they burst forth from the village, they were instantly struck dumb, their minds in turmoil, eyes wide with disbelief. Chapter 17. Astonishment. A treasure from 3 centuries. Beyond the village, shadows flitted with remarkable speed, accompanied by a continuous whooshing sound. In the darkness, it was impossible to discern how many skilled fighters were converging towards them. A series of piercing gusts howled, extinguishing the torches that had been lit in the village, bringing forth a torrent of fierce winds that stung their faces. In the blink of an eye, countless masters appeared outside the village. Stand guard, Lu Jigang bellowed, his voice resonating with abundant inner strength, echoing within a radius of 2 to 3 miles. The capable members of various escort agencies swiftly drew their steel blades, producing a harmonious clanging sound. The arriving martial artists broke into a cold sweat, their hearts racing, breaths held, tightly gripping their weapons. Meanwhile, the travelers were left in a state of shock, their expressions filled with horror, their minds reverberating with thoughts of disbelief. They could never have anticipated that, in the presence of so many righteous masters, someone would dare to target the escort agency. Moreover, it appeared that their adversaries were equally numerous. Pairs of piercing, icy eyes glimmered with fierce light in the night, resembling fearsome tigers and leopards, instilling a chilling dread in their hearts. Masters. These were indeed masters. Only those who had achieved mastery of inner strength could have such radiant eyes in the darkness. Brother 66, are they here to rob the convoy? In the dim light of the evening, Bai Qing's voice trembled with trepidation as he gazed towards the western expanse, exclaiming, You did say there would be no bandits, did you not? Although he had traversed into the guise of the second son of the Bai family, his true age was merely 18, and his martial skills were hardly worthy of even a third-rate master, faced with such an abrupt and perilous situation. How could he not be filled with dread? He was not alone. Other transmigrators, too, found themselves engulfed in a whirlwind of confusion. Damn it. I can't believe I was deceived by that scoundrel 66. They lamented. Curse you, 66. Upon returning to reality, I shall ensure you meet a most unfortunate fate. The night seemed destined for catastrophe. These transmigrators, upon arriving in this foreign realm, had largely adopted a cautious and prudent demeanor, embracing a philosophy of survival that urged them to avoid conflict whenever possible and to cultivate amicable relations. They typically greeted others with warm smiles and steered clear of any significant worldly affairs, allowing them to survive thus far. Yet now, they found themselves ensnared by the machinations of that rogue 66, having unwittingly participated in a convoy escort. As they confronted the throngs of people densely packed to the west, their hearts burned with a desire to unleash their fury upon 66. Meanwhile, 66 stood frozen, a dazed expression on his face, utterly at a loss to explain himself to those around him. He had not anticipated that this time, his bravado would lead to such dire consequences. Is there a friend among us who would dare to reveal themselves and clarify this jest? The esteemed leader Lu Jigang, renowned for his decades of experience in the martial world, swiftly regained his composure. His voice resonated powerfully, imbued with a robust surge of inner strength, as he proclaimed. Having traversed the realms for many years, I have undoubtedly encountered numerous acquaintances along the way. Perhaps we have crossed paths before. Might I request a glimpse of your wrist, my friend, so that I may behold it? Who do you think you are, Lu Jigang, to presume you are worthy of gazing upon our master's visage? Dream on, came the derisive retort. Huh, the chomping escort agency is nothing more than refuse. Others may fear to act against you, but we shall not shy away. This night, relinquish everything you possess, or we shall eradicate everyone, men, women, and children alike. The voices from the demonic sect echoed with fervor, each imbued with profound inner strength that resonated across a great distance. Yet, Lu Jigang remained unperturbed by their provocations. Instead, he bellowed. I am unaware of any offense I may have caused, prompting such a formidable assembly to confront me. Enough of your prattle. Hand over the gold, and you may depart. Another voice from the demonic sect interjected. Fail to surrender the gold, and you shall forfeit your heads. Suddenly, the young leader of the sect, his demeanor calm, stepped forth from the throng. Accompanying him were formidable figures, the protector Guokai, the elder Wu Feng, the notorious Baolong and Baoxiang, the infamous Western villain, the Black Snake, and the malevolent beggar, along with the twin heroes of Yunling. The lifeless Chinan, ever stoic, remained close to Baoxiang's side. The young master spoke in a calm tone, saying, You cannot safeguard this 200,000 gold. Lu Jigang narrowed his eyes, fixating on the young master, and suddenly felt a jolt in his heart, revealing his astonishment. You are the young master of the demon sect, Ing Tian Han, he exclaimed. Indeed, replied the young master indifferently. Goodness gracious, Master Ing, you have gone too far, exclaimed the benevolent monk Faci, raising his palm as his voluminous sleeves billowed without the slightest breeze, clearly indicating that his internal energy had begun to circulate throughout his body. How dare the demon cult's fiends truly attempt to plunder this convoy of silver? Are you not afraid of death? Afraid of death? He who dies specifically remains to be seen, sneered the protector Guokai. His gaze locked onto the valiant hero Wang Feng. I have heard much about the esteemed reputation of the hero Wang Feng. Yet I wonder if it is merely an empty fame. I hope you do not disappoint me. Laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd. Meanwhile, the elderly patriarch of the Bai family wore a face of trepidation and hurriedly summoned Lu Jigang for a discussion. Lu Jigang swiftly retreated and approached the patriarch. Chief Lu, if they only desire money, let us give them the gold. As long as they allow us to pass, it will suffice. The patriarch's hand trembled as he grasped Lu Jigang and spoke fervently. Upon hearing this, the faces of those from the Bai family changed dramatically, and even Lu Jigang's expression shifted. Father, grandfather, the Bai family members exclaimed in unison. Bai Qing was equally taken aback. Was his grandfather from another realm truly this audacious? Is it truly so easy to abandon 200,000 taels of gold? Would that not transform him from a wealthy heir into a pauper in an instant? The elder of the Bai family pondered. Lu Jigang interjected. Since Lu has taken on this task, he shall protect the Bai family's safety, even at the cost of his life. But, can you truly contend with them? The elder inquired. Lu Jigang fell into a contemplative silence. Very well. Let them have it all. As long as no lives are lost, we shall pass unharmed, the elder lamented. After a moment of quiet reflection, Lu Jigang replied. If the elder is resolute in this decision, I shall comply. With a heavy sigh, he retreated, his expression somber yet quickly regaining composure. He turned to address Ng Tianhan, proclaiming, Young Master Ng, this time victory belongs to you. The Bai family willingly relinquishes the 20,000 taels of gold. Excellent, Ng Tianhan responded with a smile. However, I must trouble you to convey one more message to the elder. A good deed should be completed to its fullest, as they say. One should escort the Buddha all the way to the west. Please also bring me that 300-year-old precious herb. Lu Jigang's countenance shifted dramatically. The elder of the Bai family felt a surge of panic and urgently exclaimed, No, the precious herb cannot be given to you. Take all the gold you desire. His relinquishment of the gold was precisely to safeguard the herb. This rare plant was of utmost significance, if refined with the proper technique. It could cultivate a top-tier expert for the Bai family, ensuring their prosperity for generations. Gold could be regained. But the loss of this 300-year-old herb would be nearly impossible to rectify. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. Many individuals from the righteous sects of the martial world were taken aback. A 300-year-old precious medicine. What an extraordinary rarity. The Bai family's secrets were well guarded. They were completely unaware of the situation beforehand. Chapter 18. Save me, Brother 66. So, it seems the old patriarch of the Bai family still refuses to show any courtesy? Ng Tianhan sighed softly. Young Master Ng, you may desire anything, but this precious medicine, it cannot be given to you. The old patriarch of the Bai family exclaimed in panic. He was greatly shaken. Ever since the Bai family acquired this precious medicine, they had never disclosed it. And all news had been thoroughly sealed. How did these practitioners of the demonic sect come to know that they possessed a 300-year-old treasure? Old fool. You have spoken kind words to no avail. You have only brought about your own demise. Guo Kai shouted vehemently. Goodness, goodness. The old patriarch of the Bai family is filled with benevolence and has shown great restraint. Yet the demonic sect's ruffians are relentlessly aggressive, repeatedly deceiving us. We, as righteous individuals, must eliminate the demons and uphold justice, spoke Monk Fatsai. Righteous individuals? Elder Wu Feng scoffed. You prattle on about benevolence and morality. But you are nothing more than cunning scoundrels. The sins committed by your golden Vajra temple are hardly fewer than ours. Indeed. It seems we are destined for conflict after all. The leader of the notorious Western villains remarked sinisterly, Young Master, do not waste breath on them. They are a rabble. And surely they cannot escape our grasp. Heh, what a grand spectacle. Thousands rallying to guard the convoy. Alas, you shall not protect this shipment. Monk Baoxiang cackled menacingly. Lu Jigang could not help but break into a cold sweat, his expression shifting as a profound bitterness surged within his heart. Ever since he accepted this escort mission, he had been on constant alert, unable to find peace in either sleep or wakefulness, fearful of impending disaster. Yet, he never anticipated that upon entering Hubei, he would be intercepted. The demonic sect had indeed mounted a formidable ambush to seize the escort. Today, apart from a desperate fight to the death, he had no other recourse. Since you all insist on intercepting this shipment of silver, I, Lu, must regretfully offend you. He bellowed. Stay your hand. Stay your hand. The elder of the Bai family continued to shout. Young master, we also possess a 200-year-old ginseng. If it is not beneath you, we can present it along with gold. Preposterous. That old fool dares to insult us. He is courting death. Let's turn the Bai family into mincemeat. Instantly, voices of fury erupted from the ranks of the demonic sect. Ng Tianhan's countenance remained icy, and he chose not to speak further, retreating into the crowd. Just as he withdrew, the guardians, Guo Hufa, Elder Wu Feng, the notorious Western villain, the Black Serpent, the Vile Beggar, and the Baolong and Baoxiang simultaneously surged forward, charging towards the group. As they made their move, the remaining masters of the demonic sect followed suit, unleashing fierce battle cries and unleashing their formidable energies as they rushed in. Engage! Lu Jigang shouted fiercely, wielding a golden ringed knife as he confronted the charging Western villain, delivering 3 powerful slashes, all of which were feints. Unexpectedly, the notorious villain from the West paid no heed to his feigned maneuvers. With unwavering resolve, he unleashed a relentless assault upon the vital points of his adversary using an arsenal of weapons including a steel staff, a judge's pin, iron claws, and a soft whip. Lu Jigang found himself compelled to swiftly defend, becoming ensnared in the onslaught of the Westerners, gasping for breath and reduced to mere parrying. Meanwhile, Guo Kai, the guardian of the realm, engaged in fierce combat with the monk Faci. Both were eminent masters of their time, their martial prowess formidable. Their initial exchanges were a contest of palm strikes and footwork, each blow resonating with thunderous echoes, rippling the very air around them. Those unfortunate enough to be in close proximity were left disoriented, gasping for air, and compelled to distance themselves in sheer terror. Elder Wu Feng, on the other hand, intercepted the valiant hero Wang Feng, his eagle claw technique executed with impeccable precision, each movement generating a whistling sound. His fingers were powerful, entwining with currents of energy, akin to a true eagle, matching Wang Feng blow for blow. As for Taoist Mu Yi from Qingyan Temple, he found himself in a dire predicament. He was besieged by a coalition of formidable opponents including the illustrious Bao Long and Bao Xiang, the nefarious Black Snake, the formidable Yuling twins, and the leader of the Western faction. Initially, he managed to hold his ground, but after 50 exchanges, he was struck multiple times, spewing blood and teetering on the brink of collapse. In summary, the prowess of the Dark Faction's experts far surpassed that of the escort agency. Just as the nefarious villain from the West had previously remarked, the Chomping Escort Agency was predominantly composed of a disorganized mob, their capabilities generally subpar. Moreover, a significant number among them were merely onlookers from another world. Only a handful of true experts could be counted among their ranks. As the battle commenced, the guards of the escort agency suffered devastating casualties, akin to a massacre, with anguished cries echoing through the air as lives were extinguished one after another. "I can't take this anymore. Let's flee. Please spare me. I am merely a bystander. Let us speak civilly." Soon, frantic shouts erupted, and chaos ensued as people began to scatter. Thinking of escaping? The formidable monk, Bao Xiang, revealed a sinister grin upon witnessing the crowd's disintegration. He abandoned the Taoist Mu Yi at once and commanded the undead to charge towards the panicking throng. The iron rings in his hands clanged ominously. Qinan's countenance remained icy. He had yet to find the opportune moment for escape and thus continued to obey orders, propelling himself forward with a swift motion, a phantom in his wake, his breath heavy as he surged towards the retreating masses. Bang, bang, bang. His strikes were as swift as lightning, imbued with a potent venom, each blow extraordinarily powerful. The initial fugitives were struck down, blood spewing forth as they were flung aside, meeting a tragic fate. He swept through the crowd like a tempest, even as numerous individuals from the escort agency rushed towards him, brandishing an array of weapons, swords, daggers, and spears aimed at him. Yet, with each of his strikes, he deftly countered, disarming them and sending them sprawling in agony, their lives extinguished. "What a remarkable asset, Master Bao Xiang. Your undead truly are unparalleled." Zhang Biao, of the Falling Goose Sand, exclaimed with astonishment. "Indeed, I cannot let my abundant herbs go to waste." Bao Xiang chuckled heartily, a glint of brilliance suddenly igniting in his eyes. "The Bai family wishes to flee? Block their path." Clang, clang. The iron rings clashed as he directed Qinan to charge forward. Meanwhile, Zhang Biao of the Falling Goose Sand and other members of the demonic sect surged forward in a frenzied rush. At this very moment, the White family members at the rear of the convoy were already thrown into chaos. A group of them protected the elderly patriarch, seizing the opportunity amid the turmoil to attempt a breakout towards the front right. Bai Qing and Brother 66 were both lost in the crowd, panic-stricken, their faces ashen. Particularly Bai Qing, whose legs felt utterly weakened by fear. He had only just managed to transmigrate into the life of a wealthy second-generation heir. Barely enjoying a few days of comfort, the thought of dying in such a muddled manner would truly be a cause for blood to spill in frustration. As for Brother 66, he had spent years navigating the 008 world, painstakingly elevating his reputation and status. Now, due to this bout of arrogance, he found himself facing such a dire fate. He was even more reluctant to meet his end. Thus, amid the chaos, he disregarded everything and executed his lightness skill, weaving left and right, leaving behind fleeting shadows, desperately seeking an escape. "Brother 66, take me with you, I implore you. I do not wish to die." Bai Qing exclaimed in terror, clutching Brother 66's waist with all his might. Brother 66, infuriated, felt his agility severely hindered by Bai Qing's grip. His previously swift movements became sluggish. "Damn it, let go of me. If you don't, I swear I will end you. Release me." Brother 66 fumed. "I have fought hard to survive in this other realm. How could I accompany you to your demise?" He raised his palm and relentlessly struck towards Bai Qing's back, the sound of impact resounding with each blow. Bai Qing, initially screaming in agony, began to spout blood, desperately pleading, "Don't kill me. Take me with you. I'm the son of a wealthy family. Brother 66, save me, I beg you. I will give you gold. I'll save you, damn it. Let go." Brother 66, witnessing the relentless approach of the members of the demonic sect, felt a surge of rage and fear, his eyes turning crimson. He struck wildly, relentlessly hammering down on Bai Qing's back, the sounds echoing in a furious cacophony. With a single breath, he rained down blows he could scarcely count. Chapter 19. Slaying the Precious Elephant, Seizing the Elixir. Bai Qing's initial cries of terror faded into lifeless silence, blood oozing from his 7 orifices as he lay motionless. Yet, despite being struck down by Brother 66, his arms remained tightly wrapped around Brother 66's waist. In a panic, Brother 66, while fleeing, drew his weapon and severed Bai Qing's arms at the roots, finally freeing himself from the corpse's grasp. As he broke free, he swiftly employed his agility to escape. In his frantic flight, he glanced back in alarm. He beheld the elder of the Bai family already embroiled in a siege. The members of the Bai clan being mercilessly slaughtered, bodies flying in all directions. The once 6 carts of gold were toppled, glittering ingots scattering everywhere. However, at that moment, no one had the heart to collect the gold. Everyone was recklessly fleeing for their lives. Brother 66 was no exception. As he sprinted forward, he suddenly encountered another group of formidable foes from the demonic sect. Overcome with fear, he quickly veered to the right, his movements a blur, elusive, and profound. After evading several waves of enemies, a sudden flicker in the corner of his eye caught his attention, sending a tremor through his heart. He quickly turned to look. There lay a horse, lifeless and sprawled on the ground, having already lost its voice. Concealed within the horse's belly was a bulging object wrapped in a cloth bag. A tempest of emotion surged within him. Could the White family have hidden the precious medicine there? He recalled that during the escort mission, the elderly master of the White family always personally tended to this horse, as if it were dearer to him than his own grandson. At the time, he had thought the old man shared a profound bond with the steed, but now he suspected it was more complicated than that. If it truly was the precious medicine, then his heart raced, his lips grew parched, and with a firm resolve, he stealthily approached the horse's corpse, skillfully slicing through the heavy wrappings with his sword. To his astonishment, a black wooden box came into view. His heart leaped. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the box, stowed it away, and prepared to flee. Just as he was about to escape, the thunderous voice of the monk Baoxiang rang out, his figure leaping towards him, delivering a powerful strike. Panic surged within him as he never expected to be discovered. He hastily employed his agility to evade while swinging his sword towards the rear. However, the monk's formidable internal energy formed a protective barrier around him, making him impervious to the steel blade. As the moment arrived when his long sword was thrust forward, the monk Baoxiang swiftly evaded, his fingers striking the blade with a resounding clank. The force was tremendous, causing the sword to be knocked from the hands of the startled 66 brother. Alarmed, he hastily retreated, just as Baoxiang pursued him with fierce intent. 3 other righteous masters surged forward to attack, their shouts echoing with reckless abandon. What audacity! Baoxiang bellowed, wielding his iron ring with a series of clangs, directing Qin to swiftly charge at 66 brother, while he himself confronted the 3 righteous masters. Just as 66 brother prepared for a frantic escape, he felt a fierce wind rush past him, accompanied by a sharp, acrid scent that sent a wave of panic through him. He turned around in haste, only to behold a massive shadow barreling towards him like an enormous wall. The figure loomed large, muscles rippling like a fearsome demon. As its hands descended upon him with the force of a mountain, caught off guard and gripped by terror, 66 brother summoned his inner strength to grapple with Qin An's hands, but he was no match for Qin An's overwhelming might. In a single encounter, Qin An's hands cleaved through 66 brother's defenses, delivering 2 devastating blows to his shoulders. The impact echoed with a thunderous crash, and 66 brother coughed up blood, letting out a horrific scream as his body was sent hurtling backwards, meeting a grim fate. The sheer power of Qin An's strikes not only claimed 66 brother's life but also sent the wooden box he held soaring into the air. Seizing the moment, Qin An swiftly dashed forward, grasping the wooden box in his hand and, with a gentle squeeze, shattered it to pieces. Within, a vividly lifelike humanoid plant of a pale lavender hue emerged, reminiscent of ginseng, yet exuding an indescribable essence that invigorated the spirit with a mere whiff. What a treasure! Just then, the monk Baoxiang's face lit up with joy, having swiftly dealt with the 3 eminent masters of the righteous path. He lunged forward towards Qin An, exclaiming, "The precious herb is indeed here. Hand it over to me." With a sweeping gesture, he aimed to seize the treasure from Qin An's grasp. However, Qin An's eyes glinted with a peculiar expression. At the instant the monk reached out, he had already taken advantage of the moment, striking with astonishing speed. Channeling the full might of the mixed yuan palm, All his venom and internal energy surged forth, unstoppable, landing squarely on Baoxiang's chest. The blow was both swift and ferocious, striking with an element of surprise that even the monk, despite his profound strength, could not have anticipated. Had it been a one-on-one confrontation, Qinan might eventually prevail. But he could never have slain Baoxiang in just a move or two. In this moment, the monk's overwhelming delight and his guard down allowed Qinan to land a devastating strike. With a resounding thud, the tremendous force shattered his sternum and ribs, causing him to spew forth blood, his eyes wide with shock. To ensure Baoxiang did not survive, Qinan clamped the precious herb in his mouth, his hands moving like lightning, unleashing a flurry of mixed yuan palm strikes relentlessly towards the monk's chest. The air was rent with a series of dull thuds, echoing like the arrival of a tempest. Each breath seemed to count the countless strikes delivered. The monk Baoxiang stumbled backward, his eyes wide with terror. His body swaying as crimson flowed from his 7 orifices, appearing utterly devoid of any resistance. This spectacle left the marauding members of the demonic sect in sheer disbelief. Although they were preoccupied with their own skirmishes, the resounding cacophony could not escape their notice. In that moment, all eyes widened in astonishment, struggling to comprehend the scene before them. Had Baoxiang's lethal weapon turned against him? "Junior brother," roared the monk Baolong, his eyes filled with rage. "Retrieve that precious herb." The voice of the young leader resonated from outside, laced with fury. Instantly, 3 formidable experts from the demonic sect shouted in unison, abandoning their foes to rush toward Qinan. With a final strike, Qinan's palm met Baoxiang's forehead, sending him hurtling through the air, crashing to the ground. Silence forever. Qinan pivoted sharply, fortified by his iron-like constitution, and charged at the 3 demonic experts with remarkable speed. His strength ranked 147th in the 008 world, rendering him far from weak. Under ordinary circumstances, none could impede his advance. With swift precision, he unleashed a powerful, venomous strike against one of them, the impact resulting in a gruesome eruption of blood, sending the unfortunate soul flying back. He mirrored this technique against the other 2, each strike delivering fatal consequences, their lifeless forms soaring through the air. After dealing with several opponents, Qinan dared not linger, his feet pounding the ground as he surged wildly towards the outskirts of the battlefield, all the while ravenously consuming the precious elixir in his mouth. The texture was coarse, its taste akin to chewing wax. Yet, no matter how unpalatable it was far preferable to the myriad poisons that had been administered to him by Baoxiang during this harrowing time. Upon witnessing the undead devour the elixir with such fervor, the young leader was seized with a tempest of rage, bellowing, "Stop that undead creature! Retrieve the elixir at once!" The numerous adept practitioners from the demonic sect, hearing his command, were taken aback and hastily abandoned the guards, swiftly pursuing Qinan. The guards, already in a precarious situation, were further decimated and, seeing the sudden halt of some demonic experts, seized the opportunity to flee in terror, each filled with an overwhelming dread. Indeed, they dared not linger for even a moment. Chapter 20. The yellow bird catches the cicada. Arrows rained down. As Qinan continued to chew the elixir, he sprinted towards the distance. Although he possessed no knowledge of martial arts or lightness skills, his towering stature and immense strength propelled him forward, the sound of his footsteps echoing like thunder, akin to a galloping steed. However, despite his speed, the pursuers from the demonic sect were not far behind. Shouts of fury erupted behind him, as at least 200 to 300 adept practitioners rapidly closed the distance. The young leader, his eyes ablaze with rage, unleashed his own lightness skills, giving chase with fervor. He could scarcely comprehend how Baoxiang's wretched creation, the undead, had suddenly gone rogue. Not only had it slain Baoxiang, but it had also seized the coveted elixir, aged 300 years in the process. Enraged to the brink of madness, he vowed to capture this undead creature and dismantle it piece by piece. Amidst the fervent pursuit of the crowd, the precious herb was swiftly consumed by Qinan, filling him with a warm sensation that coursed throughout his body. Concurrently, the freedom attribute on his display began to gradually ascend. As Qinan raced towards the distance, a sudden furrow appeared on his brow, sensing something amiss. From ahead came a series of deep sounds, reminiscent of chaotic footsteps, as if countless individuals were hastening forward, suppressing their pace. Amidst the cacophony of footsteps, the clanging of metal could be discerned, akin to the sound of iron plates colliding. Alarmed, he abruptly lifted his gaze towards the front. Before him, within the dense thicket, an innumerable throng surged forth, densely packed like an ocean of shadow, advancing at an alarming speed to encircle him. Bathed in the ethereal glow of the moonlight, he could see clearly that each individual was clad in armor, wielding powerful crossbows, while many others brandished long spears and shields. Terror gripped his heart. A military force. This is dire. How have I attracted the attention of the army? At that moment, among the countless soldiers closing in, some finally spotted the frenzied Qin and the multitude pursuing him from behind. One of the vice commanders bellowed, "Our position is compromised. Quickly, let loose the arrows." Suddenly, an incessant hail of arrows descended from the front, whistling through the air, all released by powerful crossbows, the sound dense and terrifying, akin to an overwhelming swarm of locusts charging forth. Qian's heart raced with dread as he turned to flee at breakneck speed towards the rear. The pursuing young leader and his companions were equally struck with horror upon witnessing this scene, hastily reversing their course to escape. Thud, thud, thud. Ah! The cries of despair erupted as numerous adept members of the demonic sect were mercilessly struck down, their bodies propelled forward, riddled with countless arrows. In this realm of low martial arts, no matter how formidable a martial artist might be, they could not withstand the might of the court's powerful crossbows. Under the barrage of thousands of soldiers, even a legendary figure of the martial world would be rendered akin to a porcupine. Qian felt sharp pain as arrows pierced his left shoulder and right side. Cursing silently, he continued to flee, hastily seizing a corpse to use as a shield. Desperately pushing forward, the young leader, in a frantic attempt to rally his companions, shouted, "The Wind Titans, pull the rope! Pull the rope!" The multitude of demonic sect members were momentarily startled, but soon comprehension dawned upon them. From the western direction, an uncountable number of arrows surged forth. A dark cloud resembling a torrential downpour, descending ominously upon them. This is dire. It is the military crossbow. The court's forces have arrived. How could the court's men be here? Retreat. We must retreat. Move. Panic erupted in the crowd as everyone frantically scrambled to escape, disregarding all else. Amidst the relentless downpour of arrows, numerous skilled warriors were struck, producing a cacophony of thuds and anguished cries. Lu Jigang, amidst the crowd, wore a look of horror as he brandished his golden blade, attempting to fend off the ceaseless barrage while summoning all his inner strength to shout toward the distance. Desist. I am the head of the Chomping Escort Agency, and these are the representatives of the Bai Family commercial house. Cease your fire immediately. Yet, the relentless hail of arrows showed no regard for the status of either the Chomping Escort Agency or the Bai family. The arrows, devoid of discernment, rained down indiscriminately, resulting in untold casualties among the escort agency personnel and the Bai family members. Even Taoist Mui and the venerable monk Fatsai fell victim to the chaos, their lifeless bodies collapsing to the ground. "Master, Taoist," Lu Jigang bellowed, his heart racing with despair. Yet the torrent of arrows showed no sign of abating, continuing their indiscriminate assault, penetrating every crevice. "Stop. We are members of the escort agency, law-abiding citizens." Lu Jigang's voice resonated in anguish, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. The arrows continued their relentless descent, soon piercing his shoulder and thigh, inflicting excruciating pain and splattering blood. In a state of shock, he swiftly swung his golden blade, forming a protective golden arc before him, and rolled to evade behind an overturned cart. The terrifying volley of arrows persisted, whooshing through the air like an inexhaustible tide. Behind Qian, the corpse he bore was riddled with arrows, resembling a living porcupine. In his heart, he was engulfed by panic, fleeing recklessly into the distant darkness. Beyond the countless arrows, the commander of the Hebei garrison, Zhao Tianen, with a gaunt visage and an indifferent expression, squinted his eyes slightly, resembling a hawk in the night, instilling fear in the hearts of those who beheld him. At that moment, he sat astride a magnificent steed, fully armored, gazing into the obscurity ahead. Beside him, a dozen generals wore cold smiles as they too stared into the distance. Behind these generals stood over 10 deputy generals, among whom were a few transmigrators. Presently, they all bore smiles, exchanging glances with one another. What is righteousness? What is wickedness? What does it matter if one is a second-generation rich or a first-generation wealthy? Such notions are utterly meaningless before their army. It is a pity for that Bai Qing from the Bai family. Amidst this rain of arrows, he is surely dead. Damn it, let him die in peace, spat one of the deputy generals. Well, if he is dead, he is dead. Why bother being angry at a corpse? A nearby transmigrated chuckled, suddenly lowering his voice, saying, I am now concerned that if we return and our identities are inadvertently revealed, countless individuals will seek to kill us. As long as we remain silent, who could possibly know? The previous deputy general laughed again. Commander, may we cease the archery? Suddenly, a vice commander named Xiang Dayo spoke up. Very well, halt the shooting. Zhao Tian'an replied coldly. Understood. Xiongde nodded decisively, retrieving a signal flare from his pocket. Igniting the fuse, a brilliant streak of light ascended into the sky, bursting with a resounding crack, illuminating the darkness with a dazzling red glow. Instantly, the torrential rain of arrows that had been raining down from the west came to an abrupt halt. In unison, all the deputy generals and officers unsheathed their long swords, rallying forth with a resolute cry, leading countless soldiers into a fervent charge ahead. They were on a mission to eradicate the bandits. Not a single one shall escape. The thieves had plundered the Bai family's commerce. It was time to avenge the Bai family. Kill them all. A cacophony of chaotic shouts reverberated from the Western Front. Meanwhile, the demon sect's young vice leader, Qinan, and his companions, while attempting their escape, were soon confronted by a multitude of soldiers. Fortunately, the night was shrouded in darkness, and the rain of arrows had ceased, granting them a precious window of opportunity to flee. All were desperately pushing forward, fearing entanglement with the relentless soldiers. Some fortunate travelers, having narrowly escaped death, frantically cried out, "Spare us! We are righteous, not thieves. We are mere escorts yet." The response was merciless. The soldiers, without hesitation, unleashed a volley of spears, sending bodies hurtling through the air. Under the cover of night, all were deemed enemies and met with death. Chapter 21. The completion of Hunyuan Palm. A surge in power. As Qinan surged forward, he executed his moves with tremendous swiftness and strength, each strike infused with lethal poison, capable of delivering a fatal blow with the slightest contact. The human shield he had once carried on his back was long discarded. His towering figure, exceeding 10 feet in height, resembled a terrifying beast, barreling through the chaos with formidable strength. Each strike of his palm against the weapon sent them flying, while the soldiers behind them let out pained gasps, succumbing to the lethal poison and collapsing to the ground. However, the sheer number of soldiers pouring in from the west was overwhelming, a relentless tide that seemed impossible to stem. Even a true killing machine would be exhausted to death amidst such a multitude. He dared not linger, having dispatched over a dozen foes. Instead, he focused on breaking through the encirclement and fleeing into the distance. Fortunately, he had previously ingested a rare elixir aged 300 years, which proved to be remarkably efficacious. Not only did it expedite the healing of his shoulder and right rib injuries, but it also significantly enhanced his overall strength, enveloping him in a warm sensation that felt markedly more potent than before. Most crucially, this elixir granted him an additional 68 points in free attributes. As he surged through the night, he allocated these 68 points to enhance his mixed elemental palm. The technique advanced rapidly, soaring from an initial proficiency of 60 to an extraordinary mastery, ultimately reaching an unprecedented 100. The entire interface had evidently undergone a transformation. Name: Qinan. Age: 18. Physique: ranked 78th among his kin in this world. Strength: ranked 76th among his kin in this world. Speed: ranked 91st among his kin in this world. Mentality: ranked 96th among his kin in this world. Martial arts: Hunyuan Palm, unprecedented mastery at 100. Special effect: shock. Nickname: None. Mind technique: none. Free attribute points: 24. In an instant, his Hunyuan Palm reached perfection. What was once confined to the inner strength of his limbs suddenly felt as if it had become interconnected, coalescing into a single, more vigorous and powerful current. This warm flow surged through his body, akin to a vast lake, and wherever this warmth coursed, an inviting heat enveloped the area, endowing him with an inexhaustible vitality. Even his mind was flooded with a multitude of information, densely packed with techniques related to the Hunyuan Palm. Upon achieving perfection, this technique unexpectedly manifested a special effect known as shock. As the name suggests, it could shatter internal organs, bones, and meridians from a distance. Qinan, fueled by this newfound strength, surged forth with even greater determination to break through. However, his imposing stature had always rendered him easily recognizable, and following the surge of his strength, he became even more conspicuous. Waves of soldiers were sent flying before him, akin to falling leaves, instantly capturing the attention of others nearby. Soon, several bewildered generals among the time travelers gasped in astonishment, urgently reining in their steeds to gaze upon Qinan. What on earth is that creature? Such a massive figure. Quickly, intercept him. Do not allow him to escape. He must be a demon from the dark arts. He is the one who slaughtered the Bai family. Seize him at once. In an instant, more soldiers surged forward, encircling Qinan amidst their frantic shouts. Damn it! Qinan seethed with rage, seizing 2 soldiers and wielding them like weapons, swinging them towards the encroaching forces of the Western Zhou. The sound of crunching bones echoed as one after another. Soldiers met their gruesome fate, their bodies shattered and flung aside, their faces contorted in agony. Even those fortunate enough to evade his direct strikes were not spared. The fierce winds generated by his swings inflicted severe poison upon them, causing them to foam at the mouth and collapse to the ground. It is worth noting that Cheenen was currently enveloped in toxins. Not only were they incapable of withstanding his onslaught, but even second-rate masters of the martial world would find themselves overwhelmed within a mere encounter, their hearts and lungs invaded by his potent venom. This was still due to Cheenen's lack of mastery over his abilities. Had he fully harnessed the potential of this deadly toxin, the consequences would have been truly cataclysmic. With relentless fury, he continued his assault, his pace unwavering as he sought to break free into the distance. The two soldiers in his grasp were soon reduced to a bloody pulp, unrecognizable and ungraspable. He then seized two steel knives, wielding them with reckless abandon as he slashed into the crowd. The sound of flesh being pierced echoed, his internal energy rapidly depleting. In the blink of an eye, he had dispatched dozens more. The knives in his hands became riddled with dents, rendered useless. At last, he broke through a gap in the encirclement, discarding the steel blades and seizing an individual with a swift motion. With a powerful thrust of his foot, he fled into the distance. "Do not let him escape. Pursue him," cried the enraged captains of the invaders. "He is a thief from the demonic sect. Avenge the Bai family. Chase him down. We cannot allow this scoundrel to escape." They had all received the absolute decree from their commander. Tonight's mission must leave no survivors. Regardless of age or gender, everyone must be exterminated. Should even a single soul escape from their watch, they would be held accountable before the commander. Thus, upon witnessing Cheenen breach their encirclement, they rallied their forces without hesitation, pursuing him with fervor. Arrows whistled through the air, a cacophony of deadly intent. An uncountable storm of arrows rained down upon him, thick and relentless, aimed directly at Cheenen. Fortunately, the darkness of night obscured visibility. Once more, Cheenen used the body he had carried as a makeshift shield against the arrows, narrowly avoiding disaster, though the corpse was riddled with countless errant shots. He sprinted onward, finally spotting a dense thicket. Without a moment's thought, he discarded the body and plunged into the cover of the forest, fleeing for his life. Surround the dense forest and set the mountain ablaze. Hurry, move swiftly. The commanding generals among the time travelers bellowed, their voices resonating. All the soldiers moved rapidly, their footsteps echoing as they advanced towards the encircled forest, preparing to ignite the flames. Cheenen's gaze was icy, a cold light flickering within. He stood behind a towering pine tree, panting heavily, acutely aware that the fierce charge and battle had severely depleted the vast reservoir of inner strength within him. In a low martial world, the endurance of such inner power was woefully inadequate. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming ache throughout his body, an unbearable discomfort. In a one-on-one confrontation, none among this battalion could rival him. Yet, when faced with hundreds or even thousands united against him, the toll on his inner strength was immense. Fortunately, having perfected the primordial palm, he required merely a few minutes of recuperation to regain his vigor. At this moment, he could see torches igniting beyond the forest, being hurled in his direction. The ground was strewn with pine needles and dry leaves, which would catch fire instantly should they set the mountain ablaze. The consequences would be unthinkable. Cheenen swiftly ascended to the top of a grand pine tree, gazing westward in search of an escape route. He observed that the western forest was shrouded in darkness, not particularly expansive, yet the distant flames continued to flicker ominously. Clearly, the remaining soldiers had been ordered to set the mountain ablaze. He could not afford to remain idle. Cheenen's eyes started, suddenly fixing upon the area directly ahead. There, he discerned approximately 100 soldiers, each wielding torches, blocking the path. At the forefront, 5 figures clad in armor sat astride their mighty steeds. These were the very generals who had pursued him moments earlier. Chapter 22. Breaking through the encirclement. The sea is vast for fish to leap. Damn it. He is running so fast. If he manages to escape, we 5 will surely face dire consequences from the general. Even if he dies, I'll still desecrate his corpse. One of the deputy generals gritted his teeth and said, "Do not worry. He cannot flee. This forest is not expansive, and with so many of us surrounding this area, not even a bird could hope to escape. Yet, his physique is indeed remarkable. He must stand at least 2 meters and 3 centimeters tall." A deputy general on the left exclaimed in astonishment. In this 008 world, it is astonishing to find someone of such stature, particularly one who has honed exceptional martial skills. This is truly rare. It isn't entirely unheard of. In our reality, there are basketball stars who reach similar heights, after all. Besides, this is a low martial world. Perhaps genetic mutations have occurred? Another deputy general interjected. Regardless, once we capture him, he must be executed immediately. one of the earlier deputy generals reiterated. Within the forest, Qin lay concealed amidst the thick smoke, his senses acutely alert. He had clearly overheard their conversation and suddenly felt a chill run through him. Are these deputy generals all traversers? He silently cursed. This situation is becoming increasingly chaotic. To think that traversers have infiltrated the military. However, upon reflection, it makes sense. The phenomenon of traversal likely began around 15 years ago. Those who strategically positioned themselves within the military back then would not be surprising at all. As the flames ahead grew increasingly intense, Qin felt his internal energy fully restored. Without further hesitation, he suddenly surged forward, charging directly from the front. With a swift motion, his body resembled that of a fierce tiger, exuding an aura of formidable terror. Before he could completely break through, a wave of horrifying toxic gas erupted from him, targeting the several Traverser generals. Initially, the Traverser generals had been hurling curses, oblivious to Qin's audacious advance. Just as they were about to cry out, a fierce gust of wind struck them, leaving them dizzy and disoriented, already exhibiting signs of poisoning. Alarmed, they hastily retreated. "Stop him!" One of the Traverser generals shouted, but before he could finish, Qin struck him squarely in the chest with a palm, sending him tumbling off his horse and crashing into the crowd behind. In an instant, Qin unleashed a flurry of blows, focusing on the other Western Traverser generals. Each strike was imbued with his full internal force, powerful and unparalleled, as if a dreadful toxic wind were sweeping through these men. Within moments, the Western Traverser generals screamed in agony, spewing blood as they were sent flying, meeting a tragic demise. Even their warhorses, overcome by the noxious fumes emanating from Qin, let out a mournful cry before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The remaining soldiers, upon witnessing the horrific deaths of their generals, were instantly consumed by panic. Seizing the opportunity, Qin plunged into the throng, his hands flailing wildly, striking with abandon. The sound of thuds echoed incessantly as one after another, individuals fell, bloodied and lifeless. Just as others prepared to brandish their weapons and charge forward, they were suddenly beset by dizziness, akin to the effects of intoxication. Their faces turned ashen, and they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Qin, elated within, paid no heed to the chaos he had wrought. Instead, he surged forward, his feet pounding the earth, swiftly vanishing into the enveloping darkness. "Someone has fled. Quickly, report to the commander." "Oh no, I believe I have been poisoned." A cacophony erupted behind him. A multitude of soldiers abruptly spewed blood and let out anguished cries, feeling as though flames were consuming their chests, before they too crumpled to the ground. From the original 100 soldiers, 50 or 60 had perished in an instant, while another 20 or 30 convulsed, frothing at the mouth, writhing in agony, their faces rapidly turning an ominous shade of purplish hue. This horrifying spectacle instilled terror in the hearts of the remaining soldiers, who believed they had encountered a malevolent spirit. With a collective cry, they turned to flee. Little did they know that Qin, having perfected his Hunyuan skill, had seamlessly integrated his internal energy. As previously articulated by Baoxiang, once one masters their inner power, their own venom can be wielded with it. However, Qin's control over his own toxin was still not sufficiently refined. Each strike he executed was infused with profound internal force, subtly laced with his own deadly poison. As these toxins surged forth with the force of his palm, even without making contact with others, the mere inhalation of them posed a lethal threat. Just moments ago, he had unleashed his attacks indiscriminately, the gust of his palm sweeping through the air relentlessly, akin to the release of a noxious gas, enveloping the entire area in a shroud of terrifying miasma, thick and lingering, refusing to dissipate. The 100 or so soldiers could scarcely conceive that the very air they breathed was laced with deadly poison in their natural inhalation. They unwittingly drew the venom deep into their lungs. Those closest perished on the spot, while those a bit farther away foamed at the mouth, succumbing to unconsciousness. Those even further back had only absorbed a small measure of the toxin and managed to stay upright, albeit barely. In earlier times, when Qin's Hunyuan skill had yet to reach perfection, his internal energy was confined to his limbs, rendering him unable to wield it effectively. Thus, although each strike was laced with poison, it lacked the capacity to generate an invisible toxic wind, ultimately limiting its potency. Now, however, with his Hunyuan palm perfected and his internal energy flowing unobstructedly throughout his entire being, the lethal toxins became an innate weapon for his slaughter. Admittedly, his reckless flailing of palms exacted a tremendous toll on his own internal energy, yet faced with the imminent threat of death, who would hesitate to expend such power? At this moment, Qin dared not linger for a heartbeat longer. He propelled himself forward, racing toward the distant darkness, the fierce winds howling against him. Yet within his heart surged an unprecedented exhilaration. The treasure elephant was dead. From this day forth, the vast sea beckons for fish to leap, and the lofty skies invite birds to soar. No longer would he be condemned to return to that sunless cave. Moreover, his strength had significantly increased. And with the panel at his disposal, he could now delve into a wealth of martial arts to enhance his abilities. With this thought, he was overcome with a desire to release a triumphant howl to the heavens. The night passed in a relentless run. As dawn began to break, he finally found a temporary refuge within a secluded forest, where he closed his eyes and cultivated his inner strength to restore his vitality. As the sun rose, the scene outside the Funyo mountain was grim. Bodies lay strewn across the ground, and the air was thick with the stench of blood. The once bustling escort agency, along with the martial artists who had come to assist, had suffered tremendous losses, with countless lives extinguished. Each lifeless form was laid bare, faces turned skyward, their bodies marred with bloodstains. The gold that had been scattered across the ground was now conspicuously absent. General Zhao Tianin, his countenance expressionless, walked among the fallen soldiers, surveying the grim sight. Beside him, Deputy General Xiong Dayo was reporting the situation. General, it appears that only 3 individuals managed to escape: the young leader of the demonic sect, his guardian Guokai, and a colossal figure whose identity remains unknown. He slaughtered over 100 of our soldiers and caused the tragic demise of 5 of our deputy generals. While we are yet to discern whether he leans towards good or evil, his physical characteristics are unmistakable, standing over 10 feet tall. He is a rarity that cannot be found anywhere else in the realm. Once we issue a wanted notice, he will surely be unable to evade capture. Chapter 23. The Shocking News. Humph. Zhao Tianin let out a cold snort, abruptly halting his steps as he gazed down at the fallen soldiers. He spoke in a chilling tone. What a formidable poison hand. If we do not eliminate this threat, it will inevitably lead to disaster. Should news of this incident leak even slightly, the court will pursue the matter, and we shall find ourselves in grave trouble. You must immediately inform the nearby county magistrate to issue a maritime bounty decree, stating that both the Bai Family Trading Company and the Chomping Escort Agency have fallen victim to the nefarious actions of the demonic sect. Though I have hastened here through the night upon receiving this grave news, the ruthless and audacious deeds of the sect have already resulted in the complete annihilation of the Bai family and the Chomping Escort Agency. Furthermore, the 20,000 taels of gold have been entirely seized by these villains. I am deeply pained by this tragedy and now extend an invitation to all the heroes of the realm to join in the pursuit of these brigands. We shall prominently display the images of the demon sect's young leader, Wakai, along with that enormous figure, for all to see. Should anyone provide information, a reward of 3,000 taels will be granted. For those who can capture them, the reward shall be 10,000 taels. Yes, General. Xiong Dayo replied with a sinister grin. As for the bodies here, Zhao Tianin spoke in a calm tone. We shall temporarily transport them to the nearby Chiodong town and see if anyone comes to claim them. Understood. Xiong Dayo nodded once more. Moments later, Zhao Tianin walked toward the distance. A beaming Xiong Dayo then proceeded to issue further commands. Before long, a number of other travelers from the west had gathered around him, each bearing expressions of concern. Indeed, Xiong Dayo was also a traveler. In the real world, he held a position of considerable prestige within a certain organization. Brother Xiong, what did the general say? One of the travelers inquired softly. Rest assured, the general has already dispatched the bounty decree to hunt down that towering giant. Consider the number of adversaries we have dispatched. How could any word of this leak? Should the factory become aware, it would undoubtedly seek retribution against us. Hence, the general must eliminate that individual at all costs, ensuring absolute silence on the matter. We shall remain vigilant from here on. Xiong Dayo chuckled darkly. That bastard has slaughtered so many of our comrades. Once captured, he shall face the full extent of our wrath. By the way, should we not post a warning on the forum to alert others? Inquired several traversers. No. Xiong Dayo's expression shifted as he admonished them, saying, we cannot let anyone know that there are traversers within the military. If any traversers survived last night, they would know we are responsible for their demise. Although they all belong to the same organization, there are times when one might find themselves isolated. Furthermore, the sheer number of traversers who perished last night has incited public outrage. Not even the organization could shield them from this fury. Indeed, the others dared not speak further. In another location, amidst a secluded grove, the young leader was drenched in blood, his garments tattered. Multiple arrow wounds marred his back, inflicted by a barrage of arrows. At this moment, the arrows had been removed by Guardian Gua, who had applied fine medicinal salve and bandaged the wounds meticulously. his face contorted in agony, seething with hatred. The young leader was nearly driven to madness. Curse be this. Curse be that. His curses exacerbated his injuries, causing him to spit blood. Please, young master, temper your anger. We too did not anticipate that the despicable Zhao Tianen from Hebei would be so shameless as to condone his troops in ambushing the escort agency, slaughtering both the righteous and the wicked. Gua, the guardian, gasped as he spoke. He fought valiantly last night to protect the young master, carving a path through the encirclement. As for the other formidable experts, including Elder Wu, the Black Snake Beggar, and the twin heroes of Yunling, they have all succumbed within. And it is likely that their fates are dire. Even he, too, has suffered grave internal injuries, his breath uneven. That scoundrel Zhao Tianen, I shall slay him. I will stop at nothing to see him dead. The young master gritted his teeth. Gua, the protector, changed countenance and said, Zhao Tianen is the commander of Hebei, long ensconced in his military camp, guarded by an army of 100,000. It would be perilous to strike at him directly. We should bide our time for a more opportune moment. However, if the young master is truly incensed, it may not hurt to mobilize our forces to seek out the living dead. I distinctly observed last night that he also seemed to have broken through the encirclement. His strength surpasses our expectations. What? The young master's eyes widened in shock and fury. That living dead also escaped the encirclement? Indeed. How could this wretched creature suddenly betray Bao Xiang and consume the precious elixir? Do you think he may have regained his senses? The young master inquired abruptly. It is very possible, Gua replied, his expression shifting. I have long asserted that Bao Xiang's decade of research has been in vain. To erase a person's consciousness is an exceedingly difficult task. It seems that this experiment has gone awry, leading to the living dead's sudden restoration of mind, prompting him to strike down Bao Xiang and betray us. Beast. The young master gritted his teeth and declared, upon our return, issue a decree for the holy sect to hunt him down, summoning all allies in the martial world. Anyone who encounters that undead wretch must slay him immediately. Understood. I shall execute your orders upon our return, nodded Guardian Gua, his eyes darkening with a menacing intensity. His height and build are quite distinctive. There cannot be another like him in the martial realm. Rest assured, he shall not evade the relentless pursuit of our holy sect. On the hillside, Qinan practiced his internal martial arts, traversing 7 or 8 circuits, swiftly replenishing the stamina he had previously expended. He felt a warm vitality coursing through his limbs, as if he possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. At that moment, he opened the forum and surveyed the chaos that had erupted within it. As anticipated, the entire platform was in disarray, inundated with an overwhelming flood of messages. Numerous disordered videos and images concerning the events of the previous night were being disseminated everywhere. Goodness, they are all dead. The entire escort team from last night has perished? Qinan mused. I knew this escort mission would not be a simple task. How absurd that this scoundrel, 66, was brazenly boasting on the forum, claiming that this escort was a sure thing. What a farce. Now even he has met his demise, serves him right. Ha ha ha, these fools insisted on seeking shortcuts. Now look where it has led them. Not only did they fail to reap any benefits, but they also lost their very lives. In an unexpected twist of fate, Bai Qing finds himself transmogrified into a wealthy scion, reveling in his newfound status. Alas, his joy is short-lived. He meets a grim demise, leaving no trace behind. Such is the fate of a privileged heir. His end was both swift and spectacular, eliciting uproarious laughter among onlookers. The contemptible 66 has ensnared countless individuals, and one can only surmise that in the tangible world, he is likely receiving a thorough beating, his visage marred. Deservedly so, for this scoundrel incessantly babbles on forums, and I have long harbored disdain for him. Hilarity ensues as countless voices revel in his misfortune, laughter echoing through the digital realm, some so uproarious their jaws nearly unhinge. Yet, amid the mirth, there exists a faction of individuals who maintain composure, their astonishment palpable. For within the chaotic footage, they discern the military's intervention. Albeit the imagery is too indistinct for immediate clarity regarding their intentions, whether to rescue or to plunder amidst the turmoil. It is not just the spectators who are perplexed. Even those unfortunate transgressors, slain by the military in their final moments, remained oblivious to the true purpose of the soldiers. They were under the impression that the troops had come to eradicate bandits, their battle cries echoing loudly. Even as the military's blade fell upon them, they believed they were mere victims of mistaken identity. Unbeknownst to them, the army had long regarded the 20,000 taels of gold as theirs for the taking. In the eyes of the military, regardless of their moral standing, they had already been deemed deceased. as Qin perused the unfolding chaos in the videos and images. He was startled to find himself captured amidst the tumult, an astonishing scene depicting him vanquishing Brother 66, obliterating the Baoxiang, and consuming the Baoyao. This moment had been fleetingly immortalized by another. What a terrifying demon! Who is this being towering so high? What manner of creature is he? Goodness! His size must be around 2 meters and 30 centimeters. Just look at his hand. With a single strike, he could easily crush a person's skull into their abdomen. What could he possibly consume? It appears he has snatched something from the hands of the 66. Could it be some kind of ginseng or miraculous herb? Many people are discussing in astonishment, keenly noticing that Qin has something clamped in his mouth, yet no one can decipher what it is. Chapter 24. A new journey in the Jianghu. Something feels amiss. The entire forum is abuzz with chatter. After observing for a considerable time, Qin suddenly furrows his brow. Lost in contemplation, he cannot help but ponder another pressing question. After having slain so many soldiers during his escape, will they seek retribution? His imposing stature is likely a rarity in the 008 world. If they wish to apprehend him, it would not be a challenging endeavor. But what does it matter? He has now begun to grasp his self-preservation abilities, with 24 points of free attributes available. It is imperative that he seeks out an internal cultivation technique to allocate these points effectively. His eyes shimmer with determination. Beyond seeking martial arts manuals, he must also expediently gather various herbs and toxins to replenish his free attribute points. Only in this way can he elevate his strength to its zenith in the shortest possible time. By then, even if the army comes after him, he shall not fear. Qin closed the panel and rose from the large stone, feeling an insatiable hunger within him as if he had not eaten for ages, his stomach growling audibly. He gently brushed his palm against his clothing, only to discover a complete lack of possessions. Not even a spark-producing flint or match could be found. With a slight shake of his head, he resolved to leave the forest and seek an alternative solution. Perhaps he could borrow some funds from a wealthy individual. After all, a robust man like him could not succumb to the discomfort of a full bladder. If he lacked the means, resorting to theft might be his only option. With this thought in mind, he quickened his pace, heading towards the forest's edge. After more than half an hour of running, he finally caught sight of signs of human presence. The sound of galloping hooves echoed behind him, a cacophony of many riders. Turning his gaze, he noticed around the bend of the path 7 or 8 magnificent steeds racing forth, stirring up clouds of dust. Upon the backs of these horses were individuals of the martial world, each bearing swords and daggers, all seemingly in a great hurry. "Clear the way, make way," shouted the foremost rider, urging his steed onward toward Qin. However, as he drew near, a look of alarm crossed his face. Who was this towering giant? Such a massive figure. Standing at 10 feet tall, Qin resembled an iron tower from a distance, but up close, he instilled a sense of awe. As if he were a celestial being, Qin raised his hand, initially intending to strike the approaching figure down, but then reconsidered. There was no enmity between them, and it was unnecessary to create further adversaries. Subsequently, he swiftly turned to the side, grasping the horse's tail and giving it a gentle flick. The steed beneath its rider emitted a resounding whinny, immediately collapsing to the ground, frothing at the mouth and convulsing. In a mere instant, the magnificent creature succumbed to the potent venom emanating from him. The bizarre scene startled the rider, who leapt into the air. However, just as he did, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and he was beset by stars before his vision. A scorching sensation enveloped his chest, causing him to panic and tumble to the ground. "What manner of sorcery is this?" he exclaimed in terror. The other knights quickly reined in their steeds, coming to a sudden halt, their faces pale with shock as they turned to Qin. "Who are you?" the second knight shouted in alarm, his hand trembling slightly as he gripped the hilt of his sword. "Are you an accomplice of Zhao Boing, intent on thwarting us?" "Zhao Boing?" Qin furrowed his brow, perplexed. "Who is that? I have never heard of him. I demand money. Hand over all the funds you possess." Qin's voice was low, his hand reaching out menacingly. "What on earth are you trying to accomplish? If you wish to kill or maim us, do it swiftly. What sort of monstrous trickery do you intend to employ?" The knight replied in a flustered tone. Such a formidable figure, a giant of prowess, obstructing them merely for monetary gain. What kind of absurdity was this? "I am indeed after money. Hurry and pay up, or I shall end your lives." Qin insisted, his brow still furrowed. "Wait, we will pay." The knight cried out hastily, producing his coin pouch and swiftly tossing it to Qin. The other knights, equally alarmed, followed suit, flinging their purses into the air. Qin seized the 7 or 8 purses, weighed them in his hands, and turned to leave without a moment's hesitation. Once he was completely out of sight, the few individuals from the martial world remained in a state of shock, their expressions betraying disbelief. They hastily dismounted to assess the injuries of their companions. Upon inspection, they discovered their comrade had been severely poisoned, his face mottled with purple and green, his breath becoming labored. Alarmed, they quickly channeled their inner strength to aid him. Having acquired the silver, Chinan quickened his pace, traversing a considerable distance until he caught sight of it in ahead, his heart swelling with joy as he approached it. "Innkeeper, bring forth your finest wines and dishes," he bellowed upon entering the establishment. His voice reverberated like thunder, causing the very rafters to tremble. Yet, as the echoes faded, the innkeeper was nowhere to be found. Instead, a waiter emerged, furrowing his brow as he discerned that something was amiss within the inn. Inside, there were 9 tables, all occupied by shadowy figures. Some tables had 3, others had 5 individuals seated. They varied in age and gender, adorned in disparate attire, yet each bore a frigid gaze, weapons laid before them, encircling a solitary figure in the center. This figure, seemingly no more than 26 or 27 years of age, wore a dark expression and donned a sky-blue garment, a long sword poised before him, half drawn. Amidst their tables lay 2 or 3 scattered corpses, blood pooling on the floor. Evidently, they had crossed paths previously. Not far from them lay 2 lifeless bodies, unmistakably those of the innkeeper and the waiter. Heavens, have I stumbled into a den of wolves? Chinan mused to himself. Yet, after much effort to locate this inn, he pondered the uncertainty of finding another should he retreat. Maintaining an air of nonchalance, he approached the counter, seizing a jar of liquor. He uncorked it and poured the contents directly into his mouth. The previously silent inn was abruptly pierced by the sound of liquid gurgling down his throat. All eyes turned toward Chinan. Upon noticing his robust and formidable physique, they raised their brows in mild surprise, seemingly unaware of such a presence in the martial world. However, observing his composed demeanor, they surmised his abilities were likely formidable. Paying no heed to the onlookers, Chinan downed half a jar of liquor to quench his thirst before promptly heading toward the kitchen in search of sustenance. Upon entering, he noted a large hole in the kitchen window, with jars and bottles scattered across the floor and fresh footprints evident. Clearly, the chef had sensed the impending danger and made a hasty escape. Lifting the lid of a pot, his expression transformed to one of delight. Inside lay a platter of steamed chicken, a dish of sweet and sour fish, braised beef, sauteed eggplant, and a dozen steamed buns. Without hesitation, he procured a tray and gathered all the delectable offerings, bearing them out of the kitchen. At this moment, he stood by the counter, placing a tray down and seizing a roasted chicken. As he indulged in his meal, he cast his gaze upon the assembled crowd, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. He contemplated how to seize the martial arts manual, yet unexpectedly found himself embroiled in a skirmish of the martial world, prompting him to observe whose skills were superior. When the time came to discern the might of their abilities, he would intervene and subdue the strongest, compelling them to divulge their martial knowledge. The rich aroma of roasted chicken legs permeated the tavern, accompanied by the sound of crunching that caused several patrons to furrow their brows. However, it was not long before some responded with derisive laughter. "Eat up, don't fear being poisoned, indulge as much as you wish." Unbeknownst to him, every morsel of food and drop of water in this inn had been secretly tainted with poison, all to ensnare the young man who was now surrounded. Chapter 25. Chinan Strikes. Zhao Boying had clearly sensed that the water and food in the inn had been tampered with. Thus, his expression was as cold as ice as he sat quietly, refraining from touching the wine and dishes before him. Upon hearing the crunching sounds emanating from Chinan's mouth, he could not help but cast a sidelong glance, a smirk forming within. This group of individuals, in their efforts to deal with him, had resorted to infighting. They would meet their demise. In his mind, he had evidently categorized Chinan as one of those sent to confront him. After all, Chinan's appearance and physique were unmistakably those of a rogue, as if the words "I am a villain" were etched upon his face. Before long, Chinan had consumed an entire roasted chicken and proceeded to devour the braised fish on his plate. Although the fish contained bones, he navigated the meal with remarkable skill, consuming it while deftly spitting out the bones, leaving not a single shard to pierce his mouth. At the moment he was enjoying his meal, a burly man with a ruddy complexion let out a low chuckle within the tavern. He subtly signaled to his companion beside him, who immediately grasped the intent and approached Chinan with a forced smile. "Esteemed warrior, it seems you have dined sufficiently. It is time for you to take your leave," he said with a grin, extending his hand towards Qin En's abdomen with a light touch. Having consumed such potent poison, salvation seemed futile. To prevent any hindrance, it was best to deal with the matter swiftly. His seemingly innocuous touch concealed profound inner strength, which surged forth as soon as it made contact with Qin En. However, to his astonishment, the moment his inner force entered Qin En's body, it triggered an automatic rebound from Qin En's own internal energy, forcefully repelling the man's hand. Moreover, a potent toxin swiftly infiltrated his own system through the exchange of energies. The man's expression shifted dramatically, stunned by the strength of Qin En's inner power. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly staggered, experiencing a flurry of golden stars before his eyes, a heaviness in his chest, and difficulty in breathing, as if his very blood were igniting in flames. Terrified, he stumbled backward, reeling as though inebriated, and ultimately collapsed to the ground, convulsing, meeting a tragic end on the spot. Witnessing this, the others were immediately taken aback, rising in alarm and hastily seizing their weapons, all eyes fixed on Qin En. Had the smiling Buddha Tianyun truly succumbed to the very poison he wielded so adeptly? What an absurdity! Everyone felt as if they were witnessing a ghostly apparition. Even the man encircled in their midst could not help but furrow his brow, sensing something amiss. Yet, he suddenly let out a cold laugh, seized his longsword, and dashed wildly toward the entrance. Stop him! The patrons of the inn, upon seeing the young man attempting to flee, shouted in unison, drawing their weapons and rushing toward him with fervor. At this moment, despite their awareness of the peculiarities surrounding Qin En, they could not afford to linger on such thoughts. Zhao Boying was someone they were determined to capture, as it was a matter explicitly instructed by that esteemed figure. In an instant, the inn was filled with the resounding clash of blades, sparks flying, and the wind howling fiercely. The crowd erupted into chaos. The young man displayed remarkable martial prowess. Wielding his sword with astonishing speed, almost like a fleeting shadow, he navigated through the onslaught of attackers, the azure light of his blade flashing as he struck with precision, forcing the members of the Western show to remain at bay. Not only were they unable to approach, but under the young man's exceptional swordsmanship, several fell victim to his strikes, sustaining injuries. Such exquisite skill elicited an exclamation of admiration from Qin En. What remarkable swordplay! Yet, at that moment, the sound of galloping hooves echoed from within the inn, creating a tumultuous clamor, as if dozens of riders were swiftly approaching. A resounding voice boomed from outside. Quickly surround the inn. Do not let Zhao Boying escape. We have pursued him for 5 days and nights. He must be exhausted, and his strength significantly diminished. Zhao Boying has betrayed his sect, taking the life of his master, committing heinous crimes, and has become the common enemy of the righteous sects of the Central Plains. As these words were spoken, the sound of galloping hooves rapidly approached, a group of magnificent steeds encircling the inn, their hooves thundering and neighing resounding through the air. Qin En, taken aback, turned to look. Through the window of the inn, he was startled to see 50 or 60 formidable martial artists, armed with blades and swords, seated upon their horses, continuously circling the establishment. The Zhao Boying they sought was indeed the one. His prowess was commendable, yet his actions were utterly vile. Having betrayed his sect and slain his master, Qin En furrowed his brow. Regardless of his character, he would seize the opportunity to apprehend him shortly. Just as these thoughts coursed through Qin En's mind, a series of crashing sounds erupted as the simple tavern's walls were violently shattered. Those who had been surrounding the inn suddenly leaped into action, rushing inside. As they entered, they immediately spotted Zhao Boying at the center, surrounded, with sinister laughter. They wasted no time, charging towards him with fervor. A few individuals, poised to leap forward, abruptly halted, their expression shifting dramatically as they turned to gaze at Qin En by the counter. Upon seeing him, their pupils constricted in recognition. It was he, the very one who had recently injured Brother Zhu. One man with a bushy beard bellowed, pointing directly at Qin En. Clearly, they were the same group that had just been robbed by him. What? As the others rushed in, their expressions shifted noticeably. All eyes turned towards Qin En. It was undoubtedly the work of the demon cult. Zhao Boying had indeed conspired with them. The demon cultist must be eradicated. Let us slay him. The crowd roared in unison, and suddenly, 7 or 8 individuals lunged aggressively towards Qin En. Damn it. Qin En's countenance darkened as he swiftly devoured 3 steamed buns. Then, like a raging lion, he surged forward with a thunderous roar, his formidable frame, exceeding 10 feet in height, propelled ahead with unparalleled ferocity. He charged at the crowd like a looming dark mountain. In an instant, he collided with one of his assailants. The sound of a resounding crack reverberated as he crushed the man's ribcage, sending him sprawling backward, blood spewing forth, his lifeless body crumpling to the ground like a burst sack. Without pause, he seized another's wrist, under the gaze of sheer terror. He swung the man's body as if it were a weapon, unleashing a flurry of strikes upon the others. Each impact echoed with a sickening thud. As they were sent reeling, blood gushing forth, bones shattered, and many met their demise in an instant. Even those who survived were not spared. As the lethal poison coursing through Qin's veins infiltrated their lungs. In the blink of an eye, all those who had charged at Qin were vanquished. He leapt into the air, the wind howling around him, moving with such swiftness that he appeared as a mere shadow, racing towards the encircled Zhao Boing. As the crowd caught sight of his imposing figure, their expressions shifted dramatically, and they hurriedly turned to confront Qin, only to find themselves suddenly overwhelmed. Just as they were about to act, a wave of dizziness swept over them, causing their bodies to sway uncontrollably before collapsing to the ground. This left them in a state of sheer terror. Thud after thud, Qin's palm struck wildly, sending the first wave of attackers flying without any resistance against him. Zhao Boing, filled with alarm, was utterly bewildered by Qin's identity. As he witnessed Qin charging towards him, he swiftly retaliated with a thrust of his sword. Its brilliance flickering as dozens of strikes erupted in a dazzling display. The sword shadows coalesced into a dense, azure ring, encircling Qin with relentless precision. Chapter 26, Interrogating Martial Arts. Qin furrowed his brow, narrowly evading the onslaught as he unleashed a powerful palm strike towards Zhao Boing's flank. His palm harbored an unfathomable force. Even without making contact, the sheer pressure emanating from his hand instilled a sense of tangible dread within Zhao Boing. Causing his cheek to sting painfully, fear gripped him. What manner of creature is this? Such terrifying internal energy. Though it did not strike him directly, the sensation was overwhelming. Before he could ponder further, Zhao Boing swiftly raised his sword to shield his face, only to hear a resounding clang as Qin's internal force bent his blade, which then snapped back with ferocity. Realizing the necessity of denying this giant any opportunity to unleash his internal energy, Zhao Boing deftly evaded, his sword darting forward to target Qin's vital points. His approach was entirely one of mutual destruction, designed to force the giant into a defensive stance, rendering him incapable of offense. Only in this manner could he hope for a chance at victory. Yet, he was utterly oblivious to the fact that after unleashing a barrage of over a dozen strikes, he suddenly felt a constriction in his chest, his breath becoming labored and obscure. Darkness enveloped his vision, and he staggered violently. A surge of terror gripped his heart. When had he been poisoned? In that moment of staggering, Qin had already darted forward, seizing his joint pressure point with one hand, while the other grasped the nape of his neck, propelling him out of the tavern with the force of a great swan. Quickly pursue the thief of the demonic sect who has taken Zhao Boing. The remaining martial artists shouted, hastily rushing out of the inn. However, just as they surged forth, Qin had already struck, summoning a magnificent steed that neighed violently, its body hurtling like a meteor towards the tavern. The onlookers' faces paled in shock, and they scrambled to evade the impending collision. A resounding crash echoed as the horse's lifeless form crashed into the tavern, shattering countless tables and chairs. When the crowd finally surged out of the inn once more, Qin and Zhao Boing had vanished without a trace. Moreover, they were overwhelmed by a sense of dizziness and labored breathing, a fog settling in their minds. Panic ensued. This is dire. We too have been poisoned. A group of individuals hastily settled on the ground, channeling their inner energy to combat the lethal toxin, just as, in the distance, the thunderous sound of galloping hooves resounded once more, resonating with a chaotic clamor that stirred up clouds of dust as it approached. Peering intently, one could discern dozens of riders hastening towards this very spot. Mounted upon their steeds were individuals from the martial world, each armed with blades and swords, exuding formidable prowess. Upon their arrival, they reined in their magnificent horses with a sharp command, letting out a collective huff. The martial practitioners, taken aback, swiftly turned their gazes towards the dilapidated tavern before them. A sense of dread enveloped the air. It was toxic. Quick, hold your breath. An experienced elder bellowed, having already covered his nose. The others hastily followed suit, sealing off their airways. What calamity had befallen them? The seasoned elder shouted, "Where is Zhao Boing? Is the one who arrives none other than Howie, the leader of the 10,000 Steeds Manor? Zhao Boing has colluded with the demonic sect and inflicted grievous harm upon us. He has fled. Just moments ago, a colossal figure from the demon sect appeared, towering over 10 feet, proficient in the art of poisoning, and indeed, exceedingly powerful. We have all fallen victim to his toxic grasp." One martial practitioner in front of the tavern, his face marred with shades of purple and green, struggled to speak, the venom ravaging his heart. What? Hao Yi's countenance shifted dramatically as he commanded, "Quickly bring forth the jade dew pills from my 10,000 Steeds Manor, to counteract the potent poison for our friends. The rest shall accompany me as we persist in the pursuit of Xiaoboing. Yes, man or master. 7 or 8 martial practitioners responded in unison, swiftly dismounting and racing towards their poisoned comrades. Meanwhile, Howie spurred his steed, leading the remaining individuals onward along the main road. The 7 or 8 left behind were undoubtedly all traversers from another realm. They had only recently managed to join the Wanma Manor and had not participated in Brother 60 SIX's escort mission, which allowed them to escape peril. At this moment, they held their breaths, extracting white pills from the elixir bottle, feeding them to the poisoned individuals of the martial world, while simultaneously engaging in silent discussions on a forum. When did yet another colossal figure from the demonic sect emerge, standing over 10 feet tall? Could it be that this towering behemoth is indeed the same fiend who previously plundered the escort silver? Impossible, one might think. Yet, how could it not be? With such stringent criteria of standing over 10 feet, it is inconceivable for an ordinary person to reach such heights. The existence of one in the world is already remarkable, let alone the possibility of another. It is plausible. This demonic sect is indeed enigmatic. Why does it seem to spawn such monsters? The more they conversed, the more they felt the thrill of fear. In the distance, amidst the dense forest, Qinan hoisted Xiaoboing's body, racing forward with astounding speed, the wind howling fiercely as it whipped against them, disheveling their garments. Xiaoboing's face turned a deep shade of purple, struggling to breathe, his eyes slightly rolling back. He had already been afflicted by the potent poison emanating from Qinan were it not for his profound internal strength and unwavering resistance. He would have surely perished long ago. At this moment, as he was being whisked away by Qinan, he felt as though he were on a roller coaster, rising and falling uncontrollably. Where does this monster intend to take me? After a lifetime of heroism, must I be devoured by this creature in my final moments? Alas, I have been wronged by my sect, maligned by my peers in the martial world. They accuse me of murdering my master and fellow disciples, and of stealing our sect's most esteemed martial arts compendium. No matter how fervently I defend myself, it proves futile. The entire righteous faction of the martial realm has turned against me, and even my junior sister harbors a deep-seated hatred, swearing never to see me again. Living has lost all meaning. I might as well let this monster consume me. Xiaoboing thought bitterly, his heart steeped in despair. Time passed, though he could not tell how long. At last, Qinan noticed a dilapidated mountain god temple ahead. He staggered into the shrine, finally coming to a halt. Upon seeing Xiaoboing, barely alive, frothing at the mouth, and convulsing, he was immediately alarmed. He helped him sit cross-legged on the ground, channeling his internal energy, one hand pressing against his back, the other against his chest, to assist in his healing. As Qinan's vital energy surged into Xiaoboing, it gradually expelled the venom that had invaded his body, releasing wisps of white smoke that rose from his crown. Slowly, Xiaoboing began to regain consciousness, his eyes fluttering open, still weak and filled with confusion. This monster, if you intend to kill me, why then do you save me? Save you? Qinan paused, flexing his wrist. You are correct in saying that I saved you, but when did I ever claim I wanted to kill you? You do not wish to kill me? Xiaoboing inquired again, looking at Qinan with trepidation. Nonsense. We bear no grievances against one another. Why would I seek your death? Then, why did you strike at me? Xiaoboing gasped, pressing for an answer once more. I extend my hand to you not only because I recognize your talent, but also out of a desire to prevent your demise at the hands of others. I feel a kinship towards you, Qinan remarked. Xiaoboing fell into a momentary silence, struggling to accept Qinan's words. The adage one's appearance reflects one's heart came to mind. With Qinan's looks and physique, he hardly seemed the type to be virtuous. Thank you for saving my life. Since you have no desire to kill me, I shall take my leave, Xiaoboing said, laboriously propping himself up to depart. Wait. Qinan interjected suddenly, turning to him. I have saved your life. Do you not owe me a token of gratitude? What do you wish for me to do in return? Xiaoboing asked, his voice trembling. If it means betraying my sect or committing an act against my conscience, that is something I could never agree to. He shook his head weakly. It is simple, Qinan replied. I require your martial arts manuals. If you impart all that you have learned to me, it shall serve as a repayment for my act of salvation. From that moment onward, we shall owe each other nothing. What say you? Chapter 27. Threatening Xiaoboing. The bonds of man and beast remain unbroken. Do you seek my martial arts manuals? Ha! Xiaoboing suddenly let out a bitter laugh. All my skills are learned from the Tiangang sect. To hand over my manuals would be tantamount to betraying my master. I cannot comply. You are quite peculiar, Qinan observed. Earlier, in the tavern, I overheard a group discussing how you had killed your master and betrayed your sect. If you are capable of such treachery, why then are you concerned about revealing your sect's martial arts? Foul play. They have wronged me, Zhao Boing exclaimed. His face flushed and neck taut with indignation, causing his body to sway once more. A wave of darkness washed over him, nearly causing him to collapse. I did not slay my master, nor did I betray my sect. I am innocent, he lamented in agony. Who has wronged you? Qinan inquired. I do not know who has cast such aspersions upon me, but I am certain I did not take my master's life, absolutely not. My master has shown me unparalleled kindness. Raising me since childhood, how could I ever harm him? Zhao Boing wept bitterly. That fateful night, my master, in a sudden burst of enthusiasm, decided to assess my martial prowess, and we engaged in a friendly spar within the bamboo grove. At that moment, he refrained from employing his internal power, relying solely on ordinary techniques. After hundreds of exchanges, I fortuitously managed to gain a slight upper hand. My master was exceedingly pleased, remarking that my progress in martial arts had indeed met his expectations. He further stated that among the disciples of the Tiangang sect, my temperament and comprehension were exceptional, preparing to allow me to cultivate for a while longer before imparting to me the esteemed heart technique, Tiangang Wuxianggong. I was elated beyond measure, practicing my fist techniques and swordplay throughout the night in the bamboo grove. But to my utter disbelief, upon emerging from the grove the following morning, I discovered my master's lifeless body lying just outside. My mind went blank, and I could scarcely breathe as I rushed to examine his remains. However, at that precise moment, my fellow disciples from the Tiangang sect happened to arrive. Upon witnessing our master's lifeless body in my arms, they immediately accused me of his murder without a second thought. Even my most trusted junior sister turned her sword against me, intent on a deadly confrontation, and my eldest brother, in a fit of rage, moved to apprehend me. Realizing that I was in an untenable situation and that any explanation would be futile, I chose to preserve myself to uncover the true culprit and avenge our master. Thus, I fled the Tiangang sect, but I truly did not slay our master, so why does the entire world falsely accuse me? Zhao Boing collapsed to the ground, repeatedly striking his head against it, tears streaming down his face, utterly helpless. I see, Qinan murmured, stroking his chin. The matter appeared quite straightforward, drawing upon his extensive experience from countless films and novels in his past life. The true murderer of his master was likely Zhao Boing's eldest brother. This eldest brother, realizing his chances of succeeding as the Tiangang sect leader were slim and aware that their master favored Zhao Boing, conspired to murder their master, frame Zhao Boing, and perhaps even win the affections of the junior sister. Such a hackneyed plot had been thoroughly exhausted in his previous life. I believe you did not murder your master. Someone else did, Qinan stated. You know all this. Zhao Boing abruptly raised his head, his excitement palpable, gazing at Qinan with intense eagerness. Then, his pupils contracted, and he realized, are you saying that a member of the demonic cult murdered my master? Nonsense, Qinan retorted coldly. When did I ever mention the demonic cult? Why is everything blamed on the demonic sect? I ask you, does your senior brother harbor feelings for your junior sister? Qinan suddenly inquired. Zhao Boing's expression changed abruptly, and he lowered his head, saying, yes. But it seems that my junior sister is more fond of me. That settles it, Qinan replied. Your senior brother's jealousy runs deep. Upon witnessing your master's intention to pass on the position of sect leader to you, coupled with your junior sister's affections for you, he was consumed by rage. Consequently, he covertly plotted against your master, framing you for the deed. This way, he could ascend to the position of sect leader with legitimacy, while simultaneously winning the heart of his beloved. You, my friend, are merely a pitiable sacrifice, Qinan stated matter-of-factly. Impossible, Zhao Boing exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. Believe it or not, but I would wager that it won't be long before your junior sister marries your senior brother. Do you believe that? By then, they may have already welcomed several children into the world, while you remain a target of pursuit. How tragic, Qinan gently shook his head. This cannot be. It simply cannot be. How could my senior brother commit such an act? Zhao Boing trembled with agitation and fervor. For now, let us not dwell on how your senior brother could do such a thing. What matters is that I save your life, and in return, you must impart your martial arts to me as a gesture of gratitude, Qinan said calmly. I might consider passing on my martial arts. Perhaps even assist you in seeking vengeance, he continued. No, the martial arts of our sect must never be divulged. Zhao Boing resolutely rejected once more. Not to be divulged? Qinan raised an eyebrow and remarked, you must truly be ungrateful. I have never shown leniency towards those who display such ingratitude. You underestimate the Zhao surname greatly. Even if you were to kill me, I would never yield. The martial arts of my sect are not to be divulged, and thus they shall remain undisclosed. Zhao Boing declared resolutely, I will not take your life, but I shall strip you bare and cast you into the bustling marketplace. Allowing all to behold the form of this righteous young hero, I am certain many will find it intriguing. Qingnan spoke with a nonchalant tone. If this does not compel your submission, I shall have no choice but to administer an aphrodisiac and procure a lustful salve. I believe the ensuing scandal of man and beast will reverberate throughout the martial world. Oh, and a boar would suffice as well. You may choose. You. Zhao Boing trembled, gazing at Qin and as if he were a monstrosity. Are you even human? You are a beast. For him, a righteous young hero who cherished his reputation above all, this was far more terrifying than being killed 800 times. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. How would his junior sister perceive him, should she witness him entwined with a sow? This was nothing short of diabolical. What is your decision? Qingnan stepped forward, his demeanor indifferent. If you refuse to comply, I shall have no choice but to escort you to the marketplace. With that, he reached for Zhao Boing's garments. Wait, you vile beast! Zhao exclaimed, his voice raw with desperation. You're not even human, you're a monster, a despicable cur, lower than the swine. He endeavored to provoke Qingnan, hoping to incite him to deliver a fatal blow, which he would welcome as a reprieve from his current plight. Qinnan's countenance remained frigid as he hauled Zhao along. Spare me, I beg you. Zhao cried out in terror. I'll impart all my martial knowledge to you. Just cease this torment, I implore you. So, you're finally willing to cooperate? Qingnan sneered. Speak then, but do not attempt to deceive me with paltry skills, or you shall face dire consequences. Chapter 28. Augmenting Inner Strength. A surge in power. In the secluded depths of the forest, time ebbed away, marked by the practice of martial arts. Two figures, one instructing, the other learning, created an odd spectacle. As dawn broke, casting a golden hue upon the forest, Qingnan ceased his movements. His gaze fixed upon the system interface before him. His efforts had not been in vain, having acquired an inner strength cultivation method, a fist technique, and a sword art from Zhao. Name, Qingnan. Age, 18. Physique, ranked 78th among his kin in this world. Strength, ranked 76th among his kin in this world. Speed, ranked 91st among his kin in this world. Spirit, ranked 96th among his kin in this world. Martial arts, Hunyuan Palm, 100. Unprecedented. Special effect, shock, Tiangang Explosive Fist, entry level 3, Tiangang Soul Pursuit Sword, entry level 3, nickname, Nun Mind Technique, Guiyuan Mind Technique, entry level 1, free attribute points, 24. Not too shabby, he finally managed to acquire a form of internal cultivation technique. Although it is likely merely a foundational method, it is certainly better than having none at all. Qingnan pondered. Previously, Zhao Boing mentioned that their Tiangang sect's supreme technique is the Tiangang Wuxiang Gong. The Guiyuan Mind Technique is evidently inferior by numerous degrees compared to the Tiangang Wuxiang Gong. In fact, even if Zhao Boing attempted to deceive him with a commonplace technique, he would remain oblivious, as he had never practiced any mind techniques before. Nonetheless, this is not an issue. As long as he relies on his interface to swiftly allocate points and elevate his strength, he can ultimately invade the Tiangang sect and seize the true Tiangang Wuxiang Gong. Qingnan silently gazed at the interface, inwardly reciting, allocate points to Guiyuan Mind Technique. Swish. The entire panel suddenly became a blur, trembling slightly. The original 24 points of free attributes began to swiftly dissipate. The Guiyuan Heart method started to transform rapidly, progressing from novice to mastery, from mastery to proficiency, and finally to perfection at 60. The panel underwent another transformation. Name, Qingnan. Age, 18. Physique, ranked 59th among his kin in this world. Strength, ranked 59th among his kin in this world. Speed, ranked 71st among his kin in this world. Spirit, ranked 91st among his kin in this world. Martial arts, Hunyuan Palm, 100 with unique effect, shock. Tiangang Explosive Fist, 3. Novice. Tiangang Soul Chasing Sword, 3. Novice, nickname, Nun Heart Method, Guiyuan Heart Method, 60. Proficiency, free attribute points, 0. A powerful and surging aura emanated from within Qingnan. He exhaled slowly, revealing a smile. Not bad. His strength had risen from the previous 76th position to the current 59th. Unfortunately, the free attribute points had once again been exhausted. Next, he needed to devise a way to acquire more free attribute points. Zhao Boing, tell me, who are the strongest experts currently in your Tiangang sect? Qingnan inquired. You have already obtained the martial arts of my Tiangang sect, What more do you desire? Zhao Boying exclaimed in anger. To assist a good person to the end, to see the Buddha to the west, I naturally wish to avenge you. Can you bear to witness your master brother wronging you, or to see your beloved junior sister taken away by him? Do you not long to avenge your master? Is there not a shred of resentment in your heart? Qinan inquired. Vengeance is merely a means to an end. The true motive behind my desire to act lies within the Tiangang Wuxiang technique. Do you truly intend to avenge me? Zhao Boying's expression shifted as he regarded Qinan. Feeling perplexed by the intentions of this colossal figure, he could not comprehend why a man of such profound martial prowess would covet his trivial skills. Furthermore, why would he wish to seek vengeance for him without any apparent reason? Well, Qinan replied languidly, if you are not prepared to seek revenge, then so be it. After all, your junior sister has succumbed to another, and it bears no consequence to me. You may end up living a solitary life, ostracized by the righteous of the martial world, with no hope of vindication. How pitiful indeed. With that, he turned to walk away. Wait, I am willing to trust you. Zhao Boying's expression changed as he quickly followed Qinan. Where shall we go now? Are we heading directly to the Tiangang sect? Not in haste. Before we approach the Tiangang sect, you must inform me of the remaining experts within, and who the formidable figures are. After all, we cannot throw ourselves into the lion's den, can we? Qinan smiled gently, pausing once more. Very well, I shall divulge the information. Zhao Boying nodded and replied. Our Tiangang sect is a prominent martial arts faction from the Shandong region. While we may not possess the same level of renown as the 7 dominant sects, such as the Jingang Temple, Qingyan View, and the Iron Sword sect, we are nonetheless a force to be reckoned with. In recent decades, we have emerged as a righteous sect in the martial world, following the passing of my master, Zhang Wanli. Our sect is also graced with the presence of several esteemed elders, including Chu Wanqing, Wu Wanbiao, Feng Wanyi, and Jiang Wanan. Each of them possesses profound martial skills. And in addition, we have hundreds of capable disciples within our ranks. Among them, my senior brother, Zhou Bolong, enjoys extensive connections and countless friends in the martial community. At his command, many would willingly risk their lives. It was his summons that led to my being pursued by numerous martial artists. Oh? Qinan's eyes flickered as he scrutinized Zhao Boying. How do you manage to navigate such waters? Why does your senior brother have so many friends? Zhao Boying's face flushed as he lowered his gaze. My standing in the martial world pales in comparison to that of my senior brother. I suspect there is a secret behind your senior brother's charisma. Perhaps he is affiliated with a nefarious sect, Qinan remarked. How could that be? Zhao Boying looked taken aback. How could that be? Qinan chuckled coldly. His extensive experience with countless novels and films from his past life led him to believe that there was an 80 to 90% chance that this assertion was true. Otherwise, why would others show him such deference? Most likely, he had some compromising leverage over them. All right, let us proceed into the city. Qinan waved his hand and strode confidently towards the forest's edge. What purpose do we have in entering the city? Are we not to set off for the sect now? Zhao Boying inquired. I am currently being hunted by acquaintances in the martial world. Should I reveal myself, it would undoubtedly lead to tremendous trouble. Then we shall wait until nightfall to enter the city, Qinan replied with a smile. Once we are inside, we can make our preparations and soon embark on our journey. He knew he must first locate a pharmacy to accumulate some freedom attribute points. He wondered whether the herbs available in ordinary shops could indeed offer him such points. He hoped they would not disappoint him. Chapter 29, Main Quest emerges. Nightfall arrived swiftly. The crimson sun sank slowly on the horizon, casting a shadow over the entire forest. Qinan, accompanied by Zhao Boying, emerged from the woods and made their way towards the nearby city. Along the journey, he idly browsed through the forum. However, he could not suppress his astonishment. Everyone, look. The forum has released a new quest. I can't believe it, a main quest. In all my years of traversing this realm, there has only been one main quest before. And now another has surfaced. Damn it. Why does a main quest appear again? It is said that these quests are exceedingly challenging and semi-mandatory. Once they emerge, all players are compelled to participate. Those who fail to complete the main quest will have their cultivation forcibly halved by the system. What the hell? How has this dreadful thing appeared once more? Several years ago, a pivotal main quest emerged, resulting in countless casualties among the time travelers. Was this a mere fabrication? Certainly not. It was all too real. At that time, various sects united to besiege the demonic cult, and every time traveler was compelled to partake in the conflict. The death toll among the time travelers was staggering, yet we ultimately emerged victorious. It is worth mentioning that the rewards bestowed by the forum were exceedingly generous. Each surviving time traveler received a profound internal cultivation technique and an exceptional lightness skill. Those who excelled were further rewarded with elixirs that significantly enhanced their abilities, elevating their prowess by decades. Even prominent figures like Han Feng and Duan Feitian rose to prominence during that very quest. How astonishing! If we seize this opportunity, could we not also ascend rapidly? The crowd erupted in excitement. In the upper right corner of the forum, a golden exclamation mark materialized. Qin Anshin focused his thoughts and clicked on it. In a flash of light, a task panel appeared before his eyes. When a nation is on the brink of collapse, calamities will arise. The Chopping Escort Agency, founded on principles of benevolence, gained renown throughout the Great Zhou dynasty. However, not long ago, while collaborating with fellow practitioners to escort a caravan, they were ambushed by the demonic cult, suffering heavy losses. Subsequently, due to a strong military response, the cult was forced to retreat temporarily, yet the remaining escort members and cultists were all slain by the military, causing a stir. This marks the onset of chaotic times. Main Quest 1. Assassinate the General of Hebei, Zhao Tianen, to uphold the righteous path of heaven. Upon completion, reward: 1 superior-grade Great Recovery Pill, and a medium-grade martial art, Shiri Chaoyang Gong. Main Quest 2. Eliminate the deputy leader of the demon sect, the Left Guardian Guokai, and the demon Qinan. For each individual slain, a reward of 30 years of pure internal energy will be granted. By eliminating all three, one can enhance their prowess by 90 years. Along with a medium-grade secret manual, Yin Yang Wuzhizang. The words appeared distinctly before Qinan's eyes, filling him with astonishment. He never anticipated that this main quest would be connected to him. Demon Qinan, Demon Qinan. Furrowing his brow, he muttered, "Damn it. Am I to end my own life to fulfill this task? Otherwise, how could it possibly be completed? It's utterly impossible. Has this cursed forum made a mistake? Why would they include me?" However, he soon noticed other sensational news revealed on the forum. Major news indeed. The authorities have issued a bounty notice, officially seeking the deputy leader of the demon sect, Guokai, and a giant demon. A reward of 3,000 taels will be offered for any information leading to their capture, and 5,000 taels for their apprehension. Breaking news. The demon sect has issued a kill order, calling upon all friends in the martial world to assist in capturing the giant demon. Those who manage to capture or slay the giant will be handsomely rewarded. Is it possible for both the court and the demon sect to simultaneously issue bounty notices? I anticipated that this main quest would not be straightforward. Indeed, it has ensnared both the demonic cult and the imperial court. By heavens, everyone must devise a strategy. If this task remains unfulfilled, we shall face a debilitating reduction in our prowess. I have toiled to attain my current status, and I cannot afford to be diminished. It feels as though one is eager to be weakened. Is that monstrous figure the very one we observed in the video? It must be him, if not. Who else could it possibly be? Speaking of which, what exactly did he seize from the hands of the 66? Countless thoughts swirled in Qinan's mind, and his expression darkened with each passing moment. It is astonishing that even the court and the authorities have placed a bounty upon him. This situation has escalated dramatically. Regardless, I shall first seek out some medicine within the city. Once I have restored my full strength, I shall not fear any pursuit. However, this main quest truly leaves me perplexed. Qinan pondered deeply. Meanwhile, Zhao Boying, who trailed closely behind him, furrowed his brow in suspicion. Casting furtive glances at Qinan, he observed the fluctuations of Qinan's demeanor, one moment dark and brooding, the next filled with a burgeoning murderous intent, only to then relax again. At this moment, he was utterly bewildered by the intentions of the giant. Alas, my life was already a gift snatched from fate. If he wishes to end me, so be it. Zhao Boying bitterly smiled to himself, feeling the weight of pressure dissipate entirely. They walked in tandem for over an hour before finally arriving at a spacious city. By this time, the sun had completely set, casting the world into an enveloping darkness. The city gates were tightly shut, with only the flickering light of torches visible atop the walls. Qinan gazed up and beheld the towering fortifications, imposing and grand. Standing several dozen meters high, constructed entirely of thick, dark bricks. He circled the parapet and finally came to an inconspicuous corner of the wall. How proficient are you in lightness of body? Qinan glanced at Zhao Boying. Lightness of body. Indeed, we must ascend from here, Qinan replied. I possess a dagger that can be embedded into the wall, rendering me unafraid of scaling it, Zhao Boying declared. Very well, follow my lead. Qinan smiled faintly, then, with bare hands, began to climb the formidable brick wall. His fingers were resilient and powerful, akin to the talons of an eagle, leaving deep imprints on the solid bricks with each grasp. His massive frame ascended swiftly and silently. Zhao Boying watched in awe, feeling increasingly aware of the formidable strength of this giant. Before long, they had scaled the wall corner. As Qinan emerged, he spotted several soldiers stationed atop the wall. Their expressions shifted as they opened their mouths to shout, but before they could utter a sound, Qinan swiftly dispatched them with a flick of his hand, administering a lethal toxin that rendered them disoriented and lifeless upon the ground. "Let us go," Qinan urged after incapacitating the soldiers, not pausing for a moment before swiftly descending the opposite side of the parapet. In no time, they had crossed the wall undetected. Qinan strode forward, heading into the distance. At this hour, the city was under curfew, enveloped in darkness. Save for the occasional sound of a watchman's clapper echoing through the night, there was scarcely another sound. As Qinan walked, he searched for a pharmacy along the streets on either side. To be honest, this was his first time in the city, and he felt somewhat disoriented. He could only perceive that the west was filled with alleys, and the buildings bore a striking resemblance to one another. Fortunately, the written characters in this world bore little difference from those of his previous life, which made identification easier. While he was walking, suddenly, Qinan furrowed his brow, keenly detecting a series of faint sounds. He paused, swiftly concealing himself in the shadow of an alley, signaling to Zhao Boing to remain silent. Zhao Boing's complexion shifted slightly, and he quickly concealed himself as well. Soon, several figures leaped swiftly over the walls above them, each possessing exceptional agility, moving while emitting subtle sounds. Chapter 30. Gluttonously Consuming Medicinal Herbs. The return to the origin heart method is complete. We cannot allow Zhao Boing, that scoundrel, to remain, as long as he persists. He will remain a calamity. Brother Zhou is about to hold his wedding with Miss Lianer, and he entrusted us with the crucial task of dealing with Zhao Boing before the ceremony. To eliminate this hidden threat, we must exert ourselves wholeheartedly. Indeed, Brother Zhou has shown us immense kindness. If we cannot resolve this minor issue for him, what face will we have to meet Brother Zhou again? The Golden Wind Pavilion is reputed to possess all the world's information. As long as one can afford the price, there is nothing they cannot uncover. Tonight, we shall inquire at the Golden Wind Pavilion to locate that scoundrel Zhao Boing. Several voices swiftly faded into the distance. Zhao Boing felt a chill in his heart. His fists clenched tightly together. "Is that Brother Zhou indeed your senior brother Zhou Bolong?" Qinan suddenly chuckled. Zhao Boing's expression darkened as he nodded slowly. "Then his betrothed, Miss Lianer, is your junior sister?" Qinan inquired with a smile. Zhao Boing trembled, nodding once more. "Alas," Qinan sighed, shaking his head as he continued onward. After taking a considerable detour, he finally halted, his eyes brightening as he gazed upon a tightly shut building. "By Chaodang, I found it. This must be the apothecary." Without hesitation, Qinan approached, effortlessly shattering the latch, and the grand door swung open under his imposing presence as he stepped inside, beginning to examine the counter. Before him lay a myriad of medicinal herbs, their names flooding his vision. He could not discern which could offer freedom attributes and which could not. Resolutely, he decided to sample each herb. Whether toxic or benign mattered little, for he was impervious to all poisons. Qinan opened a small drawer and hastily stuffed the contents into his mouth, chewing vigorously before swallowing. He then opened a second drawer, repeating the process with its contents. One by one, he consumed the herbs, a bizarre scene that left Zhao Boing in shock and disbelief. Is this fellow even human? Does he suffer from some ailment? If not, why would he consume medicine so recklessly? Yet if he is ill, shouldn't he consult a physician first? As Qinan continued his peculiar feast, his gaze remained fixed on his own status panel. At last, a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. The previously tranquil freedom attribute section had undergone a transformation. He glanced at the substance in his hand. Arsenic? A frown creased his brow. Did he truly have to consume poison to acquire freedom attribute points? Was everything else in vain? Unwilling to succumb to doubt, he devoured all the arsenic in his possession, and then hastily began shoving various herbs into his mouth: cordyceps, ginseng, deer antler, cistanche, epimedium, raspberry. Without discrimination, he consumed everything in sight. This frenzied intake revealed that his freedom attribute points continued to rise. A sense of elation filled him. It seemed that whether it was deadly poison or medicinal herbs, as long as the quantity was sufficient, freedom attribute points would manifest. In a blink, he had nearly depleted the entire stock of the apothecary. His freedom attribute points soared once more to 28. Too few, too few. It appeared that his body had developed a resistance. After consuming so many herbs, he had only garnered 28 points? Qinan pondered. Yet, 28 points were better than none. He opened his panel, fixating on the Guiyuan heart method, and silently recited in his mind. System, allocate points to the Guiyuan heart method. With a flash, the progress of the Guiyuan heart method began to ascend rapidly once again, climbing from its previous peak of 60 to unprecedented heights, swiftly reaching the pinnacle of 100. The entire panel underwent another transformation. Name: Qin and age: 18. Physique: ranked 43rd among his kin in this world. Strength: ranked 46th among his kin in this world. Speed: ranked 61st among his kin in this world. Spirit: ranked 86th among his kin in this world. Martial arts: Hunyuan Palm, unprecedented 100. Special effect: shock, Tiangang explosive fist, beginner 3, Tiangang soul pursuit sword, beginner 3, nickname: None Mind method, Guiyuan heart method, unprecedented 100. Special effect: internal energy flows like a stream, ceaseless and unending, free attribute points, 12. With a gentle exhalation, Qin released a breath of turbid air, instantly feeling the internal energy within him surge and swell, akin to an invisible warm current coursing through his inherent meridians, perpetually in motion, like a torrent. Previously, while practicing Hunyuan Palm, although his internal energy was potent, it lacked a fixed channel for circulation, only allowing the Hunyuan force to reach the limbs and head. However, after cultivating the Guiyuan heart method, this internal energy acquired a definite path for circulation, resembling numerous tiny branches that could lead to various parts of his body. With a mere thought, this energy could even reach his scalp, penetrating his hair, rendering it as sharp as a blade. This is the profound effect of internal martial arts cultivation. The strength reached the 46th position in this world. Qin's eyes flickered as he remarked, "There are still 12 attribute points remaining, which can be allocated further." However, since the Guiyuan heart method had already reached perfection, he could only invest his points into the Tiangang explosive fist. In an instant, the Tiangang explosive fist was elevated to a proficient level of 56. His physique and strength experienced subtle enhancements once again. Physique: 40th among his kin in this world. Strength: 43rd among his kin in this world. Speed: 56th among his kin in this world. Mentality: 86th among his kin in this world. His strength was nearing the top 40, and he resolved to continue searching for medicinal herbs. A spark of joy illuminated Qin's heart as he strode forward, stepping out of the apothecary and heading towards other areas. "Where shall we go next, warrior?" Zhao Boing could not help but inquire. He was utterly astonished by Qin's actions, having never witnessed someone consuming medicinal herbs in such a manner before. He was truly both amazed and frightened. "Where to?" "Naturally, we shall continue our search for pharmacies. Rest assured, since I have vowed to avenge you, I shall undoubtedly fulfill that promise." Qin boomed with laughter. With his newfound strength, he felt unrestrained as he boldly searched along the streets. Unfortunately, the subsequent pharmacies he encountered were all too small in scale. It pales in comparison to the recently visited by Kaitang. The medicinal herbs within are quite ordinary. This revelation caused him to frown as he ventured into yet another apothecary. Their whereabouts were inevitably discovered. In the dead of night, a sharp whistle suddenly pierced the silence. "Zhao Boing, it is indeed you. What audacity to conspire with the demonic sect and dare to enter the city. Kneel before me." With a whoosh, a fierce gust of wind swept from the rooftop. A figure leaped forth without hesitation, aiming a palm strike at Zhao Boing. Zhao Boing's expression changed drastically as he sensed the impending force approaching him. He hurriedly attempted to channel his internal energy to counter the attack, only to realize that the potent poison from his previous encounter with Qin had not yet fully subsided. As he summoned his energy, dizziness overwhelmed him, and he stumbled. The assailant, sensing victory, accelerated his palm strike, targeting Zhao Boing's chest with ferocity. However, at that moment, an enormous hand unexpectedly emerged from the apothecary, intercepting the blow. Chapter 31. The Sword Array? Golden Wind Tower. With a resounding impact, Qin's hand collided with the assailant's, shattering the wrist upon contact. The formidable force then struck the adversary's chest, obliterating his sternum and ribs, causing him to spew blood and be sent flying, meeting a tragic end. Qin furrowed his brow slightly as his robust figure stepped out from the apothecary, surveying the surroundings to the west. From the rooftops in the western direction, a series of faint footsteps could be discerned, unmistakably belonging to those with exceptional agility, hastening towards a common destination. The wind howled fiercely, and shadows flitted to and fro. In an instant, the rooftops were crowded with figures approximately 60 or 70 in number. Each was a skilled individual from the martial world, some wielding swords and daggers, while others brandished peculiar weapons or approached empty-handed, their faces etched with anger and indignation as they encircled their target. Witnessing Qin strike down one of their companions with a single blow ignited a collective fury among them. "It's you." You are the infamous Qinin. Suddenly, someone pointed at Qinin and shouted, "This man is the wanted criminal Qinin, sought by the imperial court and pursued by the demon sect. Zhao Boing, what justification do you have for associating with such a villain? Indeed, it is the demon Qinin, who plundered the Chopping Escort Agency and slaughtered the entire Bai family. His atrocities have incited the wrath of both gods and men, and yet he dares to show his face. Zhao Boing, you consort with criminals and walk alongside this demon. It is no wonder you would murder your master. You have utterly disgraced the Tian Gang sect. Qinin, Zhao Boing, if you possess any sense of reason, surrender at once." "Yes, surrender immediately," the crowd shouted in unison. "I did not murder my master. I have been wrongfully accused. My master's kindness towards me is as profound as a mountain. How could I ever harm him?" Zhao Boing exclaimed, his face flushed as he pleaded with the crowd. However, upon discerning the identities of the figures surrounding him from all directions, a chilling dread washed over him, his body trembling as he felt utterly doomed. These were, in fact, all renowned elders and luminaries of the martial world, including the abbot of Pine Breeze Monastery, the master of Golden Saber Martial Hall, the head of the Harmony Gate of Hebei, and the helmsman of the Zhou Family Boxing Academy. Their collective appearance was quite disconcerting. "Silence, you vile creature. Cease your feeble attempts at justification." An irate old Taoist from Pine Breeze Monastery bellowed, "Very well. If you insist that you did not murder your master and have not consorted with bandits, then prove your innocence by slaying the fiend Qinin before us." "Yes, slay this demon," the others echoed vehemently. Zhao Boing's face drained of color, his body swaying, overcome with grief and indignation, utterly at a loss. What twisted logic is this? Qinin mused, shaking his head gently as he surveyed the crowd. What inducements did Zhou Bolong offer you to champion his cause so fervently? Insolence! How dare you speak so presumptuously, demon? Qinin, you are facing your demise, yet you persist in uttering falsehoods. Qinin, if you know what's good for you, then cripple your own martial prowess, and we may spare your life. The crowd roared in unison. Cripple myself? Qinin chuckled suddenly. Enough. I tire of this pointless banter. Say what you will. I shall now depart, and I dare any of you to impede my progress. Zhao Boing, come with me. He grasped Zhao Boing's collar with one hand and strode forward. The crowd erupted in fury. How dare you, wretched creature? Do you think you can escape? Suddenly, an elderly man, filled with rage, stomped his foot and charged forward like a wild goose, his movement swift as lightning, aiming for the vital points on Qinin's back. As he struck, a formidable and terrifying internal force accompanied his attack, crackling through the air, rendering it almost palpable. With his sudden aggression, the onlookers around him wasted no time. They shouted fiercely and lunged towards Qinin and Zhao Boing, eager for confrontation. Qinin's eyes glinted with cold light upon witnessing the old man's sudden attack, and a murderous intent surged within him. He released Zhao Boing and swiftly turned, seizing the old man's wrists with his powerful hands. The elder was taken aback, feeling a sharp pain as his wrists were captured in an instant by the seemingly demonic figure before him. Alarmed, he summoned his internal energy, struggling desperately to break free from Qinin's grip. Yet he soon realized that Qinin's hands were as unyielding as iron, causing him excruciating pain. This is bad. How dare you challenge me? Qinin's gaze turned menacing as he tightened his grip. The old man let out a piercing scream as his wrists were crushed, the bones shattering like dough under pressure. The agonizing pain overwhelmed him, and he fainted on the spot. As the attacks from others swiftly approached, Qinin's hand struck decisively, delivering a powerful slap to the elder's forehead. With a crack, the elder's head was forcefully driven into his abdomen, and with a casual toss, Qinin sent the lifeless body flying. Suddenly, the swords from the west surged forth, converging upon Qinin's vital points with alarming speed. He deftly evaded their onslaught. But just as he did, more swords from behind lunged at him, their azure light flashing menacingly, compelling him to retreat no further. This was merely the beginning. Soon, swords emerged from both his left and right, their ferocity palpable, the air crackling with their lethal intent as they aimed directly for him. In an instant, all avenues of escape were sealed. Despite Qinin's formidable physique, honed over years of secretive refinement by Baoxiang, rendering him seemingly impervious to ordinary weapons, he was still flesh and blood. The master's present wielded weapons imbued with profound internal energy. Each sword thrust was accompanied by a hissing sound, its momentum relentless and seemingly unstoppable. Be cautious, Brother Qin, called out Zhao Boing, his face pale with concern. This is the reign of Golden Wind Sword formation from the Golden Wind Tower. Not only are they renowned for their intelligence trade, but their sword formations are even more formidable. Once ensnared within, Even the most exceptional masters find it exceedingly difficult to break free. A sword formation? Qin furrowed his brow, letting out a cold snort. If even the most exceptional masters struggle to escape, then surely they must be blind to his capabilities. Suddenly, Qin deftly evaded the long swords thrusting from both the right front and directly ahead. With a swift motion, he unleashed his inner power. Striking forcefully at the void before him, his palm descended with great might, generating an invisible barrier of energy that caused a sharp sting to the faces of those present. Accompanied by a searing sensation, fear gripped the hearts of the onlookers. What profound inner strength this man possessed. After delivering the strike, Qin was relentless, his palms moving in a flurry as he continued to dodge while unleashing a barrage of powerful slashes. The force of his strikes whistled through the air, stirring up clouds of dust and debris that surged uncontrollably towards the western expanse. The crowd instinctively began to disperse, preparing to evade the impending danger. However, as they maneuvered, an unsettling realization dawned upon them. The gusts of energy were poisoned. Quick, hold your breath. The practitioners of the sword formation exclaimed in alarm. Soon, some began to feel their vision darken, their countenance turning an ominous shade of purple, their bodies swaying as if inebriated, before collapsing to the ground. The once cohesive formation of 16, known as the Sword Array, now revealed gaps, proving unable to contain Qin any longer. With each successive strike of his palms, toxic winds spiraled towards the crowd, and despite the survivors' swift attempts to stifle their breathing, many succumbed to the venom, foaming at the mouth and collapsing. In mere moments, the sword array formed by these 16 individuals was utterly dismantled by Qin's onslaught. The remaining members wore expressions of shock and fury. Everyone, be cautious. Do not confront the demon Qin. A venerable elder with white hair and beard suddenly bellowed, raising his weapon and leaping into the fray. His single-edged blade aimed ferociously at Qin's form. He was the elder leading the team from the Golden Wind Tower, named Chunin, also known by the moniker Eight-Armed Iron Ape. The moment he lunged forward, the others followed suit, their voices rising in angry shouts as they held their breath and surged towards Qin. They had been poised to act when Qin was besieged by the sword formation, but their hesitation stemmed from the necessity of expert coordination to maximize the formation's efficacy. Lacking proficiency in the sword formation, their intervention would have hindered rather than helped. However, with the formation now shattered, they cast aside their reservations, leaping into action and employing their unique techniques as they rushed towards Qin. Meanwhile, two individuals made a beeline for Zhao Boing, swiftly delivering a kick that toppled him. They aimed to seize his vital joints. Caught off guard by the sudden assault, Zhao Boing quickly regained his composure, drawing his long sword and thrusting it toward the two assailants. The potent venom coursing through his veins had yet to dissipate, limiting his internal energy to a mere fraction, compelling him to rely on his exquisite swordsmanship for defense rather than brute strength. Enraged, the two adversaries found themselves forced to evade his strikes, unable to close the distance. Chapter 32. A single blow. Breaking through the siege. In an instant, Qin found himself amidst a fray, yet he remained unfazed, his towering physique resembling an iron tower as he charged into the throng. Mastery over multiple martial arts had honed his internal energy to an unparalleled vigor. Each punch and kick he unleashed carried the weight of 1,000 pounds, augmented by the lethal toxins infused within his aura. Initially, the crowd managed to hold their breath, barely resisting the potent poison. However, as the battle prolonged, the toxic essence naturally infiltrated their inner energies, permeating their bodies. In an instant, the once cohesive group assaulting Qin was thrown into disarray. This is bad. I've been poisoned. Oh no, I too have been poisoned. His inner strength harbors deadly toxins. Everyone, be cautious. Curse demon Qin, what vile methods you employ. Vile? I would argue it is you who are truly wicked. Qin, witnessing the chaos among the crowd, erupted into hearty laughter, fully committed to unleashing his palm strikes. The sound of cracking bones echoed as more than a dozen fell victim to his overwhelming power. As he swiftly maneuvered through the fray, a sudden frown creased his brow. Faint yet urgent sounds emerged from behind him, indicating a formidable opponent had concealed their aura and was rapidly closing in. In a flash, Qin pivoted, his massive hand darting out like a bolt of lightning, seizing the assailant with a vice-like grip. To his surprise, it was the same elderly Taoist from before, now wearing an expression of sheer terror as Qin firmly grasped his throat. Qin laughed once more, his voice booming, and then, wielding the Taoist like a weapon, he swung him towards another approaching master, preparing to deliver a devastating blow. In the grip of terror, the aged Taoist from Song Fengwen initially attempted to summon his inner strength to withstand Qin's assault. However, he soon let out a harrowing scream. his complexion darkening as he foamed at the mouth, succumbing to the lethal poison that invaded his heart, ultimately losing consciousness. Meanwhile, the skilled fighter charging toward him was taken aback, fearful of inadvertently harming the venerable elder, and hastily sought to retract his palm strike. Yet, before he could withdraw, the lifeless body of the elder crashed down upon him, producing a thunderous crack. Both their forms were instantly shattered, bones splintered, and brains splattered. Emboldened by the carnage, Chenin seized the corpse and relentlessly hurled it into the remaining throng, his towering stature of over 2 meters rendering him a formidable presence amidst the chaos. Akin to a child dominating a playground, the sounds of cracking bones echoed, as one after another, individuals were sent flying, blood spilling forth, meeting their untimely demise. The leaders of Heeman, the head of the Zhou family's boxing gym, and the patriarch of the Zhao clan from Hebei all fell with ease. Their lives extinguished in mere moments. In the blink of an eye, Chenin had claimed dozens of lives. The remaining survivors were engulfed in panic, no longer daring to linger, and began to flee in terror. Even the elder of Jin Fenglu, known as the Eight-Armed Iron Ape, Chenin, wore a mask of horror, his complexion turning an unsettling shade of purple and blue, showing signs of poisoning. He hastily prepared to escape. Thinking of fleeing? You shall not evade me. Chenin sneered, watching as Chenin attempted to escape. With a swift motion, he hurled the corpse in his grasp like a deadly arrow, aimed directly at the back of Chenin's head. In that instant, his formidable form surged forward, intent on subduing Chenin. Chenin was filled with horror as he heard a heavy object crashing down behind him. He swiftly dodged without a second thought. But just as he evaded the assault of a corpse, Chenin's powerful palm had already struck fiercely against his back. Bang! Crack! A dull thud echoed. And Chenin spewed blood, his body hurtling through the air like a broken sack, landing far away with all his organs shattered, turning to mush. The remaining onlookers fled even faster, their terror palpable, wishing they had 8 legs to escape with. In the blink of an eye, no one remained in the area, leaving only dozens of corpses behind. Righteous path? Huh, is this what righteous individuals look like? Chenin sneered, remarking, I thought they were fearless. Yet they ran faster than rabbits. Unfortunately, his own agility was lacking. Otherwise, he could have detained all of them. Suddenly, he bent down and began to search the corpses scattered on the ground. Regrettably, none of them carried any secrets or treasures. Only a handful of scattered silver coins and some unknown elixirs remained. As for these elixirs, Chenin welcomed them all, uncapping each one and pouring them into his mouth as if they were mere candy, devouring them with abandon. After all, his body was impervious to toxins. He had consumed even the most potent poisons before, so there was no cause for concern. In no time, dozens of bottles of chaotic elixirs had been consumed. And when Zhao Boing witnessed this, his expression was one of astonishment, gazing at Chenin as if he were a monster. In all his years traversing the martial world, he had never encountered anyone who consumed medicine in such a manner. Indeed, it was as expected, as dozens of potions, each with its own name, coursed through his body. The hard-earned 3 points of free attributes surged upward, akin to a rocket ascending into the sky. This spectacle ignited a spark of joy in Chenin's eyes. It was undeniably effective. This method far surpassed the arduous task of consuming potions in the apothecary. In the blink of an eye, his free attribute points soared to 18. A booming laughter erupted from Chenin, reverberating through the night. Zhao Boing, witnessing this, turned pale, fearing that Chenin had lost his sanity. At that moment, he found himself increasingly bewildered by Chenin's actions. System, augment the Heavenly Gang explosive fist, Chenin intoned silently, his gaze flickering with anticipation. Suddenly, the entire interface began to shift, enveloped in a haze, as the numbers ascended rapidly. Within him, it felt as if a chemical reaction was taking place, and a surge of formidable and profound power swiftly emanated from every fiber of his being. Name, Chenin age, 18 physique, ranked 38th among his kind in this world strength, ranked 40th among his kind in this world speed, ranked 55th among his kind in this world spirit, ranked 86th among his kind in this world martial arts. Hunyuan Palm, unprecedented 100. Special effect, shock, Tian Gang explosive fist, mastered 80, Tian Gang soul chasing sword, entry 3, nickname, demon mental method, Gui Yuan mental method, unprecedented 100, special effect, inner strength flows like a stream. Never ceasing, free attribute points, 0 strength ranking has risen by 3 places to 40? Chenin furrowed his brow. Indeed, the further one progresses, the more challenging it becomes to improve. Furthermore, the Tian Gang explosive fist does not belong to the category of internal martial arts, it is merely a technique. At his level of martial training, the impact of techniques has diminished considerably. Ultimately, it is the depth of inner strength that determines one's power. The greater the inner strength, the stronger the individual. Nevertheless, any improvement is preferable to none. Having resolved to seize the Tiangang Wuxian Gong, he is determined to enhance his own capabilities as much as possible. Moreover, with the demon cult and the imperial court's bounty already issued, he must seize every opportunity to strengthen himself. Let us depart. I have changed my mind and will not visit those apothecaries. I have heard that there is a martial arts hall within the city. Let us go there. Suddenly, Qinan broke into a smile and strode purposefully ahead. Are we heading to the martial arts hall? Zhao Boying's complexion turned pale as he remarked. The martial arts hall within the city is the Golden Blade Hall. And among the assailants was the hall master, Gu Tianan. Are you intending to settle scores with them? How fortuitous. Let us address this matter together. Qinan chuckled once more. His motives for seeking out the Golden Blade Hall were twofold. Firstly, he wished to acquire insights into their internal martial arts techniques. Secondly, he sought to procure some elixirs to enhance his abilities. He had discovered that the freedom attributes offered by these elixirs far surpassed those obtained from mere herbs. Given this revelation, why not indulge in the elixirs? Each martial arts hall and sect nearly possessed secret elixirs, which were undoubtedly superior to simple herbal remedies. Chapter 33. A bold infiltration of the Golden Blade Hall. As they continued on their path, Qinan suddenly furrowed his brow, detecting the sound of chaotic footsteps ahead. He halted momentarily, seized Zhao Boying, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight. Not long after their departure, the distant street echoed with a cacophony of hurried footsteps, illuminated by the flickering glow of torches. A throng of officials and soldiers rushed towards the scene. In an instant, they arrived at the very spot where Qinan had just engaged in fierce combat. The sight of the numerous corpses left everyone astounded. The leading officials exchanged glances, their expressions shifting dramatically. Undoubtedly, these officials were time travelers. Just moments ago, they had received intelligence indicating that the demon, Qinan, had re-emerged, allied with the traitor Zhao Boying, and was currently under siege by various sections. They promptly contacted the military, who were already en route. Alas, they arrived too late. Many experts were deceased. A transmigrator exclaimed with astonishment. This atmosphere, it's toxic. Retreat at once. A constable at the forefront bellowed, his voice reverberating. Scarcely had his words been uttered when someone, his face contorted with cyanosis, clutched his throat, emitting a harrowing cry before collapsing. Chaos ensued. Everyone held their breath, swiftly fleeing. Several transmigrators, aghast and disbelieving, immediately uploaded photographs and videos to the forum. Esteemed experts, be warned. The demonic entity Qinan has emerged. A formidable adversary has surfaced. In another locale, a vermilion gate stood firmly shut, deep within the Golden Saber Martial Hall. Gu Tianan, his mouth stained with blood and his countenance marred with lividity, staggered into a chamber at the hall's farthest reaches. He nearly stumbled upon entering. Master! The disciples within the chamber, their faces etched with concern, hastened to support him. Quickly! Assist me to the secret chamber. Allow no one to disturb me, Gu Tianan implored with difficulty. Yes, master. The disciples, shaken, nodded at once and escorted Gu Tianan toward the clandestine chamber at the rear. But at that moment, a sharp crack echoed. With a thunderous detonation, the adjacent wall imploded, sending forth a barrage of fragmented bricks and stones hurtling into the chamber, accompanied by a cloud of dust and debris, and a peal of uproarious laughter. Grandmaster Gu, pray tell, where do you intend to abscond? A formidable and terrifying aura permeated the air as a colossal figure, akin to an iron tower, strode forth. His eyes gleaming with an intense light, akin to bolts of lightning, fixated upon Gu Tianan. Gu Tianan's pupils contracted, his countenance twitching, a profound sense of dread washing over him. Had this fiend dared to invade his very abode? The demonic Qinan. The two disciples flanking him exchanged a look of mutual consternation. Indubitably, they too were transmigrators, who after 7 or 8 years of toil, had only managed to attain the status of personally instructed disciples of the martial hall. What is it you desire? Gu Tianan uttered with difficulty. Simple. Qinan replied with a smile. I require the secret elixirs of your martial hall, and furthermore, your internal energy cultivation methods. That is impossible, Gu Tianan exclaimed vehemently, without a moment's hesitation. Impossible? Qinan's brow furrowed. I have heard that you possess a grandson, residing within this very martial hall, for whom you hold particular affection and esteem. Shall I retrieve this grandson of yours? What do you intend to do? Gutianin's expression underwent a drastic change. Do? Chinan scoffed. You are no callow youth. What do you surmise I intend to do? Either relinquish these elixirs and cultivation methods to me in their entirety, or do not fault me for my lack of leniency. You. Gutianin trembled with indignation, a chilling premonition creeping into his heart. Devil. Truly a devil, exclaimed Chinan. Gamin master, I have no time to waste with you. Whether you are willing or not, just give me a straightforward answer. I agree. Gamin hurriedly shouted. That's settled then. Chinan replied with a smile. Gamin's complexion turned ashen, as if he had aged a decade in an instant. His body swayed as he led Chinan toward the inner chamber. Before long, Gamin opened a drawer and retrieved a dozen or so bottles of various sizes. Some bore labels, while others did not. Some were black, some white, all densely packed, and he placed them on the table before him. These are the secret medicinal concoctions of my Golden Blade martial arts school, Gamin declared. Chinan's eyes flickered as he seized the bottles, uncorking them without a second thought, pouring their contents into his mouth with reckless abandon. Whether they were pills, powders, or liquids, he consumed them all, disregarding any questions about their usage or whether they were toxic. A bizarre scene unfolded, causing Gamin's eyes to widen in shock. However, a moment later, a surge of delight washed over him, accompanied by a glimmer of murderous intent. These bottles contained several incompatible mixtures, medicinal concoctions acquired years ago from the infamous physician Su Yiji. Some of these substances could not be combined at all. Once mixed, they would unleash a toxicity of unparalleled ferocity. At that point, no matter how powerful one might be, resistance would be impossible. This devil is doomed, he thought, reveling in his glee. However, Chinan merely poured all the contents of the vials into his mouth, smacking his lips as if nothing were amiss, leaving an impression of lingering desire for more. Moments later, a glimmer of joy illuminated his face, as though he had encountered an extraordinary delight. Gutianin was taken aback, struggling to comprehend the scene before him. This demon had ingested the highly toxic concoction crafted by the ghostly physician Su Yiji, yet seemed unscathed? How could this be? Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, all of Chinan's attention was fixated on the panel before him. The section for free attribute points surged rapidly, akin to a rocket's ascent. This latest enhancement was even more swift than before. Within approximately 10 minutes, it had escalated to a remarkable 38 points. Astonished, he cast another glance at the myriad of vials and selected two that stood out among the rest. One housed a green pill, while the other contained a red one. He recalled that these two, when consumed, had imparted a spiciness distinct from the others, causing his free attribute points to soar at an astonishing rate. Xianyang pill. Ningxuang pill. Are there any more of these? Bring them all to me, Chinan commanded. Gutianin felt a jolt of fear, cold sweat forming on his brow. The two vials in Chinan's possession were precisely those he had previously obtained from the ghostly physician Su Yiji. These two pills were incompatible. Their combination would result in a lethal poison. Had the other party discerned the truth? They were all he had left. Gutianin's lips quivered. Is that so? Chinan's brow furrowed as he scrutinized Gutianin, his gaze turning frigid. I speak the truth. It is indeed gone. These two vials of elixir are not a secret transmission of my Golden Blade martial arts school, but rather something I sought from the ghostly physician Su Yiji in my early years. Even I am unaware of the method of their concoction, Gutianin hastily explained. The ghostly physician Su Yiji? Chinan inquired with suspicion. Zhao Boing, who stood nearby, could not help but change his expression, elaborating. He is a legendary healer in the martial world, reputed to have no ailment he cannot cure. However, his temperament is peculiar, and he often turns a blind eye to those in dire need. Many have traversed great distances to seek his diagnosis, only to find him watching as they succumb to pain or illness, filled with scorn. It is only when they begin to draw their last breath that he might intervene, earning him the moniker of the ghostly physician. Oh, and where does this ghostly physician reside? Chinan asked. I am quite eager to pay him a visit. Such a miraculous healer must exist for a purpose. If I could merely obtain a few elixirs from him, I wonder how much freedom it might bestow upon me. Of course, this is contingent upon his strength. I must avoid being struck down by him. He has always dwelled in the Valley of 10,000 Poisons, Gutianin replied, his tone laden with complexity. The Valley of 10,000 Poisons. Chinan echoed. How would you assess his prowess? How does it compare to yours? Compared to me? Gutianin gently shook his head, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. The ghostly physician is far more formidable. His healing is entirely contingent upon his mood. Should he be in good spirits, he may even treat a beggar on the street. Yet, if his mood sours, no matter how fervently the 7 dominant sects plead with him, he will remain indifferent. And where do you believe his strength ranks among the martial world? Qian's gaze flickered. Gutian's expression froze momentarily, and after a brief hesitation, he said, well, even if he is not comparable to the leaders of the 7 or 8 dominant sects, he should at least be on par with an ordinary sect master, right? Qian smiled again and replied, Sect Master Go, may I borrow a glimpse of your heart method? Chapter 34. A stir in the Jianghu. As the sun rose, its radiant light illuminated the entire 008 world. In an instant, the vast realm was thrown into turmoil. The sound of galloping hooves echoed throughout the Jianghu, with people bustling to and fro as dust billowed along the official roads. All the horses and figures surged toward Qingyang City. News of the demon Qian's appearance in Qingyang City last night spread like wildfire across the Jianghu, especially with the encouragement of those time travelers. Countless factions rushed forth. The fate of the demon Qian was intricately linked to their mission's success or failure. No time traveler could afford to remain indifferent. Moreover, with the demon cult and the authorities issuing bounties, Qian had unwittingly become the focal point of the world, attracting numerous Jianghu figures eager to join the fray. However, at that very moment, Qian was already miles away, heading in an entirely different direction. In Hunan, towering peaks loomed majestically, their surfaces shimmering a deep crimson as if perpetually scorched by flames. At the summit stood a magnificent edifice, grand and imposing. This was none other than the renowned sect, the Flame Mountain Manor. The current lord of the Flame Mountain Manor, Han Feng, is among the first batch of travelers who crossed over 15 years ago. Upon his arrival, he was merely a lowly figure within the manor. Yet through his cleverness and a survival-at-all-costs mentality, he managed to endure for 7 or 8 years, gradually earning a modest reputation within the estate. His fortunes took a dramatic turn when he encountered the Forum's inaugural main quest release. At that time, 7 major sects united to besiege the demon cult, drawing countless travelers into the fray. The battle was cataclysmic, resulting in immense casualties among the travelers. By sheer luck, Han Feng survived that ordeal and distinguished himself, receiving a reward of 10 years of pure internal energy, along with a mid-tier secret technique, the Crimson Sun Palm. With this unexpected boon of internal power and the mastery of the Crimson Sun Palm, he continued to bide his time for another 3 years. It was then that he caught the eye of the former lord of the manor, Zhuang Baifan, the red-eyed divine ape, who took him on as a disciple. After 3 more years of tutelage, Zhuang Baifan entrusted the mantle of leadership to him. Han Feng's experiences in this otherworldly realm are nothing short of legendary. Even the natives of the 008 world speak of him with great admiration. He has become the youngest and most accomplished lord in the history of the Flame Mountain Manor, earning the respect of formidable figures such as the abbot of the Diamond Temple and the master of the Qingyan Temple. At this very moment, in the innermost depths of the Flame Mountain Manor, a formidable gathering of powerful figures is taking place. Although they share similar ages and differing genders and attire, their expressions remain unyieldingly calm, exuding an intangible aura. They are, indeed, the most potent travelers from the western realms in the 008 world. Flame Mountain Manor, Han Feng, Red Sand Sect, Chen Xian, the leader of the Jiang and 13 Waterways, Duan Feitian, the White Rainbow Sword Manor, Lu Yuexing. The experiences of these Westerners are strikingly similar. Approximately 7 to 8 years ago, they distinguished themselves by achieving great feats and were subsequently rewarded by the Forum with an enhancement of their powers, granting them an inheritance as the heirs of dominant sections. Presently, the Forum's second main quest has surprisingly emerged. How can they remain composed? My friends, this time there are indeed 2 main quests. The system is quite generous, and the allure of each quest is immensely powerful. Han Feng spoke in a calm tone, stating, "We, the Westerners, have painstakingly attained our current status and strength. Now, suddenly confronted with such a trial, what do you think we should do?" "Is there any need for discussion?" replied Chen Xian, the master of the Red Sand Sect, sitting stoically in his chair, his expression indifferent. "Our standing as Westerners is unassailable. These 2 main quests must not fall into the hands of others. Indeed, I have no desire to witness yet another transcendent individual rise unexpectedly. In the 008 world, we Westerners are sufficient. No other traversers shall tread upon our heads." Duan Feitian, the leader of the Jiang and 13 Waterways, suddenly broke into a smile. "Brother Han, how do you wish to divide this? Speak freely." Lu Yuexing, gathering her long hair, turned her gaze toward Han Feng. Though she was a woman, her formidable prowess in both swordsmanship and internal strength was nearly unparalleled in the 008 world. Over the years, the Westerners have dominated the martial realm, establishing themselves as the tallest peak above all traversers. Any traveler who has obtained fortuitous opportunities cannot hope to conceal them from their watchful eyes. All individuals posing a threat to them have, for the most part, been eradicated. Han Feng suddenly smiled, his fingers tapping lightly on the table as he spoke. In light of this, I shall boldly declare that the reward for the first of these two primary quests is, in fact, a transcendent elixir of great potency. This extraordinary elixir possesses the remarkable ability to enhance one's internal energy by 50 years. In contrast, the second primary quest merely offers an increase of 30 years of internal energy for the elimination of a single individual. The disparity between the two rewards is indeed substantial. If you are inclined, I propose that you relinquish this transcendent elixir to me, and in return, I shall generously bestow upon you the mid-grade cultivation technique, Crimson Sun Rising, from the reward of the first quest. Moreover, I shall not lay claim to the Yin-Yang Boundless Palm from the second quest and afterward. I will also provide each of you with 3 healing essence pills, if you will. These healing essence pills are a sacred remedy for injuries, passed down through the secret traditions of our Flame Mountain Manor. While they may not resurrect the dead, they are sufficient to treat 99% of internal injuries encountered in the martial world. Even within the Flame Mountain Manor, they are considered exceedingly rare treasures. Do you desire the elixir that grants 50 years of internal prowess? The other 3 individuals furrowed their brows in contemplation. Indeed, Han Feng's sincerity had been duly expressed. Should they believe their own offer surpass his, then he would not contest for the elixir. Han Feng continued. After a moment of deliberation, the trio nodded in agreement. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. However, the 3 individuals from the second quest must be equally divided among us. Indeed, the 3 wanted criminals from the second quest shall not be allowed to be monopolized by any single person. That is only natural. Han Feng felt a surge of joy within and remarked, I shall certainly ensure that everyone has the opportunity to eliminate a wanted criminal. Now, we must deliberate on how to accomplish these 2 significant tasks. Among the 2 tasks, the Demon Shinin has already made his presence known, while General Zhao Tianin remains in the military camp. As for the remaining demon sect's young leader and the protector Guo Kai, their whereabouts are currently unknown. Therefore, let us first focus on the Demon Shinin, shall we? Certainly. We shall eliminate the demon first and then deal with Zhao Tianin. Zhao Tianin is guarded by an army of 100,000. We must devise a prudent strategy. The other 3 chimed in. I will contact the abbot of the Diamond Temple, the master of the Qingyan Temple, and the leader of the Iron Sword sect. It is time for our 7 major righteous sects to unite once more, Han Feng declared with a smile. The others also displayed expressions of delight. Within the Hebei military camp, Vice Commander Xiong Dayo was gathering a group of time travelers, conspiring in a hidden corner of the barracks. They were inwardly astonished, never anticipating that the main storyline task would be related to their Hebei military camp. Even more surprising was the realization that this task involved their general Zhao Tianin. This led them to contemplate the prospect of assassinating Zhao Tianin to claim the extraordinary elixir for themselves. However, they understood that even if they succeeded in killing Zhao Tianin, evading the court's pursuit would be nearly impossible. To slay a general is tantamount to conspiracy against the state. In this low martial world, opposing the court is akin to courting death. Boss, what do you suggest we do? Even if we refrain from taking action, other traversers will undoubtedly intervene. And when that happens, we too shall not escape unscathed, remarked one traverser, furrowing his brow. Indeed, Chief, the others echoed, their expressions equally troubled. What can we do? Remaining idle is certainly not an option. Xiong Da's countenance darkened. To be allied with Zhao Tianin at this juncture is akin to being tethered to a powder keg. Anyone who attempts to strike at Zhao Tianin may inadvertently bring about our demise as well. Wait here. I shall contact the boss and seek his directives, Xiongda declared, stamping his foot. Good. The others nodded in agreement. The boss they referred to as undoubtedly the true helmsman of their faction. At this moment, this leader too resided within the 008 world, albeit in a position distinct from theirs. Chapter 35. A Surge in Power. The Huayuan Tiangang Palm. A sensation across the land. The martial world of the entire 008 realm erupted into greater fervor. The reason was simple. The 7 major righteous sects had finally begun to unite once more. The 7 sects jointly issued a bounty, declaring that any member of the Righteous Alliance who, with unwavering resolve, discovers the whereabouts of the Demon Shinin or the demonic sect's young master, Guo Kai, shall pursue them without hesitation. Those who manage to capture these 3 alive shall henceforth be treated as honored guests of the 7 major sects. In the wake of this announcement, the martial world was set ablaze with excitement. Especially among the traversers, astonishment was palpable. The esteemed Han Feng and his allies have taken action. Truly worthy of their status as formidable masters, their prowess is indeed extraordinary. Splendid. The 7 major sects acting in concert has invigorated this martial realm. The clamor is utterly meaningless. This main quest offers us no benefits whatsoever. Even if we manage to capture the demon Cheanan and his companions, they will undoubtedly be snatched away by Han Feng and his cohorts. We are destined to remain mere supporting characters. Being a supporting character is preferable to having our cultivation diminished by half. Indeed, having the opportunity to act alongside the strongest transgressor from the Western Academy is a chance in itself. Perhaps later, I could even seek to apprentice under them. Saving myself over a decade of arduous struggle, various discussions erupted in the forum. In another direction, amidst the undulating mountains and forests within an inconspicuous cave, Cheanan's imposing figure sat quietly, his eyes closed, resembling a colossal statue. From the crown of his head, wisps of white smoke began to emanate, gradually enveloping his entire forehead. It has been 3 days since he departed from Qingyang City. During these 3 days, he has not idled. He sought out a cave and began to study the internal cultivation technique, the Golden Flame Heart method, which he had seized from the Golden Blade Martial Arts School. However, after 2 days of study, he discovered that the level of the Golden Flame Heart method was rather mediocre, comparable to the returning Yuan Heart method. This revelation left him quite disheartened, for even if he were to master the Golden Flame Heart method, its effectiveness would be limited. Rather than pursue this path, it would be wiser to conserve his points and allocate them to other martial arts. As he allocated points to the Heavenly Gang Explosive Fist and upgraded it to its maximum level, he unexpectedly discovered an entirely new function. The perfected Heavenly Gang Explosive Fist could actually merge with the perfected Primordial Palm. This revelation astonished him greatly. Consequently, from last night until now, he sat cross-legged, his mind transforming into a remarkably efficient computing machine, rapidly integrating the 2 martial arts. Vast amounts of information were swiftly merging and folding. Simultaneously, even the meridians and muscles within his body were being continuously stretched, subtly altering. A powerful aura began to emanate from within the cave. Outside the cave, Zhao Boying, who was guarding Cheanan, could not help but change his expression, glancing back toward the dark, foreboding cavern. He sensed that something formidable and indescribable lurked within. Merely the aura made him feel a sense of unease. This individual. Cheanan's expression shifted as he fixed his gaze on the cave. Moments later, his pupils suddenly constricted, looking intently at the cave entrance, appearing as if he had seen a ghost. From the depths of the cave, large shadows were cast outward, accompanied by heavy footsteps, reminiscent of a terrifying creature emerging. Cheanan's physique seemed to have become even more robust. His muscles bulged, his skin took on a bronze sheen, and thick veins wrapped around his arms. His long, dark hair cascaded down his shoulders. He had grown at least 20 centimeters taller than before. Originally, he stood at a height of merely 10 feet. Now, he has reached a minimum of 11. His hands hung at his sides like 2 enormous iron cauldrons, the knuckles protruding grotesquely, emanating an aura of formidable power. His arms were thicker than his waist. As Cheanan stepped out, he exhaled a gentle breath of foul air. The moment this noxious breath escaped his lips, Zhao Boying's countenance shifted in alarm, prompting him to hastily hold his breath and evade. The verdant grass and shrubs before him swiftly withered and turned yellow, succumbing to the toxic breath, all life extinguished in an instant. The atmosphere became suffused with an invisible venom, devastating every minuscule organism in its wake. Not too shabby, the efforts of the past few days had not been in vain. Cheanan mused with a smile. Name, Cheanan age, 18 physique, ranked 21st among his kin in this realm strength, ranked 30th among his kin in this realm speed, ranked 50th among his kin in this realm mentality, ranked 66th among his kin in this realm martial arts. Hunyuan Tian Gang Palm 80 proficiency. Effects, shock, explosion, invisible energy, Tian Gang Soul Chasing Sword, 83 proficiency, nickname, Demon Mind Technique, Gui Yuan Mind Technique, 100 proficiency, effects, internal energy flows like a stream, ceaselessly replenished, free attribute points, 0 at last. He has entered the top 30 in strength rankings. What is currently lacking is speed and spirit. If I were to seek a martial art focused on body techniques and practice it a little, I should be able to enhance my speed. As for spirit, cultivating internal energy can bolster it, and the integration of various techniques may also elevate one's spirit. As for the existence of specialized mental techniques, Cheanan pondered for a moment, then opened the forum to inquire. Esteemed experts, I urgently seek martial arts that can enhance spirit. Is there anything available? What? Enhance spirit? What a naive thought. Where does this novice come from? In a low-level martial world, what spirit manuals could possibly exist? This is hilarious. And to think of enhancing spirit, what a fanciful notion. I, too, wish to create the heavens and the earth. Does anyone have techniques that can accomplish such a feat? Esteemed one, I possess a manual that can enhance spirit. Would you be interested? It's available for 200,000. I have one as well, but at a lower price of 80,000. Haha. I am selling mine for merely 20,000. Send the money. Chenin, feeling helpless, continued to ask, is there any powerful martial art focused on body techniques? It's quite urgent. There are indeed body techniques, but can you afford them? The flowing cloud step from Qingyan Temple, the wind and thunder flash from the demon sect, the nine heavens dragon dance from the blazing flame manor, the flickering light from the white rainbow sword manor, and the phantom displacement from the iron sword sect. Would you like to buy any of these? Haha, stop joking with him. These are all top-tier legacies from dominant sects. Even if he wishes to buy them, where would he procure them? What a child. You should go home and rethink your approach. This game is not suited for you. Abandon the game. You incessantly speak of spiritual techniques and martial arts, yet fail to recognize your own limitations. Indeed, step away from the game. Heed the words of those who have walked this path. This game is not worth your time. Numerous comments once again surged forth, yet Chenin chose to disregard them, decisively closing the forum. A bunch of fools. How utterly absurd. Zhao Boying, does your Tiangang sect possess any noteworthy lightness techniques? Chenin inquired. Zhao Boying fell silent in an instant. What is the matter? Cat got your tongue? Chenin raised an eyebrow, an intangible aura enveloping him. The Tiangang beta step of my Tiangang sect is regarded as exceptional within the martial world, Zhao Boying replied. His voice strained. Oh? Then teach me swiftly, Chenin urged with a smile. Although he currently lacked free attribute points, it did not hinder him from temporarily learning a new movement technique. After all, he could always allocate points later when the opportunity arose. Thus, they lingered in the forest for an entire day, and only by noon the following day did they finally emerge. However, upon stepping out, they discovered that the entire martial world had plunged into chaos. The forces of righteousness and evil, alongside the imperial court, assassins, and various other figures traversing the gray areas, had all mobilized. The seven dominant sects, in conjunction with the call of the demonic sect, truly posed a formidable threat. Chapter 36, The Seven Elders of the Demon Sect. On the path leading to Jiangxi, Chenin, towering at 11 feet, traversed with remarkable speed, his gaze vigilant, frequently glancing up and around, akin to a tiger surveying its territory, scanning the western expanse. Regarding the pursuit against him, he had already discerned the situation clearly on the forum. He never anticipated that it would escalate to such a significant extent. The entire martial world and the court were in an uproar. This truly flattered him. Fortunately, that group of time travelers remained oblivious to his own status as one of them. Otherwise, if the news were to leak, they would likely tear him apart in the real world. At present, he faced two choices. The first was to continue his journey to the Heavenly Gang sect to seize the Heavenly Gang's Wuxiang technique, but this would undoubtedly be perilous, easily attracting the siege of countless martial artists. Clearly, this would be unwise. The second option was to persist in searching for medicinal substances to consume. However, after trying numerous drugs and secret elixirs, it was evident that the secret elixirs were no longer viable, and even entering the city would merely heighten the risk of exposure. Only the ghost doctor might provide him with an unexpected boon. Therefore, after careful consideration, Chenin resolved to seek out the ghost doctor first. Once he had accumulated a portion of free attribute points there, acquiring a manual would no longer be a concern. He could simply infiltrate several sects and seize what he needed. Thankfully, the ghost doctor resided in the Valley of 10,000 Poisons, located at the junction of Jiangxi and Fujin, which was convenient enough. As dusk fell, Chenin and his companion moved swiftly, having just emerged from a narrow path. Suddenly, Chenin furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. He abruptly turned to gaze into the forest behind them. Come out from the shadows, he commanded coldly. Bending down to pick up a stone, channeling his strength, and hurled it forcefully at a large tree behind him. The entire stone was infused with pure internal energy, resembling a bullet. Whoosh! Crack! The massive tree was instantly shattered by the stone in his hand. As the tree splintered, a figure leapt forth from behind it, the gust of wind howling as they moved with remarkable agility, landing mere moments later before him. Following this figure's emergence, shadows flickered throughout the forest, one after another. They appeared, each demonstrating extraordinary lightness of foot, their presence formidable. In the blink of an eye, 7 figures materialized. Among them, one on the left immediately produced a flare, igniting it in an instant. A streak of light shot skyward, bursting into a brilliant explosion above. The seven elders, they were the seven grand elders of the demonic sect. Zhao Boying's expression shifted suddenly, exclaiming in alarm. These seven figures varied in height and build, some tall, some short, some slender, some stout, a mix of both genders. All of considerable age, with most beyond the age of 50. Particularly noteworthy was the foremost figure, towering at around 9 feet, broad-shouldered and stout, clad in a black robe. Wielding a massive axe that gleamed with a chilling light, its brilliance striking. His eyes were cold and fearsome. This was none other than the leader of the seven grand elders. The mighty demon god, Guotiani. The seven grand elders of the demonic sect? Qinan raised an eyebrow, remarking, "This is intriguing. Their strength is not to be underestimated. You wretched beast, after fleeing for so long, we have finally tracked you down," Guotiani declared icily. "If you are wise, kneel and surrender. Accompany us to meet the lord of the sect. Given your many years within the holy sect, perhaps the Lord may grant you mercy and spare your life." "Is that so?" Qinan suddenly broke into a grin and said, "Alas, I still have some other matters to attend to. If you could wait for a couple of days, I will certainly visit our holy sect and pay my respects to the leader when I am free. I shall bring gifts and fine wine so that we may all gather and enjoy ourselves. What do you say?" "Preposterous." The second elder, known as the White Eighth Demon, Wang Chansheng, spoke with an icy tone. "You are courting death, entangling yourself in frivolities. Today, we have finally cornered this demon. He must not escape. The leader has issued repeated orders to capture him. We must act immediately." The third elder, the yellow-faced demon, spoke coldly. "Indeed, let us proceed." The mighty demon, Guotiani, with a frigid demeanor, leaped forth, moving like a phantom, rushing towards Qin and in an instant. Towering at 9 feet, with broad shoulders and a stout frame. He wielded a mountain-cleaving axe, exuding an aura of intimidation. His moniker alone attests to his prowess and brute strength. Otherwise, he would not be called the mighty demon. The axe he held weighed at least 100 pounds, and his speed was equally impressive. Within the blink of an eye, he was upon Qinan. The axe emitting a piercing shriek as it swirled with dense internal energy, crackling as it descended fiercely upon Qinan's form. Qinan swiftly dodged, his broad hand crashing down upon the axe head, launching a full-force strike with his fingers spread wide like a dustpan. Clang! Boom! With a single surge of energy, the air rippled violently, akin to a grenade detonating in that very spot. The formidable titan of demons, Guotiani, experienced a sudden change in expression as his towering figure, exceeding 9 feet in height, was swiftly toppled by a single strike from Qinan, as if he had been struck by an ancient mammoth. Unable to restrain himself, he surged forward in a frantic rush, his entire being engulfed in a tempest of energy and internal force, nearly losing grip of the colossal axe in his hand. A wave of alarm washed over him. The power of his opponent was astounding. He must rally the others. Guotiani let out a piercing howl. Simultaneously, the remaining 6 elders lunged into the fray, unhesitating and unleashing their signature techniques. In an instant, the air was filled with the glint of blades and the sounds of strikes as the fierce battle commenced. Qinan, towering nearly 11 feet tall, stood amidst the chaos, embodying an unstoppable force akin to a steel colossus, moving with unrestrained dominance. His massive hands struck with relentless fury. The magnitude of his strength was immeasurable. Coupled with the potent toxins coursing through his veins, any adversary who dared to confront him head-on would find themselves instantly disoriented, their vital energies thrown into chaos, succumbing to the lethal poison that surged within. The 7 elders of the demon sect were notorious figures within the martial world, capable of inciting upheaval and unleashing torrents of bloodshed wherever they tread. Countless skilled warriors had met their demise at their hands. Their names echoed throughout the realm, known by all and feared by many. Yet, despite their united front, they found themselves utterly at a disadvantage against Qinan, not merely failing to gain the upper hand, but from the very onset, they were ensnared in a losing struggle. If Qinan were merely a master of internal strength, it would be one thing. However, united in their efforts, the 7 could form a formation to contend with him. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Qinan is enveloped in a potent poison. Each wave of this venom leaves them dizzy and disoriented, their minds reverberating as if their chests were ablaze with fierce fire. On several occasions, some among them have nearly been struck dead by a single blow from Qinan. Fortunately, their comrades, disregarding their own safety, rallied together to block Qinan's critical strike, thereby allowing their companions to escape the peril. Yet, this mutual aid can only provide temporary relief. How can they hope to sustain it indefinitely? As time passes, they will inevitably succumb to Qinan's toxic onslaught, spewing blood and meeting their demise. Such a scene fills them with astonishment and terror, leaving Jian Shou in disbelief. What manner of monster has the monk Baoxiang concocted? How could he be so formidable? Qinan, sensing the swift disintegration of the Seven's alliance, could not help but erupt into thunderous laughter, his voice echoing like a great bell as his massive form lunged ferociously towards them. Today, the 7 elders shall become the 7 deceased elders. Boom, boom, boom. His hand, resembling a vast fan, carried with it an endless gale of venom and might, akin to an unyielding mass of dark clouds. Chaos erupted throughout the forest in an instant. Dust swirled and stones flew, the winds howled fiercely. Waves of toxic gale swept relentlessly towards the western expanse, causing the flora and fauna of the forest to wither, and numerous small creatures to meet a tragic end. Even birds, mere meters away, fell lifeless to the ground. Zhao Boying's face was etched with horror as he held his breath and swiftly retreated, ultimately distancing himself by several dozen meters. With a powerful leap, he ascended to the top of a towering tree. From his vantage point, he could clearly discern a terrifying black mist emanating from the battlefield where Qinan and the 7 esteemed elders clashed. This ominous mist grew increasingly thick and dense, eventually forming a sinister black circle. Wherever this circle passed, an overwhelming aura of despair and terror permeated the air, nearly annihilating all forms of life. What manner of creature is this? What is his true identity within the demonic sect? Zhao Boying's heart raced with trepidation. He had spent a considerable time in Qinan's company, yet even now, he found himself utterly ignorant of Qinan's true nature. It was not merely a lack of knowledge regarding his background. Rather, he sensed an aura of countless mysteries surrounding him, one that defied human comprehension. Such capabilities were beyond the realm of ordinary humanity. Suddenly, the ground trembled with the thunderous sound of galloping hooves in the distance, a cacophony that resonated like a relentless rain, stirring clouds of dust that soared into the sky. Zhao Boying turned abruptly, his expression shifting to one of alarm. This is bad. Reinforcements from the demonic sect are arriving. He let out a piercing whistle to alert others. Do not let the demon, Qinan, escape. Quickly, surround and attack the demon, Qinan. We cannot allow him to fall into the hands of the demonic sect. Righteous practitioners, follow me. Everyone, swiftly encircle the front. A chorus of chaotic shouts erupted from the west, and Zhao Boying's heart sank as he realized the gravity of the situation. This was not solely the work of the demonic sect. There were also practitioners of righteousness present. Both sides of good and evil had converged. The valiant Qin warriors, embodying both righteousness and malevolence, were gathering in unison, urging for a swift breakout. Zhao Boying's voice thundered across the battlefield. From the western horizon, the thunderous sound of galloping hooves approached, suggesting an innumerable throng of martial artists charging forth with reckless abandon. Amidst the chaos, Qinan had already discerned the tumultuous clamor of hooves, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes as a sinister smile spread across his face. He lunged forward, fixating on one of the demonic sect's elders, disregarding the assaults from others. He unleashed a relentless barrage, channeling his inner strength to its utmost, striking fiercely at his adversary. Boom, boom, boom. His palms, akin to colossal axes, descended with overwhelming force. The terrifying might of the mixed-origin Heavenly Gang Palm bore an innate ability to penetrate, delivering successive blows that compelled the elder to spew blood, his eyes wide with shock, his body resonating with crackling sounds. Suddenly, with a wretched scream, he was sent hurtling backward, meeting a tragic end. Ha ha ha, one down. Qinan roared with laughter, his robust figure pivoting sharply to confront the remaining 6 elders. The elders' eyes widened in horror, their hearts racing as they hastily summoned their inner strength to resist. Yet, unexpectedly, 2 more elders erupted in a torrent of blood, their faces turning a ghastly hue, their bodies uncontrollably retreating, clearly afflicted by lethal poison, its effects turning against them at this critical moment. With the retreat of these 2 elders, the remaining one stood no chance against Qinan, who, with a powerful sweep of his hand, sent them reeling. Blood sprang from their mouths as they were violently propelled backward. Subsequently, Qinan's figure flickered, appearing instantaneously before the 2 elders, whose hearts were pierced by venom. With a swift motion, he struck with unparalleled speed, almost delivering a lethal blow to each. Bang, bang, crack. The 2 demonic sect elders were instantly shattered, letting out a wretched scream as they were sent hurtling backward, meeting a tragic end. Thus, 3 of the 7 elders had perished. Yet, Qinan felt no inclination to linger. Having just dispatched these 2 elders, he swiftly turned and fled into the distance, laughing heartily. Brother Zhao, I appreciate your warning. We shall meet again, and I promise to ascend to the heavenly gang sect to avenge you. I must take my leave now. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His lightness skill unfurled, propelling him forward like a rocket. Zhao Boying, perched atop a grand tree, altered his expression and chose not to linger any longer. He turned and dashed away in another direction. At that moment, a herd of gallant steeds thundered down the mountain path with astonishing speed. As a multitude of martial artists surged forth, do not let the Fiend Chenin escape. Pursue him. Surround the Fiend Chenin. The Fiend Chenin is just ahead. Chase him down. The air was filled with echoes of fervent shouts. Most of the martial artists fervently chased after Feng Yi's direction, while only a small faction of righteous individuals, noticing Zhao Boying's trail, hesitated briefly before turning their horses to pursue him instead. At this juncture, the remaining elder of the Western demonic sect, blood spilling from his mouth and his face ashen, finally managed to rise from the underbrush with the assistance of several powerful demonic sect members. Yet, each bore serious injuries, their faces darkened and breath ragged, evidently afflicted by a potent poison. The demon, Qinan, was cloaked in venom, his formidable prowess unmistakable. He promptly dispatched a message to the various hall masters, urging them to exercise utmost caution and to expedite the arrival of antidotes. Mighty demon god, Guitiani, trembled as he spoke. Yes, Elder Gua, replied several formidable members of the demonic sect, their expressions shifting with alarm. On the narrow mountain path, both righteous and wicked factions unexpectedly maintained a rare consensus, refraining from combat. Instead, they urged their swift steeds forward at a breakneck pace. All pursuing Qin and leading the righteous side were several renowned transgressors, distinguished figures among the multitude of travelers from the 008 realm, their repute nearly rivaling that of the legendary 66 brother. Though they could not compare to the most formidable transgressor from the West, they nonetheless ranked as second-tier experts within the martial world. Wang Hai, does your hawk truly possess any utility? In which direction did that demon flee? Suddenly, one of the travelers could no longer contain his curiosity. They had pursued Qinan through the forest, only to soon lose all trace of him. Not only had they lost track, but even the adept members of the demonic sect were bewildered as to where he had vanished. Now, only a handful of righteous experts remained gathered together. Fear not. My hawk is exceptionally perceptive. Since it guided us in this direction, it must be correct, replied Wang Hai, lifting his gaze towards a black hawk soaring in the sky. The eagle soared high above, its keen gaze sharp as lightning, hovering in the distance while emitting a series of long cries. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated Wang Hai's eyes as he shouted, "In that direction, everyone, hurry!" Instantly, a throng of people surged forward, propelled by their leader's urgency, racing towards the right front. Chapter 38. The Peril of Night. In the dimly lit mountains, the path grew increasingly treacherous the deeper they ventured. Eventually, their steeds could gallop no further. They were compelled to abandon their horses, lifting their gazes towards the daunting terrain ahead, where colossal rocks stood sentinel, jagged cliffs loomed, and bizarre stones jutted out in a bewildering array. Those righteous individuals who had pursued thus far could not help but change their countenance, their expressions turning grave. Wang Hai, we cannot press onward. We have become separated from the main force. Alone, we cannot defeat that fiend. Just moments ago, several of the 7 great elders of the evil sect were slain. We must halt. An elderly man with a flowing white beard interjected, his voice commanding. He hailed from the Funyo Gate in Hunan and was named Zhou Yutai, Wang Hai's uncle by apprenticeship. Wang Hai's expression shifted at the words, his hesitation evident. Uncle Zhou, there are no dense woods ahead to obscure our view. That demon must be hidden among the chaotic stones. We have tracked him for so long. Shall we truly abandon our pursuit now? His heart was filled with reluctance. To slay the demon would earn him a reward of 30 years of pure energy from the Forum, elevating him instantaneously to the rank of the strongest transcendent. Moreover, he would be bestowed with a medium-grade secret manual, a stroke of fortune rarely encountered in 7 or 8 years. Indeed, Master Zhou, that demon had previously engaged in fierce combat against the 7 elders of the demon sect, and it is likely that he has already sustained severe injuries. With so many of us gathered here, we might just stand a chance. The second traveler, Sun Hao, could not help but interject. The whereabouts of the demon, Qinan, have ignited an insatiable desire within all of them. He is, without a doubt, the most coveted prize in the realm. Almost no traveler can resist the allure. We must act swiftly and signal for reinforcements. Zhou Yuntai, the esteemed Master Zhou, commanded decisively. True to his seasoned experience, he was unwilling to take any risks. Even the slightest hint of danger had to be extinguished. One of his companions promptly retrieved a flare, igniting it. In an instant, a crimson beam shot into the sky, bursting with a resounding boom against the night-s canvas. Wang Hai, Sun Hao, and the other travelers exchanged glances, their expressions shifting with concern. They understood that the activation of the signal flare would inevitably attract powerful practitioners from both the righteous and the wicked factions. Consequently, even the travelers would converge in large numbers, significantly increasing their competition. The prospect of eliminating the demon Qin and alone would become exceedingly daunting. Nonetheless, they recognized the wisdom in Zhou Yuntai's words. Relying solely on their own strength posed considerable risks. They could easily end up with nothing to show for their efforts and face dire consequences. As the flare illuminated the sky, the experts from both sides, who were scouring the area, immediately changed their expressions and, without hesitation, sprang into action, encircling their location. From the western direction, the howling winds echoed ominously. At this very moment, deep within the rocky terrain, Qin furrowed his brow, his robust figure standing resolutely before a precipice, with a seemingly bottomless abyss yawning beneath him. Shrouded in darkness, opposite him lay a chasm stretching several dozen meters. No path forward? Without a moment's hesitation, he turned to depart. Yet, just as he withdrew from the cliff's edge, a sudden rush of wind howled past his ears. Frowning, he raised his hand and struck out. It was a concealed weapon, launched from the shadows with astonishing speed. Qian's palm met it with force, and with a resounding bang, it was sent hurtling back. They have located the demon Qian. He is right here. Quickly, summon assistance. Shouts echoed from afar. Enraged, Qian's gaze turned icy, and his massive frame surged forward with unparalleled swiftness, akin to a tempest, charging towards the throng. The crowd hastily unleashed a barrage of various concealed weapons, steel needles, flying daggers, iron caltrops, and copper coins, raining down like a torrential storm towards Qian. Unfazed, he relied on his profound inner strength. With a single clap of his hands, he deflected the onslaught, sending the projectile spiraling away, unable to breach his defenses. In an instant, he closed the distance, his large hand crashing down upon one individual S-crown, producing a sickening crunch as it obliterated the skull, blood gushing forth as life was extinguished in an instant. The remaining members of the martial world turned pale with terror, hastily attempting to flee. Yet, under the shadow of Qian's formidable physique, they resembled mere strong men, each swiftly overtaken, dispatched with a single strike of his hand. Although some may withstand a strike or two from him, they soon succumbed to the overwhelming force of his palm, falling lifelessly. The gathered assembly of over a dozen martial artists was swiftly decimated by his might. Just as he eliminated this group, a cacophony of shouts erupted from another direction as a throng of figures surged towards him. Qian turned and fled, making his escape towards an alternate route. The demon Qian is heading that way. Quickly pursue him. We must not let him escape. Countless figures pursued him in this region. Qian, unencumbered by the desire to linger, surged forward with incredible speed. As nightfall descended, obscuring visibility and compounded by the abundance of jagged rocks, he managed to significantly disrupt his pursuers' tracking, swiftly shedding most of them in the cover of darkness. Yet, despite evading the majority, his brow remained furrowed, his countenance grim. The reason for his unease lay in the two hawks that circled overhead, their keen eyes ever watchful, occasionally piercing the night with their sharp cries. These hawks appeared to be trained, for each time he evaded his pursuers, they would let out a cry, drawing the enemies back towards him once more. This betrayal occurred at least 3 times at their hands. Cursed beasts! Qian concealed himself once more, a cold glint in his eyes. He picked up a handful of gravel, approximately a dozen stones, and then, channeling all his inner strength, propelled the stones into the sky with remarkable speed. Whoosh! A multitude of small stones, akin to bullets, soared through the air, striking the chest of a soaring falcon amidst its piercing cry. With a resounding thud, the falcon plummeted from the heavens, meeting a tragic demise. Another falcon, filled with sorrow, flapped its wings vigorously, ascending to greater heights. Not far away, Wang Hai, Sun Hao, and their companions were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. Wang Hai, in particular, was engulfed in a tempest of shock and fury, his heart heavy with grief. This falcon had been nurtured by him for 7 or 8 years, forging a bond akin to that of kin, assisting him countless times in his endeavors. Yet today it had been cruelly slain by another's hand. Simultaneously, he was filled with dread. How formidable must that assailant's inner strength be to launch stones to such staggering altitudes? How utterly monstrous! The villain lies ahead. Let us hasten forward. Wang Hai bellowed in wrath, vowing to avenge his beloved falcon. Surely, that fiend cannot propel stones over 1,000 meters. The crowd to the west clamored relentlessly, pressing onward to encircle their foe. In the midst of the chaos, Qin En's gaze was icy as he observed the remaining falcon ascending higher into the sky. Regrettably, he was not adept in the art of concealed weaponry. He had only managed to fell one. Now, one lingered above, a source of vexation. However, it appeared that the falcon's master was not far behind. Should he eliminate this master, the others would surely cease their pursuit. A glint of cold determination flickered in Qin En's eyes as he strained to discern the approaching enemies from the west. To speak candidly, ordinary foes pose no threat to him at all. His primary concern lies in the possibility of becoming ensnared within an endless siege. Once encircled, even the mightiest of internal energies can be depleted, which is why he had previously opted for retreat. After listening intently for a moment, Qin En felt a slight alleviation in his heart. Although the adversaries were numerous, their encirclement was expansive. The number of assailants from various directions was insufficient to ensnare him completely. This is a death wish of your own making. A chill coursed through Qin En's mind. In a flash, he darted swiftly towards the master of the falcon. Damn it, this is infuriating. I must intercept him and subject him to 1,000 tortures. Wang Hai seethed, his face a stormy hue, gritting his teeth in fury. At this moment, they were already surrounded by over 100 martial artists from the realm, comprising both travelers and locals. Among them, approximately a dozen were travelers, while the majority were natives. Among these natives, aside from the elders of their Funyo sect, there were numerous formidable warriors previously unseen, their prowess remarkable and formidable. Some among them were even on par with the elders of the Funyo sect. With so many powerful figures present, they were certain to thwart the demon Qin En tonight. Wang Hai, look, is that falcon of yours heading our way? Suddenly, their senior disciple, Zhou Yutai, pointed towards the falcon soaring high above and exclaimed. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others shifted dramatically as they turned their gazes skyward. Fortunately, the moonlight tonight is radiant, illuminating the western fields. Without such clarity, it would be nearly impossible to discern anything in the high altitude of 1,000 meters during the night. At this moment, the last remaining eagle is soaring high above, circling while gradually approaching them, occasionally emitting piercing cries. This is dire. It is indeed flying in our direction. Somehow beside me, his expression changed drastically. Turned to Wang Hai and asked, what does that eagle signify? Wang Hai, his eyes wide with terror, suddenly shouted, the demon, Qin En, is heading this way. Everyone, prepare yourselves. He seeks to break through. Just as his words fell, a series of sharp, urgent sounds sliced through the darkness. Unmistakably the sound of countless tiny stones. Qin En moved with remarkable speed, darting through the night like a streak of lightning, almost instantly closing in on Wang Hai and the others. He then hurled a multitude of pebbles with tremendous force. Each stone, empowered by his formidable internal energy, struck with the ferocity of a barrage from a shotgun. Bang, bang, bang. Screams erupted. A multitude of martial artists were pierced by the stones, spewing blood as they were sent flying, meeting a tragic end. The remaining individuals quickly retreated, scrambling to find cover. Panic ensued among the crowd. After casting the stones, Qin En, with his towering and muscular frame, leaped forth, his presence resembling that of a demonic deity. With a thunderous clap, he struck a martial artist on the head, crushing it into his torso. Harnessing the momentum, he surged toward Wang Hai amidst the chaos. At first, Wang Hai remained silent, unable to discern who the true master of the eagle and falcon was. However, as soon as he spoke, he inadvertently revealed himself. The demon, Qin En, had emerged. Stop the demon, Qin En, you vile creature. A terrifying roar reverberated as two esteemed elders from the Funyo sect leaped into action, launching a simultaneous strike with their palms, channeling their inner strength to its zenith. Yet, Qin En's gaze remained icy, showing no concern as he met their assault with his massive hands. Crack, bang. Two resounding thuds echoed, accompanied by a torrent of blood. The two esteemed masters of the Funyo sect let out agonizing cries, hurtling backward and meeting a grim fate. Without a moment's pause, Qin En's foot struck the ground, propelling his colossal form forward with relentless ferocity. Those who stood in his path, mere martial artists of the Jianghu, were akin to withered grass, violently struck by his formidable presence, spewing blood and flailing wildly. They could not halt his advance in the slightest. Demon Qin En, cease your rampage. Another voice bellowed in indignation. In an instant, a figure, swift as a tempest and wielding a formidable sword, Aura, appeared behind him. With a thunderous roar, a dense barrage of sword energy, akin to an interwoven net, surged toward Qinin, exuding a terrifying aura. The myriad strands of sword qi, relentless and overwhelming, sought to invade his very being, causing a stinging sensation in every pore, as if flesh and blood were being torn apart, and his body felt on the verge of collapse. However, Qinin furrowed his brow and abruptly turned his massive frame, his fierce hand sweeping through the air with formidable inner strength, effortlessly tearing apart the dense array of sword energy with a single strike. The overwhelming force of his presence rendered the sword qi utterly ineffective against his robust physique. With a sudden leap, he delivered a powerful palm strike aimed at the expert who had unleashed the sword wave. The Master's expression shifted to one of disbelief. He was Gongsun Ao, known as the Swordmaster. He had secluded himself in the mountains for decades, diligently studying various sword techniques, and after 30 years of relentless pursuit, he had finally comprehended an unparalleled sword wave. He believed that with this extraordinary skill, he could carve out a renowned reputation in the martial world. Yet, in his first encounter upon returning to the world, he faced Qinin. Even more astonishing was the fact that the sword wave he had unleashed with all his might had been torn apart by this demon in a mere instant. How could this be possible? Robbery of the sword technique. Gongsun Ao shouted in anger, wielding an ancient, blue-edged longsword. The sword qi surged forth with a mighty roar, shimmering with a resplendent blue light, filling the air with terrifying energy. Yet, it was all in vain. Beneath Qinin's palm, the sword qi disintegrated and collapsed, utterly impotent. With a resounding clang, Qinin seized Gongsun Ao's longsword, twisting it violently until it was rendered into a twisted shape, causing the Master's eyes to widen in horror. Before he could react, Qinin struck down with a swift palm to his chest, sending him hurtling back with a thunderous impact, meeting a tragic end. Subsequently, Qinin turned to survey the crowd. Amidst the tumultuous crowd, Wang Hai, Sun Hao, and a dozen other time travelers had already seized the opportunity to flee several hundred meters into the distance. Only a throng of indigenous people remained, recklessly charging towards them. Trying to escape? Qinin's voice was frigid as he surged forward, his muscles rippling and veins bulging. His entire being emanated a potent toxin, akin to a formidable demon emerging from the shadows. He paid no heed to the attacks from the natives, sweeping his colossal hand through the air, unleashing a tempest of toxic gas that stirred the dust and howled with ferocity, rendering any attempt to obstruct him utterly futile. His form flickered past like a dreadful whirlwind. Bang, bang, bang. A cacophony of screams erupted as shadowy figures were sent hurtling back. Even those who evaded Qinin's strikes were not spared from the lethal poison. The scene was one of sheer horror. Chapter 40. Breaking through, shocking the Jianghu. In the distance, Wang Hai, Sun Hao, and their fellow travelers were gripped by terror, wishing for 8 legs to propel them even faster as they raced away. Not daring to glance back, they exerted every ounce of speed they possessed. The rush of wind roared in their ears, and they could distinctly feel the onslaught of fierce gales battering them. Each individual was engulfed in dread. Help! The Great Boss has appeared. We are being hunted by Qinin, the Great Boss. Is there any powerful figure nearby? Please, save us. As they sprinted, they hastily left messages on the forum. The entire forum was instantly set ablaze with activity as many time travelers expressed their shock. Has the Demon King Qinin cornered you? Alas, where's the Demon Qinin? By the way, where are you all? Please, help us. We are being relentlessly pursued by the demon, and this boss is terrifying. He has single-handedly vanquished hundreds of us. Wang Hai anxiously replied on the forum. Whoosh! A sharp, piercing wind howled behind him as countless fragments of stone were hurled his way by Qinin. Each shard, brimming with lethal force and toxic essence, was utterly unyielding. Bang! 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 Ah! Cries of despair erupted as this group of adventurers was swiftly decimated, losing 8 or 9 of their own in an instant. Only 5 or 6 remained, desperately fleeing in terror, nearly succumbing to their primal fear. Help us! The demon Qinin is pursuing us, having dispatched dozens of our comrades with a single blow. Goodness! This boss is too formidable. I can no longer continue. Whoosh! Once more, a barrage of stones hurtled toward them at breakneck speed, imbued with unfathomable power, piercing through boulders and striking the adventurers, shattering their bones as if they were caught in a hail of gunfire. With agonizing screams, they were sent flying, crashing into the distance. In the blink of an eye, only Wang Hai remained. At this moment, he was utterly terrified, his legs trembling as he fled frenetically, consumed by regret. Had he known this would be the outcome, he would never have dared to pursue Qinin. Would it not have been wiser to simply lay low? Great Demon Lord, spare my life. I am willing to acknowledge you as my master. Whatever your demands, I shall fulfill them without hesitation. Please do not kill me. Everything can be negotiated. Wang Hai cried out in terror. Qin En's gaze was frigid, and with a colossal leap, he surged forward at an incredible speed, delivering a devastating palm strike to the back of Wang Hai. Sensing the impending doom, Wang Hai shouted desperately and recklessly charged backward. Yet, it was futile. With a sickening crack, his arm was shattered, and Qin En's massive hand subsequently crashed onto his chest, sending him hurtling away, resulting in his instant demise. Just before his death, the camera from his forum was still recording. Numerous time travelers in the forum witnessed Qin En's imposing figure at that moment. Their hearts struck with astonishment. By heavens, this is the demon Qin En. He appears even more formidable than before. Goodness, he must stand at least 2 meters 70 tall. I swear, one of his arms seems thicker than a man's waist. The forum erupted in chaos. With Wang Hai's tragic end, the forum's display quickly faded into darkness. Suddenly, Qin En regained his composure, rushed forward, seized Wang Hai's lifeless body, and turned to sprint away at breakneck speed. Without Wang Hai to guide them, it became evident that no one could trace him further. Even when a few attempted to block his path, they were effortlessly obliterated by his might. However, after searching Wang Hai's corpse for a moment, Qin En's expression soured with anger as he discarded the body, sending it crashing into the distance. What a worthless fool. Not even a single healing elixir. Initially, it was believed that something of value could still be unearthed from Wang Hai, but alas, disappointment prevailed. Aside from a handful of scattered silver coins and copper cash, there was nothing of worth. As for the others, a considerable number of medicinal pills were discovered on them. However, the freedom attribute points acquired amounted to a mere 4. Qin En lingered no longer, his agility allowing him to swiftly vanish into the embrace of the night. In the span of a single night, news surged through the martial world like wildfire. The events of the previous evening spread through various channels, and by dawn, the entire realm was in a state of uproar. Everyone was aware of the revelation that the infamous demon, Qin En, had made an appearance. Not only did he show himself, but he also dispatched 3 of the demon sect's foremost elders, along with 2 elders from the Hunan Funyo sect, while claiming the lives of at least 100 other notable martial artists. Even the combined might of the 7 elder demons proved ineffective against him. As the news broke, it incited a flurry of discussions, particularly among the time travelers, who were left utterly astounded. They had witnessed the reports of Wang Hai and Sun Hao's demise in the forums, and coupled with the harrowing scene captured just before Wang Hai's death, which depicted the demon's fierce and imposing visage, the gravity of the situation became evident. The formidable strength of Qin En could not be overstated. He surely ranked among the top 50 in the world. In fact, I would argue he is nearing the top 20. Goodness. His stature must be at least 2 meters and 56 centimeters. 2 meters and 56? In my estimation, he stands at no less than 2 meters 70. And his hands are larger than my forehead. Good gracious, what manner of beast is this? This boss is undoubtedly intended for the esteemed figures of the Korean Wind faction. No matter how exhausted we become, it is inconceivable that we could hunt down this boss. Indeed, our aim is merely to gain some experience and avoid being weakened. Nevertheless, one must consider that, despite the formidable power of this boss, it likely pales in comparison to the likes of the Korean Wind faction. They have stood resilient in the world of 008 for many years, and apart from the most elite masters, there are few who could command their attention. The entire forum is abuzz with discussions. The 7 major righteous sects, the demonic cult, and the imperial court are all mobilizing forces to scour the land for Qin En's whereabouts. In another direction, within the Golden Vajrat Temple, the demonic cult's young master, Ying Tianhan, and the guardian, Guo Kai, are concealed in the sanctuary. They have witnessed the 7 elders return in defeat, with 3 of their own slain. Their expression shifting to one of disbelief. How could this demon have become so powerful? Previously, he was hardly even a second-rate master. Even the twin heroes of Yunling and the Black Serpent Beggar could contend with him. Now, even you cannot contend with him? Ying Tianhan exclaimed in shock. My subordinates are doomed. I implore the young master for mercy. The mighty demon, Guo Tianyi, knelt on the ground, his face filled with shame, stating, The 7 of us have exerted our utmost efforts, yet we are still unable to subdue him. Had it not been for our understanding of combined attacks, we would surely have perished by now. Curse be it, Bao Xiang, what trouble have you left for me? Ying Tianhan's expression fluctuated. What manner of creature has Bao Xiang forged? Young master, in my humble opinion, there must be a secret surrounding that demon. Suddenly, the protector Guo Kai whispered a caution. Otherwise, how could he have developed to such an extent in such a brief period? Even the combined efforts of the 7 elders should be sufficient to capture a first-rate expert. Yet they could not subdue this demon. Moreover, the fact that he could abruptly regain his senses is indeed peculiar. If there were no secrets about him, I would find it utterly unbelievable. Secrets? Ying Tianhan's eyes narrowed. Indeed, to regain one's consciousness and to ascend in power so rapidly suggests that this secret is likely connected to other realms. Guo Kai spoke solemnly. They were well aware that beyond this world, designated as 008, there existed other realms. However, those realms were far more perilous and enigmatic. They had once organized a group of experts to explore them several times, but each endeavor ended in failure, leading to a gradual abandonment of such pursuits. Yet, even in relinquishing their efforts, the legends of other realms continued to circulate through the annals of their sacred teachings, igniting an insatiable curiosity among generations of disciples. What? Ying Tianhan was greatly astonished. The secret of this demon is actually related to other realms? No wonder. No wonder he can regain his senses and elevate his strength so swiftly. Great strength demon, you must return to the holy altar immediately and inform the master. Urge him to dispatch the master of the West Elephant Hall and the 8 great Vajras down the mountain. The secret within this demon must be uncovered. Ying Tianhan stated gravely. Yes, young master. Great strength demon Guo Tianyi clasped his fists in respect. Chapter 41. A return once more. The reality shakes. A few days later, in a remote mountainous region of Fujian, Qinan was racing through the terrain, intermittently glancing at a forum and then pausing to gaze at the surrounding peaks to the west, the Valley of 10,000 Poisons. Regrettably, after 2 days of searching, he had yet to discover a path, despite inquiring with numerous individuals on the forum. Their descriptions paled in comparison to the insights gained from personal experience. He could only perceive the mountains to the west as a labyrinth of ridges, occasionally shrouded in thick, white mist. This area truly embodied the essence of rugged terrain and treacherous waters. If I cannot find a way, I shall have no choice but to capture a wandering individual to inquire about the route, Qinan mused. Since that fateful night when he had eluded his pursuers, he had set forth towards Fujian. Days had passed, and the external world had indeed intensified its hunt for him. Fortunately, the mountainous and miasmic landscape of Fujian deterred many from the martial world, allowing him to remain undetected for several consecutive days. Just as he prepared to continue on his journey, he suddenly halted, his steps ceasing abruptly. He then rolled up his right sleeve, his expression transforming into one of astonishment. His entire arm began to emanate an eerie, ethereal glow, crackling and radiating heat, gradually forming a serpentine azure dragon pattern. It is time to return. Qinan's eyes sparkled. How swiftly the day of return has arrived. He surveyed his surroundings and, in an instant, darted towards the right front, swiftly locating a cave. Whereupon he entered and settled into a meditative position. As anticipated, a wave of dizziness swiftly enveloped him. His consciousness felt as though it were sinking amidst a kaleidoscope of fragmented light, rapidly departing from this place. The radiance was hazy, and in the blink of an eye, Qinan's eyes fluttered open once more, as if he had emerged from behind a curtain of water, gasping for breath while beads of sweat drenched his entire being. Before him lay the familiar storefront, still within his uncle's shop. At this moment, his body was seated beside the computer, as though it had never moved an inch. The two realms exhibited a peculiar temporal discrepancy. Regardless of how much time elapsed in the other world, only a mere few seconds passed outside. Thus, everything within the room remained almost identical to how it was prior to his transference. Qinan glanced at the azure dragon tattoo on his right arm, instinctively caressing it, when suddenly a thought struck him, prompting him to begin exploring the transformation of his body. Indeed, as soon as he returned, a torrent of information surged through his mind, swiftly filling his entire brain with experiences from the other world during his absence. He meticulously sifted through the information, discarding the superfluous details and retaining only the essence, the martial arts of the other realm. In addition to the myriad of insights flooding his mind, he also sensed an inexplicable surge of strength coursing through his body, akin to an invisible warmth flowing within him. As I had surmised, the greater my prowess in the other world, the more potent the strength I could bring back. Though it was but a fraction, merely a tenth of my abilities from that realm, this was indeed remarkable. Qinan's eyes flickered with intensity. Rising to his feet, he waved his hand, and a powerful gust of wind surged forth, enveloping him in an aura of formidable strength. This power was truly beyond anything he had previously imagined. As he reveled in this newfound sensation, suddenly, his phone vibrated beside him. Upon checking, he discovered a message from Zhang Rupiying in the class group. In this instance, students from Nanqing No. 1 High School had traversed realms together, and Zhang Ruping had specifically created a group to stay informed about her classmates' activities in the other world. Classmates? How did it go this time? Did anyone perish? Zhang Ruping inquired, prompting an uproar within the group. Messages flooded in rapidly. Teacher Zhang. We were deceived by that scoundrel 66. Indeed, Teacher Zhang, please take charge. I participated in the Bai family's escort mission, only to be ambushed by the demon sect and the military. Me too. I perished as well. Woe is me, it's all because of that wretched Bai Qing. Insisting we pledge our allegiance to him. Bai Qing, return my life. Bai Jun, Wu Jun, and that scoundrel 66 have brought us to ruin. Teacher Zhang. We have all been doomed. Zhang Ruping felt a jolt of alarm. Although she had heard of the Bai family's escort bureau being attacked and their entire clan being annihilated during her time in the other world, she had not anticipated that so many individuals would have joined the escort mission. Now, how many of us remain alive? Those still breathing, please respond with a 1. Zhang Ruping requested. Instantly, a flurry of ones appeared throughout the group, and as she tallied the responses, a chill enveloped her heart. Originally, there were 389 new adventurers, but now only 101 remain alive. Over 200 have perished. How could this happen? It's all because of Bai Qing. Bai Qing, come out. I curse you. You, relying on your status as a wealthy heir from another world, have misled us recklessly and repeatedly insulted me, looking down upon me. Now, look what has happened. You're dead too. What of your wealth? You are nothing but a spoiled rich brat. I would gladly end your life. Indeed, let us rid ourselves of this scoundrel Bai Qing. The class group erupted in outrage. All the deceased attributed the blame to Bai Qing, entirely neglecting to remember how they had once pleaded and flattered him to join the Bai family S-ranks. Bai Qing, overwhelmed by the accusations, dared not retort. Retreating to the safety of his home, his heart racing with fear. He truly feared that his classmates, in their fury, might come to his house and beat him mercilessly. At that moment, he had already cursed Brother 66 thoroughly in his mind. Everyone, this matter has nothing to do with me. We were all deceived by Brother 66. I said nothing from the beginning, and I too have fallen. This debt should be placed upon Brother 66. Bai Qing hurriedly explained in the group. However, his explanation only served to inflame the situation further. The entire group erupted in a cacophony of outrage. The voices of countless accusers drowned Bai Qing in their wrath. Qingnan shook his head in disbelief. Fortunately, these individuals were unaware that the demon they spoke of was, in fact, himself. Otherwise, he could only imagine how they might treat him, though he too was known as Qingnan in this other realm. However, in this otherworldly realm, there are countless individuals with the same name. Who would have anticipated that a mere novice, having just traversed dimensions for the second time, would ascend to the status of a formidable overlord? Enough already. Cease the vitriol, for I must now proceed to register each individual's information. Zhang Ruping immediately intervened in the group. The crowd, seething with indignation, found themselves unable to continue berating Bai Qing, yet they swiftly retreated to the internet, where they unleashed a torrent of invective upon the account of Brother 66. Apart from his considerable stature in this alternate reality, Brother 66 is also a prominent internet celebrity in the real world, boasting hundreds of thousands of followers, and serves as a senior instructor at a martial arts association in Luoqing. At this moment, his comment section on a certain platform had descended into chaos. Countless individuals were fervently expressing their disdain for Brother 66's entire family. Before long, news erupted online. Look, Brother 66 has been beaten. What a joyous sight. Someone exclaimed. Who is this benefactor avenging my grievances? May this wretched soul be punished. He has caused my tragic demise in the other world, shattering my dreams of supremacy. Brother 66. I curse you. Many traversers applauded in delight. Even Qingnan was taken aback upon witnessing a video. The footage revealed Brother 66 cornered within his office, hands clasped atop his head, being relentlessly assaulted. Despite his formidable prowess in the real world, he was no match for the collective wrath of those he had wronged in the alternate realm. How could he expect to evade their retribution after leading so many to their doom? Please, no more. I never expected this. Don't hit me anymore. You might just kill me. I've called the police. Someone, please help. The anguished cries of Brother 66 echoed in the video. Chapter 42. The Mysterious Man. The Secret of the Second Uncle. In another direction, within a towering building, several young ruffians appeared pale and terrified, bearing visible signs of injury as they obediently made their way to the innermost part of the structure. In a spacious room, at the center, sat a middle-aged man clad in a loose black martial arts uniform. His short hair stood upright, exuding an aura of vitality, with piercing and profound eyes. He remained silent, his large hands deftly manipulating two sizable stones. Flanking him were several stoic individuals, each wearing an expression of indifference and harboring malevolent gazes. "Boss, that kid refuses to cooperate and even injured us," the leading ruffian stammered upon entering, trembling with fear. "Is that so?" The middle-aged man spoke with a detached tone, shifting the stones in his hands. "That kid just recently crossed over, yet he possesses such strength?" "Absolutely. We want to collect debts, and he tore up the IOU, striking me in the process," the ruffian exclaimed in panic. "Humph," a subordinate beside the boss scoffed, showing no hesitation as he suddenly lunged forward, seizing the ruffian. With a swift motion, he ripped the ruffian's shirt apart, his gaze sharp as it swept over him. Hunyuan Palm. Before them lay the figure of a ruffian, his chest marked by a dark, purplish bruise, depressed approximately 1 centimeter, with intricate fissures resembling a spider's web radiating from the edges. The leader, seated prominently at the front, narrowed his eyes and cast a cold glance at the ruffian's chest. Unexpectedly, this youth possessed some fortuitous encounter in this alternate realm. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as he pondered, "What is the name of that fellow?" The henchman who had just acted, known as Xiong Dayo, promptly replied, "Boss, I believe he is called Qinin." "Qinin?" the leader echoed, his gaze intensifying. "The demon Qinin." The expressions of those around him shifted dramatically. Could it be? Surely, this could not be the same person. How could this young man possibly be the demon Qinin? How could this be? The leader abruptly scoffed, stating, "What if he has inherited the fortune left by his uncle? That scoundrel Qin Yun has secretly played us, seizing that opportunity. If he were to bestow that fortune upon his nephew, it is indeed a plausible scenario." "What?" the others gasped in astonishment, still struggling to accept the notion. The demon Qin and of the alternate realm stands at an imposing height of over 2 meters, possessing unparalleled strength that even the 7 elders of the demonic sect cannot subdue. What sort of opportunity could possibly transform a mere newcomer into such a formidable being? Gather at once, you inept fools. Investigate thoroughly and ascertain the true identity of that Qin and in the other realm. I must confirm whether he is indeed the notorious demon Qinin. The leader's tone turned icy as he cast a glare at the ruffians on the ground. "Yes, boss. We shall commence our investigation immediately." The ruffians replied hastily. "Boss, I recall that during our time in the other realm, several travelers had direct confrontations with that demon Qinin. Their names were Wang Hai and Sun Hao. Perhaps we should summon them for inquiries to discern if the demon possesses any distinctive characteristics, including his martial arts style, which may aid us in our deductions," suggested Xiongde. "Excellent. You are to locate these individuals without delay and extract all necessary information," the leader commanded coldly. "Furthermore, remain vigilant regarding the Qinglong gang. Their minions have been particularly restless of late. Is the Qinglong gang set to interfere in our territory once more?" Xiongda's expression shifted with concern. "They have grown increasingly bold, emboldened by the support of Longya Hall, extending their reach further over the years," the leader remarked with a frigid tone. "Fear not. For anyone daring to cause a disturbance on our turf, be they dragon or tiger, will find themselves subdued," Xiongda declared through gritted teeth. Meanwhile, within the establishment, Qinin had just ended a phone call and completed his registration with the female teacher, Zhang Ruiying. Feeling a pang of hunger in his abdomen, he promptly ordered takeout via his mobile device. After stretching languidly, he ventured into the courtyard behind, where he reveled in the formidable power coursing through him. He began to practice his martial arts, executing the Hunyuan Tiangang palm with vigor. The wind howled, resonating with a fierce intensity, as fists and palms struck with remarkable force, creating a grand spectacle. Given that the cultivation from the other realm could only be brought back in a fraction, the quest for further strength primarily relied on training in the real world, having already attained formidable power in the other dimension. The practice of the Hunyuan Tiangang palm unfolded seamlessly, without encountering any obstacles or troubles. After approximately 10 minutes, he finally completed a powerful set of Hunyuan Tiangang palm. Drenched in sweat and breathing heavily, what an impressive martial art! A voice of admiration suddenly echoed through the courtyard. Qinin's gaze sharpened as he swiftly turned around. Not far from the courtyard, a middle-aged man had appeared, his head adorned with short hair, towering in stature, robust and powerful. His physique remarkably large and imposing, at least in the context of the real world, standing nearly 2 meters tall. His arms and chest muscles far surpassed those of an ordinary man, with one arm thicker than a typical thigh. Who are you? Qin inquired coldly. The man's silent arrival in his courtyard suggested considerable strength. Although he acknowledged his own moment of distraction, it was evident that the stranger was formidable. Are you not curious about your uncle's affairs? The middle-aged man's gaze was piercing as he fixed his eyes on Qin. You know about my uncle? Qin's pupils constricted slightly. I do, but my knowledge is limited. If you wish to learn more from me, it's simple, defeat me. The middle-aged man's tone was indifferent, cutting through any unnecessary dialogue. In an instant, his towering figure surged forward without hesitation, launching a swift palm strike aimed directly at Qin. A chill coursed through Qin's veins as he hesitated not for a moment. Channeling the Hunyuan Tiangang palm, he surged forward, colliding fiercely with the robust middle-aged man. The impact resonated with a deep thud, sending ripples through the air towards the West Zhou. The middle-aged man was taken aback, his body swaying from the force of the blow, clearly astonished by Qin's unexpected strength. How long had it been since he traversed into this realm? Show me your true power, young lad, he exclaimed, his eyes glinting with icy intensity. With a commanding shout, he transformed his palms into claws, his 10 fingers morphing into sharp iron hooks, accompanied by countless afterimages, as they lunged towards Qin's vital points with ferocity. Qin felt a coldness settle in his heart, acutely aware of the middle-aged man's formidable prowess. If he could wield such strength in the real world, his capabilities in another realm would surely be equally formidable. Who on earth was this man? The clash continued, thud after thud, as he deftly countered the onslaught, relying on his agility to engage with the middle-aged man in a fierce exchange. Each strike, each maneuver was imbued with immense power, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of exchanges had transpired. The two were evenly matched, neither gaining the upper hand. As the final collision occurred, Qin propelled himself backward, his gaze icy as he scrutinized his opponent. Who are you truly? He demanded, his fingers tingling and his arm aching, yet he maintained his composure, observing the man coldly. Though he could not overpower him, he had gleaned insights into the opponent's martial arts techniques through their fierce encounter. Next time I traverse realms, I shall certainly seek to meet this individual in the other world. How surprising it is that Qin Yun has such a remarkable nephew. It truly commands attention. The burly middle-aged man nodded repeatedly and spoke. Your name is Qin, is it not? How peculiar that you share a name with that demon from another realm. I wonder how you came by such a name. He cursed under his breath before introducing himself. I am Zhang Kuei, a friend of your late uncle. All I know is that your uncle became entangled with a mysterious power and was slain by a local organization. As for the reasons behind his demise, you will have to investigate that yourself. Tell me, did your uncle leave any instructions for you? Instructions? Qin frowned, attempting to recall. Unfortunately, the memories of the original owner were quite fragmented. Since his arrival in this realm, much of the information in his mind had become hazy, and he struggled to recollect anything. Did he not mention anything to you, or give you something to heed? Zhang Kuei pressed for answers. Chapter 43. Once more into the fray. The Valley of 10,000 Poisons. Qin furrowed his brow and cast a cold glance at the imposing Zhang Kuei, replying curtly. No. He was not fond of the man's manner of speaking and sensed that Zhang Kuei was withholding information from him. Regrettably, in his current state, he was unable to extract the truth. He could only wait until he returned to the other realm, after enhancing his abilities, to confront this man and demand answers. Damn it, your uncle cannot even rest in peace. Does he still wish to carry his burdens underground? Zhang Kuei muttered, glancing at Qin and without the slightest concern for his expression, seemingly unbothered by the impropriety of disparaging Qin's uncle in his presence. He spoke in a cold tone. If you remember anything, make sure to call me and remember my number. He then recited a string of digits, continuing in a frigid manner. The matter your uncle is involved in is exceedingly significant. In this city, only I and the forces behind me can ensure your safety. Even if you report it to the authorities, it would be of no consequence. Do you understand? He cast a chilling glance at Qin, lingered no longer, and with a swift motion, leaped and vanished over the wall in an instant. Qin narrowed his eyes, casting a cold gaze in the direction the man had departed. The claw technique. The individual possessed a formidable and unique claw technique. In this alternate realm, it should not be difficult to investigate, regardless of his identity. Once in this new world, he would inevitably have to submit. Qin glanced at his own hands once more, unable to suppress the urge to rub his arms, feeling a sharp pain in his wrists and forearms, as if pierced by steel rods. In the distance, Zhang Kuei departed at a swift pace, soon arriving at the alley's entrance. There, Two men in their 30s had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Zhang Kuei, they furrowed their brows and approached him immediately. "What is the situation? Have you found anything out?" inquired one of the blonde-haired men. "This kid seems either to be playing me for a fool or genuinely knows nothing. He has no understanding of matters concerning Qingyun." Zhang Kuei shook his head, rubbing his arm, and replied, "Moreover, this kid's strength is truly remarkable. Even my Tiger Claw technique could not subdue him." "What? Not even your Tiger Claw technique could subdue him?" The two men were taken aback. How could this be possible? No matter how one might regard Qingyun, he was merely a novice in the realm of transmigration. How could he possess such formidable strength? Even if his uncle had imparted martial skills to him before his journey into this new world, the absence of medicinal baths and resources in the real world could not compare to the rapid training available in another realm. Zhang Kuei had dedicated 15 years to mastering the Tiger Claw technique. From the very moment he transitioned into this new world, Zhang Kuei had already begun his journey. Was there some hidden secret within this young man? Should they join forces to subdue him? It was likely that Qingyun's fortunes had been seized by him. A chilling gaze fell upon the other man as he spoke. Otherwise, how could his power have escalated so swiftly? Indeed, they should unite to capture him. The blonde-haired man concurred. "No," Zhang Kuei interjected, his tone frosty. "His prowess is considerable. Even if we were to collaborate, our chances of success would be slim. Moreover, should the commotion escalate, it could easily alert the Iron Wolf gang, placing us at a disadvantage. Let us withdraw for now. Once we are in the other realm, we can ally with other experts and then take him down." "Very well. He is a newly emerged transmigrator. We shall investigate further to discern his identity in the other world. There is no escape for him." The blonde-haired man nodded in agreement. The group swiftly distanced themselves. Inside the room, Qingyun had just finished his takeout when he frowned, rummaging through his uncle's belongings, searching for something. His uncle had evidently become embroiled with a formidable force. Why then was he killed? It was almost unnecessary to ponder. It was likely he had engaged in some form of treachery, perhaps stealing from others, which had led to his demise. Moreover, the incessant troubles brought forth by others have already substantiated this point. Had it not been for the infringement upon the other party's treasures, why would those gang members incessantly come forth? "Uncle, you have truly left me with a significant predicament," Qingyun mused inwardly. He now harbored an even greater urgency to enhance his strength. Although Luoqing is a modest city in the west, it is still teeming with hidden talents. Time passed gradually. While Qingyun searched diligently within his room, the outside world was far from tranquil. The Iron Wolf gang and the Qinglong gang were quietly investigating Qingyun's identity in this alternate realm, seeking to capture him in order to extract information about the situation. However, upon discovering that Qingyun had traversed to the Blood Refinement Temple, their expression shifted dramatically, leaving them astonished. The Blood Refinement Temple is notorious in the 008 world as a hellish dungeon. How on earth did this young man arrive there? This revelation caught them off guard and rendered the situation considerably more complicated. The Blood Refinement Temple is one of the strongholds of the demonic sect, and the might of such an organization is certainly not something they could provoke lightly. They could only reach out to others who had also crossed over to the demonic sect for assistance in devising a plan. Thus, an entire afternoon slipped by quietly. Within the class group, some were jubilant while others were disheartened, as all the previously deceased traversers were expelled from the group. Now, the group consisted of only 102 individuals, including Teacher Zhang. Just as the members engaged in fervent discussions about their experiences in the alternate realm, Zhang Ruping once again disseminated a message. "Students, I have welcomed a new member to our midst. This is Mr. Gulong from the Transcender Relief Association. He is an official transcender, so feel free to direct any inquiries you may have towards him. Greetings, everyone. I am Gulong." A message has been disseminated, accompanied by a smiling emoticon. The Transcender Rescue Association? My goodness, what a true powerhouse. Esteemed figure, may I request your guidance? Where might you be? I yearn to seek your counsel. The remaining classmates swiftly dispatched a flurry of messages. Qingyun was also taken aback. The Transcender Rescue Association? He quickly recalled that he had indeed seen mention of it in the strategy shared by Zhang Ruping. It is a group of elite individuals organized by the authorities, specifically assembled to assist other transcenders in adapting to their new environments more swiftly. However, due to the limited number of members in the Transcender Rescue Association and the vastness of the 008 world, their assistance has been infrequent since the association's inception. Many transcenders struggle to locate them in the alternate realm, or they find the journey too burdensome to undertake. Qinan did not anticipate that Zhang Rupiang would invite a prominent figure from the Rescue Association into their class group. This means that in the future, whenever they encounter uncertainties in the alternate world, they can readily seek guidance from this individual. After a while, Qinan suddenly felt a familiar warmth radiating from his right arm. Looking down, he observed the enigmatic azure dragon pattern on his arm glowing with ethereal light once more. It has arrived. The familiar, hazy sensation enveloped his being swiftly, and in an instant, he vanished. In the chaotic forest, the landscape stretched endlessly before him. In the distance, miasma billowed and undulated. Qinan, with his towering physique of nearly 2 meters and 7 centimeters, leaped forth and landed firmly upon the sturdy trunk of a great tree, gazing out at the endless mountains before him. The Valley of 10,000 Poisons. He murmured. Just as he furrowed his brow and sought to peer further ahead, he suddenly sensed the sharp sound of rushing wind approaching from a distance. His gaze flickered, and he instinctively looked up. Is someone there? With a powerful thrust of his foot, his massive form swiftly darted forward. Before long, Qinan burst forth from a dense thicket, where he beheld a figure clad in a flowing purple robe, moving with an astonishing speed along the mountain path. Racing rapidly towards the horizon, Qinan's eyes widened in astonishment. Without a moment's hesitation, he pursued the purple-robed figure with fervor. The opponent's agility was indeed remarkable, a prowess not to be underestimated in the martial world. However, as he relentlessly chased after, it seemed the purple figure had sensed his presence. With a slight frown, the figure deftly veered off and plunged into a dense forest. Qinan's gaze sharpened, and he followed suit, plunging into the thicket with great speed. Yet, just as he entered the underbrush, a formidable aura surged from above. A colossal hand descended with overwhelming force, imbued with a ferocious and unparalleled energy, aimed directly at the crown of his head. The opponent's initial strike was executed with full strength, a ruthless maneuver targeting his vital points. Seeking death, Qinan's heart surged with fury. Without a second thought, he summoned his own enormous hand, infused with terrifying venom, to meet the oncoming force with a fierce counterattack. Chapter 44. Laozi seeks the ghost doctor. With a resounding thud, a ripple surged through the air. A terrifying poison, coupled with formidable energy, erupted between the two, sweeping westward in a frenzied manner. The dense forest of the western Zhou trembled ominously, countless leaves scattering chaotically. The once lush greenery was instantly rendered a desolate yellow, succumbing to the toxic aura emanating from Qinan. The sheer force of this strike was overwhelming. Even the man in the purple robe could not help but change countenance, holding his breath as his body was propelled backward. Simultaneously, he raised his hand, and 5 radiant silver needles shot forth towards Qinan's figure. After repelling the man in the purple robe with a powerful strike, Qinan found himself unable to evade the incoming silver needles. His expression darkened as he swiftly executed a series of hand movements, channeling his formidable internal energy to deflect the 5 needles, sending them hurtling back with such force that even their tips bent upon impact. Without hesitation, he then propelled himself forward, enveloped in a terrifying shadow and a torrent of venom, charging towards the man in purple like a superlative demon. Die, he uttered coldly. Leveraging his imposing stature and abundant inner strength, he descended upon the man in purple with a menacing claw aimed directly at him. The man in purple was struck with a sense of dread, feeling as if Qinan's palm was larger than his own head. The strike was both swift and ferocious, instilling a sense of being cornered with no means of escape. Demon Qinan. At that moment, he finally grasped the identity of his adversary. The website Jexi.com. In such a formidable physique, combined with such a venomous body, there exists no other than that notorious demon, Qinan, who recently stirred up a great uproar. The man in the purple robe swayed his body, unleashing a flurry of palm strikes, dense with swirling energies and hidden forces, instantly countering Qinan's strike. Boom. Another terrifying thud echoed, reverberating through the western Zhou. Vast clouds of toxic gas and formidable energy swept in all directions. The purple-robed man was abruptly forced back, his hand grasping as he uprooted several large trees, hurling them with fervor towards Qinan's figure. Qinan, with hands like axes, moved forward relentlessly, shattering each of the incoming trees with ease. At that moment, the purple-robed man had already leaped away, landing swiftly upon the trunk of a distant tree. Halt! The purple-robed man bellowed, his voice shaking the western Zhou. Qinan recognized that he could not subdue his opponent in a short time. His massive frame came to an abrupt stop as he raised his icy gaze, coldly regarding the purple-robed man. I am Wang Dongyi. I have long heard of the infamous demon's great name. Today, we meet. What a fortune! What a fortune! The purple-robed man cupped his hands, his tone somber as he remarked. Yet I have never had any conflict with you, so why do you pursue me? Wang? Wang Dongyi. Qin Yin's eyes narrowed, fixating on him. His mind raced, and he felt an uncanny familiarity with the name. It soon dawned on him. He had encountered this name before in the strategies for traversers. Wang Dongyi, the Lord of Blackstone Fortress, one of the masters of the Western Hell instance. Quite intriguing. Suddenly, a smile broke upon Qin Yin's face as he remarked, the road stretches wide before us. We each shall take our own path. How could you accuse me of following you? Very well, if that is the case. I shall head east. You are free to go your way. Wang Dongyi's tone turned somber as he stepped forward, swiftly departing. Yet, Qin Yin's figure surged forth, racing after Wang Dongyi with remarkable speed. Wang Dongyi's expression darkened as he halted abruptly, turning back with an icy demeanor. What is your intention, may I ask? Do you presume that Wang is easily bullied? To be frank, I wish to inquire about something, Qin Yin replied nonchalantly. I seek guidance regarding the Wandu Valley. Could you offer me some direction? You two are heading to Wandu Valley? Wang Dongyi's gaze sharpened. Oh, so you are also on that path? Qin Yin's eyes glinted as he scrutinized the somewhat shorter Wang Dongyi. A tumult of thoughts whirled within Wang Dongyi's mind as he finally grasped why Qin Yin had been trailing him. Could this formidable figure be lost? Indeed. Wang Dongyi made no attempt to refuse, acknowledging with indifference, I never expected the renowned demon would find himself in need of assistance. It is truly surprising. He understood that of those who journeyed to Wandu Valley, 9 out of 10 sought the ghostly physician's aid. Could it be that this demon, having overexerted himself in his martial pursuits, sought the healer's expertise? Wang Dongyi's assumptions were fueled by Qin Yin's imposing stature, standing at 11 feet tall, with arms thicker than most men's waists. The figure before him was so formidable that it nearly transcended the realm of humanity, instilling a sense of dread within him, as if he were being scrutinized by some terrifying demon. This must surely be the consequence of training excessively, disrupting one's meridians. Did not the Lord of Wang Fortress also seek an audience with the ghostly physician? What, then, is so surprising? Qin Yin chuckled softly. Wang Dongyi fell into a moment of silence before replying, very well, then accompany me. He turned and dashed off in a different direction. Qin Yin swiftly followed, his feet barely touching the ground. He had no fear of Wang Dongyi's treachery. Their strengths were evenly matched, and with the aid of his own toxic inner energy, he knew his opponent would not prevail against him. Even the toxic miasma and traps of his place posed no threat to him. In the blink of an eye, more than half an hour had passed. The two finally emerged from a dense forest into a secluded valley. The valley was shrouded in a swirling mist, with towering peaks on either side, adorned with an array of exotic flowers and plants. At the forefront of this valley stood a row of bamboo cottages, surrounded by a fence. To Qin Yin's surprise, several individuals were gathered outside the cottages, waiting. 3 men and 1 woman, each differing in age and attire. Upon hearing the sound of approaching footsteps, the group turned almost in unison, their expressions shifting to one of astonishment as they beheld the imposing figure of Qin Yin, each one inhaling sharply. Yet, they were not ordinary folk and quickly regained their composure. You are the Lord of Wang Fortress. Suddenly, a gaunt man recognized Wang Dongyi at a glance, his voice hoarse as he spoke. It turned out to be the master of Jiangnan's Wangwei Manor, who had also come to seek the ghostly physician. Wang Dong spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. The gaunt man's expression shifted, and with a sigh, he remarked, in this world, who can guarantee that they will never seek help from another? Even the Lord of the Wang Fortress has come to beseech the ghostly physician. This was indeed true. Wang Dong nodded and inquired, is the ghostly physician at home? Yes, though he remains asleep, still unawakened, replied the only woman, her teeth clenched in frustration. The Westerners had been waiting here for quite some time, with no sign of the ghostly physician stirring. Were it not for their pressing matters, they would have likely stormed into the room by now. Still not awake? Qin Yin furrowed his brow, his imposing figure striding toward the bamboo house as he declared, forget it, I shall go in and take a look. Do not act recklessly. The 3 men and 1 woman exchanged anxious glances. The ghostly physician had instructed them before falling asleep to ensure that no outsiders disturbed him. Should anyone dare to interrupt his slumber, he would disregard any requests made by them, which was why the Westerners had been enduring this wait. Qin Yin, unfazed by the warnings of the Westerners, merely grinned and continued his advance. Seeing this formidable figure ignore their counsel, the Westerners wasted no time. One of them leapt forward with a swift motion, unleashing their inner power in a desperate attempt to seize Qin Yin, seeking death. Qin Yin snarled, abruptly turning around. Dare you lay hands on me? With a resounding crash, his massive and fearsome frame surged toward the group, muscles bulging as toxic energy radiated from him, and he unleashed a ferocious strike. Chapter 45, Freedom Attribute Points 300. A series of dull thuds echoed, accompanied by the howling wind. Outside the bamboo house, pained groans emerged, mingling with the scent of blood. 3 men and 1 woman displayed expressions of agony, their bodies crashing to the ground, faces tinged with a ghastly hue, blood spilling from their mouths as they struggled helplessly. Unable to rise, their hearts were filled with terror. What manner of monster is this? Its body brimming with deadly toxins? Oblivious to their own peril, Qinan let out a cold chuckle and cast a glance at Wang Dongyi, remarking nonchalantly, "Lord Wang, do you intend to impede my progress as well?" Wang Dongyi offered a faint smile and replied, "I am but a newcomer, unaware if the ghost doctor has issued any edict forbidding entry. If the warrior wishes to enter, so be it." He stood by, unwilling to engage with this fiend. The two had previously clashed in the forest, and he recognized the terrifying prowess of this adversary. Despite years of diligent training in his blood fiend palm, he found himself unable to gain the upper hand, instead suffering from the toxins emanating from his opponent. Continuing the confrontation would yield him no advantage. If Qinan desired to provoke the ghost doctor, so be it. Everyone knew of the ghost doctor's peculiar temperament. To disturb him would surely lead to repercussions. With a smile, Qinan turned and strode towards the bamboo house. The structure appeared diminutive in comparison to his towering frame of nearly 2 meters and 70 centimeters, resembling a mere toy. He casually pushed the door open, bending slightly to enter the bamboo abode. As he pushed the door open, dozens of poison needles shot forth with alarming speed, piercing the air towards him. Qinan furrowed his brow. Unable to raise his hand in defense, he instinctively shielded his eyes. Thud, thud, thud. The needles embedded themselves deeply into his flesh, causing a sharp sting to resonate through his skin. "You've fallen victim to the sure blood needle of the Phantom Doctor. Let us see how you meet your demise," sneered a middle-aged man in the courtyard, clutching his injured arm. With an expressionless face, Qinan methodically extracted the needles from his body, as if unaffected by the assault, and turned his gaze towards the interior of the room. Behind a screen, he discerned a figure reclining there, seemingly in a deep slumber, indifferent to Qinan's presence. The barrage of needles had merely been a trap. With purposeful strides, Qinan advanced towards the screen, and soon beheld an elderly man on the bed, his complexion flushed, diminutive in stature, with disheveled white hair. "Youngster, you've been struck by my Shura blood needle. Best leave quietly. Once I awaken, I shall remedy your poisoning. But do not disturb my slumber." The old man spoke with indifference, his eyes remaining shut. Just as the words left his lips, Qinan swiftly seized him, his powerful grip encircling the old man's face, lifting him from the bed with ease. The intense pressure of Qinan's fingers caused a wave of agony to surge through the old man's skull, startling him into opening his eyes wide. As he opened the door, his pupils constricted in surprise. What was this? In that moment, he felt as though he had fallen into the clutches of a colossal beast, his gaunt frame hardly sufficient to be of any consequence. "Are you the ghost doctor?" Qinan seized the elder and inquired. "Who are you? How dare you be so disrespectful while begging for treatment?" The elder exclaimed in alarm. "So, you truly are the ghost doctor?" Qinan revealed a sinister grin. The elder shivered, sensing the ominous undertones in Qinan's smile. Could it be that this individual had come seeking vengeance? His demeanor was entirely different from those who had previously sought his medical expertise. "Someone, quickly!" The elder shouted urgently. Crack, crack. Ah! Qinan swept his arm, brutally shattering both of the elder's legs, the bones protruding grotesquely, blood gushing forth. He then carelessly tossed the elder aside like refuse. The rationale behind breaking the elder's legs was merely a precaution, ensuring he could not escape. Now, with his legs shattered, flight was impossible. Qinan did not immediately divulge his intentions. Instead, his gaze swept across the room, quickly settling on the multitude of jars and bottles nearby. Truly, he was the ghost doctor. The room was indeed filled with an array of containers, densely packed with dozens of them, alongside an assortment of unknown herbs, venomous creatures, and large jars steeped in mysterious substances. Without hesitation, Qinan stepped forward, seized the jars, and uncapped them, pouring their contents into his mouth. At this moment, Wang Dong's expression shifted dramatically as he rushed in from outside. Upon entry, he was met with the sight of the ghostly physician, whose legs were shattered, groaning pitifully on the floor. "Kill him. Quickly eliminate that monster. Wang Dong, I will agree to any terms you propose. Just rid me of that creature." The ghostly physician cried out in anguish, pointing toward Qin, and Wang Dong abruptly turned his gaze toward Qinan, his heart jolting in surprise. At that moment, Qinen was seen pouring various vials and jars into his mouth, occasionally grabbing handfuls of herbs and venomous insects to shove into his maw. He was recklessly endangering his life. "Physician, this person has ingested your potent poison. Why should I lift a finger?" Wang Dong murmured, fully aware that the items within the physician's chamber were all laced with lethal toxins. It was absurd for him to engage in combat at this juncture. Should Qinen perish from his consumption, the consequences would be dire. Very well, very well. The ghostly physician cackled with delight, clapping his hands. "This monster has consumed so much. Soon, I shall cut open your belly and display your entrails. No, I cannot allow you to die so easily. I shall turn you into a living corpse, tormenting you day and night, subjecting you to 800 tortures daily." He seemed to envision Qinen's grim fate, almost forgetting the pain in his legs. Unbeknownst to him, Qinen's eyes sparkled with intensity as he focused on an invisible panel before him, his heart swelling with joy. Truly, the ghostly physician's collection was a treasure trove. After consuming the concoction, his free attribute points surged rapidly, reaching an astonishing 284 in a mere moment. Such an extraordinary feat. Soon, all the vials, jars, venomous insects, and toxic herbs were devoured by Qinen. His free attribute points finally soared past the 300 mark. Yet, he showed no signs of halting. Smacking his lips, he turned his gaze towards the large wine jars. He swiftly opened one, revealing a dark liquid within. Emitting a pungent odor, the contents unknown. Frowning in apprehension, he feared it might harbor something sinister. After cautiously probing with his hand and discovering nothing repulsive, he seized the jar and tilted it towards his mouth. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The sound of his fervent swallowing echoed throughout the bamboo house. The ghostly physician and Wang Dongi stood in stunned silence, their minds reeling in disbelief. They had anticipated that Qinen's gluttonous consumption would lead to his demise through excruciating poison, yet he appeared utterly unscathed. How could this be? The ghostly physician exclaimed. For no one understood the potency of the substances in his room better than he did. Yet, this monstrous figure seemed to disregard it all. "Fine, you drink my poison, and I shall see you shattered to pieces," the ghostly physician bellowed in response. Chapter 46, A Surge in Power. Capturing Wang Dongi. Bang. An empty wine jar was cast aside by Qin and with a resounding crash. Several minutes passed. Within the chamber, 3 large barrels of liquor had been entirely consumed by Qinen. Still yearning for more, he maintained an indifferent expression, exhaling a long breath of toxic gas that filled the room, forcing Wang Dong to turn pale and shield his face, instinctively darting out once more. Only the ghostly physician remained, undeterred by the noxious fumes, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed upon Qinen. He was utterly terrified. This fearless practitioner, who had spent a lifetime confronting deadly poisons and herbs, was now profoundly shaken. What manner of creature is this? Consuming poison, drinking toxic spirits, devouring venomous insects, and yet remaining unscathed. He could even exhale poisonous gas. What sort of absurdity is this? When did such a being emerge in the martial world? What are you, demon? The ghostly physician's voice trembled. A demon? Perhaps. Qinen replied in a calm tone, engaging in conversation with the physician while glancing at the panel. At that moment, his free attribute points had reached an astonishing 445. Without hesitation, he immediately allocated these points to the mixed Yuan Heavenly Gang Palm and the Northern Dipper Step. The entire panel shimmered with a hazy transformation as a torrent of information rapidly unfolded in his mind. Simultaneously, an overwhelming surge of power coursed through his body, rushing along specific meridians and blood vessels as if he had been cultivating for countless years. An avalanche of insights and realizations flooded into his consciousness. At that moment, his meridians, bones, and muscles were undergoing further transformation. This process lasted approximately 3 to 5 minutes. Exhale. Name: Qinen. Age: 18. Physique: ranked 9th among his kind in this world. Strength: ranked 17th among his kind in this world. Speed: ranked 18th among his kind in this world. Spirit: ranked 17th among his kind in this world. Martial arts: Hunyuan Tiangang Palm, unprecedented at 100. Special effects: shock, explosion, formless energy, searing heat, formless energy net, Tiangang Chasing Soul Sword. Entry level 83, Tiangang Beta Step, unprecedented at 100. Special effect: swiftness. Nickname: Demon Mind Technique, Guiyuan Mind Technique, unprecedented at 100. Special effect: internal energy flows like a stream, ceaseless and unyielding. Free attribute points: 298. A surge of formidable power instantaneously engulfed Qinen's entire being, granting him a sense of terrifying strength previously unknown to him. He gently moved his neck, feeling rather satisfied. After all, the Hunyuan Tiangang palm does not belong to the realm of internal arts. Yet it allowed his initial rank to soar from 30 to 17, which is quite remarkable. Were he to possess a profound internal cultivation technique, his strength would undoubtedly propel him into the top 10, or even the top 5 of the world. Ghost Doctor, I offer you an opportunity, poison me. Qingnan suddenly turned his gaze towards the terrified Ghost Doctor on the ground, stating coldly, if your poison fails to kill me, I shall take your life. The choice is yours. The ghostly physician's countenance turned pale with fright as he hastily cast a glance at Qingnan, immediately beginning to plead for mercy. Spare my life. Noble warrior, do not take my life. How could he not perceive that this monstrous being had come solely to provoke him? He had consumed all the deadly poisons within his chamber and remained unscathed. No matter how formidable his abilities, how could he possibly poison this creature again? The ghostly physician was consumed by an extraordinary fear, bowing repeatedly in abject submission. Previously, he had felt invincible, convinced that the other party had a need for him and would refrain from killing him. Yet this creature before him was entirely different. It harbored no desires for his assistance. In fact, it had approached with the explicit intent to end his life. How could he not be terrified? At that moment, a figure flickered outside the window. Wang Dongyi, who had just fled, returned swiftly, his expression shifting as he incredulously regarded the kneeling ghostly physician and then turned his gaze to Qingnan. To his astonishment, upon seeing Wang Dongyi return, Qinnan's face radiated joy as he burst into laughter, exclaiming, Lord Wang, you have returned at last. Excellent. I happen to have a matter to request of you. I wish to borrow the inner cultivation techniques of your Blackstone Fortress for a glance. Surely, you would not refuse, would you? That is impossible. Wang Dongyi's expression changed dramatically as he promptly declined. The inner cultivation techniques were a closely guarded secret of the Blackstone Fortress. Even his closest disciples could not be entrusted with them without undergoing rigorous tests. Impossible? Qingnan sneered. What was once impossible, now must be possible. With that, his immense and terrifying form surged forward, unleashing a fearsome miasma of toxic gas and potent energy, an unstoppable force akin to an ancient demon. Wang Dong was taken aback, suddenly sensing that Qinnan's aura had transformed into something entirely different. How could this demon's power have undergone such a drastic change? It was inconceivable. Wang Dong let out a piercing cry, channeling his internal energy to execute his martial arts, hoping to maneuver his way out of the situation. However, he was unprepared for the fact that even Qinnan's speed had become extraordinarily terrifying. Just as he was about to employ his skills to evade, Qinnan appeared behind him in an instant, a massive hand descending upon him like a heavy fan. How could it be so swift? Wang Dong's heart sank in fear, and in a moment of desperation, he turned to defend himself. Boom. The moment he turned, he was met with a thunderous strike from Qinnan. The colossal hand, imbued with unparalleled power, struck his arm with tremendous force, causing him to spew blood and dislocate both arms in an instant. The overwhelming and venomous internal energy surged into his body, igniting a searing pain throughout his being, rendering him as helpless as a broken sack, crashing backward. Bang! He collided with the corner behind him, vomiting blood once more, his face ashen, utterly unable to move. You reap what you sow, Qinnan remarked indifferently, as if swatting a fly. Ghost Doctor, do you wish to live or die? Suddenly, Qinnan turned his gaze towards the Ghost Doctor. I want to live. The Ghost Doctor exclaimed hastily. If you want to live, you must help me pry open Wang Dong's mouth. I need to extract the secret techniques of the Blackstone Fortress from him. Qinnan grinned widely and laughed heartily. If you accomplish this task, I assure you, I shall not take your life. Indeed, I shall compel Wang Dongyi to divulge their secret internal cultivation technique. The Ghost Doctor exclaimed eagerly. His prowess in the realm of medicine was unparalleled throughout the world. He possessed knowledge of a certain potent elixir. Once administered, it could swiftly seize a person's soul, rendering them devoid of reason and lost in a stupor, ultimately becoming pliant to manipulation. No matter how formidable a martial arts master may be, they would be unable to resist its effects. Wang Dongyi, his face a mask of horror, was acutely aware of the Ghost Doctor's capabilities. To fall into the clutches of the Ghost Doctor would indeed be more harrowing than death itself. Even severing his own meridians would not guarantee his escape, for the Ghost Doctor could likely revive him. No, I am willing to disclose the internal cultivation methods of my Blackstone Fortress. Wang Dongyi shouted urgently. Oh, you were willing? Qinnan's expression brightened, But he quickly furrowed his brow and said, "However, I remain skeptical. What if you deceive me? That will not happen. Trust me. I would never dare to lie." Wang Dongyi insisted vehemently. "That is futile. Ghost Doctor, let us proceed with your method first." Qinan laughed heartily. "Agreed. Agreed." The Ghost Doctor's face contorted into a grotesque grin as he chuckled ominously. Chapter 47. The Stirring of the Outside World. Zhao Tian'in's Rebellion. Half an hour later. Within the room, Qinan seized the internal cultivation technique that Wang Dongyi had inscribed. The entire piece of cloth was densely covered with over 1,000 minuscule characters. And at the very top, a few striking large characters stood out. Yanong Heart Technique. He fixated on the script upon the fabric, initially perusing it thoroughly to absorb its essence, and then during the second reading, he began to channel his inner energy. Following the prescribed route of the Yin-Yang Heart method, this process repeated itself for approximately 7 or 8 minutes, until his interface finally responded. Qian's eyes gleamed as he concentrated on the panel, delight swelling within him. It has arrived. Before him, a line of small text materialized. Yin-Yang Heart Method, Entry Level 1. System, allocate points. Qinan silently recited in his heart. Instantly, the entire panel began to blur rapidly, as if some enigmatic and uncharted reaction was occurring once more. Even the Gu Yuan Heart Method he had previously cultivated began to transform at that moment. The original Gu Yuan inner force seemed to be obliterated by a powerful and mysterious energy. No, to be precise, it was not obliteration but rather consumption. The Gu Yuan inner force swiftly dissipated, replaced by a searing and fervent energy. This new force was vast and vigorous, exuding an intense heat that starkly contrasted with the gentle nature of the previous Gu Yuan inner force. More alarmingly, even the myriad toxins that surrounded him were drawn in by this formidable energy. Great torrents of toxins surged into his being, coursing through his meridians and acupoints alongside his inner force. Previously, when he engaged in combat, his inner force, though laced with deadly poison, merely enveloped the toxins within his flesh. However, the situation had changed. The newly cultivated inner force now harbored an even more terrifying toxicity. What was even more dreadful was this is indeed a form of fiery venom. Both the properties of internal energy and the intensity of its ferocity have surged dramatically. It has transcended the bounds of the Yin-Yang Heart Method. To illustrate, it is akin to Yu Tanji cultivating the divine foot scripture, only to subsequently merge it with the power of the ice silkworm, resulting in the formation of a unique and sinister internal art within himself. This is precisely the state that Qinan currently finds himself in. Such an enigmatic condition persisted for approximately 3 minutes before it finally subsided. Qian's eyes fluttered open as he slowly exhaled a wave of heated poisonous vapor, while his pores erupted with toxic currents, radiating intense warmth. He then cast his gaze back towards the panel once more. Name: Qinan. Age: 18. Physique: ranked 3rd among his kin in this realm. Strength: ranked 6th among his kin in this realm. Speed: ranked 13th among his kin in this realm. Spirit: ranked 11th among his kin in this realm. Martial arts: Hunyuan Tiangang Palm, unprecedented 100. Special effects: shock, explosion, invisible chi, scorching heat, invisible chi net, Tiangang soul chasing sword, beginner 83, Tiangang Beidou step, unprecedented 100. Special effects: swift, nickname, demon mind technique, Yin-Yang Chitta skill, unprecedented 100. Special effects: deadly poison, fiery heat, red sun protection, red poison illusion, free attribute points, 110. The name of the mind technique has changed to Yin-Yang Chitta skill. Qian's eyes sparkled with astonishment. This was truly beyond his expectations. However, he could distinctly sense the formidable inner strength coursing through him. His body not only harbored a vast reservoir of inner power, but each surge of energy was extraordinarily fierce, robust, and searing. With a swift motion of his hand, a wave of scorching poisonous gas erupted forth, accompanied by immense force. Surging and sweeping powerfully, its heat reverberating, capable of obliterating nearly everything in its path. Yet, despite my current prowess, I still do not rank as the strongest in the world. This is perplexing. Qinan furrowed his brow. Could it be that there are so many experts in this miniature realm? Or is it possible that the fiery sun technique that he acquired from Blackstone Castle is indeed worthless? Qinan swiftly shook his head once more and said, Ghost Doctor, I implore you to assist me with another matter. I require your poison pill, preferably one of utmost toxicity, infused with a hint of medicine. And the medicine should possess a trace of poison. This should not pose a challenge, correct? Not at all, Not at all, the ghost doctor replied with a vacant expression. Nodding repeatedly. Very well then. Commence the concoction at once. Qin smiled, adding, the idle ones outside may come in to lend a hand. Seizing the moment, he prepared to replenish the recently depleted free attribute points. Upon venturing out, he would undoubtedly need to gather more manuals. With only 110 free attribute points remaining, it was evidently insufficient. Contemplating this, his gaze shifted to the martial arts section, focusing on the Heavenly Gang pursuing Soul Sword. He pondered whether this technique could be integrated into the primordial Heavenly Gang palm. Thus, Qin began his research diligently. Meanwhile, while Qin was hiding in the Valley of 10,000 Poisons and rapidly enhancing his strength, a series of earth-shattering events were concurrently unfolding in the outside world. These monumental occurrences had already spread like wildfire across forums. Even the later Qin, upon witnessing the events, could not help but feel a profound shock. It turned out that after Qin's disappearance that fateful night, he became elusive throughout the Jianghu, prompting the group of traversers to become both anxious and enraged. Ultimately, they settled for a secondary target, Zhao Tianyin, the general of Hebei. After all, there were two mainline tasks, and eliminating General Zhao Tianyin was indeed one of them. However, Zhao Tianxing found himself entrenched within the military camp, flanked by an army of 100,000, making it nearly impossible for ordinary figures from the martial world to approach him. Consequently, these time travelers swiftly concocted nefarious schemes. They resorted to various tactics, attempting to use courtly means to have Zhao Tianxing dismissed from his command. Once his position as commander was revoked, it would become a trivial matter for others to seek his demise. It must be acknowledged that their method was indeed nearing success. Under the persuasion of several female time travelers, the emperor issued an imperial decree dismissing Zhao Tianxing. However, they could never have anticipated that Zhao Tianxing was a formidable character, harboring ambitions and grievances after years of restraint, amassing troops in Hebei, and already nursing discontent towards the court. The emperor's sudden dismissal ignited his fury, prompting him to declare himself king, assuming the title of rebel king. He then led his vast army in revolt, and within a span of just over 10 days, he seized control of a significant portion of Hunan, leaving less than 200 miles to the capital, Luoyang. The news of this upheaval reached the capital, causing a nationwide stir. The emperor, along with his ministers, had already fled in panic towards the western capital of Chang'an. This sudden turn of events left all time travelers astounded. No one had anticipated Zhao Tianxing's decisive nature, nor could they have foreseen the extent of corruption within the great Zhou dynasty. In the face of Zhao Tianxing's relentless advance, officials at all levels along the route found themselves unable to withstand his might, surrendering their cities one after another. Moreover, with Zhao Tianyin's intentional promotion, phrases such as welcome the king of adventurers, no taxes will be collected, devour and dress as one pleases, open the gates to welcome the king. The king's rebellion is for the people, eradicate the corrupt officials without mercy. The various folk songs contributed to an astounding increase in Zhao Tianyin's forces. Initially commanding an army of 100,000, he quickly amassed 1,000,000 troops as he advanced into Hunan, and the number continued to swell. Even numerous local individuals from the underworld and various indigenous sects joined Zhao Tianyin's burgeoning army, eager to storm the imperial city and overthrow the treacherous emperor. Consequently, the many adventurers stood in astonishment, acutely aware that the difficulty of Mission 1 was escalating precipitously, transforming into a hellish challenge. The system seemed to sense the shift, thus. As Zhao Tianyin approached the capital, the rewards for Mission 1 underwent a significant alteration. The mission now read, Main Mission 1. Assassinate General Zhao Tianyin of Hebei Army to uphold the righteousness of the heavens. Upon completion, rewards include 90 years of internal energy, a medium-grade mental technique, Red Sun Morning Skill, and a medium-grade martial art, Great Cracking Palm. In essence, the level of rewards had ascended once more. Initially, the elimination of Zhao Tianyin would yield only a superior-grade Great Revival Pill, which could only enhance internal energy by 50 years. However, the reward now included an astonishing 90 years of internal energy, an increase of 40 years. Additionally, a new martial art, Great Cracking Palm, was bestowed. The entire forum erupted in a frenzy, with adventurers buzzing with excitement and shock, including those of the highest echelons of crossover prowess. Given Zhao Tianyin's current prowess, the notion of eliminating him has become utterly unrealistic. Even the eradication of the demonic sect would prove far simpler than his demise. In light of this unfortunate reality, They are compelled to resume the pursuit of the enigmatic Qin. Once again, the martial world finds itself shrouded in tumult. Chapter 48. The colossal Qin emerges again. In the region of Hunan, less than 30 miles from the capital, Luoyang, a group of transmigrators led by Xiong Dayo, as the vanguard of the rebel king, gathers in hushed tones, expressing their astonishment. It is evident that those in higher echelons possess a ruthless cunning, enticing Zhao Tianin into treason, only to subsequently elevate his rewards through the system. Once the rewards reach their zenith, the higher-ups shall personally intervene to eliminate Zhao Tianin and seize the bounty. Truly, what an ingenious scheme, Xiong Dayo exclaims. Brother Xiong, I heard from the boss that in a few days, a master from the Iron Blood Hall will arrive. What kind of figure do you think they will be? Inquires a curious transmigrator nearby. I have only heard the boss mention that their surname is Su, and their name is Su Qing. However, I am unaware of their character. The only thing I know is that they are not from our Luoqing, nor did they originate in the 008 world. They hail from the 104 world, which possesses a hierarchy far superior to our 008 realm. Their arrival here necessitated a suppression of their own strength, Xiong Dayo explains. The 104 world? This implies that the individual is most likely a master of significant rank, perhaps even a first-grade grandmaster. Even if the opponent suppresses their own strength, it is likely sufficient to dominate our humble realm of 008, is it not? The expressions of the group of travelers shifted dramatically. It cannot be that outrageous. Xiong smiled and remarked, although the 104th world possesses a higher order of levels, it is not exceedingly elevated. After suppressing their own strength, they would probably be comparable to the abbot of the Diamond Temple. Comparable to the abbot of the Diamond Temple? Does that not render them quite formidable? They gasped. If they were to eliminate Zhao Tianin and receive the system reward of 90 years of power, would that not be utterly against the heavens? The crowd was astounded. Indeed, Xiong sighed. However, we must acknowledge that they are members of the Iron Blood Hall, and our Iron Wolf Gang is merely an affiliated faction of the Iron Blood Gang in the real world. We must obediently adhere to their commands. At this point, he fell into deep contemplation and suddenly whispered, in fact, there is something you may not be aware of. Every low martial world is under the watchful eyes of the high martial worlds. And by eyes I refer to the travelers. These low martial worlds are constantly monitored by the powerful figures of the high martial realms. Whenever an opportunity arises or a main quest presents itself, those formidable beings will find ways to intervene and seize the chance. Thus, it becomes a vicious cycle, where the travelers from high martial worlds repeatedly cross boundaries to complete tasks and grow ever stronger. What? This is also the case? The group of travelers exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, it transpires that Qin Yun was originally an operative planted by the Iron Blood Hall within the 008 realm. After assisting the Iron Blood Hall in executing a particular mission, he stumbled upon a remarkable opportunity, only to unexpectedly conceal it. This act led to an order from the Iron Blood Hall for his elimination. Consequently, our Iron Wolf Gang received instructions to retrieve that opportunity, which prompted our leader to devise a plan to keep an eye on his nephew, Qin and Xiong remarked, and a group of travelers suddenly grasped the situation. However, skepticism soon emerged. Brother Xiong, the location of Qin An's traversal was at the blood refining temple, which complicates matters. What trouble could that be? Once the esteemed Su Qing descends, he will undoubtedly breach the blood refining temple and capture Qin. We shall merely sit back and enjoy the spectacle, Xiong chuckled. This perspective elicited laughter from the group. At that moment, a cacophony of thundering hooves resonated from afar. A commander, mounted on a steed, hastened toward them, calling out, Vanguard Officer Xiongda, heed my command. The King of Chaos directs you to mobilize immediately. You must penetrate the capital before sunset. At that time, every prominent family shall be annihilated, leaving not a single soul behind. Understood, Xiongda bellowed in response, as the surrounding travelers eagerly readied themselves for action. By the heavens, Zhao Tianin is poised for a citywide slaughter. They truly excel at this. After following Zhao Tianin for so many years, we have mastered the art of city pillaging and underhanded dealings to perfection. The entire army swiftly commenced its accelerated advance. Over 100,000 soldiers, led by the formidable Xiongda and his companions, marched with great momentum towards the distant city of Luoyang. Simultaneously, Zhao Tianin commanded millions, dividing his forces into 3 directions to encircle Luoyang. The entire forum erupted in astonishment, as numerous time travelers posted photos and videos, causing others from different realms to gasp in disbelief. Within the depths of the Wandu Valley, Qin An emerged from a chamber, his imposing figure towering as he furrowed his brow, acutely sensing his own power. With a casual wave of his hand, a thunderous explosion of poisonous aura erupted from his palm, obliterating a row of rooms in an instant. Countless shards, swept by the terrifying toxic energy, flew in all directions to the west. This so-called Tiangang soul-chasing sword was nothing extraordinary. Achieving completeness and integrating it into the Hunyuan Tiangang palm merely elevated his strength further. Originally ranked 6th in power, he had now ascended to 5th. It was truly a waste to expend over 100 points of free attribute values. Moreover, there was an even more disheartening reality. The gains from enhancing his attributes had diminished significantly. Investing dozens of free attribute points yielded far less than the benefits derived from refining his techniques. This indicated that the quality of his physique had gradually reached its limits. Only potent, unique secret techniques could substantially enhance his physical capabilities once more. Attempting to improve his attributes through further enhancements had become prohibitively costly. As the primordial heaven-slashing palm merged with the heaven-slashing soul-chasing sword, it transformed into the heaven-slashing primordial soul-chasing hand, an unprecedented creation boasting a 100 effectiveness rate. Its special effects included shattering, scorching, protective chi network, mental dissonance, and unmatched poison. The originally free attribute points had once again dwindled to 0. Ghost Doctor. Is the item I requested ready? Qin An's voice resonated with a deep, weighty aura as his colossal form advanced towards the Ghost Doctor. Yes, everything is prepared, came the prompt response from the Ghost Doctor. Moments later, Qin An's towering figure arrived at the Ghost Doctor's chamber. Before him lay an array of various jars and bottles, densely packed, numbering in the dozens, filling the room with an indescribably pungent medicinal aroma. Qin An casually picked up a jar, removed the lid, and poured its contents into his mouth, savoring the flavor before glancing at the panel. He observed the free attributes section beginning to change slowly once more. No longer hesitating, he seized all the jars, pouring their contents into his mouth with reckless abandon. The terrifying spectacle elicited expressions of astonishment from the Ghost Doctor, Wang Dongyi, and the other onlookers. Thus, under Qin An's voracious consumption, the plethora of jars and bottles before him was swiftly depleted. He focused intently on the panel, keenly feeling the surge in his free attributes. With the ingestion of these numerous potions, the previously sluggish increase in free attributes began to ascend rapidly, akin to a rocket. Within the span of half an hour, his freedom attribute had once again transformed into 280 points. This scene prompted him to burst into a hearty laughter, a frenzied and terrifying cackle that reverberated through the mountains like an ancient demon, shaking the very air and echoing throughout the forest. The onlookers were taken aback by his laughter, their ears ringing with a dull hum, and they hastily covered their ears. By the way, pour me another gourd of your poison wine. I shall savor it on my journey, Qin An chuckled. Having not ventured outside for several days, he realized that the outside world had descended into chaos. He feared that if he delayed any longer, Zhao Tianin would be eliminated by others. During these past few days, aside from enhancing his cultivation, he had been closely monitoring the developments on his panel. To his astonishment, the bounty on Zhao Tianin had surged once more on the forum. A reward of 90 years of internal energy for killing Zhao Tianin. Regardless of who claimed it, this posed a tremendous threat to him. Therefore, Zhao Tianin absolutely could not perish at the hands of others. He could only meet his end by Qin An's own hand. Very well, very well. The ghostly physician promptly began preparing the gourd of wine. Lord Wang, do not leave. I have a matter I wish to consult with you, Qin An said with a smile. At this moment, Wang Dongyi was already filled with dread towards Qin An, and upon hearing his words, he dared not move an inch. I would like to inquire, who in the entire martial world possesses exceptional claw skills? Someone whose strength is on par with yours. His name is Zhang Kuei, Qin An inquired. Although the individual might have changed his name in this other world, some would retain their original names. Thus, he decided to ask first regardless. Zhang Kuei, the one known as the Tiger Claw Deadly Hand? Zhang Kuei? Wang Dong's expression changed slightly. Do you know him? Quickly tell me, where does he reside? Qin An's eyes brightened, eagerly inquiring. He held no affection for the individual who had insulted him in the real world and had even attempted to show off in his presence. Upon returning to this alternate realm, it was imperative to seek him out and eliminate him. Indeed, I am acquainted with Zhang Kuei, the formidable master of the Tiger Claw Deadly Hand. He is the leader of the Liqian sect, a hidden power in Jiangxi. His strength is certainly on par with mine. And there are whispers that the Liqian sect has intricate ties with the demonic cult, Wang Dong stated. Oh? Qin An's eyes flickered as thoughts raced through his mind. Jiangxi. Isn't that the territory of the Blood Refinement Temple? The Blood Refinement Temple is a stronghold of the demonic cult. Zhang Kuei is also in Jiangxi and is allied with them. That is entirely plausible. This time, it truly serves a dual purpose. I've long sought an opportunity to return to the Blood Refinement Temple. First, I shall deal with Zhang Kuei, then head to the temple. Both objectives can be accomplished without delay. Very well, Master Wang. I appreciate your internal cultivation techniques. I shall take my leave. Qin laughed heartily, his voice resonating powerfully. He seized a large wine jar prepared by the ghost doctor, and his robust figure transformed into a whirlwind of toxic air, darting through the window and racing away into the distance at breakneck speed. In the blink of an eye, he had vanished without a trace. All the flora and foliage outside the window withered away, leaving behind a desolate expanse of yellowing forest. Wang Dong stared in astonishment, his mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. The demon exudes a more terrifying venom than ever before. He is nothing short of a walking embodiment of poison. To think that even a mere brush against him could spell death from a distance of several meters. How has this creature managed to survive until now? Wang Dong murmured to himself. Qin moved with remarkable swiftness, racing forward as his internal energy flowed, naturally releasing toxic fumes through his pores, creating a scene of ominous haze along his path, truly dreadful. Yet, he swiftly became aware of the situation, furrowing his brow. He channeled his internal power to compress the venomous substance within him. In the blink of an eye, the toxins were constricted, coalescing into 3 massive poison sacs within his body. No further toxic gas escaped from his pores. This was a testament to the mastery he had attained in his internal cultivation. If one could only release but not contain, it would not be deemed formidable. It is his ability to both release and contain that renders him genuinely fearsome. Now, with a full-powered strike, he could unleash the concentrated venom from the 3 sacs, merging them into one, infinitely intensifying the poison, its potency vastly surpassing what it was before. Huff! Qin accelerated once more, vanishing from sight in an instant. 3 days later, in a bustling town located in Jiangxi, a myriad of people thronged the streets, the sound of galloping hooves echoing as numerous martial artists, armed with blades and swords, scoured the area in search of the demon, Qin. Within a spacious tavern, dozens of these martial figures had gathered, their attention riveted on a podium at the front, listening intently. Standing upon that stage was a storyteller, a venerable figure well past his 60s. He spoke with great fervor and vivid imagery, elaborating on all matters pertaining to the enigmatic Qin. It must be said, this sorcerer Qin is indeed extraordinary. He is a rare prodigy within the demonic sect, having mastered the pinnacle of their arcane arts, the great demon annihilation technique, at a remarkably young age. His every strike casts shadows of doom, invoking wails of despair. Moreover, he is cloaked in a miasma of lethal poison, rendering him an unpredictable terror. Any ordinary martial artist who dares to approach him is met with certain death, let alone engage in combat. The great demon annihilation technique? So that is it. But in truth, such a technique does not exist within the demon sect. It is merely a fabrication. Surely not. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Old Lu, what nonsense are you spouting? What is this great demon annihilation technique? Aren't you afraid the sect will come after you? Suddenly, a voice erupted from the throng. Humph. The demon sect boasts a plethora of techniques. It is not something you can simply claim to know. The storyteller scoffed, retorting that sorcerer Qin stands 11 feet tall. With massive shoulders and a robust physique, his arms are thicker than barrels, and his head larger than a wash basin. Such an imposing stature could only be achieved through the practice of the great demon annihilation technique. I ask you, have any of you encountered a being like this before? No, never. But is that appearance genuine? Can anyone truly be so large and towering? This is sheer nonsense. Is he even human? Arms thicker than barrels? Good heavens. How is that possible? The crowd erupted once more into a cacophony of disbelief. Evidently, no one believes that someone could grow to 11 feet. This reveals your ignorance. Then, Old Lu struck the table and proclaimed, that demon, Qin, possesses such a terrifying physique due to mastering the great demon annihilation technique. However, if this demon, Qin, is indeed a rare talent within the demonic sect, why did he suddenly betray them? Now, even the sect is actively hunting him down, and previously dispatched 7 elders to pursue him collectively. Suddenly, someone in the crowd interjected with a question. Other martial artists nodded in agreement, casting dubious glances at the storyteller. A valid inquiry. Old Lu banged the table again, addressing the crowd. Do you know the reason behind it? Why? They responded. Indeed, we are asking you. Why did he betray the demonic sect? The crowd clamored for answers. Naturally, it is because this demon, Qin, harbors grand ambitions. He desires to become the sect leader. Old Lu exclaimed passionately. As the saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers, and one day cannot harbor two suns, since Qin aims to seize the leadership. The demonic sect could no longer tolerate him, leading to an explosive confrontation between the two parties. This battle transpired right within the sect's headquarters, resulting in a gruesome clash. A veritable storm of bloodshed, rendering the day and night devoid of light. Countless members of the sect, including seniors, wanderers, hallmasters, and branch leaders, perished in this horrifying assault. Yet, amidst this chaos, the demon Qin managed to break free. Furthermore, he possesses a savage nature, relishing the act of devouring the living. His most favored delicacy was none other than young maidens who had yet to reach the tender age of 10. Ever since he escaped from the stronghold of the demonic sect, he had embarked on a relentless spree of carnage, leaving a trail of devastation in his wake. Countless villages and towns had been laid to waste, and the number of young girls he had consumed was beyond reckoning. A gasp of horror rippled through the crowd. Their whispers filled with disbelief. Eating humans? What manner of monster was this? Unbeknownst to them, his troll annihilation technique demanded a continual feast upon human flesh to enhance his prowess. The more he consumed, the swifter his strength surged, and the more formidable his form became. Should there come a day when he failed to satiate his hunger, his power would inevitably wane. Hence, his recent disappearance likely indicated a quest for fresh victims, as old Lu remarked once more, igniting further murmurs among the crowd. What nonsense! A taste for human flesh? This is a gross misrepresentation of my character. Since my debut, I have savored many dishes, yet never have I dined upon a human. Suddenly, a deep, resonant voice echoed through the throng, laden with discontent. The crowd fell silent, sensing the ominous shift in the atmosphere, and turned to discover the source of the voice. What they beheld sent a shiver down their spines, a wave of terror washing over them. As their bodies trembled in fear, their souls quaking, they could no longer maintain their footing, as if confronted by a spectral horror. A vast shadow loomed over them, enveloping the gathering like a monstrous creature of nightmares. Monster Qin. At last, someone uttered a feeble groan, as though all their strength had been sapped away. Even old Lu, who was just about to retort, momentarily froze, his expression turning pale as he trembled violently, glancing towards the entrance. A formidable figure, muscular and imposing, resembling a terrifying iron tower, was forcing its way into the tavern. The sheer size of this hulking body appeared particularly menacing up close. He felt as if the world was spinning, his body succumbing to weakness on the spot. The demon Qin, back in the world again. How could this be possible? Chapter 50. The Masters emerge. Qin takes action. 3 chapters. Inside the tavern, Qin furrowed his brow in displeasure. Initially, he had merely intended to pass through the tavern, seeking a bowl of wine, but instead, he overheard some absurdities being spoken within, fabricating tales about him. What was this about a troll destruction method? Claims of enjoying the raw flesh of the living? And a penchant for devouring young girls under the age of 10? Such utter nonsense. Upon entering, Qin did not hasten to deal with old Lu but instead made his way to the counter. Under the terrified gazes of the innkeeper and the staff, he effortlessly lifted a 20-pound wine jar. This jar, immense and filled with fine liquor, was grasped by him as if it were merely a small water jug in the hands of an ordinary person. Qin pried off the seal and began to pour the exquisite wine directly into his mouth, the sound of gulping echoing as he quickly drained it. After finishing, still unsatisfied, he grabbed several more jars in succession, pouring them down his throat. During this spectacle, all the martial artists and patrons in the tavern trembled in fear. Utterly horrified, was it truly possible for someone to reach a height of 11 feet? Was it conceivable for someone's head to be larger than their face? Soon, some began to contemplate a hasty escape. However, unexpectedly, just as he was about to flee, Qin waved his hand, and an invisible force surged forth, sending his opponent flying with a resounding crash, landing heavily in the distance, frothing at the mouth and convulsing. The remaining individuals were instantly ensnared by terror, desperately pleading for mercy. The storyteller, old Lu, was already on his knees, repeatedly bowing his head in supplication. "Spare me, O revered demon. Grant this old man his life. Have pity, for I have an 88-year-old mother and a child who cries for sustenance. Please, spare me." "Damn it," Qin muttered. "Listen well, everyone. First, I have not practiced any world-destroying techniques. Second, I have no taste for human flesh. Third, I have never unleashed a massacre at the headquarters of the demon cult. As he spoke, his brow furrowed, and he continued, "However, I do indeed wish to visit the demon cult's headquarters in the future. But that is a matter for later. If anyone dares to spread rumors about me again, they shall face dire consequences." With a powerful strike of his hand, a searing wave of energy burst forth, shattering the wall beside him into fragments. Countless stones and debris flew chaotically through the air, intensifying the panic among the crowd. "Everyone, get out," Qinan commanded coldly. The onlookers, as if granted a reprieve, scrambled and crawled away in haste, just as old Lu was about to escape. Qinan called him back, saying, "Do not leave. I demand to know, where did you hear these claims? It is all fabricated nonsense. I have spoken carelessly, and I shall no longer indulge in such folly." Old Lu hastily slapped his own mouth. "Fabricated?" Qinan scoffed, stating, "Get out of here." "Yes, yes," Old Lu quickly replied, swiftly vacating the premises. Qinan, unperturbed, made his way to an empty table, seizing a freshly served pig's trotter and began to devour it voraciously, finishing it in just a few bites. The entire town was in an uproar. The multitude of martial artists who had just fled were swiftly disseminating the news. The demon, Qinan, had resurfaced in the martial world. This was destined to be a sensational affair. Even some of the time travelers in the town were taken aback. They immediately spread the news across forums, causing another wave of astonishment throughout the online community. Qinan, however, paid little heed to all this commotion. After all, his return to the martial world was bound to become common knowledge. Whether it became known sooner or later mattered little. With his current prowess, there were few within the martial realm who could challenge him. Defeating him was no simple task, and attempting to slay him was even more daunting. Just as he was indulging in his feast at the tavern, the sound of galloping hooves echoed outside, accompanied by a chorus of shouts, as a throng of figures appeared to be encircling the establishment. From the west, whispers filled the air. "The masters of the demon sect have arrived." Such swiftness. Leading the charge were none other than the demon sect, and it promised to be an exhilarating spectacle. Look. At the forefront stands the master of the Western Elephant Hall of the demon sect, along with the 8 great Vajras. Not only that, but also the formidable deities among the 7 elder leaders, the god of strength, the white ape demon, the Tsang wolf demon, and the eagle god. My heavens! They are all renowned masters within the demonic sect. As the astonished voices of the crowd resounded, the commotion from the outside world swiftly subsided. Almost all the arriving steeds came to a sudden halt. Each adept of the demonic sect, with a swiftness that rivaled lightning, promptly occupied the various strongholds to the west. Weapons were unsheathed, their gazes icy, as they tightly encircled the tavern. Moreover, a multitude of demonic followers brandished steel arrows and toxic waters, all aimed squarely at the establishment. At the slightest command, they would unleash a barrage of arrows and a torrent of poison, reducing the tavern to mere rubble. Inside, the tavern's owner and the staff were engulfed in sheer terror. Through the windows and doors, they had already discerned the unfolding scene. Oh heavens, how shall I survive? How shall I endure? The owner collapsed onto the floor, wailing in despair. Even the few attendants revealed their hopelessness. The infamous demonic sect had indeed arrived. "What are you crying for, innkeeper?" Qinan said nonchalantly as he devoured the food and drink on the table, waving his hand dismissively. "Since I have partaken of your fare, I shall certainly resolve this matter for you. Rest assured, I, Qinan, am clear about my debts and will never implicate the innocent." Outside the tavern, the West Xiong Hall master, the 8 great Vajras, and the West elder stood with cold smiles, fixated on the tavern. The infamous demon, Qinan, suddenly elicited a peculiar laughter from a robust man weighing at least 500 to 600 pounds. His small eyes sparkled with an intense gleam, reminiscent of a flickering lamp. His corpulent form was adorned with layers of flesh, cascading down to nearly touch his knees. However, none of the onlookers from the Western factions dared to mock him. Instead, they were filled with a profound trepidation. The reason was simple. This overweight man was none other than the renowned leader of the demon sect Xuanwu Hall. It was said that he had mastered an extraordinary technique that resulted in his considerable bulk, but it was precisely this formidable physique that rendered his defenses astonishingly formidable. His body was impervious to blades and arrows, and more crucially, he could not be harmed by internal energy. His layers of fat had an extraordinary rebounding effect against the internal forces of his adversaries. The stronger the internal energy directed at him, the more intense the backlash experienced by his opponent. He had once remained immobile on Mount Hung, using only his physical defenses to fatally repel 3 masters of the highest caliber, thereby earning his notorious reputation. This demon was enveloped in lethal toxins, posing a grave threat. Everyone must exercise utmost caution. Keep detoxifying pills in your mouths to avoid falling prey to his schemes, warned the cold and formidable Guotiani, who had previously encountered Qinan and was acutely aware of the terror his toxins could unleash. A body full of poison? Suddenly, a tall, muscular middle-aged man with dark skin sneered. In the presence of true masters, poison techniques are utterly insignificant. He wore an expression of disdain. A massive iron hammer slung across his back, his gaze piercing and sharp as lightning. Notably, the hammer bore an engraved purple lightning emblem. This was none other than Lei Jin Tian, the Thunder King among the 8 great kings. It could be said that the demon cult had indeed summoned formidable warriors. The master of the West Elephant Hall, the 8 great kings, the westernmost of the 7 elder positions. Each one was a near first-rate master in the martial world. Such a congregation of strong individuals was reminiscent of the last time, 7 or 8 years ago, when the 7 major sects besieged the demon cult. This time, however, it was solely to confront the demon Qinan. One could only imagine the demon cult's regard for Qinan. Do not waste time with him. Let us unleash a barrage of arrows to deplete his power. Suddenly, the second of the 8 great kings, the blazing King Lai Wuya, spoke coldly. True to his name, he resembled a fierce fire, his long hair ablaze with fiery hues. His skin was as if cast from ancient bronze, exuding an aura of formidable strength. Indeed, let loose the arrows. The Azure Dragon Elder of the West Elephant Sect intoned with a somber voice. Release the arrows, thundered the mighty demon Guotiani, gesturing emphatically. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, a deluge of arrows descended upon the tavern like a torrential rain. Additionally, vast quantities of poisonous liquid were ejected into the air using specially designed devices, enveloping everything. Chapter 51, A Bloodbath Unleashed. Invincible. Boom. Almost at the moment when the arrows and poison were launched, Qinan within the tavern could no longer remain seated. His eyes narrowed, icy and terrifying. In a flash, he positioned himself protectively in front of the innkeeper and the staff. He subsequently seized a table, channeling his inner strength, and hurled it outward with great force. At the moment of the throw, a swift palm strike followed, unleashing a torrent of toxic energy that collided violently with the table. With a resounding crash, the table shattered into countless splinters, which, enveloped by his venomous energy, transformed into lethal projectiles that shot forth in all directions. Each fragment was both poisonous and ferocious, wielding terrifying power. The air was soon filled with anguished cries as many of the demonic sect members, who were in the midst of firing arrows and launching toxic water, were struck by these dreadful shards, sent sprawling backwards, their bodies turning a ghastly shade of purple and blue, succumbing instantly to their injuries. Yet, this was only the beginning. After casting the table, Qinan followed up with a barrage of over 10 powerful palm strikes aimed at the door. Each strike was imbued with potent energy and lethal toxins. The air erupted with clouds of poisonous mist and fierce winds, surging outward and sending flying sand and stones, forcing back every arrow and toxic stream that had been aimed at him. The members of the demonic sect, who had been stationed atop the surrounding buildings, were met with horrifying shrieks as the dreadful toxic winds invaded their bodies, leaving them pale and frothing at the mouth, their forms swept away by the violent gusts. Not only them, but even the noble steeds let out mournful whinnies, collapsing to the ground under the assault of the venom, frothing at the mouth. Further afield, numerous martial artists staggered, their minds swirling in dizziness, collapsing to the ground as they felt a searing pain within. Only the master of the Western Elephant Hall, the 8 great Vidras, and the Grand Elder of the West had anticipated the situation, consuming the universal antidote beforehand and enveloping themselves in a protective aura. Thus, they managed to avoid immediate harm. Nevertheless, they could still feel the fierce winds and the searing heat, causing them to be alarmed. They swiftly leaped to the rooftops in the western direction. This is dire. The strength of this demon is beyond our expectations. It has significantly increased. Everyone, be cautious. The formidable demon, Guotiani, bellowed. Boom. As his voice echoed, Qinan, a towering figure, burst forth from the narrow entrance of the tavern like a colossal deity. His overwhelming power shattered the tavern's door into splinters, sending debris flying in all directions. His massive physique radiated an icy demeanor, his skin glinting with a metallic sheen. Standing nearly 3 meters tall, with hands as large as barrels, and his eyes scanning the surroundings. Before him lay the once tightly encircled members of the demonic sect. most of whom were now afflicted by lethal poison, collapsing and bleeding to death. Even the onlookers from the martial world had succumbed to the toxins. At this moment, Qin's gaze fell upon the master of the Western Elephant Hall, the 8 great Vajras, Guitiani, and others, as he coldly remarked. A chaotic scene indeed. There may be many, but they are all worthless. Who wishes to be the first to perish? Let us engage together, but beware of his toxic skills. Guitiani commanded with a fierce shout, his body already lunging towards Qin and with reckless abandon. With a surge of energy coursing through his entire being, he channeled his formidable inner strength into the massive axe in his hands, which emitted a piercing roar as it cut through the air. Empowered by an overwhelming force, he swung it down ferociously towards Qin. In that instant, the remaining leaders of the Western Elephant Hall, the 8 great Vajras, and the other 3 elders unleashed a collective shout, propelling themselves forward with unparalleled speed. Their velocities were nearly indistinguishable. However, Qin remained unfazed, his gaze icy and indifferent to their onslaught. Instead, he charged forward without the slightest attempt at evasion, hurtling towards Guitiani with astonishing haste. Utilizing the celestial polar step, his body transformed into a streak of S-shaped lightning, dashing forward at breakneck speed. Initially, the crowd assumed he was pursuing a direct path. Yet, to their astonishment, he sharply veered, escaping their encirclement with an almost supernatural swiftness, suddenly appearing before the might of the God of Strength. The God of Strength's pupils constricted in shock, a profound sense of impending doom washing over him, as every hair on his body stood on end, and his skin prickled as if pierced by needles. With a thunderous roar, he swung his colossal axe towards Qin with fierce intensity, but Qin responded by unleashing a palm strike, releasing a scorching and venomous energy akin to the explosion of a sun. With a resounding crash, ripples cascaded through the air, as waves of toxic force swept towards the western expanse. The massive axe was instantly sent soaring into the sky, propelled dozens of meters high. The scene was utterly terrifying. As if a hand the size of a basin struck with an unimaginable force upon the formidable titan, shattering his skull with a resounding crack, akin to a rotten watermelon bursting apart. Red and white fragments flew through the air, and the headless corpse was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing with a thud in the distance. One strike, the titan was annihilated. This horrific spectacle caused the remaining 3 elders, the master of the Western Elephant Hall, and the 8 great Vajras to recoil in shock, their pupils constricting in disbelief. It was too swift, too terrifying. Such an astounding display. I will kill you. Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed. The first to react was the master of the Xuanwu Hall, his entire body quaking with the sound of jiggling flesh, as if each mound of fat contained an inconceivable and terrifying power. Thousands of layers of flesh trembled simultaneously, causing his form to expand and widen, reaching a staggering height of 2 meters and 3 centimeters. He unleashed a massive hand, with 5 sharp and powerful fingers, enveloped in an exceptionally dense and terrifying inner force. Hissing ominously, more formidable than steel, as he clawed violently towards Qin's vitals. Yet, while his reaction was swift, Qin's was swifter still. Almost instantaneously, the moment the master of the Xuanwu Hall's claw descended, Qin pivoted sharply, his broad hand striking out with ferocity and speed, seizing the entirety of the Xuanwu Hall master's wrist. In that instant, the master felt the power draining from his arm rapidly, and excruciating pain radiating from his wrist, as if it were being clamped tightly by a fearsome, searing hot vice. Simultaneously, a terrifying corrosive force surged toward his skin. In mere moments, the flesh on his wrist began to rapidly decay and blister. This process of deterioration and bubbling spread swiftly, engulfing his shoulder area and causing his eyes to redden with rage. Yet, before he could fully comprehend the situation, Qin's other massive hand seized him, lifting his extraordinarily hefty body, weighing over 600 pounds, and forcefully slamming him down onto the ground before him. Die! With a resounding crash. The impact of such a colossal mass against the earth sent tremors rippling through the ground, unleashing a wave of ominous and toxic vapors. However, it must be acknowledged that the defense of the Xuanwu Hall master was indeed remarkable. Beneath Qin's ferocious assault, he surprisingly did not succumb to death. His corpulent form quivered like cascading water, dissipating the force exerted upon him, leaving only a minimal impact within. The brutal blow merely caused him to expel a mouthful of blood. Yet, even so, an overwhelming sense of fear now filled his heart. Kill him! The Xuanwu Hall master bellowed, blood spurting from his mouth. Qin's eyes widened in astonishment, seemingly taken aback by the opponent's continued existence. Immediately, a fierce expression emerged on his face as a monstrous hand seized the Xuanwu master by the face, lifting his enormous frame once more from the ground. Suddenly, he surged forward with an overwhelming force, creating a thunderous sound as he lunged at the crowd, transforming his body into a colossal human weapon aimed squarely at a leader of the demonic sect. Chapter 52. No one can stand in my way. The leader was none other than the sole female member of the West Elephant Hall, known as the Phoenix Leader. She possessed a slender figure, adorned in a striking crimson feathered garment, wielding a barbed whip in her hand. Upon witnessing the terrifying enormity of Qinan as he barreled towards her, grasping the body of the leader from the Black Tortoise Hall, a deep-seated fear enveloped her. Without a moment's hesitation, she unleashed her utmost agility. Phantom steps. Her form became ethereal and indistinct as she retreated with incredible speed, darting left and right, up and down, creating an eerie illusion of afterimages. Yet, one must not forget that Qinan's current velocity ranked him 13th in the world. In terms of speed, he was nearly a match for the Phoenix Leader. As she executed her evasive maneuvers, swaying and retreating to the extreme, Qinan's massive and fearsome physique charged forth like an unstoppable force. In an instant, the Phoenix Leader felt a venomous wind bearing down on her, its scorching heat causing her cheeks to sting as the dreadful gust enveloped her nostrils and mouth. In her wide-eyed terror, she beheld Qinan's sinister grin as he hoisted the weighty form of the Black Tortoise Leader, which weighed over 600 pounds, and brought it crashing down upon her, casting a terrifying shadow that engulfed her entirely. To be frank, the Black Tortoise Leader's body had indeed overshadowed the Phoenix Leader before, but never in such a manner. No. Crack. Like a shattered eggshell, a massive form, weighing over 600 pounds, crashed down upon the slender figure of the Zhuge Hall master, whose weight barely exceeded 100 pounds. The impact left her body shattered, blood spewing forth, and her bones fractured beyond count. Her once lovely visage was driven inward, and with a resounding thud, her delicate frame was violently propelled backward. With a thunderous crash, after extinguishing the life of the Zhuge Hall master, the force continued unabated, slamming into the earth once more, causing the ground to tremble violently as fierce winds howled. The Xuanwu Hall master spat forth another mouthful of blood, his corpulent form quaking like waves, each ripple echoing with torment. Kill him, he cried out in agony. Not dead yet? Qinan's expression shifted in disbelief. Was this rotund figure truly so difficult to vanquish? The remaining 3 elders, 2 hall masters, and 8 formidable warriors roared in fury, charging recklessly towards Qinan, their weapons drawn, intent on ending him. They could scarcely fathom the situation. Despite their formidable alliance of elite fighters, they were unable to subdue this demon. Not only could they not conquer him, but he had also claimed 2 lives and severely wounded another right from the onset. Lightning Thunder Hammer Technique. The Thunder King, Lei Zhentian, bellowed, wielding a colossal iron hammer that emitted a terrifying whistling sound, propelled by an overwhelming inner power. Like lightning, it surged forward with a fierce gale, raining down upon Qin and with unrelenting ferocity. His massive iron hammer weighed over 300 pounds, and combined with his unique martial prowess, it was both swift and ferocious. Once charged, a single strike could unleash a terrifying force of several thousand pounds. However, in the face of this formidable blow, Qinan's hand grasped firmly. With a thunderous crash, the colossal hammer was seized by Qinan's grip, all internal energy and gusts of wind dissipating upon contact with his palm, exploding harmlessly. This unparalleled strike, feared by many, could not inflict even the slightest harm upon Qinan. The horrifying spectacle sent a shudder through Lei Zhentian, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Yet, before he could fully comprehend the situation, Qinan let out a sinister laugh, and with astonishing speed, his other hand swung violently through the air. The fierce wind whipped through Lei Zhentian's long hair, sending it swirling backward. Terror gripped Lei Zhentian as he clearly perceived a vast, ominous shadow approaching. Suddenly, with a resounding clap, his vision turned crimson, and darkness clouded his mind. Qinan's palm shattered his skull in an instant. All the shattered bones and flesh were enveloped by the toxic energy emanating from Qinan's palm, shooting forth like a hail of hidden weapons. Lei Zhentian's decapitated body was swiftly hurled aside by the residual force, crashing with a resounding thud in the distance. The remaining onlookers let out anguished roars, recklessly charging toward Qinan, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks, palm winds, fist strikes, leg shadows, blade energies. and sword auras, all pouring forth towards him with reckless abandon. In the distance, those not deeply ensnared by the treacherous world of martial arts gazed in sheer terror, their minds swirling in a dizzying haze, yet they strained to widen their eyes, witnessing a cataclysmic battle that could only be described as earth-shattering. At this moment, it felt as if they were lost in a dream. The notorious masters of the demonic sect, typically able to muster one or two to create a sensation in the martial world, were now being mercilessly slaughtered by this fiend. How utterly horrifying. I knew it. I knew it. Old Lu's voice trembled, a mixture of fear and exhilaration, as he recounted the rumors of the massacre he had previously unleashed at the headquarters of the demonic sect, where thousands of its adept warriors had been powerless against him. Now, it was evident that these formidable figures of the sect, united, were still unable to contend with this demon. His giant demon annihilation technique had indeed been perfected. Does such a terrifying technique truly exist? Exclaimed those nearby, filled with shock. This martial art was nothing short of extraordinary. Amidst the collective assault, Qin gradually furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat exasperated. These opponents had indeed become adept, no longer dispersing their efforts against him, but instead converging together. Consequently, his powerful strikes could always be thwarted by their combined defenses. In a fit of irritation, Qin suddenly realized his surroundings. Grasping the hefty iron hammer that lay on the ground, and with a sinister grin declared, "The game has been played long enough. Now, it's time for all of you to perish." With a resounding roar, he swung the mighty hammer, producing a heavy, piercing sound, its concealed strength unknown as it hurtled toward the assembled crowd with ferocious intent. A multitude of individuals, stricken with terror, disregarded all else as they brandished their weapons in a desperate attempt to defend themselves. With a resounding clang, they were violently shaken, their grips faltering as their weapons nearly slipped from their grasp. Yet, Qin showed no signs of hesitation. Following his initial strike, he wielded the colossal hammer, Thunderwake, and relentlessly brought it crashing down upon the throng before him. The sound of clanging metal reverberated, a fleeting blur of motion accompanied by ear-splitting noise as countless sparks, poisonous winds, and fierce gales danced chaotically in the air. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the weapons of the crowd were forcefully knocked from their hands, soaring into the air, while a terrifying venom infiltrated their chests and palms. Then, like a ferocious beast, Qin's immense and fearsome figure plunged into the circle of his adversaries, his massive hammer descending mercilessly upon each formidable sorcerer of the demonic sect. The impact echoed repeatedly, punctuated by anguished cries as individuals spewed blood, their bodies shattered as if struck by a meteor, hurled away into the distance. Even those who sought to capitalize on the moment and attack Qin from behind were met with his acute awareness. He swiftly turned, delivering a crushing blow that unleashed a wave of searing, dreadful poison, causing his assailant to erupt with blood and be sent reeling to a grim fate. Panic rippled through the crowd as the realization dawned. White Ape Demon had perished, the Grey Wolf Demon had fallen, the Crimson Flame Titan lay dead. The White Tiger Hall Master was no more. Oh heavens, the masters of the demonic sect were on the brink of annihilation. Amidst the terror-stricken masses, lifeless bodies were propelled westward in chaotic flight. Ultimately, only two of the demonic sect's titans remained. One, the Azure Dragon Hall Master, and the other, the Eagle Demon. Utterly consumed by fear, without a moment's hesitation, they swiftly pressed their feet against the ground, eager to flee the scene. Overwhelmed with terror, their very souls seemed poised to escape their bodies. Despite the collective prowess of their skilled ranks, only a handful remained. How could it have come to this? Chapter 53. The Forum in Uproar. The mission altered once more. Do you think you can simply depart? Qin's gaze was frigid. After boasting, did they expect to leave unscathed? It was not so simple. With a thunderous impact, his colossal foot propelled him forward, launching his form like an arrow released from a bow, propelled by a fierce and terrifying gale. As he pursued the two fleeing figures, a Golden Guardian and a Hall Master, as well as a formidable Eagle Demon. Yet, the Westerners displayed remarkable cunning. Sensing Qin's relentless pursuit, they swiftly scattered, fleeing in divergent directions. Anger surged within Qin, and a murderous intent emerged as he hefted his great iron hammer and hurled it toward the distant figure of the Hall Master of the Azure Dragon Hall. Meanwhile, he continued to charge forward, relentlessly pursuing the foremost Golden Guardian. With his extraordinary speed, he rapidly closed the distance, unleashing a devastating palm strike. His hand, infused with internal energy, radiated an ominous black hue, transforming the surrounding air into a menacing darkness. with an aura of protective energy surrounding him. The Golden Guardian of the demon sect felt his eyes nearly burst with intensity, unable to suppress his cries. He gathered all his internal energy, forming an invisible barrier to shield himself against Qin An's onslaught. However, it was utterly futile. Boom! A terrifying explosion reverberated through the air, unleashing a searing wave of heat and a torrent of lethal poison sweeping towards the Western Zhou. With a sickening splatter, the formidable warrior spewed blood, uttering a chilling cry as he was violently propelled backward, crashing into the distance, his fate uncertain. In that very moment, the massive iron hammer he had just hurled was narrowly evaded by the master of the Azure Dragon Hall. The Azure Dragon Master deftly maneuvered, swiftly vanishing into the shadows of the town. The figures in the other two directions fled with increasing speed, disappearing without a trace. The rapid retreat was striking. Qin An's expression darkened, his gaze icy. Yet, he refrained from pursuing them further, for he knew he would inevitably need to confront the headquarters of the demon sect. The young leader, Ying Tianhan, and the protector, Guokai, were pivotal figures in his main quest. Eliminating one would grant him a reward of 30 years of pure energy. Killing both would equate to 60 years of power. Such an opportunity was not one he could afford to miss. As he had stated before, regardless of who claimed their lives, they posed a significant threat to him. Only their demise at his hands would eliminate that threat. Turning his gaze to the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground, Qin An began to methodically search them. As he sifted through the corpses, he discovered vials of unknown elixirs and powders, which he consumed without hesitation. This scene evoked a sense of shock among the distant onlookers. The great magic of world destruction. Old Lu's voice resonated with awe. Did you witness that? The art of annihilation, practiced by the sorcerers, involved the amalgamation of various elixirs, regardless of their toxicity, culminating in the creation of an impervious demonic physique. Those around him were left in awe, utterly astonished. Could it be that within the demonic sect, such an extraordinary skill actually existed? This was indeed bizarre. As he indulged in his feast, suddenly, Qin An furrowed his brow, sensing a faint disturbance. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing before a corpulent figure, drenched in blood, who was still struggling in agony. Intriguing, he mused, observing the convulsing leader of the Xuanwu Hall. Remarkably, this rotund individual had yet to succumb to death. His defenses were indeed formidable. Spare my life, the Xuanwu Hall leader uttered in a voice laced with terror, blood oozing from his mouth and nostrils. Fear not, it shall not be painful. Qin An replied with a sudden smile, lifting one colossal foot and slowly descending it towards the man's face. With a sickening squelch, he withdrew his foot. Gazing down to behold the leader's forehead caved in, a ghastly sight. Blood, both crimson and pale, gushed forth from his ears and mouth, and any semblance of life had vanished from his body. I remain the stronger, Qin An remarked with a calm smile, bending down to search the lifeless form. Regrettably, he found nothing of value. Although the man had carried numerous vials, they had been destroyed in the recent skirmish. This elicited a sigh from Qin An. More critically, the freedom attribute points gained from consuming so many elixirs were disappointingly minimal. Just moments ago, he had ingested dozens of various potions. Yet the increase in his free attributes was a mere 10 points. This undeniably indicated that his body's resistance to drugs had reached its zenith, particularly after undergoing a series of experiences at the hands of the Ghost Doctor. The plethora of chaotic concoctions from the Ghost Doctor had drastically altered his physiology, rendering his body largely unresponsive to ordinary medications. Consequently, any attempt to augment his free attribute points through the consumption of commonplace drugs and toxins had become exceedingly challenging. Fortunately, he still possessed a surplus of 290 free attribute points. If these points were allocated to a profound internal cultivation technique, it should suffice to elevate his prowess to the apex of this small world, should it not? As Qin An quietly contemplated this, a sudden furrow of his brow indicated a sense of unease, prompting him to swiftly access the forum panel. To his astonishment, the entire forum was once again in a state of uproar. What the hell? The main quest has changed again. Everyone look. The mission for the demon Qin An has been updated. What has transpired? How has this monster's reward escalated so drastically? Good heavens. To slay the demon Qin An offers a reward of 70 years of pure internal energy. Qin An was momentarily taken aback, immediately clicking on the golden exclamation mark in the upper right corner. The words of Main Quest 2 glaringly transformed before his eyes. Main Quest 2. Eliminate the sect's young master of the demonic cult, Left Guardian Guokai. For each kill, receive 30 years of pure internal energy in the mid-tier martial art, Yin Yang Supreme Palm. Defeat the demon Chenin for a reward of 70 years of pure cultivation in the mid-tier heart technique, Crimson Sunflame art. Participants in the siege will receive the low-tier martial art, Heart-Crushing Palm. Qin An's expression instantly shifted to one of shock. Had his reward been elevated? Now it stood at 70 years of pure cultivation? What the hell? Would he ultimately have to slay himself? This was absurd. Did this form perceive him as a mere native? Just as he was engulfed in confusion and astonishment, a line of small text unexpectedly materialized before his eyes. Emergency alert! Emergency alert! Main quest officially activated. Main quest. Locate the shadow figure of this realm and eliminate it, assisting others in breaking free from its control. Upon completion, reward of 1,000 free attribute points and 10 causality points. Failure to act will incur no penalties. A cascade of words and clear phrases echoed through Qin's mind. He found himself momentarily frozen once again. What was happening? Another main quest? Find and kill the shadow figure? What shadow figure? Qin felt his mind swirling with countless questions. Was there a malfunction in the system? Instinctively, he opened his system panel for review, and indeed. At the bottom of the panel, a new line of text appeared. Main quest. This revelation clarified his thoughts, and he began to contemplate rapidly. Could it be that there are two distinct missions? The first mission, issued by the Forum, is directed at all traversers and aims to eliminate themselves. The second mission, however, is released by his system's external module, tailored exclusively for him, evidently designed to assist himself. With 1,000 points in free attributes, this could elevate his prowess to an extraordinary level. Yet, what exactly is the shadow being? And what does the causal value signify? Qin furrowed his brow, feeling increasingly perplexed. In exasperation, he gently shook his head, resolving to cast aside these thoughts. Very well, if he could not comprehend it now, he would not dwell on it. Once he vanquished all adversaries and ascended as the Supreme Being, he would take the time to investigate. At present, he was still far from being truly invincible. In terms of strength, he ranked merely 5th in the world, and in speed, 13th. When combined, his overall prowess could at best place him around 7th or 8th. Such capabilities were certainly insufficient to contend with the leader of the demonic cult. Should he provoke the cult leader, he would undoubtedly find himself in dire straits. With this in mind, Qin made a swift decision, planting his foot firmly and vanishing from the scene. Chapter 54. I am, after all, a hunter, just a bit muscular. In the land of Luoyang, chaos reigned. Flames blazed fiercely. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, anguished cries echoed incessantly. Countless soldiers wielding swords and firearms rampaged through the capital, committing indiscriminate slaughter and looting, resulting in an unfathomable number of tragic deaths. Aristocrats, officials, martial arts schools, wealthy individuals, commoners, and beggars, all were like lambs to the slaughter in this horrific upheaval, subjected to massacre, their blood staining the capital. The streets were trampled with the bones of the nobility. The splendid gates have turned to ashes. This is no longer a mere verse, but a reality that has unfolded. The entire land of Luoyang resembles a hell on earth, with cries of anguish echoing incessantly. Amidst the cacophony of despair, Xiong Dayo and a group of traversers, who were generals, find themselves devoid of the inclination to witness the horrors surrounding them. Instead, they gather once more, their faces a tapestry of bewilderment and incredulity. Has the main quest altered? I too have taken note. The task of slaying the demon Qin and now offers a reward of 70 years of pure martial prowess. Even participating in the siege against him grants one a low-grade martial technique. This is utterly astonishing. How could the task concerning the demon Qin suddenly escalate to such an extraordinary degree? What transpired in between? Surely, he has committed some monumental act? They understand that only those like Zhao Tianin, who have perpetrated great deeds that reverberate throughout the world, would see an elevation in their rewards. But Zhao Tianin is a rebel. What of the demon Qin? What great deed has he accomplished? Damn it, this is truly bizarre. Discussions about this matter abound on the forum, yet it seems no one is privy to the actual events that transpired. A certain general furrows his brow and speaks. Xiong Dayo, equally perplexed, soon regains his composure and says, "Let us not rush. The reward for the demon Qin could not have escalated without reason. Whatever he did will surely come to light. For now, we must set this aside. Just moments ago, the leader sent me a private message. Master Su Qing has arrived. We should go to Master Su Qing. Has the esteemed figure finally made his appearance? Where's this place?" The eyes of those around glimmered. "Come, follow me," murmured Bear. He led a group of travelers toward the distant blaze of flames. In another area, deep within the Flame Manor, the spacious hall was once again filled with the elite of the Western Dominion. Each individual exchanged glances, their brows furrowed in concern. They had not anticipated that. Following the increase in rewards for Task 1, the bounty for the Demon Chenin in Task 2 would also rise. Now, the elimination of 2 individuals yielded a reward of 90 years of pure internal power for one and 70 years for the other. This was indeed astonishing. It is worth noting that 7 or 8 years ago, when they besieged the demon sect, the reward for a single individual was merely 50 years of internal strength. This alone had been sufficient to elevate them to the status of the most formidable travelers in the West, quickly transforming them into heirs of the Western Dominion's leading sect. If one were to obtain 90 or 70 years of internal power, what would that mean? Whoever acquires the 90 years of power would undoubtedly rise to become the foremost figure in the world. What do you think, my 3 companions? Inquired the Flame Dragon King. Han Feng, unable to contain his curiosity. What is there to deliberate? Whether it be Zhao Tianin or the Demon Chenin, these 2 must not fall into others' hands. Even if death is inevitable, it must be at our hands. Chen Xian of the Red Sand sect replied coldly. Indeed, given our current might and influence, should we allow our quarry to be snatched away, we would have no place left in the world. Duan Feitian, the leader of the Jiangnan 13 Waterways, responded icily. However, the pressing issue at hand is how to allocate the bounties for Zhao Tianin, the Demon Man Shinin, the young master of the demon sect, and the guardian Guokai. Lu Weisheng from the Baihong Sword Manor suddenly wore a smirk, gazing at the 3. The reward for slaying Zhao Tianin is a remarkable 90 years of internal energy, while the reward for eliminating the Demon Man Shinin is 70 years. Yet, the remaining 2 yield a mere 30 years of internal energy. This disparity is utterly staggering, leading to an atmosphere of mistrust among them. What if one of them were to secure the 90 years of internal energy and then turn against the others? At that point, the combined strength of the remaining trio would only leave them awaiting their demise. As soon as Lu's words fell, the expressions of the other 3 shifted. Their gazes growing somber, and an air of caution enveloped their hearts. After a brief moment, it was Han Feng, the fiery dragon, who broke the stalemate. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Master Lu, your words seem rather excessive. We have yet to even lay eyes on Zhao Tianin and the Demon Man Shinin. Shall we resort to mutual slaughter here? What a jest it would be if word got out. Moreover, if we engage in fratricide, would we not be inviting others to take advantage of our discord? The 3 companions nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is prudent to refrain from infighting until we have decisively dealt with Zhao Tianin and the Demon Man Shinin. Let us first devise a strategy to capture these 2, and once we have secured them, we can then deliberate on who shall deliver the final blow. I concur. If all are in agreement, it is indeed for the best, Han Feng smiled. The Westerners once again turned their gazes towards one another, a flicker of amusement gracing their features. Yet, only they were cognizant of the fact that their competition had reached a fever pitch at this very moment. Although no overt challenge was made, each harbored the desire to be the first to eliminate Zhao Tianin or the Demon Chenin. The one who first obtained the rewards of 90 or 70 years of power would surely not wish to share the remaining tasks with anyone else. At that point, all tasks, I shall claim them all. As they dispersed from this location, commands swiftly followed, urging all affiliated sects, prestigious families, martial arts schools, and individuals from the martial world to mobilize once more. They would spare no effort to apprehend Zhao Tianin and the Demon Chenin. The entire martial realm was once again enveloped in turmoil and unrest. In Jiangxi, Shangrao, the expansive city lay quietly prostrate. The western city gates were firmly shut. Countless soldiers stood vigil atop the walls, each alert and clad in armor, ever watchful of the movements in the west. Below, only a narrow temporary passage remained open, teeming with an uncountable throng of people, their faces marked with horror and rife with speculation, as if they had witnessed some unspeakable terror. Even the soldiers guarding the passage bore anxious expressions, gripping their spears tightly, their voices trembling with fear. "What is your name? I demand your name," shouted one young soldier in a panic. Before him stood Chenin, an imposing figure, his robust frame akin to one sculpted from bronze. His garments clung closely to him, revealing his muscular arms and calves, with veins coursing through his bronzed skin. The man resembled a steel beast, towering at 2 to 3 meters tall. Ahem, in truth. I am merely a hunter named Qin San. Having spent countless years in the mountains pursuing game, I have developed a physique somewhat more robust than most. Hence there is no need for such alarm. Qin cleared his throat lightly, unperturbed. A hunter? I wouldn't believe you for a moment. The young soldier's eyes widened in disbelief, spittle flying from his mouth. Though he himself stood at nearly 7 feet tall, a paragon among men, he found himself dwarfed by Qin, whose chest loomed before him. What sort of hunter could possess such a formidable stature? Honestly, I never deceive. Qin replied with a calm demeanor, striving to present a friendly smile. So, may I enter? Despite his efforts to appear amiable, the young soldier perceived him as even more menacing, causing him to retreat in fear and anxiety. Qin, undeterred, took a step forward, intent on advancing. Halt! Stop right there. The soldier cried out, panic evident in his voice, his grip on the spear wavering. Someone is attempting to breach the gate. Nonsense. Swiftly, a heavily armored officer, clearly of higher rank, emerged in a flurry, slapping the young soldier aside. With an apologetic grin directed at Qin, he exclaimed, "This valiant warrior is undoubtedly one of the rarest heroes in the realm. It is all a misunderstanding. Please, esteemed hero, do enter." He dared not impede Qin's passage. "Oh, you are quite perceptive." Qin chuckled, continuing onward through the narrow passage. "Captain, that fellow, he clearly poses a threat. He might very well be the infamous demon, Qin." As several other soldiers emerged behind him, their eyes filled with suspicion. They gazed at Qin and instinctively swallowed hard. "Naturally, I am aware there is trouble," the lowly 100 household muttered. "If you wish to court death, at least seek a more efficient demise. If we truly offend that fellow, can we expect to survive? With a single slap, he could send your heads into your own posteriors. Do you believe that?" "Indeed. Indeed." The soldiers hastily nodded in agreement. Although they possessed thousands of troops within the city, they recognized that distant support would do little to extinguish immediate peril. By the time those thousands were roused, they would likely have already met their doom. Chapter 55. The news spreads. The Jianghu is shaken. The sensational news of Qin's massacre of numerous masters from the demonic sect surged through the vast Jianghu at an astonishing pace upon his arrival in Shangrao City. Initially, a time traveler unveiled the information on a forum. Subsequently, the entirety of the Jianghu, encompassing various sects, martial arts academies, esteemed families, and independent practitioners, swiftly became aware of the unfolding events. The crowd erupted in astonishment as disbelief permeated the air. "What did you say?" "The demon Qin has resurfaced in the Jianghu, unleashing a bloody rampage in Jiangxi's Shanqing town. It is true, the demonic sect mobilized the master of the Western Elephant Hall, the 8 Great Vajras, and over 10 top-tier experts alongside hundreds of second-tier masters, only to be nearly annihilated by the demon Qin. This is inconceivable. How has this demon Qin suddenly become so terrifying? The last time we, the righteous sects of the martial world, besieged the demon Qin, he was forced to flee in a panic. Yet, it has only been a brief interval since then. How could he possibly possess such formidable strength now? The reports are undeniably true. Witnesses have seen him in Qingqing town, Jiangxi. This is dire news. The demon Qin has re-emerged in Jiangxi. Swiftly, we must inform the 7 major righteous sects. Countless whispers reverberate through the martial realm, leaving everyone astounded. The prowess of this demon Qin is indeed terrifying. The demonic sect mobilized numerous powerful figures, yet he managed to slay nearly all of them. The Lord of the West Elephant Hall and the 8 Great Vajras are renowned throughout the martial world. Who does not recognize their names? They have committed heinous atrocities in the martial realm, becoming nightmares for many practitioners. Yet, in the assault on the demon Qin, they suffered near total annihilation. Many traversers sensed something amiss, feeling that there must be a secret behind the demon Qin. Upon receiving the news, the 7 major righteous sects promptly united and hastened toward Jiangxi. An innumerable throng of traversers followed closely behind. They do not aspire to personally slay the demon Qin. They merely seek to contribute to the effort. The main quest stipulates that anyone participating in the siege will be rewarded with a lower-tier martial art, the heart-crushing palm. The responsibility of confronting the demon Qin shall rest with the strongest traversers from the West, along with the leaders of the Golden Vajra Temple, Qingyun Temple, and Iron Sword Sect. Each of these 7 sect leaders is a figure of profound mystery, especially the abbot of Jingang Temple and the master of Qingyun Temple. Their presence is hardly inferior to that of the leader of the demonic sect. Within the city of Shangrao, towering pavilions stand silently, their azure brick walls contrasting against a battalion of armed soldiers patrolling with precision, their footsteps resonating ominously. This is indeed the residence of the city lord. City Lord Wang Yud wears a sycophantic smile, displaying utmost deference, rising from his seat without daring to assume the airs of authority, continuously flattering his esteemed guests. The guests he has summoned today possess terrifying identities, rendering even his status as City Lord insignificant. At the forefront stands none other than the young master of the demonic sect, Ng Tianhan. Beside him is the left protector, Guo Kai. Both exhibit an air of indifference, one seated and the other standing, having not spared a glance at Wang Yud since their arrival. Despite this, Wang Yud dares not utter a word, becoming increasingly uneasy and submissive. The reason is simple. Wang Yud is merely a hall master within the demonic sect, belonging to the outer hall. The hierarchy within the sect is exceedingly strict, and with his humble title, he lacks even the qualification to sit and dine in the presence of the young master. Young master, this is the exquisite daughter Red, treasured for over 200 years by Xianwei Tower. Please enjoy, Wang Yud said with an awkward smile. Enough, stand aside. Ng Tianhan replied coolly. Yes, young master. Wang Yud set down the wine pot, his face still beaming, and promptly retreated to the side. At that moment, Ng Tianhan suddenly cast his gaze toward a few figures on his left, revealing a hint of a smile. Zhang, do you truly wish to ally with our esteemed sect? Before him stood a robust figure, clad in a resplendent yellow robe, a middle-aged man of approximately 40 years. His countenance was adorned with a short beard, his skin a hue reminiscent of orange, and his hands bore notably thick knuckles. Should any acquainted individual be present, they would undoubtedly recognize him. This man was none other than Zhang Kuei, the esteemed leader of the, known for his formidable tiger claw fatal hand, is a reclusive sect hailing from Jiangxi, seldom embroiled in the conflicts of righteousness and malevolence. However, the sight of this sect leader seated alongside the young master of the demonic cult was indeed astonishing. In addition to Zhang Kuei, several other figures were present, each of a similar age, possessing formidable prowess, all wearing expressions of mirth as they regarded Ng Tianhan. Undoubtedly, these individuals, like Zhang Kuei, were all traversers from another realm. Zhang Kuei spoke with a smile. I have long heard of the esteemed name of the sacred cult. Yet I have never had the opportunity to join. To behold the true visage of the young master today is indeed a stroke of fortune. Is that so? Ng Tianhan replied, a playful glint in his eyes. However, joining our sacred cult is not a straightforward endeavor, and how can I assure your loyalty? Zhang Kuei acknowledged this with a calm demeanor. I am well aware of that. It merely involves consuming certain control-type elixirs. Since I am resolute in aligning with the sacred cult for grand endeavors, I would not concern myself with trifles, he added. His infiltration into the demonic cult as an undercover agent was not merely his own decision. It reflected the collective will of the entire Qinlong gang. Behind the Qinlong gang lay the formidable Longya Hall, a powerful force that spanned multiple minor realms. After infiltrating the demonic sect, he could gradually seize control over it, ultimately dominating the entire world. Additionally, he would be able to swiftly uncover information regarding Qinyun. As for the consequences of consuming the toxic elixir of the demonic sect, such matters pale in comparison to the formidable Dragon Tooth Hall within the high martial world. It is well that Master Zhang has come to this realization. Suddenly, Ng Tianhan burst into laughter, clearly delighted. He produced a porcelain vial from his bosom and poured out a dark yellow pill, saying, Master Zhang, please. The unexpected allegiance of the formidable Zhang Kuei, the tiger claw deadly hand, was indeed beyond his anticipation. Zhang Kuei was no weakling. He could easily rank among the top 10 within the entire holy sect. Without hesitation, Zhang Kuei grasped the pill and promptly placed it into his mouth. The other 3 traversers behind him also displayed smiles, stepping forward to seize their own pills. At that moment, a panicked armored general burst in, exclaiming, City Lord, we have possibly discovered the whereabouts of the demon Qinyun. He has entered the city. What? The expression of City Lord Wang Yud shifted dramatically. At a nearby table, Ng Tianhan, the left guardian Guo Kai, and the tiger-clawed deadly hand Zhang Kuei all turned in astonishment. Where is he? Ng Tianhan demanded. He had yet to receive news of the demon Qinyun rampaging through Qinjing town, as he had been in seclusion for several days. Now that he was within the city, his subordinates had refrained from alarming the situation, fearing it would provoke a massacre. After his entry, they dispatched someone to covertly trail him, discovering that he seemed to be heading towards the Rift Sky Gate. The general promptly responded. He was the one who had recently allowed Qinyun to enter at the city gate. Has he gone to the? Zhang Kuei's expression changed dramatically. Was that monster headed in his direction? Moreover, there was another significant matter. The general, with a face full of shock, said, news has just arrived from Shanqing Town, stating that the demon Qin has gone on a killing spree, slaying the master of the Western Elephant Hall, the 8 great Vajras, and the mighty demonic gods. With only a handful of survivors. Nonsense! Ying Tianhan suddenly shouted, rising abruptly. He was well aware of the strength of the demon Qin. It was utterly impossible for him to have killed so many. My subordinates also find it improbable, the general replied. Young master, this is not the time for such discussions. That demon Qin is heading towards my stronghold. We must capture him. Zhang Kuei's expression darkened as he spoke. He needed to ascertain whether this demon Qin was indeed the same Qin from the real world. Chapter 56. Confronting the army alone. Encountering Ying Tianhan again. The area surrounding was in utter disarray, with buildings collapsed and an indescribable heat and toxicity permeating the air. The courtyard was filled with bodies. Some still alive but frothing at the mouth, faces turning purple and breath shallow. Qin held a beautiful young woman, her brow furrowed, and finally extracted the whereabouts of Zhang Kuei from her. If you had mentioned he was attending a banquet at the city lord's residence, perhaps you wouldn't have met such a fate, he said with a hint of exasperation, glancing at the young woman with concern. How are you? Are you still in pain? The beautiful young woman, her mouth stained crimson and her complexion a ghastly hue, cast a gaze filled with fury and terror upon Qin, her lips emitting incoherent sounds as tears streamed down her cheeks. Very well, I shall lay you down. You may recover at your own pace, if you please. Qin spoke gently as he carefully placed the lovely lady upon the ground. To his surprise, the entire Lai Tianmin was rife with formidable adversaries. Upon his arrival, he had declared his intent to seek the tiger-claw death grip of Zhang Kuei. Yet, the disciples and servants alike confronted him as if facing a dire threat. A few reckless souls even dared to charge at him. What a predicament! Thus, he was compelled to strike indiscriminately, subduing these ruffians before he could proceed. However, he had not anticipated the ferocity of his own actions. The entire Lai Tianmin lay in ruins, countless disciples perished in the chaos. Of course, among them were several who had traversed realms. But under the onslaught of his reckless fury, how could anyone possibly survive? Even those from other worlds were sent back to their origins. By the way, do you happen to know where Master Zhang's secret techniques are concealed? Qin cast another glance at the beautiful woman, only to find her body convulsing, the venom coursing through her veins at an alarming rate. Her eyes turning milky and her consciousness fading. He couldn't help but shake his head gently, realizing he must search for answers himself. Thus began his frantic rummaging, treating the place as if it were his own home. He scoured room after room, toppling cabinet after cabinet in his quest. Yet, regrettably, after searching for over 10 minutes, he found himself empty-handed. As he furrowed his brow in contemplation, he was suddenly startled by the rhythmic clattering of hooves emanating from the courtyard, followed by a resounding shout. Master, the Heavenly Gang sect has issued a grand heroic invitation. The mention of the Heavenly Gang sect caused Qin's expression to stiffen. He immediately dashed outside. This was the sect of Zhao Boying. I wonder how that fellow is faring. In the courtyard, as a swift steed burst in, the man atop it changed color, hastily covering his nose and holding his breath, while gazing in shock at the scene before him. The courtyard was teeming with figures, all sprawled in agony, frothing at the mouth, exhibiting symptoms of severe poisoning. How could this be? Suddenly, the horse beneath him let out a long whinny, collapsing to the ground, its body convulsing and frothing as it too succumbed to the deadly toxin, meeting a tragic fate. Chasing shadows, the man leaped down, his astonishment only deepening. At that moment, Qin emerged from the back courtyard, a smile gracing his face as he spoke. My dear brother, what was it you just mentioned? The Heavenly Gang sect's grand heroic invitation? Upon hearing this, the man turned swiftly, his pupils dilating in horror. You are the demon Qin? Allow me to see this heroic invitation. Qin chuckled softly, extending his hand as an invisible net of energy enveloped the man within it. Terror washed over the man's face. He had intended to flee, yet felt as though he were a kite caught in a tempest, being forcefully yanked backward until Qin grasped him firmly. With his other hand, Qin delved into the man's bosom, and after a brief moment, his fingers brushed against a gilded invitation. Upon further inspection, the contents within were replete with significant information. Essentially, it conveyed that the Tiangang sect had apprehended the traitor Zhao Boying, who conspired against his master, absconded with the secret manual, and colluded with the demon Qin, resulting in the deaths of countless martial artists. They planned to execute Zhao Boying 10 days hence, in the presence of numerous fellow martial artists. to avenge those who perished at the hands of Zhao Boying and the demon Qinan. They expressed hope that major figures in the martial world would send representatives to witness the event. The letter was unmistakably signed by the Tiangang sect. Zhao Boying had been captured and was to be executed in 10 days. Qin furrowed his brow. He had initially abandoned the man, crumpling the hero's letter in his hand until it was reduced to dust. Very well. Zhao Boying and he shared a certain acquaintance. Qin had previously pledged on multiple occasions to seek justice on his behalf. He could not stand idly by now. However, before taking action, he felt compelled to visit the city lord's manor. There were matters that needed clarification to assuage his unease. With determination, Qin turned and strode towards the gates of the Liantian sect. Just as he stepped outside, a thunderous sound erupted from the west. As if an army of thousands was charging forth, the noise reverberating towards him. Sensing an impending crisis, Qin leapt onto the rooftop, peering towards the west. An army? A sense of foreboding washed over him, and he swiftly turned to flee into the distance. Before him, vast throngs of soldiers surged down the streets, each armed with long spears, shields, and steel blades, advancing like a relentless tide towards his direction. A powerful voice resounded, declaring, "Indeed, it is that undead wretch. Do not allow him to escape. Quickly, unleash the arrows." Whoosh! Countless arrows shot towards Qin with astonishing speed. Initially, Qin was racing forward, but upon hearing the voice, he abruptly halted, spinning around in surprise and delight as his pupils constricted. It was the leader of the demonic cult, Ng Tianhan, and the left guardian, Guo Kai. They too were in Shangrao City, entangled with the army. With a swift motion, Qin effortlessly deflected the barrage of arrows. How audacious of them to truly show themselves. Ng Tianhan's voice was frigid as he commanded, "You undead creature, will you not surrender?" "Young master, what do you mean? He is an undead?" Zhang Kuei could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Indeed, this abomination was a creation of the Baoxiang monk, forged over 10 years into an undead being. Yet, it was unexpected that it had developed self-awareness and rebelled against the holy sect, Ng Tianhan stated grimly. What? Zhang Kuei's heart surged with doubt. An undead suddenly gaining self-awareness? His suspicion grew that this demonic figure, Qin, was indeed the same Qin he had encountered in the real world. After all, how could an undead possess consciousness without the influence of a time traveler? Demonic Qin, why have you breached the Liantian gate? Zhang Kuei bellowed in response. Who are you? Qin's eyes glimmered with intrigue. I am Zhang Kuei, the master of the Liantian gate, he proclaimed. How wonderful, you are Zhang Kuei. Suddenly, Qin burst into laughter, ceasing his flight entirely, and declared, It seems that everyone I wish to find today has indeed gathered. Seize him, commanded Ng Tianhan with a shout. Immediately, the city lord, Wang Yud, began issuing orders. Whoosh! In an instant, arrows rained down once more from the soldiers positioned in the western direction, densely packed and striking like a torrential downpour toward Qin. With a leap, Qin sprang from the rooftop, his gaze sweeping the scene. He dashed forth, seizing a heavy door panel, which he raised before him. With a powerful thrust of his foot, he charged ahead like a rampaging bull. Countless arrows struck against the door panel, clanging loudly, all thwarted by its sturdy presence. As he charged forward, the left protector, Guo Kai, the deadly claw master, Zhang Kuei, and the other 3 traversers all wore expressions of fury. They leapt into action simultaneously, striking the heavy door panel aimed at Qin. With a thunderous crash, a fierce wind surged westward, and the robust door panel was shattered by their combined might, sending shards flying in all directions. Yet, as the door panel disintegrated, Qin emerged, grinning wickedly. His powerful hands lunged forward, targeting the 5 individuals with ferocious strikes. Even before his forceful blows landed, 2 of them felt a sharp sting coursing through their bodies, their garments flailing, leaving them with a sensation of breathlessness. The 5 were taken aback, alarmed. This fiend possesses formidable inner strength. Without a moment's hesitation, they pooled their collective power, their palms striking out in unison. Boom. Nevertheless, even so, Qin's terrifying and domineering inner strength still propelled them backward, causing their blood to surge and their bodies to burn with excruciating pain. In a mere moment, they found themselves struck with numbing agony, crashing violently into the distance. The 5 individuals were utterly astonished. How could this demon possess such formidable power? Particularly Zhang Kuei, known for his tiger-clawed deadly grip, found it utterly inconceivable. Given Qin's strength, it was evident that he was not the same person as the Qin from the real world, with whom he had previously battled. Although the latter was powerful, he was by no means this monstrous. Capture this fiend. Upon witnessing the 5 masters being sent flying by Qin, Wang Yud wasted no time and bellowed once more. With a thunderous roar, thousands of fully armed soldiers surged forward without hesitation. In this world, no matter how formidable a martial arts expert may be, once encircled by an army that could only await their demise, human strength has its limits. He doubted that the adversary could withstand the might of the military. Chapter 57. Breaking the Encirclement. Pursuing Tian Han. After Qin sent Zhang Kuei, Guo Kai, and the others flying with a single palm strike, he intended to continue his pursuit. However, to his astonishment, a multitude of soldiers charged towards him. With a thunderous crash, over a dozen long spears were thrust violently towards him. Qin's gaze turned icy. Without a moment's hesitation, he fully channeled his inner strength. The torrent of power surged within him as he unleashed a palm strike with all his might. The scorching, venomous wind erupted from his palm, solidifying like steel. Crack! A terrifying force suddenly struck upon the more than 10 long spears, shattering them into countless fragments that soared chaotically through the air. The armored soldiers behind these spears were immediately engulfed in a torrent of blood, their bodies crumpling under the dreadful impact of the palm strike, causing their armor to buckle. Each figure emitted a heart-wrenching scream as they were sent hurtling backward, akin to kites severed from their strings. Their forms were swept away by the formidable force, violently crashing into the soldiers behind, resulting in the demise of several among them. Nevertheless, the soldiers from the Western Front were overwhelming in number, all rigorously trained. The concept of a military formation was not merely a fanciful notion. Although Qin's strike had claimed at least a dozen lives, an even greater throng surged forward. Heavily fortified shields were promptly raised, swiftly positioned in front of them. Through the gaps of these shields emerged dozens of long spears, thrusting menacingly toward Qin's frame. Frowning, Qin sensed the gravity of the situation. He unleashed a flurry of strikes toward the Western Front. Acutely aware that he must not become ensnared within this dreadfully formidable shield formation. Should he falter, he would inevitably exhaust his inner strength, leading to certain demise. Fortunately, he was imbued with venom. The lethal toxins coursing through his veins were his true ace in the hole. To death with all of you. Qin's countenance turned grim as his towering frame surged forward, unleashing a relentless barrage of scorching, toxic strikes toward the Western Front. The resounding impacts echoed as shield bearers were sent reeling, blood gushing forth, their shields splintering into fragments. An invisible, deadly toxin rapidly permeated the air, infiltrating the nostrils of soldiers as it circulated. In an instant, anguished screams echoed from the Western Front. One by one, soldiers collapsed, spitting blood and succumbing to the poison. Even those at a distance were not spared. They too inhaled the lethal fumes, their faces turning a sickly hue as they groaned in agony, collapsing to the ground like victims of chemical warfare. A thick miasma surged relentlessly towards the west, enveloping the surroundings in a shroud of darkness. From above, the area within a radius of several meters appeared shrouded in oppressive blackness, a foreboding sight that continued to expand. However, the ferocious exertion of power exacted a tremendous toll on Qin's own internal energy, which plummeted at a visibly alarming rate. He recognized that such a vigorous surge could not be sustained indefinitely. It was imperative that he swiftly eliminate Guo Kai and Tian Han. With a thunderous strike, another formidable palm attack was unleashed, searing and potent, infused with venom, accompanied by a terrifying gale. It sent a multitude of soldiers hurtling backward, their cries mingling with blood. Seizing the moment, Qin's massive form darted forward with remarkable agility, akin to a gliding dragon, racing towards the periphery of the battlefield. As he passed, waves of palm force unleashed, the toxic onslaught mercilessly crashing over all in his path. Few soldiers could hope to impede his advance. On the outermost edge, Tian Han, Wang Yud, Guo Kai, and Zhang Kuei were left aghast, their eyes wide with horror. They were utterly awestruck by Qin's overwhelming might. This monster, how could he be so terrifying? Thousands of troops seemed powerless against him. This is bad. He is coming towards us. Wang Yud straddled his magnificent steed, issuing a thunderous command to halt the adversary at all costs. With a swift motion, Qin evaded and seized a soldier, wielding him as a weapon, propelling the unfortunate man towards Wang Yud with ferocious intent. As the leader of the demonic sect, Wang Yud was no weakling. He deftly leapt aside to evade the impending impact. Yet, despite his agility, the soldier met a grim fate as he crashed violently against Wang's noble horse, shattering its bones and eliciting a mournful cry as it fell lifeless. Undeterred, Qin continued his assault, seizing soldiers with wild abandon, dispatching them towards Ying Tianhan, Guokai, and Wanged like lethal projectiles. Each soldier, upon being grasped, succumbed to the venom coursing through them, becoming mere instruments of chaos in Qinin's hands. The scene devolved into utter disarray. With a determined leap, Qinin surged through the heart of the turmoil. Although soldiers continued to pour in from the western flank, they could no longer contain him. The young master, that fiend is breaking through. We must retreat. Guokai's expression shifted to one of disbelief, while Ying Tianhan was simultaneously astonished and enraged, shaken by the revelation that thousands of troops could not subdue the formidable Qinin. What manner of creature has Bao Xiang conjured? Let us depart, Guokai urged, hastily urging Ying Tianhan's horse onward as they fled into the distance. Zhang Kuei and the other three traversers, equally astonished, hurried to follow Ying Tianhan in their escape. Only the city lord Wang Yud remained, commanding his troops as they advanced towards Qin and summoned reinforcements. Quickly, summon reinforcements, Wang Yud shouted urgently. Beside him, a deputy ignited the fuse, and a signal flare shot into the sky, exploding with a resounding bang. Wang Yud, the lord of Shangrao City, had a considerable number of soldiers at his disposal. However, he had previously feared that Qin might escape prematurely, which had prevented him from mobilizing all his forces. Upon seeing the signal flare, Qin realized he could no longer afford to linger. He swung his arms, effortlessly dispatching 7 or 8 soldiers, and with a swift movement, he executed the celestial polar step, breaking free from the chaotic encirclement. The moment he broke through, he leapt into the air, landing atop a nearby wall, and quickly pursued the direction of Ying Tianhan and Guokai along the rooftop. Quick, intercept him. Do not let him approach our esteemed guest, Wang Yud shouted in alarm. The remaining soldiers hastily pursued Qin. While a volley of crossbow bolts was fired in his direction, the entire street descended into chaos. Fortunately, the area surrounding it was relatively secluded, with fewer pedestrians, which mitigated the potential for widespread casualties. Nonetheless, news of the incident rapidly spread throughout the Western Zhou, causing widespread panic. Almost everyone was aware of the emergence of the demon Qin. Furthermore, many inquisitive travelers began to promote the event on forums, causing a stir once again. However, Qin was utterly indifferent to all of this. His focus was solely on sprinting towards Ying Tianhan and Guokai with unparalleled speed, ignoring the arrows shooting from behind. Ying Tianhan and Guokai raced ahead, yet they could not escape the pursuit of Qin. They sensed a terrifying presence rapidly closing in. Damn it. That demon is coming for me. He intends to kill me. Ying Tianhan roared in fury. Young master, do not speak further. We must flee, Guokai urged, focused solely on their escape. Behind them, Zhang Kuei, Ding Bao, and Wang Gang exchanged glances of uncertainty, their minds racing with doubt. Was this demon truly a time traveler? Regardless of the answer, they could not afford to delay any longer. With this thought, Zhang Kuei shared a fleeting glance with his companions, a glimmer of cold resolve flashing in his eyes. Abruptly, he launched an attack on Ying Tianhan and Guokai, rather than allow the demon to do the dirty work. It was preferable for them to strike first. If they succeeded in killing Ying Tianhan and Guokai, they would receive a reward of 60 years of cultivation from the system. As long as one of them acquired this power, the demon Qin would pose no threat. However, they had underestimated the strength of Guokai and Ying Tianhan. Chapter 58. Slaying Ying Tianhan and Left Guardian Guokai. Almost as soon as they initiated their assault, Ying Tianhan and Guokai, who were in full flight, instinctively sensed the danger and swiftly turned to defend themselves. A resounding thud echoed as their steeds stumbled, breaking a leg and collapsing to the ground, meeting a tragic end. Ying Tianhan and Guokai's expression shifted dramatically as they were thrown forward, their blood surging, and their meridians aching, landing some distance away. Zhang Kuei, what do you intend to do? Guokai swiftly turned, his voice a fierce shout. Scarcely able to believe the betrayal, they consumed the toxic elixir of the lesser sect leader and dared to rebel? Zhang Kuei and his companions were taken aback. They had not anticipated the formidable vigilance of these two individuals, nor their astonishing strength. In their abrupt ambush, they found themselves unable to vanquish their foes. Time was of the essence. The demon was fast approaching. Zhang Kuei bellowed, having no time for explanations or delays. He joined forces with the three beside him, recklessly launching themselves at Ying Tianhan and Guokai. Ying Tianhan and Guokai, both astonished and enraged, had no choice but to retaliate swiftly. In the distance, Qin charged forward at an incredible speed. His imposing physique did not hinder his agility, but rather facilitated his rapid approach towards Ying Tianhan and Guokai. They were in disarray. A glimmer of realization crossed Qin's eyes. But what kind of disarray was this? Clearly, Zhang Kuei sought to eliminate the two and claim the task's reward. These two represented a cumulative 60 years of refined internal energy. Should Zhang Kuei succeed, it would be catastrophic. With an intense heat radiating from him, Qin surged forward, sensing the unfolding chaos from afar. Zhang Kuei and his companions, engaged in combat with Ying Tianhan and Guokai, were filled with a mixture of shock and fury. Damn it! How can this demon be so swift? They lamented. Wang Yud is utterly useless in halting him. Ying Tianhan and Guokai, already wounded, were on the brink of being slain. Hurry up and perish! Cried a time traveler named Wang Gang, frantically unleashing strikes with hands and feet, disregarding all else. However, he soon felt a terrifying and searing presence approaching from behind, causing the hair on his body to stand on end, his heart gripped by fear as if he were being targeted by an immensely fearsome beast. It was too late. Bang! Qin had already lunged behind him, delivering a powerful strike that drove his head deep into his torso. Wang Gang did not utter a sound, but was sent flying, meeting a tragic end. Run! Zhang Kuei exclaimed in horror, realizing that it would be impossible to kill Ying Tianhan and Guokai today. With a swift step, he fled into the distance at breakneck speed. The other two travelers, equally terrified, followed suit in their frantic escape. Yet, Qin wore a sinister smile, his speed of attack utterly terrifying. One strike after another, he struck down the other two travelers with astonishing swiftness. With two loud thuds. Aside from Zhang Kuei, the remaining two met their gruesome demise, sent hurtling through the air. Ying Tianhan and Guokai were both aghast, quickly turning to flee. Young master, where do you think you are going? Allow me to escort you to meet the Buddha. Qin laughed heartily and lunged forward, aiming a strike at Ying Tianhan and Guokai. Young master, run. Guokai spat blood, bellowing in fury as he turned around, channeling all his energy in a desperate attempt to counter Qin and with both hands thrust forward. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted, the air and energy swirling violently. Guokai coughed up a mouthful of blood, his garments shredded in an instant, his body sent flying with bones shattered, meeting a tragic fate. Ding! Successfully killed Left Guardian Guokai. Reward: 30 years of pure inner strength. A beam of light appeared before him. Qin felt a sudden surge of warm energy coursing through his entire being, filling every inch of his body, merging seamlessly with his inherent internal strength. The power he had expended during his escape from the military was instantly restored in that moment, and, moreover, his overall prowess significantly heightened. As if he had acquired a formidable new skill, he let out a hearty laugh and immediately pursued Ying Tianhan with fervor. Devil! I am the vice leader of the holy sect. Spare my life, and I can persuade my father to appoint you as the deputy leader. You can have access to all the scriptures and elixirs within the sect. Just grant me my life, O deputy leader. Ying Tianhan cried out in utter terror. Deputy leader? I believe that is unnecessary. With a thunderous clap, Qin unleashed his full power, striking fiercely at Ying Tianhan. The toxic winds and searing heat emanating from his palm intensified, crackling ominously as they tore through the air, creating a scene of sheer terror, akin to a venomous furnace crashing forward. With a resounding thud, Ying Tianhan was sent reeling, spewing blood as his meridians shattered, crashing into the distance. Ding! Successfully killed the vice leader of the devil sect, Ying Tianhan. Reward: 30 years of pure internal energy. In an instant, another radiant stream of warmth materialized before him. The recently emerged soothing energy surged once more, swelling within his body, ebbing and flowing with vigor, resulting in yet another remarkable enhancement of his newfound strength. In this moment, Qin felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his entire being, his breath harmonious, and his inner strength surging like mighty rivers. This formidable sensation compelled him to raise his head and let out a long, resonating howl to the heavens. Subsequently, he opened the panel and cast his gaze upon it. The sight filled him with immense joy. Name: Qin. Age: 18. Physique: ranked first among his kin in this realm. Strength: ranked second among his kin in this realm. Speed: ranked 7th among his kin in this realm. Spirit: ranked 8th among his kin in this realm. Martial arts: Heavenly Gang Hanyuan Soul Pursuit, unprecedented 100. Effects: Shatter, Scorching, Gang Chi Shield, Gang Chi Network, Mental Dread, Venomous Duality. Heavenly Gang, Beidou Step, Unprecedented 100. Effect, Swift, Nickname, Demon Mental Method, Fiery Sun Scarlet Venom Technique, Unprecedented 100. Effects, Venomous, Scorching, Scarlet Sun Shield. Scarlet Venom Illusion, Free Attribute Points, 290 Main Quest, Locate and eliminate the Shadow Weaver of this realm, liberating the people from its control. Upon completion, a reward of 1,000 free attribute points and 10 causality points will be granted. Failure incurs no penalties. Deadline, 3 months. Having gained 60 years of pure inner strength, his physique ascended to the foremost position, while his strength reached the second. The speed and spirit surged dramatically. However, my strength has yet to reach the pinnacle. It appears that the foremost individual in this small world indeed possesses remarkable prowess. Who could it be? The abbot of the Diamond Temple? Or perhaps the master of the Qinyan sect? Or is it the leader of the demon cult? Qin furrowed his brow. In the entire martial world, only these three are universally acknowledged as the zenith of martial arts, with the abbot of the Diamond Temple being particularly formidable. It is said that this venerable monk has refrained from action for over a decade. Even during the siege of the demon cult by the 7 great sects, he merely sent his disciples to engage while he remained in the temple, meditating in seclusion. No matter, once I have added attributes later, I shall undoubtedly become the greatest in the world. Qin turned and swiftly made his way toward the direction in which Zhang Kuei had fled. His freedom attribute points could be utilized to enhance martial arts or to augment his other attributes. However, allocating points to the latter option consumed an excessive amount and was rather monotonous, yielding far less benefit than enhancing martial arts. Nevertheless, that was of little concern now, as his physique had already reached the peak and his strength had attained second place. With 290 freedom attribute points remaining, there was no need to be frugal any longer. He could simply allocate them to enhance his other attributes. Behind him, the army roared, the shouts of battle echoing through the air. Wang Yud, in hot pursuit, appeared terrified. His face ashen, feeling as though the heavens themselves were collapsing. The young cult leader, was he truly slain? How could this be? Chapter 59. The main quest changes. The forum is ablaze. In truth, it was not only Wang Yud who was filled with dread. The entire forum erupted into chaos. The reason was simple. At that moment, everyone could distinctly hear a voice ringing in their ears. Ding! The main quest has changed. The vice leader of the demon sect, Ying Tianhan, and the left protector, Guo Kai, have both met with a tragic demise, resulting in the cancellation of their missions. The formidable demon, Qin, strikes terror across the martial world. A reward of 90 years of pure internal energy and the mid-grade martial art, Red Sun Flame Technique, awaits anyone who can vanquish him. Those who participate in the assault will receive the low-grade skill, Heart-Crushing Palm. Astonishment swept over all the time travelers. Ying Tianhan and Guo Kai have been eliminated? Who could possibly possess such prowess to slay these two? 90 years of internal energy, which extraordinary figure has achieved such might? Oh, how I long to align myself with this powerful entity. The prospect of acquiring 60 years of internal power renders even the likes of Han Feng no match for them. Countless individuals were consumed by envy and jealousy. Even sharing half of that 60 years of power would elevate them to the pinnacle of the martial world. It is worth noting that Han Feng and his companions had only obtained 50 years of internal energy in their time. Yet now, someone has instantly acquired 60 years of power. Meanwhile, the strongest time traveler from the west, racing towards Jiangxi, was equally taken aback. Abruptly pulling on the reins of his steed, Ying Tianhan and Guo Kai have been slain. The master of the White Rainbow sword's expression shifted dramatically as he uttered in disbelief. Amitba, on the side, a monk from the Diamond Temple, Master Fan, expressed his confusion, asking, Zhuang Master, how do you know that Ying Tianhan and Guo Kai have been killed? He was enveloped in profound suspicion, sensing an air of enigma surrounding the master of the White Rainbow sword. Throughout their journey, traversing various regions, the master had exhibited an uncanny ability to predict local information with impeccable accuracy, as if she possessed an invisible eye capable of piercing through all veils of obscurity. Now, she astonishingly proclaimed the demise of Ying Tianhan and Guo Kai, a revelation that seemed utterly implausible. Master Fane, I must confess a peculiar talent of mine. I can decipher the melodious calls of birds. Just now, from the chorus of those birds, I gleaned the tragic fate of Ying Tianhan and Guo Kai. The master of the White Rainbow sword stated, gesturing toward a distant flock of geese. Oh, such an extraordinary gift exists? Master Fane expressed his astonishment. To comprehend the voices of birds? Truly, Lord Lu is a born bodhisattva. He brought his palms together in reverence. Meanwhile, the trio of travelers, Han Feng, Chen Xian, and Duan Feitian, exchanged glances, silently shaking their heads. A born bodhisattva? Master, we are still a day's journey from Jiangxi. We must hasten our pace. We cannot allow that demon to escape. Chen Xian, the leader of the Red Sand sect, interjected. The demon Qian's bounty has remarkably increased. It now stands at 90 years of pure inner strength. This is intolerable. Furthermore, we are increasingly convinced that Ying Tianhan and Guokai must have met their end at the hands of that demon, as he is currently in Jiangxi. And his bounty has just risen. It is evident that he has committed another major atrocity. Only a deed of such magnitude. The elimination of figures like Ying Tianhan and Guokai could justify such an enhancement of his bounty. Thus, the group spurred their steeds onward, hastening their journey ahead. In the land of Luoyang, a desolate wasteland lay before them, a sight too tragic to behold. Xiong Daiyou, accompanied by a group of fellow traversers, stood with utmost reverence directed towards a young man before them. Clad in a flowing azure robe, the young man exhibited an air of composure, appearing to be around 30 years of age. Yet, he emanated an aura of authority, as if commanding the world itself, rendering all events before him mere ripples upon a tranquil surface. Have you seen? The bounty for the demon Qian has once again escalated. Now reaching an astounding 90 years of inner strength, the young man remarked with a smile. Thus, Zhao Tianin must not be eliminated yet. I intend to nurture him carefully. You shall continue to incite him, urging him to commit further atrocities, to lay waste to cities, for I wish to ascertain the limits of his capabilities. Understood. Esteemed Su Qing, they responded in unison, with Xiong Daiyou feeling a chill run through him. The ruthlessness of those above was evident. To maximize Zhao Tianin's task rewards, they were compelled to further entice him into chaos and bloodshed. Should this continue, it would not be merely hundreds of thousands lost, but potentially millions, a trivial matter in comparison. Esteemed Su Qing, what shall we do about the demon Qian? Would you not take matters into your own hands? Inquired another traverser, Su San, with a sycophantic grin. No need for that. My presence is unnecessary there, came the young man's dispassionate reply. Su Qing smiled faintly, playfully toying with a porcelain cup. Not only have I been sent here, but you need not concern yourselves with the matters of the demon, Qian. Your sole focus should be to sway Zhao Tianin to your side. I shall remain within the military, closely monitoring him day and night, to prevent others from reaping the rewards. Understood, esteemed Su Qing. A few of the men, including Xiongda, replied respectfully with smiles. They gradually withdrew, leaving Su Qing alone in the tent. A broad smile adorned his face as he suddenly exclaimed, Ah, Zhao Tianin. I am eager to see what surprises you may bring me. In Shangrao City, Zhang Kuei wore an expression of panic as he fled desperately, afflicted by a potent poison. Initially, after exchanging a blow with the demon Qian, he felt no immediate effects. However, as he continued to run, an intense burning sensation engulfed his body. His blood felt as though it were ablaze, and his thoughts became increasingly chaotic. The din in his ears was overwhelming, resembling a multitude of voices shouting around him. They're dead. The demon sect's young master and the protector, Wakai, are all dead. Fear gripped his heart. Was this demon Qian truly the Qian of the real world? He sensed that unless he clarified this matter, he might very well lose his sanity. Spotting a narrow alley ahead, he fled into it in a blind panic. However, as he dashed into the alley, a colossal hand suddenly struck from around the corner with astonishing speed, accompanied by an indescribable venomous wind. Bang! Darkness engulfed Zhang Kuei, and he lost consciousness in an instant. Time passed, and the city of Shangrao was enveloped in chaos. Countless soldiers and officials scurried through the western part of the city, desperately searching for the elusive demon, Qian. The great western gates were firmly shut, transforming the vast city into a daunting cauldron, forbidding anyone from departing. The streets were rife with panic, a cacophony of chaos as fear gripped the hearts of the populace. Search quickly. We must not allow the demon Qian to escape. Anyone who harbors him shall be deemed a traitor, and their entire clan shall face annihilation. Hurry to that side and search. The demon is within the city. We cannot let him slip away. As dusk settled in an inconspicuous, dilapidated old residence, Zhang Kuei stirred from a daze, awakening to a searing pain coursing through his body. His mind was foggy, as though weighed down by heavy lead. More alarmingly, he realized that his internal energy had completely vanished. Where are my martial skills? He exclaimed, bewildered. Zhang Kuei, you have finally awakened. A calm voice suddenly resonated. Truly, heaven does not forsake those with determination. I have found you at last. And to think, you are poisoned as well. This is indeed fortuitous for me. Under Zhang Kuei's fearful gaze, a young man clad in a black robe, his demeanor cold and composed, stepped into the room. He stood approximately 7 meters tall, a fine blade hanging at his waist, his piercing gaze fixed intently upon Zhang Kuei. Who are you? Zhang Kuei stammered, his panic overwhelming his ability to comprehend how this stranger had recognized him. It stands to reason that they have now transcended into another realm, inhabiting bodies that are fundamentally distinct from those in the material world. Not only would strangers fail to recognize them, but even their own parents would be unable to identify them in person. Chapter 60, the first of our kind in this world. Who am I? You are not yet worthy of knowing. I have but one inquiry to make, and that pertains to Qin Yun. The young man in the black robe spoke with an icy demeanor. You wish to inquire about Qin Yun? Zhang Kuei's heart trembled, a thought emerging in his mind. Could it be that this individual before him is the true Qin Yun? Is the demon Qin and not a traveler from another world? Or perhaps this man is affiliated with the Iron Wolf gang. His mind was clouded with confusion, unable to discern the reality of the situation. I know very little about Qin Yun. You have the wrong person. I genuinely do not know. I implore you. I speak the truth. Zhang Kuei pleaded repeatedly. Is that so? The young man in the black robe remained expressionless, disregarding Zhang Kuei's words. Instead, he retrieved a basin of water and a thick stack of rice paper, advancing toward Zhang Kuei. What are you planning to do? Zhang Kuei exclaimed in a flurry of panic. Yet, the young man in the black robe offered no response to his distress. He swiftly pressed a pressure point on Zhang Kuei, rendering him immobile, and effortlessly lifted him, placing him on a long bench, positioning his head at one end and his feet at the other, securing him in place. Please, let us discuss this calmly. I truly do not know anything about Qin Yun. You have made a mistake. Zhang Kuei cried out in terror. However, the young man in the black robe remained silent, setting the basin of water down on the ground and producing a stack of rice paper from his robe. Is this some form of water torture? Do not. I implore you. I beseech you, do not. Zhang Kuei's face turned ashen, panic evident in his voice. Yet, the figure cloaked in black paid no heed to his pleas, continuing unabated. Amidst Zhang Kuei's frantic and fearful cries, the youth drew forth a damp sheet of paper, pressing it against Zhang Kuei's face. No. Please, no. Oh. Each wet sheet descended upon him. Zhang Kuei screamed desperately, yet his voice failed him. As the layers of wet paper thickened, he felt as if he were drowning. His body instinctively yearned to struggle, only to find his acupoint sealed, rendering him utterly immobile. An unprecedented sense of suffocation and the looming specter of death surged over him, making him feel as though he were plummeting into an endless ocean. Waves of water relentlessly surged towards his nostrils and mouth, his mind enduring an unparalleled torment and violation. Ultimately, he succumbed to despair. Half an hour later, Zhang Kuei sat on the ground, a pitiful sight, weeping uncontrollably. Resembling someone recently pulled from the depths of water, his face awash with tears that splattered everywhere. What do you want from me? Speak. I will confess everything. What is it that you desire? Oh, please. I will tell you everything. Truth be told, I did not wish for matters to escalate to this degree, but your lack of cooperation left me no choice but to resort to such measures. The youth in black stated calmly, squatting before Zhang Kuei. Shall we commence anew? Please, I beg you. I will divulge all. Zhang Kuei, overwhelmed with despair, cried out as if confronted by an insurmountable terror. In truth, Qin Yun was a key figure within the Iron Blood Hall in the real world, an organization whose influence permeated various realms in the other world. Qin Yun was tasked with overseeing the 008 world. However, he unexpectedly acquired a certain opportunity, which he chose not to report to the Iron Blood Hall. Consequently, the information leaked, and the Iron Blood Hall ordered his elimination. After the assassination, they were unable to uncover the whereabouts of that opportunity. Subsequently, the Iron Blood Hall enlisted the assistance of the subordinate faction, the Iron Wolf Gang, to search for it. The repeated attempts by the real world to confront the petty thug Qin Yun were, in fact, orchestrated by the Iron Wolf Gang. This is all I know. Beyond that, I am in the dark, lamented Zhang Kuei, weeping bitterly. Is that so? The young man in the black robe narrowed his eyes and asked, And what about you? Who are you? I am a member of another faction, the Azure Dragon Gang. Behind the Azure Dragon Gang stands the Dragon Tooth Hall, a powerful entity akin to the Iron Blood Hall, with its influence also spread across numerous realms. We too seek to uncover the nature of the opportunity concealed within Qin Yun, which is why I have become involved in this matter, Zhang Kuei replied, his voice trembling with despair. Ah, I see, the young man in the black robe thought, a tumultuous wave of realization surging within him. His suspicions were confirmed. His uncle Qin Yun had indeed engaged in treachery. However, what could he have concealed that would attract the attention of both powerful factions? It appeared he must return to the real world and investigate thoroughly. Do you know where the Iron Blood Hall members traverse? Qin inquired. The Iron Blood Hall is scattered throughout various realms, and I am unaware of where their true base lies. Zhang Kuei lamented. You must be familiar with the Iron Wolf Gang, correct? Qin inquired. I am aware of the Iron Wolf Gang. Most of them have joined the Hebei military camp. Zhang Kuei hastily replied. In the Hebei military camp? Qin furrowed his brow and asked, are they the ones who rebelled alongside Zhao Tianin? Indeed. A hint of intrigue flickered across Qin's face as he suddenly smiled, saying, I never anticipated the forces in this other world to be so intricately intertwined. He proceeded to pose several more questions. Zhang Kuei, with tears streaming down his face, spoke candidly, divulging everything he knew to Qin. In the blink of an eye, over half an hour had elapsed. At last, Qin had gleaned all the information he sought. Without a trace of hesitation, he casually pressed a finger against Zhang Kuei's forehead, and with a resounding pop, pierced through it, causing Zhang Kuei to perish on the spot. Only then did Qin suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, Crimson Poison Illusion. Zhang Kuei, to die by my hand is a worthy fate. Indeed, ever since Zhang Kuei had emerged from his slumber, Qin had employed a secret technique known as Crimson Poison Illusion against him. This technique was a product of the perfected Infernal Sun Crimson Poison skill he had cultivated. As the name suggests, it harnesses potent toxins to induce hallucinations in the target. More crucially, the content of these illusions is entirely under his control. Thus, what Zhang Kuei had just witnessed was nothing but an elaborate fabrication. The figure cloaked in black, standing at a height of approximately 1.7 meters, is entirely a fabrication. The true self, however, stands at an impressive 11 feet, with a waist measuring 7 or 8 spans. This FAAD serves two primary purposes. Firstly, it aims to create an illusion, instilling doubt in others and suggesting that a third party has intervened in the affairs of Qin Yun. Secondly, it is to inform Zhang Kuei that the demon, Qin, is not synonymous with the Qin of the tangible world, as he is not yet ready to reveal his identity as the demon Qin. Nevertheless, upon returning to the real world, it is likely that he will seek retribution. Qin pondered. Well, if it comes to that, I shall unleash a bloody massacre. A mere small gang. With his current strength, he hardly considers them a threat. Based on the calculation that he can only harness a fraction of his power each time, he deems himself rather formidable now. Reflecting on this, Qin suddenly turned his gaze back to the panel before him, and upon noticing the 290 points of free attributes below, he commanded the system, allocate points to strength. With a whoosh, the entire panel blurred as the free attribute points dwindled rapidly. An overwhelming and fearsome aura surged forth from his body, cascading through his limbs and filling every inch of his being. In an instant, 120 points of free attributes were consumed. At last, his strength attribute transformed to www.use org, ranking first among his kin in this world. Qin meticulously attuned himself to this immense power, yet could not suppress a sense of alarm. The expenditure of free attribute points was staggering. He had lost 120 points in one fell swoop. Could it be that the disparity between the second and first ranks of strength is so pronounced? Is it possible that individuals from other minor worlds have infiltrated? Qin's expression shifted. He had just received news from Zhang Kuei that organizations like the Iron Blood Hall and Dragon Tooth Hall have extensive networks throughout various minor worlds. Whenever a primary mission arises in any minor world, they dispatch personnel to intervene. Could it be that this 008 minor world has already attracted their agents? Otherwise, why would he expend such a vast amount of points to ascend from the second to the first position? This clearly indicates a significant disparity between the second and first ranks. System, enhance speed and mental acuity. Qin fixated on the panel, reciting silently once more. With a whoosh, the entire panel blurred rapidly, and the data began to fluctuate swiftly. Chapter 61. It's your turn. Name, Qin age, 18 physique. Ranked first among his kin in this realm strength. Ranked first among his kin in this realm speed. Ranked third among his kin in this realm spirit. Ranked third among his kin in this realm martial arts. Tiangang Hanyuan Shuahan Hand, unprecedented 100. Special effects. Shatter, Scorching, Protective Chi, Chi Network, Mental Dread, Deadly Poison, Tiangang Beta Step, Unprecedented 100. Special Effect, Swift, Nickname, Demon Mind Technique, Yin Yang Chi Du Gong, Unprecedented 100, Special Effects, Deadly Poison, Fiery Heat, Protective Red Sun, Red Poison Illusion, Free Attribute Points, 14 Main Quest, locate the Shadow Bearer of this realm and eliminate them, aiding others in freeing themselves from the Shadow Bearer's control. Completion of the quest rewards 1,000 free attribute points and 10 causal points. Failure incurs no penalties. Deadline: 3 months. The entire panel has undergone a remarkable transformation. Except for the physique attribute, which remained unchanged, all other data has seen a significant enhancement. There are still 14 free attribute points remaining. It is not that he wishes to refrain from further allocation. Rather, adding to these 14 points would prove futile, as his physical constitution has already reached its near-limit threshold. To ascend even a single rank would necessitate dozens, if not hundreds, of free attribute points. Moreover, he had acquired an unprecedented and profound secret tome through diligent practice. It was conceivable that he could elevate both his spirit and speed once more. Quickly, search every household. Leave no corner unexplored. We must not allow the fiend, Chenin, to escape. Hurry. Suddenly, the resounding shouts of the officials echoed from afar, accompanied by the heavy thuds of boots striking the ground, creating a cacophony of noise. It seemed as though countless figures were rushing outside. Qin En's gaze turned icy. His formidable form swiftly vanished into the shadows of the desolate estate. Beneath the hazy night, the entire city stirred with unrest, torches flickering in every direction. It was impossible to ascertain how many officials were mobilized. In addition to the multitude of officials, a myriad of unfamiliar martial artists emerged, brandishing swords and daggers. Their expressions hurried as they scoured the streets with urgency. Before long, Qin overheard another piece of news from these wandering warriors. The leaders of the 7 great sects were approaching Shangrao City. Everyone, remain calm. Seal off the western city. We must not allow the fiend, Qin, to escape. How splendid. The leaders of the 7 great sects are finally arriving. This will render him unable to flee. Even the master of Qingyan Temple had descended from the mountain himself. Enough. There is no need to linger in Shangrao City any longer, Qin mused to himself. Standing tall in the darkness, despite currently holding the foremost position in both strength and physique, there was no necessity to confront them head-on. With a swift step, he vanished like a tempest. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at a towering city wall. Gazing upward, he beheld an array of torches illuminating the battlements. Where an indeterminate number of soldiers stood, their armor glinting ominously in the cold light, poised and vigilant, surveying the western expanse. Without hesitation, Qin swiftly scaled the wall. His massive form moved like a shadow along the corner, ascending with remarkable speed. In the blink of an eye, he had surmounted the towering structure. As a group of soldiers changed color in alarm, about to raise a cry, Qin effortlessly struck, unleashing a lethal poison that incapacitated them instantly. He then proceeded, without a hint of courtesy, to leap over another section of the wall. However, the commotion on the battlements soon caught the attention of other soldiers. Quickly, someone has scaled the wall. It appears to be the demon Qin. Heavens! The demon Qin has leapt the wall. Fire arrows. A cacophony of shouts erupted across the battlements. The air was filled with a flurry of arrows, whistling ominously, yet all proved futile. In an instant, Qin's form faded into the enveloping darkness of the night. Meanwhile, the 7 elite masters of the major sects, racing toward this direction, suddenly halted, their expressions shifting dramatically. The demon Qin has escaped, Lu Yusheng declared grimly. Was it not said that the western gate of Shangrao City was sealed? The monk Fan inquired. Damn it! He scaled the wall. Lu Yusheng replied through clenched teeth. He surely cannot have escaped far. We must immediately seal off the western Zhou and conduct a thorough investigation there. Chen Xin of Qisha Gate, with a countenance as cold as ice, commanded, quickly, disperse to the west and search for the demon Qin. With that, a group of righteous sect members surged forth, swiftly dividing into 3 distinct factions, each charged with pursuing different paths ahead. Each faction was led by an unparalleled expert, accompanied by hundreds of elite warriors. Such formidable forces, when united, could rival an army of thousands. Moreover, the troops stationed in Shangrao City had already broken free from the confines of the city. He did not believe that the demon Qin could elude them under their vigilant watch. At this very moment, just as the most formidable traveler from the west had foreseen, Qin An's imposing and colossal figure was indeed intercepted. Initially, having scaled the city walls with the swiftness of the wind, he intended to make his way to the Tiangang sect in Shandong. However, after covering a mere 10 miles, he found himself obstructed on the mountain path. Before him stood two young men, approximately 7 meters tall. One donned a black robe, while the other wore white, both exhibiting calm and composed expressions, as if they had been waiting for quite some time. In the face of Qin An's towering stature, they displayed no trace of tension or unease. Instead, their faces were adorned with smiles. This is the demon Qin An. He is indeed intriguing. It is quite unusual to encounter such a figure in the 008 world, remarked the man in the white robe, suddenly breaking the silence with a laugh. It seems we have arrived just in time, having successfully cornered him. Truly, heaven is aiding us. The man in the black robe chuckled lightly and glanced at his companion, saying, Brother Zhua, it's your turn. I shall handle this task. When we encounter another bounty in the future, I will certainly defer to you. Suddenly, the man in the white robe broke into laughter. However, Qin An furrowed his brow, filled with suspicion, and instinctively disregarded their words. At that moment, he was startled to find that his main quest had inexplicably reacted. Potential detection of shadow presences. Potential detection of shadow presences. A few lines of text flashed before his eyes. Shadow presences? Qin An felt a whirlwind of confusion, unable to grasp the situation. Could these two individuals be agents of the shadows? Yet, their tone clearly indicated they were travelers from another realm. Demon Qin An, allow me to escort you. At that instant, the man in white revealed a confident smile. His entire form seemed to blur and vanish like an afterimage, only to reappear in an instant, hurtling towards Qin An with astonishing speed. With a resounding crash, he launched a powerful palm strike, channeling an overwhelming surge of internal energy, akin to the mighty flow of the Yangtze River, aimed directly at Qin An's chest. His expression was one of arrogance and elation, as if he could already envision the scene of the demon Qin An being crushed to a pulp beneath his strike, meeting a sudden and tragic end. Despite his strength being suppressed upon entering this realm, he still ranked among the pinnacle of power here. This exemplified the absolute dominance of a higher dimensional world over a lower dimensional one. However, with a thunderous boom, a fierce gust of wind swept across, unleashing tremendous force towards the West Zhou. Qin An casually grasped, capturing the palm of the man in white with ease. The man's powerful strike proved utterly ineffectual, akin to a trivial breeze colliding with an immovable mountain of iron. All his strength dissipated effortlessly. This spectacle caused the man in white to pale. Disbelief etched across his face. How could this be? The shadow? The shadow? Qin An, filled with confusion and a throbbing headache, contemplated taking them captive for interrogation. With a thunderous crash, as he seized his opponent, his massive frame launched into action, akin to a great mountain being toppled. His other hand shot forth with both swiftness and ferocity. He refrained from using his full strength, employing only 90% of his power, wary of potentially delivering a fatal blow. With a resounding impact, the man in white erupted in a spray of blood, emitting a cry of anguish as the protective energy surrounding him shattered under Qin An's force. His garments tore apart instantaneously, and his body was propelled backward, crashing to the ground like a cannonball, severely injured and rendered unconscious. Surely he is not dead? Qin An mused to himself, his gaze then shifting sharply towards the man in black. It is your turn. Chapter 62. Discovering the presence of the shadow. The man in black was struck with astonishment, unable to believe his eyes. What had he witnessed? A companion who had crossed over with him was grievously wounded by this native of a small world with a single strike? What a farce. This fellow's power must be nearing the limits of the 008 world, wouldn't you say? Why do you not make a move? Qin An furrowed his brow and declared, If you do not strike, then I shall. Boom. His enormous form vanished in an instant, akin to teleportation, emanating a terrifyingly intense heat, reminiscent of a fearsome, toxic volcano. He lunged towards the man in the black robe with astonishing speed. The man in black displayed a look of shock, instantly sensing the ominous energy surging towards him. Alarmed, he wasted no time and swiftly executed his evasive maneuvers. Whoosh! His movements were more rapid and peculiar than those of Qin An. In a fleeting moment, countless afterimages emerged, creating an illusion of numerous figures, both real and deceptive, making it nearly impossible to discern the true form. All these afterimages swirled around Qin An at a frenetic pace, rendering him incapable of capturing the essence of his opponent. Simultaneously, It seemed as if every afterimage harbored the capacity to attack. Bang, bang, bang. Powerful strikes rained down upon Qin from every direction. However, the protective barrier surrounding him was exceedingly robust. Each attack collided with him, producing a cacophony akin to grenades exploding, unleashing waves of terrifying energy. None of the assaults could inflict any harm upon Qin. The man in the black robe, who was relentlessly assaulting Qin, was utterly horrified. What manner of monster is this? How could such a creature exist in the 008 world? Is there no justice left? Flee. Panic-stricken, the man in black resolved to escape the scene. Thinking of leaving? Qin's voice was frigid as he detected the man's intent to withdraw. With a swift motion of his hands, he unleashed his venomous and fiery inner energy with reckless abandon, directing it towards the western directions in a chaotic barrage. Boom, boom, boom. The sound reverberated as countless waves of energy erupted. The air and ground were suffused with a terrifyingly toxic miasma. In an instant, the countless phantoms enveloped the opponent, bursting forth in large swathes. Although the force of the palms did not directly strike the black-clad man's corporeal form, the residual energy nonetheless inflicted intense pain upon his body. For a moment, the black-robed man was engulfed in terror. What in the world is happening? He leapt about, his form swaying as the phantoms erupted around him, growing increasingly reluctant to confront Qin head-on. However, as he continued to employ his agility, he soon discovered a horrifying truth. The opponent's palm strikes were laced with venom. At that moment, the poison began to infiltrate his body through his pores. He was poisoned? This is bad. Panic gripped the black-robed man, causing his movements to become erratic as he hastily retreated into the distance. Come back. Qin's voice was frigid, his massive form already surging forward, delivering a crushing blow toward the black-robed man's body. Despair filled the heart of the black-robed man, even knowing he was outmatched. He had no choice but to muster all his internal energy to counter. With a thunderous crash, blood erupted forth, and his body was sent hurtling backward, crashing to the ground, where he lost consciousness. Such meager strength, and yet they dared to feign superiority. Qin's tone was icy. He had just achieved breakthroughs in both physique and power, reaching unparalleled heights. Did they truly believe they could act arrogantly before him? This was nothing short of courting death. However, it was likely that these two hailed from another world. For in this realm, the only individuals with such formidable abilities were Han Feng, Chen Xian, Duan Feitian, Lu Yuesheng, and Shi Run. Yet that Shi Run had long been circulated on forums, and he bore no resemblance to this one. Qin set forth, swiftly lifting the two individuals and, with a firm step, employing his agility, vanished from the scene. Half an hour later, he found himself in an ancient temple nestled within a desolate mountain, rousing the two from their slumber. Upon awakening, they trembled uncontrollably, their faces pale with fear, and they fervently pleaded for mercy. They did not wish to meet their demise, not in the slightest. After years of navigating this foreign realm, they had finally attained a measure of strength and status. Who would willingly forsake such gains? Who are you? Qin inquired with an icy demeanor. He sensed the presence of the shadowed ones emanating from these two. It was imperative to extract the truth. We hail from overseas. I am Zhuo Xian, and he is Zhang Bao, the man in white said, his voice trembling with dread. Overseas? Qin scoffed, a chilling smile gracing his lips, his gaze penetrating and ominous. Were it not for my own experience as a traveler, I might have been swayed by your deceitful words. I care not from whence you came. Who are the shadowed ones? Shadowed ones? What are you speaking of? The two men appeared bewildered, panic etched upon their faces, utterly lost in Qin's inquiry. You are unaware? Qin's eyes narrowed with cold intensity. Do you presume to obfuscate the truth before me? And no, we truly do not know, they stammered in unison. Indeed, we have never heard of the shadowed ones. We beseech you, spare us. Then why did you attempt to assail me? Qin's tone remained frosty, fully embodying the guise of a native. The two men were drenched in cold sweat, utterly terrified. One cannot simply reveal to others that they are time travelers, for uttering such words would lead to their erasure from the forum. Suddenly, Qin extended his large hand and began to search their bodies. After a brief moment, his gaze sharpened. He discovered a token on each of the two individuals. The tokens were pitch black, icy to the touch, and their material was indeterminate. At the instant he unearthed these tokens, Qin's pupils constricted. Detected the presence of shadow beings. What is the origin of these tokens? Qin demanded, and the expressions of the two men shifted dramatically. The cross-border token, This fellow has unearthed their cross-border tokens. Indeed, to traverse from one fragment of a minor world to another, one must employ a cross-border token. This is merely a symbol of our identity overseas. It holds no significance. The man in the white robe, drenched in cold sweat, attempted to fabricate a story. I do not believe you. I demand to know everything. Otherwise, I shall methodically crush every bone in your bodies, Qin declared with a cruel tone. Where did you purchase this token? What material is it made of? Who forged it? I want to know everything. The two men's faces paled once more. How could they possibly know who crafted such an item? They had merely completed a task in the previous world and were rewarded by the forum. What we speak is the truth. This token is indeed a symbol of the overseas realm, which we fortuitously acquired from a certain serendipitous location. The man in the black robe hastily interjected, stating, only with this token can we gain entry to this land. Without it, we shall be repelled by the very essence of this continent. Is that so? Qin narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the token in his hand. The man's words seemed to illuminate the origins of this token for him. The cross-border token. This must be the very token referenced in the guide for traversers. Although he had never experienced it firsthand, he had certainly witnessed it in action. He had perused the traverser's guide a dozen times or more. Yet, how could this object be infused with the essence of the shadow beings? Who forged this item? Qin inquired once more. We are unaware of its creator, came the bitter reply from the two. Indeed, this item was entirely a matter of chance. Doubtful, Qin suddenly acted, seizing one of the white-robed man's fingers and applying pressure. A piercing scream echoed through the air in an instant. Half an hour later, within the dilapidated temple, wails reverberated, blood stained the ground, and the stench of excrement filled the atmosphere. The two traversers were reduced to a state of disarray, their bones shattered throughout. Eventually, Qin relented, a deep frown etched upon his brow. These individuals did not appear to be fabricating their tale. They genuinely did not know who had forged the token. Very well, then, share with me your internal cultivation techniques and the lightness skill you just demonstrated. Qin spoke in a low tone. As for the matters concerning the shadow beings, he would need to investigate them further in due course. Fortunately, there is now a preliminary understanding. Chapter 63, Dragon Elephant Skill and Shadow Phantom Technique. As the sun rises, a myriad of rosy hues envelopes the mountains and forests. In a desolate mountain temple, a stench of blood pervades the air, where two corpses lie, having met a gruesome fate, their meridians and bones almost entirely shattered. Before their demise, these two travelers endured immense torment at the hands of Qin. Initially, Qin had no desire to inflict suffering upon them. However, their audacity to tamper with the internal martial arts techniques left him no choice. Without tormenting them, how could he obtain the complete essence of the martial arts? The two practiced the same internal technique known as the Dragon Elephant Formula, and their body technique was referred to as the Shadow Phantom Technique. According to their claims, both techniques originated from a sect called Jin Yin Zong. This Jin Yin Zong, as they described, is one of the 36 orthodox sects in their overseas realm. Of course, overseas merely refers to a small world. The Dragon Elephant Formula, when perfected, supposedly endows one with the strength of 10 dragons and 10 elephants. Whether this is true or not remains uncertain. Regrettably, Qin has only 14 points of free attributes left, which is insufficient to fully master these two techniques. However, he is soon to venture to the Tiangang sect, where he plans to gather some medicinal herbs. With this thought in mind, Qin sets forth once again. The outside world is in an uproar. Countless martial artists are appearing around the vicinity of Shangrao City. The righteous, the unscrupulous, and the army of Shangrao City all seem to have gone mad. The righteous faction is undoubtedly led by Han Feng and Qin Xian, seeking Qin and with an unmistakable purpose. Meanwhile, the unscrupulous faction is primarily composed of a group of elders from a demonic sect. In the aftermath of Qin's ruthless elimination of their young leader, the head of the demonic sect was infuriated, promptly issuing orders for all skilled practitioners affiliated with the sect to mobilize. The number of adept individuals from the sinister paths was staggering, nearly 1,000. Including the 36 caves and 72 islands, each a master in their own right. In their fervent search, they swiftly located the dilapidated temple where Qin had camped overnight. Alas, they were met with the gruesome sight of two utterly mangled corpses, their identities and the terrifying power they once possessed remaining a mystery. The victims had succumbed to a lethal poison, their bones shattered, and their meridians tainted with venom. Du Nfiti's expression darkened as he examined the bodies. Rising to declare, This is undoubtedly the handiwork of the demon, Qin. No one else possesses the ability to inject such poison into a person's meridians. Does this imply that the demon Qin has completely vacated this location? Liu Shing inquired. Indeed, Du In Fitin replied grimly. The time of death for these two was around 3 in the morning, which means the demon Qin has been gone for at least half a day. Damn it. Chen Suin's tone was icy. What did he seek to gain by tormenting these two? Who were they? That remains unknown. Du In Fitin shook his head. Perhaps they belong to the demonic sect. We shall summon their members to identify them shortly. The sheer scale of this operation, and yet failing to corner the demon Qin, left everyone seething with frustration. Chen Xian's countenance darkened, and the others were equally beset by an unusual sense of unease. At that moment, a disciple from the Flame Mountain Manor hurried in, cupping his hands in greeting and delivering urgent news from the Tiangang sect. Han Feng's expression remained indifferent as he swiftly took the letter, dismissing the disciple before he began to peruse its contents. Beside him, Duan Feitian, Chen Xian, and Liu Wesheng could not help but shake their heads lightly, largely due to the matter concerning Zhao Boying. Recently, the Tiangang sect had captured Zhao Boying and issued a grand invitation to host the Eagle Slaughter Conference, seeking to provide an explanation to the martial arts community. I had received the news long ago. It was merely a trivial matter. Why go to such lengths? A trivial matter? I beg to differ. Han Feng suddenly chuckled, stating, the letter mentions that Zhao Boying shares a deep connection with the demon Qin. Zhou Bolong is anxious about the potential for Qin and to pay a visit during the Eagle Slaughter Conference. Hence, he has requested our Flame Mountain Manor to send someone for assistance. There is merit to Zhou Bolong's concerns. Oh, are you suggesting that the demon Qin might venture to the Tiangang sect? It is a possibility. When the demon Qin first appeared, he was alongside Zhao Boying. He is unlikely to remain idle while Zhao Boying faces a tragic fate. The other three felt a stirring in their hearts as they grasped the gravity of the situation. Regardless of whether he would or not, as long as there exists even a sliver of possibility, we cannot afford to abandon our pursuit. Han Feng laughed. In the desolate and dimly lit confines of a prison cell within the Tiangang sect, Zhao Boying, drenched in blood and appearing feeble, lay prostrate upon the grass, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Not far in front of him stood a woman, her figure graceful and clad in a simple long dress. Her face marred by resentment and tears streaming down her cheeks as she gazed intently at Zhao Boying, repeatedly inquiring, Brother Zhao, why? Why did you have to kill my father? No, I did not murder the master. It was not me. Not you? You have conspired with the demon Qin, and yet you still deny it? The woman's eyes burned with fury as she continued. How many atrocities have you committed alongside the demon Qin and in the martial world? How many lives have been lost because of you? Even now, you refuse to acknowledge your guilt? What benefit could killing my father possibly bring you? Do you seek to win my affection through this? I shall not comply with your wishes, Zhao Boying. I intend to ensure you live with guilt and regret for all eternity. Please, junior sister. I did not kill the master. I am innocent. My encounter with the demon Qin was merely by chance. I truly did not conspire with him. Zhao Boying wept in anguish. By chance. The woman ground her teeth in rage. Then why would he repeatedly extend his goodwill by accompanying you? Zhao Boying, if you wish to prove your innocence, then summon that demon Qin to come to your aid. If he arrives, I shall believe in your purity. Zhao Boying clutched his head in despair, utterly tormented. Summon that demon Qin? The Heavenly Gang sect has already laid countless traps. Once again, formidable masters from various sects such as Jingguang Temple, Qingyun Temple, Tai Jianmen, and Lai Yin Mountain Manor lay in ambush here. The demonic figure, Qin, is destined for a grim fate should he approach. Qin has not been unkind to him, although he has been compelled to surrender martial arts secrets. He has also saved him on several occasions. How could he repay such kindness with ingratitude, leaving his benefactor to perish? What? Are you reluctant? The woman seethed. I knew you conspired with the demon Qin to deliberately plot against my father, Zhao Boying. You are truly a treacherous wretch, a thoroughgoing scoundrel. I, Zhang Lianer, hereby sever all ties with you. With that, she drew her sword and severed a corner of her skirt, her face aflame with indignation as she turned to leave. Wait, little junior sister. I was wrong. Please come back. Quickly, Zhao Boying cried out in anguish, cradling his head in his hands. Outside the cell, a somber young man clad in a blue robe had been waiting patiently. Upon seeing Zhang Lianer emerge from the prison, the gloom on his face dissipated, and he approached her with concern. Junior sister, does Zhao Shidi still refuse to cooperate? Suddenly, Zhang Lianer collapsed into the young man's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. Why? Why must he seek to harm my father? Why must he slaughter so many of our fellow wanderers? Woe is me. Master brother, I feel so helpless. I miss my father dearly. The young man sighed softly. Zhao Shidi was momentarily deceived and fell prey to the machinations of the demon cult, becoming their puppet. What a pity indeed. He continued, however, the rules of our Tiangang sect cannot be violated. He has plotted against our master and taken the lives of so many fellow practitioners, yet he remains unwilling to atone for his sins. Therefore, I must enforce the sect's regulations. Little junior sister, do not inquire further about the forthcoming matters. I shall take full responsibility. Zhang Lianer's eyes brimmed with tears as she nodded repeatedly. The young man waved his hand, summoning several maidservants from a distance. Under their guidance, Zhang Lianer promptly departed from the scene. Just as she left, the young man's expression darkened. That Zhao Boying, senior brother. Suddenly, a cry echoed from afar as a disciple of the Tiangang sect rushed in, cupping his hands in greeting. Masters from various sects have now arrived at the foot of the mountain. A total of 24 righteous sects await the commencement of the Eagle Slaughter Conference. Excellent, replied the young man, Zhou Bolong, in a calm tone. You must ascend the mountain at once and bring them to Tianqing City. Inform them that once they enter Tianqing City, the Eagle Slaughter Conference will be held as scheduled. At that time, I will personally deal with Zhao Boying and provide a satisfactory explanation to all sects. Yes, senior brother. The Tiangang disciple clasped his fists and swiftly retreated. Zhou Bolong furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling something, and turned to hasten back toward his chamber. Chapter 64. A capture in one move. The entirety of the Tiangang sect was abuzz with activity. Hooves thundered, and people flowed in every direction. Various practitioners, whether in groups of 10 or dozens, all made their way toward the mountainside. During this period, it is inevitable that there would be time travelers. A multitude of such individuals accompanied their sects and elders to broaden their horizons. Various discussions buzzed around, and even the entire forum was inundated with numerous videos and photographs, sparking countless debates. Here lies the Tiangang sect, indeed a place of remarkable terrain. On a towering peak, Qinan, a robust figure clad in fitted attire, stood gazing into the distant mountains. From afar, one could observe a multitude of martial artists converging, armed with swords and knives in great numbers. At the forefront of this gathering was a magnificent structure built halfway up the mountainside, a sprawling complex of red bricks and green tiles, exuding an air of grandeur. Qinan mused to himself, well then, I shall first deal with Zhou Bolong and force him to reveal the location of the medicinal herb store. Besides, there is a high probability that Zhou Bolong is affiliated with the demonic sect. There is no need for courtesy. With a swift movement, he vanished from sight once more. Deep within the Tiangang sect, in a spacious chamber, 3 figures clad in black robes with their faces obscured stood waiting for a considerable time. The door creaked open, and Zhou Bolong entered with a cold expression. Upon his appearance, the 3 figures immediately displayed utmost respect, kneeling in greeting and saying, "We pay our respects to the young master. May the young master be blessed with great fortune." "Enough, rise," Zhou Bolong replied with a frigid demeanor. "Have you yet to gather any information on the demon, Qinan?" Indeed, since the departure of the enigmatic figure, Qinan, from Shangrao City, he has not made any subsequent appearances, his whereabouts shrouded in mystery and difficult to trace. A gaunt silhouette at the forefront clasped his hands and spoke. Difficult to track. Zhou Bolong sat in his chair, his eyes narrowed, his fingers drumming lightly on the armrest. With such a large physique, can he truly be capable of flight? The fiend, Qinan, possesses profound strength and heightened vigilance. Perhaps he refrains from traveling during the day. If he were to journey by night, he would undoubtedly leave no trace. The emaciated figure continued, "By the way, the leader has instructed us to inquire if that item has been secured." "Not yet," Zhou Bolong replied, gently shaking his head. "During this period, I have scoured every secret location within and outside the Tiangang sect. Yet I have found no sign of that item. Had I known it would come to this, I would have spared that old man's life. Could Miss Lian have knowledge of its whereabouts?" The gaunt figure inquired. "Lian," Zhou Bolong pondered momentarily before responding. "I shall devise a means to extract further information from her in the coming days." "Indeed." The emaciated figure nodded respectfully. "The leader also mentioned that you are now his only son. He hopes for your safety, as you are the sole heir to his position." "Understood. Return and assure my father that he need not worry. The entire righteous sect shall eventually fall into my grasp," Zhou Bolong replied. his tone turning slightly frigid. He is none other than the eldest son of the leader of the demonic sect. From a young age, he was sent by his father to the Tiangang sect to learn the arts. The leader of the demonic sect, possessing both ambition and strategic prowess, covertly controlled the sect while simultaneously seeking to dominate the righteous path, sparing no expense to send his eldest son to the Tiangang sect for training. Unlike the other 7 dominant sects, the Tiangang sect had only recently risen to prominence in the past century. Though its power was formidable, its foundation remained somewhat lacking. Thus, sending his son there would not arouse undue suspicion. More critically, the sect's founder had once left behind an exceptionally powerful martial art, which had rendered its practitioner invincible, even compelling the demonic sect's leader of that era to retreat from confrontation. Regrettably, in the 100 years since, no one other than that generation's founder had managed to master it. By sending Zhou Bolong to the Tiangang sect, another aim was undoubtedly to have him uncover this divine skill. To speak of other matters now feels premature, until the demon Qin and is vanquished. My heart shall remain troubled. Zhou Bolong's voice was low, his eyes flickering with a chilling glint. Suddenly, a faint noise emanated from one side of the wall. Zhou Bolong and the other 3 individuals in the room exchanged startled glances and turned abruptly. Who dares to eavesdrop on their conversation? With a thunderous roar. Before they could react, the wall exploded, sending debris flying and a scorching, toxic wind howling into the room. A colossal figure surged forth like a steel beast, emanating a terrifying aura as it charged directly toward Zhou Bolong. A formidable hand, steeped in a chilling aura, extended its fingers like the claws of a mythical beast, reaching out to seize Zhou Bolong. Bold, audacious. The emaciated figure, along with 2 masters of the demonic sect, unleashed a piercing wail, their voices sharp and their energies surging, recklessly launching a barrage towards the imposing silhouette. Yet, the towering figure remained unfazed, his gaze as frigid as ice, dismissively flicking his wrist. Boom. The air reverberated with a tremendous roar as a terrifying surge of scorching inner strength erupted forth, nearly vacuuming the atmosphere, and in the haze, a colossal black handprint repeatedly materialized, crashing violently against the 3 masters of the demonic sect. These 3 were no weaklings. They surpassed the left guardian Guokai by a margin. It was for this reason they had been dispatched by the sect leader to covertly safeguard Zhou Bolong. However, to their astonishment, they were unable to withstand even a single strike from Qinin, despite their combined might. With a thunderous crash, the trio spewed blood. Their bodies propelled backward as if struck by the hammer of 1,000 warriors, their protective inner energy shattered, garments torn asunder, chests caving in as they crashed to the ground. Throughout this tumultuous exchange, Qinin advanced relentlessly, shrouded in a terrifying, dark miasma, pressing onward towards Zhou Bolong. Zhou Bolong scarcely had a moment to evade, for the events unfolded with such breathtaking speed that escape was but a fleeting hope. He let out a piercing cry. Drawing his longsword, in that fleeting instant, shadows danced around him, hoping to momentarily fend off a blow or 2, allowing his companions from the martial world to hear the commotion and rush to his aid. Yet, clang, puffed, boom. In a single encounter, the long sword was sent flying. The assault thwarted. A colossal hand had already grasped Zhou Bolong's head and pressed it down towards the ground. Thud. The entire floor trembled violently, and a vast chasm opened up. Fragments of stone erupted in all directions to the west as a venomous wind howled and the temperature soared, leaving the room in a state of utter devastation. Zhou Bolong spat a mouthful of blood, his face ashen, and he convulsed briefly before losing consciousness. Qinin, with his imposing physique, slowly rose, grasping Zhou Bolong's unconscious form with one hand. He gave it a gentle shake, only to find that the other remained unresponsive, causing his brow to furrow in concern. Was he truly so fragile? His gaze then shifted to the other 3 individuals. The previous trio fared no better. One was dead while the other 2 lay unconscious, all slumped against the corner, motionless. Very well, perhaps I had been too forceful, Qinin lamented, acknowledging that with his unparalleled physique and strength, combined with the deadly poison coursing through him, such a ferocious strike would be unbearable for an ordinary person. Time passed, though its measure was lost in the shock of the guards surrounding the dungeon. Qinin, towering nearly 3 meters, effortlessly carried Zhou Bolong as he strode deeper into the confines of the prison. The guards, their eyes wide with terror, beheld their elder brother in a near-lifeless state, just as they were about to call out, only to be struck down by a casual sweep of the giantess hand, sent hurtling backward, foaming at the mouth. Meeting a grim fate. This spectacle rendered the remaining guards utterly silent, fearful to utter a sound. Thus, they traversed the labyrinthine corridors. At long last, Qin beheld Zhao Boying, who was drenched in blood, his disheveled hair a testament to the torment he had endured. A grin broke across Qin's face as he remarked, "Brother Zhao, it appears you have not fared well during our time apart." Zhao Boying, steeped in profound regret and despair, had long since resigned himself to death, yearning only for one last glimpse of his junior sister, even if merely a fleeting sight. However, he was utterly unprepared for the sound that reached his ears, one he would wish to avoid for all eternity. Suddenly, Zhao Boying's gaze shot upward. Panic etched across his features as disbelief washed over him. The demon, Qin," he stammered, struggling to accept the reality before him. But soon, his pupils constricted in horror as he caught sight of his senior brother, barely clinging to life in Qin's grasp. "Senior brother," he cried out in alarm. "What senior brother? I have long maintained that your senior brother is a minion of the demonic sect, yet you refuse to believe it." Qin chuckled, casually tossing Zhou Bolong aside. "He is the son of the sect leader and was sent to infiltrate your Tiangang sect from a young age. It was he who killed your master." With a glance at Zhou Bolong, Qin added, "Am I mistaken?" Trembling with fear, Zhou Bolong, now fully conscious, had already endured Qin's inhumane torment and dared not refute him. Yes, you are correct," he stammered in terror. "Senior brother." Zhao Boying gasped again, his voice quaking. "Enough, brother Zhao, come with me." Qin smiled, stating, "I am eager to discover what treasures lie within your Tiangang sect." Chapter 65. The Emergence of the Demon Qin. Deep within the Tiangang sect, Zhao Boying, despite his grievous injuries and laborious movements, resolutely followed in Qin's wake, ultimately arriving at the treasury. Undoubtedly, it was Zhou Bolong who had taken on the role of guide. After all, he was currently ensnared by Qin, gripped by a profound fear, and dared not defy even the slightest of Qin's demands. His sole hope lay in the swift response of the wandering heroes outside, praying they would come to his rescue from the clutches of this demon. "Is this the culmination of nearly a century of your Tiangang sect's resources?" Qin inquired, surveying the chaotic assortment of medicinal herbs within the treasury. Without further ado, he carelessly cast Zhou Bolong aside and approached the piles of herbs, hastily shoving them into his mouth. He harbored no concerns about Zhou Bolong escaping his grasp. If such an occurrence were to transpire, then Qin would have no place left in this world. As it turned out, Zhou Bolong remained utterly paralyzed with fear, his expression betraying sheer terror as he beheld Qin, as though confronted by the gravest of horrors. Zhao Boying, however, fared slightly better. Having previously witnessed Qin's reckless consumption of herbs within the city, he had mentally prepared himself for this absurdity. Yet, Zhou Bolong had never encountered such a spectacle. How could he fathom that there existed a person so brazenly consuming medicinal herbs? Did he not fear the disastrous consequences of incompatible potencies leading to a tragic demise? Thus, time trickled by, each moment marked by Qin's frenzied consumption while he kept a watchful eye on the panel displaying his available attribute points. Gradually, his brows furrowed in discontent. Indeed, the increase in his available attribute points was far from satisfactory, proving to be a stark contrast to his experiences within the Valley of 10,000 Poisons. Coconut Novel Network. Though it is better than having nothing at all, waves of medicinal herbs were consumed, gradually increasing his free attribute points. After approximately 10 minutes, Qin had nearly finished the herbs. His free attribute points rose steadily, ultimately settling at 180. Although the quality of these herbs from the Tiangang sect could not be compared to those from the Ghost Doctor, their quantity far surpassed those of the Ghost Doctor. "Is this all there is? Are there no other herbs?" Qin inquired, directing his gaze toward Zhou Bolong. "No more. That is all," Zhou Bolong replied in a panic. "Is that so?" Qin furrowed his brow and retorted coldly, "What a disappointment. Is this all the resources a prestigious sect possesses? Surely, you must have some secret elixirs for cultivation? I recall that sects like yours typically concoct some elixirs for their disciples." He had previously obtained some elixirs by forcefully breaching the Golden Blade Martial Arts Hall. Even that modest establishment had secret elixirs, he found it hard to believe that the Tiangang sect did not possess any. "You are deceiving me, aren't you?" Qin suddenly fixed his piercing gaze on Zhou Bolong. Zhou Bolong was immediately struck with terror as he exclaimed, "No, there truly is none. All the secret elixirs have been consumed some time ago. Since Master S' demise, I have not concocted a single one." Zhao Boying, however, displayed a flicker of emotion, responding, "It seems there might indeed be some secret elixirs." Long before, Master collected a myriad of materials and once crafted a vial of marrow-extracting elixir. Marrow-extracting elixir? Qin En's eyes gleamed with interest. Indeed, but this elixir is not one meant to nurture the body. Rather, it is a potion that, once ingested, can unleash one's potential, leading to mutual destruction with the adversary. Upon consumption, the body's latent capabilities will gradually deplete, culminating in a painful demise within 1 or 2 years. Zhao Boying continued, "Master entrusted me with the safeguarding of this marrow-extracting elixir, and it currently resides in a concealed compartment within my quarters." "Excellent, lead me there swiftly," Qin En urged with a smile. Meanwhile, Zhou Belong's gaze reddened, a deep resentment surging within him. What a cunning old man, to have prepared for this contingency without my knowledge. When did he concoct the marrow-extracting elixir? Without hesitation, Qin En seized Zhou Belong and followed Zhao Boying. The trio departed from the location once more. Although they encountered several disciples of the Tiangang sect along the way, without exception, they were effortlessly subdued by Qin En's mere gestures, none able to utter a cry. This unfolding scene gradually plunged Zhou Belong's heart into the depths of despair. Before long, they arrived at Zhao Boying's chamber. There, Zhao Boying withdrew a long sword from the wall and drove it into the side of the bedroom wall, slicing through to reveal the grayish-blue brick layers concealed within. Zhao Boying extended his fingers, deftly retrieving a piece of azure brick from within. Behind this brick lay a surprisingly hollow space, within which rested a large black wooden box. At this moment, Zhao Boying slowly extracted the box. His master had entrusted him with this wooden container, imparting that it contained a vial of marrow-extracting elixir and certain secrets of the Tiangang sect. He had been strictly instructed never to open this box unless the Tiangang sect faced dire peril. However, after his master's tragic demise, the memory of the box faded from his mind. Upon hearing this, Zhou Belong's breathing quickened, his gaze fixating on the box. Could it be that he had been unable to uncover the sect's legendary martial arts? It now appeared likely that the Aged One had concealed them within this very box. With a casual motion, Qin En crushed the black wooden box, rendering it to splinters. The resilient rosewood disintegrated beneath his grip as if it were mere foam. The box sprang open, revealing a white porcelain vial, a letter, and a tome with yellowed pages. Qin En seized the letter first. Noticing the inscription on the envelope, "To my disciple Boying," personally opened. He glanced at it briefly before handing it to Zhao Boying, then grasped the white porcelain vial. Indeed, a label affixed to its surface read marrow-extracting elixir. Upon uncorking it, he discovered 10 or so plump white pills within. Could this substance be classified as highly toxic? Qin En furrowed his brow. Ultimately, he extracted one pill, hesitating for a moment before placing it into his mouth. With a few crunching sounds, he swallowed it whole. However, he soon found himself illuminated by a sudden clarity, revealing his delight as he distinctly perceived the enhancement of his freedom attribute. Upon consuming the marrow-extracting elixir, a profound warmth enveloped his body, akin to a blazing inferno igniting within his lower abdomen. The growth of his freedom attribute was unprecedentedly swift, soaring from 180 to 230 points in mere moments. The elixir, while fiery, seemed to pose no harm to his physique, falling within the realm of his body's absorption capacity. Qin En understood this implicitly. With this knowledge, he could relinquish his apprehensions entirely. Under the astonished gazes of Zhao Boying and Zhou Belong, Qin En tilted the bottle toward his mouth, swallowing the contents as one would a sweet treat. "Qin brother, you absolutely must not," Zhao Boying exclaimed in horror. Although the marrow-extracting elixir was not lethally toxic, it bore a terror of its own. Once ingested, it would extract the latent potential from one's body, hastening its decline. While it could temporarily bestow immense power, the aftermath would age the body by decades in an instant. Just a single elixir could bring a person to the brink of death. Did Qin En truly dare to consume the entire bottle? His ignorance of danger is a boon for me, Zhou Belong thought with hidden glee. Yet, Qin En's expression radiated even greater joy. After downing the entire bottle of the elixir, the searing sensation in his lower abdomen intensified, radiating through his limbs and bones. More crucially, he sensed that the 3 toxic sacs within him seemed to undergo a violent transformation, bubbling and churning as if a chemical reaction were taking place. A vast expanse of black essence emanated from the poison sac, with tendrils of this dark vapor even escaping through Qin En's pores. As the eerie black mist met the air, it began to sizzle, corroding the walls and floor of the Western Zhou. Alarmed, Zhou Bolong and Zhao Boying instinctively held their breath and quickly retreated. Despite their efforts, both felt their bodies sway, their nostrils burning, and a sense of dizziness overwhelming them. They were struck with a mix of shock and disbelief. Yet, under their terrified gaze, Qin remained still, his eyes flickering as he silently observed the panel before him, seemingly indifferent to the chaos surrounding him. Minutes passed in this manner until his free attribute value finally stabilized at 450 points. Although this was lower than he had anticipated, it was still commendable. He had expected a reduction due to the weakening of resistance. With a hearty laugh that resonated like that of a formidable demon, Qin reveled in his newfound strength. With 450 points in free attributes, he believed no one in the world could rival him. He resolved to confront the army and eliminate Zhao Tian'an, thus securing another 90 years of power. The marrow-extracting fruit truly lived up to its reputation. Yet he lamented that only a single vial remained. His gaze flickered as he discarded the empty bottle and casually retrieved the book from the wooden box. The title read Heavenly Demon Supreme Technique. Another secret manual? Qin opened the book and began to peruse its contents, discovering it to be a rigorous internal cultivation method, exceedingly demanding in its practice. Those who cultivate this art endure endless suffering. With each level of mastery, the agony they experience multiplies several-fold, causing continual damage to their internal organs and meridians. More critically, this practice necessitates the use of marrow-extracting elixirs for advancement. Even if one were to achieve mastery, it would only extend their life by 7 or 8 years. Is this not a method of self-mutilation? No wonder it is concealed within a wooden box. Nevertheless, I have already acquired the profound dragon elephant technique. This practice holds no significance for me. Qin first passed this technique to Zhao Boying. Initially, he had considered borrowing the Tiangang sect's Tiangang Wuxian Gong, but at his current level, it too seemed merely superfluous. Ignoring Zhao Boying and Zhou Bolong before him, Qin suddenly turned his gaze back to the interface. System, allocate points to the dragon elephant technique and the shadow divine art. He silently intoned. Instantly, the interface blurred once more, and the data began to shift rapidly. Simultaneously, an intense reaction surged within Qin's body, as an even more potent venom began to flood through him. If the reaction from the earlier ingestion of the marrow-extracting elixir was merely a preliminary response, now the reaction within him had undoubtedly escalated to an astonishing degree. A thunderous roar echoed as vast plumes of black energy erupted from his form, releasing a terrifying miasma that filled the air with filth, darkness, corrosion, and pungency, severely eroding the ground in all directions. Alarmed, Zhao Boying and Zhou Bolong instinctively held their breath and retreated in panic. They were gripped by terror, perceiving Qin ahead as if he had suddenly transformed into an exceptionally fearsome beast. A sinister and dark aura surged forth, ultimately enveloping nearly half the room. Quick! The elder brother is over there. We must rescue him. There are troublemakers at the Tiangang sect. We cannot let the enemy escape. Suddenly, a cacophony of chaotic shouts erupted from outside. It was the numerous martial artists and disciples of the Tiangang sect in the front courtyard who had sensed something amiss and rushed in. Zhou Bolong's eyes narrowed coldly. Seizing the moment when Zhao Boying was unprepared, he swiftly struck out with a palm. Bang! The sound reverberated as Zhao Boying spewed blood, hurtling forward and crashing towards the room. Zhou Bolong, with a powerful push of his foot, retreated like a dart, letting out a piercing howl. The demon Qin has appeared. Help us. Chapter 66. Did you think my speed was slow? A resounding roar shook the surroundings. Zhou Bolong, heedless of anything else, fled toward the outside. The multitude of arriving martial artists, travelers, and Tiangang sect disciples were all taken aback, each letting out fierce shouts, hastening their pace towards the source of the outcry. Quick, save the elder brother. The demon Qin has actually appeared at the Tiangang sect. We cannot let the demon Qin escape. Countless figures shouted in unison. As they burst forth, they beheld Zhou Bolong, his hair disheveled, drenched in blood, and his face ashen, resembling a specter of horror as he fled from the courtyard. The demon Qin is in trouble. Quickly subdue him, Zhou Bolong shouted. The crowd was utterly astonished, recklessly rushing towards the courtyard. Coughing violently, Zhao Boying spat out blood, his breath erratic as he struggled on the ground, his face a mask of terror as he gazed at the multitude of martial artists charging towards him. No, do not approach. He was acutely aware of the lethal nature of Qing'an and the potent venom coursing through him. Should these innocent martial artists draw near, he feared none would emerge alive. Yet, alas, his warnings came too late. Just as the crowd surged toward the room, within, Qing'an, with his eyes closed in meditation, suddenly opened them wide, resembling a ferocious beast awakening from slumber. With a thunderous roar, he raised his hand without a hint of hesitation. An overwhelming force imbued with deadly poison erupted explosively from his palm. With his current strength, the devastation he could unleash was unimaginable. He was already unparalleled in physique and power, and now, having fortuitously augmented his abilities with the dragon elephant technique and the shadow god art, his internal energy had become even more formidable. Crucially, the venom within him had further mutated under the influence of the marrow-extracting pill. In an instant, the room's door shattered into fragments. The terrifying aura and force rained down upon the martial artists like a torrential downpour, eliciting screams of agony as their bodies were sent flying like autumn leaves, meeting a tragic end. Those onlookers, transported from another realm, were seized by panic, hastily retreating. It was too brutal, too terrifying. Who claimed that the demon Qing'an was experiencing any form of weakness? Was he even human? Such power is surely surpassing the realm of the lowly martial arts, is it not? Without a moment's hesitation, they swiftly began to utilize the forum's camera and photography features, rapidly disseminating the events occurring here. The great boss has manifested. The strength of the demon Qing'an is utterly monstrous. The demon Qing'an is at Tiangang Gate. Everyone, come and see. A torrent of messages flooded the forum. Meanwhile, other traversers in various directions were equally astonished, igniting countless discussions. Within the room, as Qing'an unleashed a single palm strike, sending a dozen individuals flying, his imposing figure strode forth from the chamber. Frowning, he surveyed the multitude before him. To the west, a dense crowd of martial artists had gathered, an indeterminate number surrounding him. A conservative estimate would place them in the thousands, some standing in the courtyard, others perched upon rooftops. Each held their weapons tightly, their expressions a mix of shock and awe, all eyes directed towards him. The demon Qing'an, indeed, is the demon Qing'an. It is no exaggeration that he stands nearly 10 feet tall. A fiend, a truly fearsome fiend. Is everyone gathered? Qing'an inquired, then abruptly turned his gaze towards Zhao Boying. There, Zhao Boying was spitting blood, grievously wounded, struggling on the ground. Fortunately, Zhou Bolong had previously been heavily injured by Qing'an. Thus the strength of that palm strike was not overwhelmingly potent, preventing Zhao Boying from meeting his demise on the spot. Had it been any other time, Zhou Bolong's strike would have undoubtedly sealed Zhao Boying's fate. What do you think? I have long asserted that your master brother is not a good person. Do you now believe me? Suddenly, Qing'an broke into a smile. He then turned to the crowd and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I must clarify a matter. The current leader of the Tiangang sect, our esteemed senior brother Zhou Bolong, is in fact an undercover agent of the Devil's Cult and the son of the contemporary Devil's Cult leader. You were unaware of this, were you?" A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Even the time travelers were taken aback, finding it hard to believe. Such nonsense. How dare he slander our leader? The words of the demon Qing'an are utterly untrustworthy. This fiend, Qing'an, has committed countless atrocities. He must be eradicated today, for the sake of the martial world. Various shouts erupted from the assembled crowd. Clearly, few of the locals believed Qing'an's claims. However, the time travelers were a different story. Having witnessed myriad extraordinary events, they were inclined to believe almost anything, even the existence of ghosts. In an instant, the time travelers were abuzz with excitement, rapidly engaging in discussions on their forum. Well, Zhou Bolong is actually the son of the Devil's Cult leader. What a well-kept secret. The cunning of this cult leader is remarkable. He managed to send his son to the Tiangang sect from such a young age. Incredible, truly incredible. Today, we've stumbled upon a significant revelation. Upon hearing the clamor of support from the crowd, Zhou Bolong felt a surge of satisfaction, yet his heart was heavy with indignation as he thundered, "Everyone, do not be swayed by this demon's fabrications. Qing'an is colluding with my junior brother Zhao Boying in a scheme to overthrow our Tiangang sect. Zhao Boying, do you still consider yourself a man? You have conspired with the nefarious Qing'an. Can you truly face the memory of your deceased master? Can you look your junior sister in the eye?" His heart heavy with sorrow, he reprimanded. "It is not like that. It is not. Cough, cough. It is not." Zhao Boying coughed up blood, panic-stricken. "Enough. Do you still claim you have not colluded with the fiend Qing'an? Then why did he come to your rescue? Zhou Bolong thundered, interrupting Zhao Boying. Zhao Boying, preoccupied with spitting blood, turned pale, unable to articulate a coherent response. Curse it. The more I speak, the more absurd it becomes. Qin gently shook his head and advanced, declaring, if none of you believe me, then I shall have no choice but to eliminate all of you. This is utter chaos. What is the point of reasoning? If reasoning were effective, then why practice martial arts? If explanations fail to convince, then it is best to eradicate the lot. Amitabha. Suddenly, a resounding Buddhist chant echoed, resonating in the ears of all present. From the crowd emerged a monk clad in a light yellow robe, robust in stature and adorned with prayer beads. This monk had pristine white brows, and although of considerable age, his gaze was remarkably bright. The martial artist present felt a surge of hope. It was the revered Fa Xian from the Diamond Temple. Wonderful. With the presence of the esteemed monk from the Western Diamond Temple, surely he could subdue the fiend Qin. It is said that Fa Xian's prowess is second only to that of the temple's abbot, Fa Tian. Qin, you have wrought much bloodshed. Your sins are profound. Do you still not know repentance? The old monk's expression was one of profound compassion, with his long eyebrows drooping as he inquired, how many lives must you extinguish before you relent? From whence do you emerge? Qin furrowed his brow and retorted, enough of this idle chatter. If you wish to be the vanguard, then I shall simply strike you down. Alas, alas, the old monk with the long brows remained unperturbed, continuing to chant the Buddha's name, sorrowfully stating, with the Buddha as my witness, today I shall lift the ban on killing. Let the esteemed monk slay him. Yes, eliminate the demon Qin and rid the martial world of this scourge. Restore peace to our realm, cried the throngs of martial artists. The various travelers secretly anticipated the unfolding drama, eager to witness the live broadcast while keeping a vigilant watch over the proceedings. Once the esteemed monk managed to severely injure this demon, they would not hesitate to rush forward and claim the prize. After all, the demon Qin possessed an essence of internal power refined over 90 years. Who could resist such temptation? Whosoever claimed him would instantly ascend to the pinnacle of the 008 world. Suddenly, the esteemed monk vanished, as if he had transformed, moving with unparalleled speed. The air was left only with a blurred afterimage. The monk's discerning gaze was sharp and astute. He understood that this demon's imposing physique endowed him with great strength. Thus, he opted to evade the demon's might initially, planning to maneuver behind him and strike at his vital points with his pure internal energy to subdue him. Based on his decades of experience in the martial world, he knew that any man of such robust stature would inevitably lag in speed. This demon, standing at 11 feet tall, would surely be even more unwieldy. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind Qin, his eyes glinting with a sharp intensity. He raised both hands and struck down towards several vital points on Qin's back, including the Dazhui, Mingmin, Shindao, and Sinew. Each blow contained the essence of decades of profound internal energy. He believed these points were of utmost importance. No matter how formidable the demon's martial prowess or deep the internal force, if he struck these points with sufficient force, even the greatest abilities would be rendered ineffective. However, just as his hands were about to land on these critical areas, he was taken aback to find that Qin had inexplicably turned around in an instant. With a swift motion, Qin's large hands seized his own, capturing his wrists in a single encounter. The entire body of the monk was abruptly lifted off the ground, suspended by Qin's grasp on his arms. A tremor coursed through the heart of the monk, disbelief washing over him. Did you think my speed was lacking? A smile played upon Qin's lips. The monk, filled with alarm, urgently summoned his internal energy to struggle, simultaneously unleashing a series of powerful kicks aimed at Qin's chest and abdomen. Crack! Ah! With a fierce grip, Qin crushed the monk's wrists, eliciting a piercing scream of agony. Yet despite this, the monk's legs continued to strike with formidable internal force against Qin's chest. Regrettably, the attack fueled by decades of internal energy merely reverberated against Qin's protective aura, unable to breach it, producing only a series of dull thuds, leaving Qin utterly unscathed. Instead, Qin seized the old monk by the ankle, spinning him rapidly as if he were a mere windmill. Amidst the astonished expressions of the onlookers, he carelessly flung him away. With a resounding crash, the monk's body was hurled dozens of meters away, landing with a thud. His fate uncertain. Such disorder. Qin remarked with a calm demeanor, I attempted to reason with you, yet you refused to listen, leaving me no choice but to resort to force. In the ensuing chaos, blood spilled, corpses littered the ground, and toxic gas permeated the air, accompanied by a cacophony of thundering sounds and howling energies. The vast courtyard of the Tiangang sect was engulfed in turmoil, with bodies flying westward in all directions. Each one resembled a cannonball, grotesquely mangled, their bones shattered. All the travelers were in a state of panic, each one filled with unimaginable dread. It was utterly terrifying. This demon was no mere human. He was a monster. How could they possibly complete such a task? At that moment, the Tiangang sect lay in ruins. Initially, there were over 1,000 martial artists present, but once the demon Qinan unleashed his wrath, they proved to be utterly powerless against him. With a mere wave of his hand, a deadly wave of energy erupted, instantly claiming the lives of dozens. Subsequently, his hands danced like mortars, annihilating anyone who dared to charge at him, their bones reduced to fragments and their lives extinguished. The scene was nothing short of heart-stopping. Flee for your lives. The monks of the Vajra Temple are doomed. The elders of the Qingyan sect have also met their end. The master of Withered Wood has perished. Oh heavens! The great boss has arrived. One by one, the traversers are gripped by an overwhelming terror, scrambling frantically to escape into the distance. Zhou Bolong, hidden at the back of the crowd, pales to a ghastly white, his fright propelling him to flee in haste. The sheer horror of the situation is beyond his comprehension. He cannot fathom that such a fearsome being exists in this world. Thousands of skilled martial artists. Even if his father were present, he would only meet a tragic end. Yet, in the presence of the demon Qinan, they are utterly insignificant. Waves of martial experts are sent hurtling through the air, their corpses cascading like fallen leaves. Is this truly human? Does his inner strength not deplete? This is simply too terrifying. On the ground, Zhao Boying's face is ashen, his heart gripped with fear, his very soul trembling. The fallen bodies, they are all renowned experts from the martial world, the core figures of various sections. Yet, before this demon Qinan, they are ruthlessly obliterated in such numbers. The righteous martial realm is utterly annihilated. I have long proclaimed that Zhou Bolong is the son of the demon sect leader. You refuse to heed my warnings, forcing my hand. How do you like the outcome now? Qinan speaks with indifference, his palms slicing through the air with thunderous resounding blows, the deadly poison still erupting from him. Behind him, it seems as though a black sun has emerged, continuously exuding terrifying toxic vapors. With a wave of his hand, this poison transforms into a formidable force, surging violently towards the western expanse. Indeed, the dragon elephant technique lives up to its illustrious reputation. The power that emerged after he was enhanced to perfection is beyond imagination. Especially when this formidable inner strength combines with the deadly poison within him, it creates a terrifying force that has never been witnessed in the 008 world. If one were to assess Qinan's current cultivation level, it would undoubtedly be classified as first grade, nearing the mid-first grade stage. This represents the pinnacle of this world. Any further advancement could very well provoke its rejection. I believe that Zhou Bolong is the son of the demon sect's leader. Great hero, spare us. I also believe it. Please, do not kill us. A group of survivors fled in panic, their cries echoing in terror. Zhou Bolong was overwhelmed with fear, desperate to escape from this place at any cost. Do you believe now? Qinan suddenly smiled and said, if you had believed earlier, would we have ended up in this situation? With a swift movement, he appeared before Zhou Bolong as if he had teleported, seizing the latter by the neck and lifting him effortlessly. You claim to be the son of the demon sect's leader. Qinan remarked with a smile. I am the son of the demon sect's leader. My name is Ying Tianlong. I confess, I admit everything. Great hero, spare my life. I do not wish to die. Please, I beg you, do not kill me. Zhou Bolong was utterly broken, wailing in despair. This was truly a monster, an insurmountable monster. Throughout history, he had never encountered anyone so terrifying. Even if one were to unearth the ascended arhats from the Golden Buddha Temple, it would not suffice to subdue this fiend. Brother Zhao, did you hear? He has confessed. Qinan turned around, revealing a smile as he cast his gaze towards the distant Zhao Boying. Zhao Boying's heart was filled with an overwhelming dread, rendering him incapable of comprehending Qinan's words. It is over. From this moment forth, not only has the righteous martial world met its demise, but the reputation of the Tiangang sect has also been irreparably tarnished. Zhao Boying is destined to be remembered as a historical villain. Junior brother Zhao, please intercede on my behalf. I implore you. Zhou Bolong cried out in despair. You claim your master was slain by you? Qinan chuckled. I cannot say. Spare me, I truly cannot disclose it. Zhou Bolong continued to weep. If you refuse to speak, Then death is your only fate. Qinan laughed. No, I shall confess. My master was indeed slain by me. I led an ambush against him, consumed by jealousy towards junior brother Zhao. Why does my master favor him so? Why does the junior sister hold him in such esteem? I had no choice but to frame junior brother Zhao. Spare my life, I beseech you. Zhou Bolong wept bitterly. Nearby, Zhao Boing's eyes turned red. His expression a tempest of rage, veins bulging on his forehead as he bellowed, Zhou Bolong, return my master's life. I too was coerced. Woe is me. Do not take my life. I am my father's only son. Zhou Bolong lamented. How intriguing. The truth has been unveiled. Qinan remarked. With a snap of his fingers, without any hesitation, he mercilessly twisted Zhou Bolong's neck, discarding him like refuse. In a nonchalant tone, he remarked, I have long asserted that your master was murdered by him. What now? Has he confessed? Sometimes, solving a case can be astonishingly simple. Zhao Boying's mind was engulfed in a cacophony, his thoughts buzzing and swirling. In that moment, his body swayed, and he collapsed once more onto the ground, his face a portrait of despair. Gazing at the multitude of lifeless bodies around him, he found himself utterly lost, uncertain of the path that lay ahead. The young man finally succumbed to the weight of his emotions, burying his face in his hands and weeping bitterly, his cries resonating with profound sorrow that tugged at the heartstrings of those who heard. Why are you still crying? Qinan inquired, his expression one of surprise. I have uncovered the truth for you and avenged your grievances. Why do you weep still? He then gently shook his head and replied, Enough. You impart your secrets to me, and I will assist you in your vengeance. From this moment forth, we shall owe each other nothing. Brother Zhao, take care of yourself going forward. With that, he took a step forward, making his way out. Qinan valued fairness above all. A favor exchanged for a favor was the perfect way to balance the scales of human sentiment. Now, he had his own matters to attend to. As he walked, he cast a glance at the panel before him, unable to suppress the gradual furrowing of his brow. Name, Qinan age, 18 physique, exceeding all contemporaries within this realm strength. Unmatched amongst his peers in this world swiftness, second to none of his contemporaries in this world mentality, second to none of his contemporaries in this world martial arts. Celestial Dipper primordial soul reaping hand, unprecedented mastery. Effects, rupture, incineration, chi shield, chi network, mental deterrence, unparalleled venom. Celestial Dipper big dipper steps, unprecedented mastery. Effects, alacrity, phantom divine art, unprecedented mastery. Effects, afterimage, epithet, fiend heart sutra, blazing sun scarlet venom art, unprecedented mastery. Effects, virulence, ardor, scarlet sun aegis, scarlet venom phantasm, dragon elephant decree, unprecedented mastery. Effects, draconic elephantine force, physical fortitude, imperviousness to fire and water, invulnerability to blades and arrows, unallocated attribute points. 148 primary objective. Locate the shadow lurker of this realm. Eliminate the shadow lurker and liberate the populace from the shadow lurker's dominion. Upon successful completion, a reward of 1,000 unallocated attribute points and 10 points of karma value will be granted. Failure to accomplish the objective will not incur any penalties. Deadline, 3 months. Chapter 68. Perfected prowess. Why have my swiftness and mentality not yet reached the apex of this world? Qinan furrowed his brow. He understood that contemporaries within this realm encompassed all members of the human race, not merely those who had transmigrated. Given his current prowess, he should have long attained supremacy in all attributes across the board. Yet, he still lagged behind in speed and mental acuity. This predicament compelled him to ponder the possibility of other formidable masters from lesser realms lurking in the shadows. If such were the case, his peril would remain ever present. Should they succeed in eliminating Zhao Tianin, acquiring his 90 years of cultivation, they might subsequently turn their attention towards him, leading to dire consequences. Thus, it became imperative for him to eliminate Zhao Tianin first. With this thought in mind, Qinan made his way towards the entrance of the Tiangang sect. However, upon nearing the gate, he was met with a cacophony of voices from the crowd outside. Esteemed heroes, you have finally arrived. The fiend Qin is wreaking havoc within. Wonderful. Masters Han Feng, Duan Feitian, and Lady Lu, you have come at last. The grand villain is inside, having slaughtered nearly 1,000 people. Quickly, form a sword formation and encircle the Tiangang sect. Do not allow the fiend Qin to escape. Disciples of the Flame Mountain Manor, hasten to set up the formation. Amidst the clamor, Qin initially intended to seize the opportunity to flee, but unexpectedly encountered the strongest traveler from the west once more, causing his brow to furrow in irritation. Damn it, they've been pursuing me relentlessly. During his previous ascent into the city, he had chosen not to engage with them. Yet, here they were again. Having already taken so many lives, he saw no harm in dispatching a few more. If they were unwilling to retreat peacefully, he would have no choice but to send them back to their origins. Qin rushed towards the mountain gate, and as he stepped outside, he was met by a multitude of figures forming a formation, swiftly advancing in his direction. The clamor of their movements echoed around him, as they wielded an array of weapons, swords, spears, and halberds, surrounding Qin in a tight circle. At the forefront of this throng stood the most formidable traversers of the Western realm. Han Feng of the Flame Mountain Manor, Chen Xian of the Red Sand Sect, Fei Tian of the Jiangnan 13 Waterways, and Liu Yuesheng of the White Rainbow Sword Manor. Alongside them were also the esteemed Master Fan, one of the eminent monks of the Diamond Temple and the leader of the Qingyun Temple, the Celestial Crane, as well as the master of the Iron Sword Sect, Invisible Blade Tai Wuhan, accompanied by numerous unfamiliar yet powerful figures, some of whom bore white hair and beards. Unmistakably seasoned warriors far exceeding the strength of those Qin had recently vanquished. How audacious of this heretical scoundrel to slay my disciples. Tai Wuhan of the Iron Sword Sect bellowed in fury, his anger palpable. This Eagle Slaughter Conference had seen the Iron Sword Sect dispatch an elder and more than 10 disciples to participate, yet the grim reality was evident. It appeared that the elite warriors they had sent were likely all annihilated. Amit Ba, O demon practitioner, where is my junior brother Master Fashuan? Inquired Master Fan, his hands clasped in prayer amidst the crowd. Master Fashuan has been slain. Every monk of the Diamond Temple has perished, exclaimed a nearby traverser, his voice laced with panic. Nevertheless, it was imperative to make an appearance before the divine monk of the Diamond Temple. One could only hope for a future opportunity to join their ranks. Oh, how wondrous it is! Forsaking this foul corporeal vessel, one may ascend to the blissful realms. Amitba, the compassionate countenance of the venerable monk Fan transformed. His eyes gently closed as he commenced the recitation of the Sutra of Birth, offering salvation to his recently perished disciple and numerous fellow practitioners. Demon Qin, will you not surrender yourself? Chen Xian of the Red Sand Sect exclaimed with fervor, his heart racing in disbelief. How many souls has this fiend claimed? Even Fei Xian, one of the esteemed monks of the Diamond Temple, has fallen at his hands? This power cannot be underestimated. Enough of idle chatter. We must subdue him at once. Duan Feitian declared resolutely. All disciples, heed my command. Channel the formation and capture the demon Qin. Han Feng bellowed. Instantly, the assembled disciples began to move with great urgency. In addition to the formation of the Blazing Flame Manor, there lay the formations of the Red Sand Sect and the White Rainbow Sword Manor beyond. One could witness shadows flickering, an overwhelming aura permeating the air, potent and inscrutable. All disciples launched their assault, wielding an array of weapons, swords, spears, clubs, surging forth towards Qin and Qin, however, had no desire for dialogue. Upon seeing the formation advance towards him, he took a deep breath and proclaimed, enough of this trifling delay. Allow me to unveil my ultimate assault. He began to channel his inner power, summoning the lethal toxins within, his aura swelling and radiating forth with formidable intensity. The once bronze skin began to transform into a fierce crimson, with grotesque, bulging veins pulsating as if they were conduits for molten lava. Soon, the entirety of the right palm turned an ominous black, emanating an indescribable aura of dread. Dragon Elephant, explosive palm, with a thunderous roar. The massive hand violently struck towards the crowd before him. Boom! The heavens quaked and the earth shattered, plunging the sun and moon into darkness. It resembled a terrifying black volcano erupting. Countless toxins and vigorous energy surged forth from his palm, crashing into the throng like a menacing black tornado. In truth, this name was a mere fabrication of his own invention. The martial art he intended to execute was the Celestial Gang's Hunyuan Soul Pursuit, but the name was far too lengthy to convey the desired grandeur. Thus, he spontaneously devised a new title. The new name indeed exuded a sense of majesty. With the bellow, he felt as though his strength had surged by 30%. Rumbling. Cries of agony erupted as the formation composed of hundreds of masters was immediately assailed by the terrifying poisonous energy. Shadows flailed in despair, soaring through the air as if struck by missiles. Countless lives were extinguished in an instant. Even those who survived were soon engulfed by the horrific winds, inhaling the lethal toxins, causing them to foam at the mouth and collapse onto the ground, struggling for breath. Under the weight of this single strike, the formation that once boasted hundreds was shattered, with over half perishing on the spot. Only a few at the fringes remained, but they too were stricken by the poison, writhing in agony upon the ground. Even the ground was struck by a terrifying, toxic energy, creating a vast chasm. It was an alarming scene that caused even the mightiest of the Western University's transgressors to widen their eyes in disbelief, swallowing hard as they were left utterly bewildered. Was this truly human? Was this the standard of a low martial world? It felt as though a creature from a high martial realm had descended upon them. In an instant, a chill coursed through their bodies, their minds ringing with a cacophony of thoughts. Had the Forum gone mad? Were they really expected to hunt such a monster? Had they known the formidable strength of the demon Shinin, they would have thought twice about pursuing him. With the minions dispatched, it was time for the true experts to clash. Suddenly, a smile broke across Shinin's face as he extended his hand, clasping it together, and declared, "Who wishes to be the first to come forth?" Chapter 69. Eliminate the 4 most powerful transgressors. 3 chapters. Flee for your lives. The leader of the Iron Sword sect is dead. Goodness, the demon Shinin is utterly terrifying. The holy monk of the Diamond Temple has also fallen. Master Yunha is dead. Run. The transgressors began to panic and flee once more, each one gripped by profound fear. The events of the day felt surreal, as if they were trapped in a nightmare. The leaders of the Iron Sword sect, the Qingyan sect, and the holy monk of the Diamond Temple had all perished one after another. Even the strongest transgressor from the Western University was in a state of frantic retreat, moving even faster than the rest. Indeed, when Shinin unleashed a single strike that annihilated hundreds, sending out a challenge, the strongest transgressor from the Western University wasted no time and turned to flee without hesitation. It must be said that Han Feng and Duan Feitian had their reasons for being recognized as the strongest transgressors of the Western University. Their reaction to the crisis far surpassed that of others, who remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation. While other travelers hesitated, contemplating the unfolding events, the Westerners had already commenced their rapid escape. However, despite their flight, the remaining formidable figures, the revered monk Fawn, the master of the Iron Sword sect, and the illustrious Yunha Jinren, found themselves in dire straits. These 3 were renowned masters in the martial world, comparable to the legendary figures of Dongxia, Shidu, Nandi, and Beigai. Yet, under the relentless charge of the demon Shinin, the trio could not withstand a single strike. With a thunderous crash, all 3 masters simultaneously spewed blood and were sent reeling backward. The sight was enough to instill terror in the hearts of the onlooking travelers. What a futile endeavor to undertake a mission amidst such chaos. Survival itself seemed a stroke of luck. All the travelers fled in panic, scarcely finding the time to send messages on forums, fearing that a moment's delay could lead to their demise at the hands of the demon Shinin. Did they dare to escape? Shinin's towering form surged forth like a tempest, relentlessly pursuing Han Feng, Chen Xian, Duan Feitian, and Lu Yuesheng. The harassment he had previously endured from the Westerner had caused him considerable vexation. Now, having the opportunity to exact vengeance, he had no intention of letting them flee. "Great demon, let us converse. There has been a misunderstanding. If you are willing, we would gladly acknowledge you as our master." Chen Xian cried out in terror. For the travelers, what dignity could possibly hold any weight? It was all but an illusion. Their singular desire was to survive. The Westerners have endured until now, and having finally attained their current standing, who would willingly relinquish it? Misunderstanding? Go and discuss that with the King of Hell. Shinin sneered, having pursued him relentlessly. It truly infuriated him. Do they wish to eliminate him? Then let them all perish. 8 killings of the tyrant dragon. Shinin roared, channeling his inner power. The venom within him began to compress infinitely once more, his skin turning crimson, veins protruding, and the entirety of his palm rapidly darkening. A strike refined to its utmost peak. Die. Boom. With a forceful slap, the power unleashed was terrifying. The gale howled, and the air seemed to be tainted with an inky black hue. The attack surged towards the strongest of the Westerners with ferocity. Terror gripped their hearts as they cried out in alarm. In terms of strength, they could not match Shinin. In terms of speed, they were outpaced by him as well. Even the most adept at agility, Lu Yuesheng, found no means of escape against Shinin's terrifying palm strike. Demon Shinin. I curse your very lineage. I shall fight you to the death." The Westerner, facing his demise, bellowed in rage. Bang, bang, bang. Each of them emitted muffled sounds, blood splattering as though they had unleashed some formidable forbidden technique, their auras surging dramatically, increasing several-fold in an instant. Then, the Westerners united their strength and struck back against Qin En's palm with all their might. Boom! The sound roared, and the tempest erupted. The strongest Westerners spat blood, hurtling backward in a panic, crashing into the distance, utterly horrified. How could this be? How could this happen? They had already employed secret techniques, invoking the demonic disintegration spell. Yet they still could not contend with this demon? Indeed, the demon disintegration was awarded to them during their first main quest in 7 or 8 years, a reward bestowed by the Forum. At that time, they were granted not only 50 years of cultivation, but also the esoteric art of demon disintegration. This technique, once invoked, severs one's own meridians, resulting in a surge of power that leads to mutual destruction with the enemy. In such a scenario, even celestial beings would be powerless to intervene. It is safe to say that unless in dire straits, this technique must never be employed. Today, they had been driven to their absolute limits, compelling them to utilize the demon disintegration. However, they never anticipated that even under such circumstances, they would still be unable to contend with this demon. What manner of bizarre creature is this? Not dead. Qin En was equally astonished. How is it possible that it remains alive? He had already exerted his full strength. It was rather intriguing. It seemed to be a secret technique. Qin En gazed at the group and declared, "Very well. I shall see how many blows you can endure." His aura erupted, inner energy surged, and the potent toxins within him began to compress once more, his entire being radiating a crimson glow, akin to a fearsome beast charging at them. The 7 stars shatter the heavens. Once again, he unleashed a fabricated strike, propelled by sheer momentum. Boom! The sound reverberated, and the strongest of the Western traversers once more spewed blood, letting out a wail as he was sent hurtling backward. The remaining group of traversers looked on in terror. They had suffered another defeat. It was futile. The esteemed Han Feng and his companions were thoroughly at a disadvantage. Run for your lives. The great Duan Feitian is dead. Oh my, the esteemed Lu Yuesheng has also perished. The mightiest traveler from the West is doomed. Amid their frantic escape, the strongest among them ultimately succumbed to the relentless onslaught of Qin En. Despite their fervent attempts and the invocation of their ultimate powers, even the West practitioners could not withstand the onslaught. After mere dozens of exchanges, Duan Feitian and Lu Yuesheng's bodies could bear no more. With a piercing scream, they were obliterated. As the two met their tragic fates, despair instantly gripped the remaining Han Feng and Qin Xian. In the midst of their wails and cries, a terrifying force tore through their internal defenses, and a cataclysmic wave of energy struck them, sending them hurtling through the air to their untimely demise. Thus, the mightiest travelers from the West all perished. At last, tranquility was restored. It was long overdue. Qin En remarked calmly. Alas, the assault had been too swift. He had not the chance to inquire about their secret techniques. Had he obtained one, it would have been a worthwhile acquisition. Nevertheless, vanquishing these Westerners resolved a significant nuisance, sparing him from future chaos instigated by their reckless calls for vengeance against him. Suddenly, Qin En turned his gaze toward the direction of the Tiangang sect, observing the chaotic remnants of the sect's entrance. Zhao Boying, disheveled and pale, stood amidst countless corpses, staring blankly at Qin En, his eyes wide with terror and silence. Qin En said nothing in return, merely shaking his head gently before swiftly descending the mountain. At that moment, no words were necessary. From then on, all grievances were settled, and they were no longer indebted to one another. A complimentary gift awaits. Chapter 70. A sensation across the realm. The entire forum erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. The events transpiring within the Tiangang sect swiftly spread across the digital landscape, reaching every corner of the 008 world through various channels. Not only were all the travelers left in shock, but the entire martial world was also thrown into turmoil. Regardless of their affiliations, nearly everyone became aware of the happenings within the Tiangang sect. Did I hear correctly? The esteemed Han Feng and his companions have all perished. The leader of the Iron Sword sect is dead. The head of the Qingyun Temple has met his demise. The revered monk of the Golden Buddha Temple is left with only the abbot standing. My goodness, the righteous martial world has been completely annihilated. This is the essence of a superlative villain, transcending the boundaries of a low-tier martial realm. How could we possibly accomplish such a task? The Forum has gone mad, entrusting us with such a daunting mission. It is terrifying. I was present at the Tian Gang sect that day, witnessing with my own eyes as the demon Chenin struck down nearly 100 individuals with a single palm. Who could possibly contend with such a being? Has the Forum lost its senses? All travelers were engulfed in disbelief and trepidation. The very thought of such news is chilling. In a single day, the eminent figures of the righteous martial world, akin to the great peaks of Mount Tai, have been extinguished. Have the righteous sects nearly crumbled? What a jest! Yet, the demonic sect is not faring any better, as its formidable experts were already annihilated by that demon, Chenin, long before. Indeed, the western sage of the demon sect, the 8 great Vajras, and the 7 elders have all been nearly annihilated. Both the righteous and the wicked have fallen prey to this enigmatic fiend. What manner of creature is this? The martial arts world of the 008 realm has regressed by decades. No, not merely decades. The entire Jianghu has reverted by over a century. Their demise is fortuitous, splendid even. With these formidable figures extinguished, we, the Traversers, can finally seize the opportunity to rise. Ha ha ha. Truly a boon from the heavens. Indeed, though we may fail our missions and suffer a reduction in our cultivation by half, as long as we remain alive, we can gradually cultivate our way back up. There will come a time when we may attain the status of esteemed masters in the martial arts world, perhaps even being accepted as direct disciples by the esteemed Golden Vajra Temple or the Qingyun Monastery. At last, we Traversers can rejoice in our newfound fortunes. So, should we express our gratitude to the demon, Chenin? On the Forum, many optimistic souls burst into laughter, their spirits lifted. In the past, most of these Traversers could only study martial arts under second-rate or third-rate sects, scarcely attracting the attention of the true powerhouses. But now, with all the strong eliminated, whether righteous or wicked, the martial arts world has regressed nearly a century. Is it not the perfect moment for these Traversers to ascend? As the saying goes, when the tiger is absent from the mountain, the monkey claims the throne. The tides of Jianghu rise and fall with each generation. These individuals are destined to become the new vanguards of the martial world. In this light, they indeed owe a debt of gratitude to Chenin. However, while they reveled in joy, the indigenous inhabitants of the 008 world were engulfed in a profound sense of dread and trepidation. As word spread, the entire 008 realm was thrown into turmoil. Particularly for those factions flowing from the Sanchi region, it felt as though the very heavens had collapsed. A myriad of rumors circulated throughout the community, culminating in the absurd claim that Chenin was the reincarnation of a demonic overlord. Whispers suggested that he was the formidable demon sealed by the Buddha 5 centuries ago, destined to bring chaos to the world. Towering nearly 10 feet with a waist to match, possessing skin as tough as bronze and bones as unyielding as iron, he was said to wield immense strength. With a face grotesquely green and fangs bared, with an insatiable appetite for human flesh. As these tales spread, they grew increasingly ludicrous. Amidst this cacophony of rumors, the forum concerning Chenin's mission unexpectedly experienced a revision. Main Quest 2, eliminate the demonic figure Chenin. Reward, 120 years of pure internal energy and the superior martial art technique, Celestial Fire of the Great Yang. Participants in the siege shall be awarded the intermediate martial skill, Great Compassion Palm. In an instant, the forum erupted into a frenzy once more. All the transgressors were vociferously cursing. What madness has taken over this forum? Offering a reward of 120 years is utterly futile. Even if it were 150 years, we could not defeat that demon. That demon transcends the realm of low martial arts. What are we even playing at? This forum is absurdly reckless in its bounties. If only I were granted the powers of a cheat. I could easily return with that demon's head, but without such advantages, how can we proceed? Even Chenin himself could not help but be taken aback, casting another glance at the forum before him. Indeed, my bounty has risen once more. This development was something he had anticipated. Whenever he committed significant deeds that shook the world, the bounties on him in the forums would invariably rise. Initially, he harbored some concerns. However, now that his prowess had reached an unprecedented zenith, he pondered what consequence a bounty could possibly hold. In this world, no one could inflict harm upon him. Even those traversers from other lesser realms could not compare to his strength and constitution. They were all suppressed in their abilities by the 008 world. Even at full force, They might struggle to breach his protective aura. Nonetheless, he knew he must swiftly eliminate Zhao Tian'an, for the bounty on Zhao Tian'an was also escalating. As Qinan walked, he observed the main quest one on the forum. During this period, Zhao Tian'an had led millions of soldiers and insurgents in relentless pursuit of the emperor. From the land of Luoyang, they charged forth with an unstoppable momentum, resembling a locust swarm, now closing in to within 100 miles of Chang'an in the western capital. Along the way, Zhao Tian'an allowed his subordinates to commit indiscriminate slaughter, razing cities and annihilating camps, amassing countless sins. The bounty on Zhao Tian'an had risen from an initial 90 years of internal energy to an astonishing 110 years. Currently, Zhao Tian'an's bounty ranked just below Qinan's. This compelled him to hasten his pace, for should anyone succeed in eliminating Zhao Tian'an, that would likely turn their attention towards him. Beyond Chang'an, in the expanse of 8 or 90 miles, countless soldiers and insurgents under Zhao Tian'an's command were encamped. The vast military encampment stretched for dozens of miles. A sea of darkness, filled with the aroma of smoke and roasted meat wafting through the air. In a spacious tent, Zhao Tian'an, clad in armor and with furrowed brows, glared at the group of deputy generals including Xiong Daiyou, Wang Hao, and Li Bin, and shouted sternly, "What do you intend to do? Do you wish to betray me? You, Zhao Tian'an, have acted in defiance, slaughtering cities and annihilating camps, taking countless lives. We have endured humiliation for far too long. We have long desired to end your tyranny." Xiong Daiyou sneered, wielding a steel blade, as he and his men encircled Zhao Tian'an. "You are one I have promoted. Xiong Daiyou, do you dare to turn against me?" Zhao Tian'an roared. "Nonsense. How could a man of honor like myself serve as a beast of burden for a butcher like you?" Xiong Daiyou retorted fiercely. "Someone, quickly, summon help." Zhao Tian'an cried urgently. "There's no need to shout, General Zhao. No one will come," came a calm voice. It was Su Qing, dressed in a blue long robe, his demeanor composed and tranquil. Zhao Tian'an's personal guards had already been incapacitated by Su Qing's swift actions. Now, not a single one could rise. Chapter 71. First Encounter with the Shadow. Indeed, Su Qing did not intend to delay any longer. On one hand, the tales of the demon Qin and were gaining traction on the forum, revealing that he was no ordinary foe. Su Qing aimed to eliminate Zhao Tian'an swiftly before turning his attention to hunting down the demon. On the other hand, he noticed that the bounty on Zhao Tian'an was escalating at an increasingly sluggish pace, nearing its limit. Thus, he resolved to secure the 110 years of power without delay, lest unforeseen circumstances arise that might deprive him of even that. "Su Qing, this entire scheme is your design." Zhao Tian'an's eyes widened in disbelief as he shouted furiously. "It's hardly a scheme. I merely provided a slight push." Su Qing, maintaining a calm demeanor, chose not to elaborate further. With a flick of his finger, a silent force shot forth, piercing Zhao Tian'an's brow like a bullet. Zhao Tian'an was a rare martial arts master, his strength comparable to that of the revered figure in the western sect of the demon cult. Yet, under Su Qing's invisible force, he found himself devoid of any chance to resist. With a resounding thud, he was struck through the forehead, spitting blood as he was hurled back, meeting a tragic end. A voice suddenly echoed in Su Qing's mind. "Congratulations, player Su Qing, for slaying Zhao Tian'an and completing the primary quest. You are rewarded with 110 years of pure internal energy and a mid-grade martial art, the Radiant Sun technique." Su Qing felt an overwhelming surge within him, as if a powerful, searing warmth akin to molten lava surged through his limbs. A tremendous force relentlessly bombarded him, causing his azure robe to flutter uncontrollably. Waves of formidable and terrifying energy erupted continuously. Su Qing hailed from a higher realm, the 104th world, and possessed extraordinary strength. However, he had been constrained by the laws of the 008 world, rendering his outward power akin to that of the abbot of the Diamond Temple. Although he had now acquired 110 years of internal energy, it failed to provide him with substantial enhancement. In the realm of 008, there exists a limit. Once an individual's strength reaches this threshold, they are inevitably expelled from the world. To avoid such rejection, one must impose self-restraint. Su Qing finds himself in this very predicament. Although he has acquired a remarkable 110 years of cultivation, he swiftly suppresses it, his strength and aura barely surpassing what they were moments ago. Nevertheless, he remains optimistic. Once he eliminates the demon, Qinan, his mission within the 008 world will be deemed complete. A smile graces Su Qing's face. The prospect of returning to the 104 world, akin to gaining over 2 centuries of internal energy out of thin air, fills him with anticipation. Su Qing, what shall we do next? Xiongdu inquires, unable to contain his curiosity. What else is there to do? Naturally, assist me in locating that demon. Su Qing replies with a smile. Rest assured, when I depart from the 008 world, I will aid you in becoming its emperor, henceforth reigning supreme. Thank you, Su Qing. Xiongdu exclaims, his expression transformed by delight. Unbeknownst to them, at this very moment, Qinin has already appeared beyond the military camp. His imposing figure stands tall atop a great tree, surveying the sprawling encampment below, his brows furrowed as he gazes at the forum. Just moments ago, he sensed a disturbance within it. Upon opening the forum, he confirmed his suspicions. The primary mission had been completed by someone. Someone had slain Zhao Tianin and obtained 110 years of pure internal energy. Now, only the second primary mission remains. The entire forum is abuzz with excitement. Countless traversers engaged in fervent discussions, all speculating on who could have dispatched Zhao Tianin. Even Qin found himself pondering the matter. Alas, with Zhao Tianin's demise, there seemed little reason for him to linger any longer. He hastened his steps, only to realize he had ultimately arrived too late. Yet, the individual responsible for Zhao Tianin's death appeared to possess rather unimpressive abilities. Despite having eliminated Zhao Tianin and acquiring a decade's worth of internal energy, their physical prowess and strength remained inferior to his own. The attributes of constitution and strength on his panel still ranked first, while speed and mental acuity held second place. Unchanged. This indicated that the opponent posed no real threat to him. Just as Qinin gently shook his head and prepared to depart, he suddenly halted. His gaze drawn back to his auxiliary panel. To his astonishment, the panel began to transform. It seemed that with Zhao Tianin's passing, the auxiliary panel exhibited a peculiar reaction. At the very bottom of the panel, a golden arrow appeared, shimmering and exceedingly conspicuous. What could it be? Qinin, filled with curiosity, instinctively concentrated his thoughts and directed them toward the golden arrow. In an instant, the arrow shot forth from the panel, leading deeper into the military camp. Shadow Seeker detected. Shadow Seeker detected. Several messages flashed through Qinin's mind. He felt a surge of focus. A Shadow Seeker within the military camp? His massive form flickered momentarily. His presence suppressed as if swept away by a tempest, vanishing from sight as he glided silently into the depths of the camp. The golden arrow continued to soar ahead, seemingly visible only to him. Soon, utilizing his exceptional agility, Qinin reached the innermost depths of the military camp. His eyes narrowed slightly as he concealed himself behind a tent, gazing intently ahead. In the air above the camp, a shadowy figure, indistinct and elusive, floated as if it were a strange specter, emanating waves of bizarre and distorted energy. More critically, a nebulous black mist surged from the figure, cascading down towards a nearby tent as though it were conveying something. Shadow entity detected. Shadow entity detected. Golden arrows pointed toward the enigmatic shadow. It seemed to sense Qinin's presence, its pitch-black eyes suddenly glancing in his direction before it vanished in an instant. The golden arrows hesitated momentarily before disappearing as well. Is this the shadow entity? Qinin pondered, a sense of incredulity washing over him. What exactly is the shadow entity? A spirit? No. It seems not to be a spirit. What, then, is that black mist emanating from it? Does it lead to the tent? A tempest of thoughts surged within Qinin, his expression darkening. After a brief moment, his formidable figure emerged as he strode towards the tent. He needed to unravel this mystery, otherwise, peace would elude him. He felt as though he had stumbled upon something dreadfully secretive. Who could it be? You are the demon Qinin? The demon Qinin has arrived. As Qinin approached the tent, he encountered the figures of Xiongdayo, Wang Hao, and Li Bin, who had just exited the tent. Their faces paled in shock, and they instinctively recoiled in disbelief. Had this demon truly infiltrated their camp? With a dismissive flick of his wrist, Qinin unleashed a wave of deadly poison. Xiongdayo, Wang Hao, and Li Bin let out horrified screams, hurtling backwards, their faces turning a ghastly shade of purple, before crashing into the tent. Inside the tent, Su Qing was quietly attuning himself to his own power when he was taken aback by the sudden commotion outside. To his astonishment, Xiongdayo came flying back towards him. As the formidable figure hurtled in his direction, Su Qing's expression hardened. Almost instinctively, he reached out to catch him. However, at the moment of contact, his expression shifted as he instinctively tossed Xiongdayo away once more, feeling a strange energy crackling in his palm. Interesting, your strength is commendable, came Qinen's voice. His towering form stepped into the tent, casting a vast shadow, his gaze icy and sharp as a blade, fixed upon Su Qing. In that instant, he realized who had been responsible for Zhao Tianen's demise. Chapter 72. Su Qing is sent flying. This is unscientific. 3 chapters. It was now certain. Qinen felt a profound conviction that the dark energy emanating from the shadowy figure was indeed linked to the young man in the green robe before him. Moreover, he was convinced that Zhao Tianen had fallen by the hands of this individual. Was he a traveler from another realm? His eyes narrowed, fixing intently on his opponent. Upon the moment Su Qing laid eyes on Qinen, he couldn't help but exhale softly, as his inner energy circulated. The deadly poison that had previously seeped into his palms was instantaneously expelled from his body by his mental force. It was truly unexpected, he mused, feeling no trace of panic. Instead, there was a serene smile upon his face. Just moments ago, he had been issuing orders to investigate the whereabouts of the demonic figure, Qinen. Yet now, this very demon stood before him in his military camp. It was as if a pillow had appeared just as sleep overtook him. Qinen, you tread where heaven has no path and invade hell's domain. You are indeed my fortunate star, leaving me at a loss for how to express my gratitude. Su Qing suddenly chuckled and inquired, could you enlighten me as to why you seek me? He appeared genuinely curious about why the demon Qinen had come to this place. And what is that layer of dark aura enveloping you? What is this shadow being? Qinen's voice was low as he posed his questions. Dark aura? Shadow being? Su Qing furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed by Qinen's words. What dark aura? What shadow being? How could there be dark aura on me? But only Qinen could perceive the formless black aura coiling around Su Qing's waist and abdomen, resembling a black python entwined around his body. This layer of dark aura was identical to what he had observed outside moments ago. You don't know? Qinen asked coldly. I find your words utterly incomprehensible, Su Qing replied, bewildered. Su Qing spoke in a calm tone. Enough. I need not elaborate further. Your intrusion here is a sign from the heavens, an indication that fate has destined me, Su Qing, for great fortune. Demon Qinen. Should I achieve remarkable success in the world beyond, I shall not forget you. But now, you shall meet your demise. With a swift movement, his figure vanished in an instant, akin to teleportation. Such velocity was breathtaking and beyond imagination. Su Qing suddenly unleashed his power, striking fiercely at Qinen's chest, aiming for the Zhongwan acupoint. His heart was icy, and his actions were merciless. A mere boss from a low-level martial world. How formidable could he truly be? Merely a colossal figure, lacking in true strength. However, in an astonishing turn of events, as Su Qing's palm descended, Qinen's hand shot forth with an incredible speed, meeting Su Qing's palm with a resounding clash. The impact was akin to 2 volcanoes colliding, generating a terrifying wave of energy that shattered the enormous tent in an instant. The furniture and weapons within were sent flying like bullets, hurtling towards the western horizon in a chaotic flurry. Even the corpses on the ground were blasted apart under the force of their internal energies, soaring through the air. The earth itself rippled like waves, resonating with a thunderous roar as countless clouds of dust erupted skyward. After the strike, Su Qing's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief etched on his face. The demon Qinen had, against all odds, withstood his power? How could this be possible? In a world of mere martial prowess, how could a mere boss withstand the might of one's own resolve? With a thunderous roar, Su Qing unleashed the 8 desolate limitless palm. His hands danced with fervor, unleashing a torrent of formidable power akin to a raging tempest, relentlessly striking towards Qinen with unyielding ferocity. Boom, boom. The cacophony was terrifying, reverberating through the air. Countless streams of vital energy erupted in the western expanse, the ground quaking beneath a barrage of explosive force. The dreadful commotion roused every soldier in the vicinity. A ripple of alarm spreading from one to another, as countless warriors seized their weapons and rushed forth. As they burst onto the scene, they were met with an utterly horrifying sight. Su Qing, the strategist, appeared as though he had transformed into a deity with 8 arms, an array of hands manifesting before him, relentlessly pummeling a colossal figure before him, a giant nearly 10 feet tall, with skin like bronze, muscles bulging, and an imposing stature. Yet, to Su Qing's dismay, all his might seemed utterly futile against this titan, who remained unperturbed, impervious to his onslaught. Such a spectacle was truly terrifying. Not only the soldiers, but even Su Qing himself widened his eyes in disbelief, overwhelmed by shock. Had he truly encountered a boss capable of withstanding all his attacks? How could this be? Su Qing, you have had your turn. Now it is mine. Qin's chilling voice suddenly pierced the air. With a thunderous bellow, akin to a cataclysmic thunderclap, a surge of black vital energy erupted from his being, imbued with lethal venom. His skin flushed crimson, veins bulging as he let out an ear-splitting roar. A massive, blood-red hand, laden with venom and fierce winds, surged forth, crashing down towards Su Qing with relentless fury. Su Qing's countenance turned pale as he instantly sensed an overwhelmingly terrifying aura. With a thunderous roar, he thrust both hands forward, unleashing the full extent of his power. A resounding explosion echoed as Su Qing's body was propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing into the crowd with a deafening impact, resulting in countless soldiers being struck down in his wake. The air was filled with anguished cries, and bodies soared through the sky in a chaotic dance. Qin flexed his neck, his expression cold and indifferent as he gazed ahead. He now comprehended why his speed ranked second in the world. Su Qing was indeed swifter than himself, albeit not by a significant margin. If one were to make a comparison, the disparity was negligible. However, in two crucial aspects, Su Qing could not compare to him. First, Su Qing was imbued with a potent venom, which had long since mutated. In the realms of low, medium, and high martial arts, even the most formidable masters would tremble in the face of such toxins. Second, Qin's physique was unparalleled across the land. A robust physique signifies superior resilience to impact, exceptional recovery capabilities, and explosive power in brief bursts. Moreover, physical strength knows no bounds, unlike raw power, which is constrained by the laws of the world. When power exceeds its limits, it faces rejection from the realm of 008. In contrast, surpassing the limits of one's physique incurs no such repercussions. It was precisely due to these two factors that Su Qing was sent flying by a single palm strike from Qin. Cough, cough, cough. Blood spurted from Su Qing's mouth, a sharp pain coursed through his arms, and his body trembled as a wave of heat surged within him. A sinister, toxic gas was relentlessly infiltrating his body through his arms and pores. His face was a portrait of horror, utterly bewildered. How could this be? This defied all logic. This monster had subdued him. Was this some kind of jest? Capture him, swiftly. He has slain the general. He is a traitor. Su Qing suddenly shouted. Yet, the soldiers to the west were engulfed in panic, retreating in disarray. Who among them dared to advance? They had witnessed the fierce battle between the two just moments ago. Was such a terrifying spectacle still human? Moreover, Qin's physique was colossal. These soldiers had never encountered a creature of such monstrous proportions. And once again, 3 chapters, a wave of free gifts would be appreciated. Thank you, esteemed readers. Chapter 73, Ultimate Power. Su Qing meets a tragic end. The entire military camp was thrown into chaos. Soldiers were flailing about in disarray, their cries of agony echoing through the air. The terrifying poison, carried by the gale, swept across the west, forming a menacing black whirlwind as dark waves of toxic energy converged. This was nothing short of a superchemical weapon. No matter how many soldiers there were, it was futile. The moment they charged, they began to foam at the mouth and collapse to the ground in droves. The horrifying scene plunged the remaining soldiers into sheer terror. A monster. This is a monster. He wields sorcery. Everyone, flee. Oh my goodness, this is a demon. The ordinary soldiers had never encountered such a bizarre scene. Panic engulfed their hearts as they screamed in terror, frantically fleeing in every direction towards the west. Those who failed to react and continued their advance were trampled underfoot, resulting in a multitude of casualties in mere moments. Come back. Return at once. Damn it, kill him. Avenge the general. Su Qing bellowed amidst the chaos, his complexion a shade of deep purple as he seized one officer after another, hurling them towards the direction of Qin. Yet, it was utterly futile. The collapse of the army occurred in an instant. No matter how great one's abilities, it was impossible to reverse such disaster. Furthermore, Qin had already fixed his gaze upon Su Qing. In the very moment of the army's disintegration, Qin's massive, imposing figure surged towards Su Qing, his eyes icy and his enormous claws imbued with a venomous aura, aimed ruthlessly at Su Qing. He had finally traced the whereabouts of the shadow user. How could he let this opportunity slip away? Today, he was determined to capture Su Qing and extract the truth. Su Qing was well aware of Qin's formidable nature. The terrifying poison coursing through Qin's veins lingered like a parasite, having inflicted several stinging blows upon him earlier, leaving his skin ablaze with pain. and his internal energy feeling as though it were being consumed by flames. In such circumstances, he dared not confront Qin directly. Instead, he resorted to his agility, skillfully navigating through the throngs of soldiers, hoping to confound Qin's watchful eyes amidst the tumult. Yet, it proved utterly ineffective. Qin's gaze was icy, his murderous intent palpable. At this moment, he had completely disregarded everything else. With a sweeping motion of his enormous hand, a thunderous crash ensued, venomous energy surged forth, and soldiers cried out in agony. Anyone who dared to obstruct Qin met with a gruesome fate. Without exception, all were annihilated by his wrath. Su Qing's heart swelled with increasing terror and indignation. He loathed the oppressive laws of this world that constrained him. He possessed extraordinary power, capable of vanquishing the demon Qin. Yet now, under the weight of these restrictions, he had no choice but to flee in desperation. Should he fall to the demon Qin here, he too would face the fate of being stripped of his title, a scenario he could not bear to contemplate. Demon Qin, there is no profound enmity between us. Why resort to such extremes? If there is anything you wish to know, I can divulge it all. Su Qing bellowed amidst the throng. Boom, boom, boom. Qin's formidable figure relentlessly pursued him, an unstoppable force. Despite his relentless chase, his eyes remained fixed upon the interface before him. The last remaining 128 points of free attributes were, at that moment, entirely devoted to enhancing his speed. These points had been preserved for unforeseen circumstances, as he was uncertain whether his future adversaries would be of the mental or speed variety. Now that he had identified the nature of his opponent, he held nothing back. With a rush, the interface blurred, and the speed metrics began to soar at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, Qin's velocity surged dramatically. From previously ranking second, he ascended to the pinnacle, the first position. His body, seemingly aided by divine forces, surged forth with a sudden burst, darting towards Su Qing at an astonishing speed. Su Qing, who had been skillfully maneuvering through the multitude of soldiers to evade Qin's onslaught, was utterly unprepared for the instantaneous appearance of Qin before him. A wave of disbelief washed over him as he gasped in astonishment, as he witnessed Qin's colossal hand descending upon him like the weight of the heavens. Su Qing could no longer afford to hesitate. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed the full extent of his latent power. What did it matter if the heavens themselves opposed him? It was far better than being obliterated by this monstrous entity. With a resounding boom, an unimaginable aura erupted from Su Qing's being, reverberating with earth-shattering intensity, terrifying and inscrutable, akin to a volcanic eruption. This dreadful energy caused Qin's pupils to contract involuntarily, as he felt a prickling sensation coursing through his skin and muscles, as if he were confronting an unfathomably terrifying unknown presence. Yet, this overwhelming aura was merely a prelude to the extraordinary phenomena that followed. With a crackling sound, a dazzling array of white lightning descended like a torrential downpour, striking towards Su Qing's form. The sudden onslaught of this fearsome lightning caused Qin to change countenance, his body instinctively retreating. With each step, he sought to distance himself from Su Qing in a heartbeat. However, despite his swiftness, he could not entirely evade the bolts of lightning that grazed him, inflicting sharp pain upon his body and searing his skin, eliciting a muffled groan as he was sent hurtling backwards. As for Su Qing, who stood at the very center of the tempest of lightning, he was beyond the need for further elaboration. He had only heard in the past that one must never employ their ultimate power during a cross-boundary moment. To do so would invite the rejection of the heavens and the earth. However, the nature of this rejection had never been disclosed. Little did he anticipate that the so-called rejection would manifest as a heavenly thunderbolt. Oh, the agony! Crackling and booming, countless bolts of lightning rained down, producing a chilling scream from Su Qing. The blinding light of the thunder swiftly engulfed his form. As the thick bolts of lightning mercilessly struck, the ground beneath him was pounded into enormous craters, each over a meter wide and deep, exuding an indescribable aura of destruction. The soldiers fleeing in the distance were paralyzed with fear, their eyes wide in disbelief. Oh, divine beings! Bodhisattvas! Ascension! Someone has ascended! Oh, my! Ascending in broad daylight. Yet, only Su Qing knew the torment he was experiencing. An uncountable number of horrifying lightning strikes descended upon him, forcing forth an anguished cry that rendered him hoarse. His flesh exploded, bones shattered, and internal organs ruptured as he endured an unimaginable agony. This suffering was beyond the capacity of any human to withstand. Those previous scoundrels had all been deceiving him. To wield ultimate power during a cross-boundary moment would result in being struck down by heavenly lightning. Su Qing let out a chilling scream, his hands flailing wildly as he summoned all his strength to resist, striving to shatter the thunderbolts that assailed him. Yet, his efforts proved fruitless. The ominous sounds of explosions reverberated incessantly around him. His body was continuously engulfed in violent blasts, transforming him into a mere charred remnant amidst the tempest of lightning. Despite the vast reservoir of his power, no matter how fervently he fought, he remained unable to breach the relentless assault of the electrical storm. With each strike, his energy dissipated further. With a final, anguished cry, Su Qing's corporeal form was utterly obliterated, vanishing from the realm of existence. In an instant, all the lightning dissipated, leaving no trace behind. The soldiers around him stood in stunned silence, their faces etched with horror. He ascended to immortality. Su Qing, the strategist, had become an immortal. How extraordinary! May the gods bless us. Quickly, bow to the immortal. Countless soldiers in the distance fell to their knees, raising their voices in fervent supplication. No one could fathom that Su Qing had been utterly annihilated by the heavenly tribulation, his body reduced to ash. Only Qin perceived the entire event with clarity. His brow furrowed, and turmoil surged within him. Was he truly gone? Just like that? It was utterly absurd. He had so many questions left unanswered. Yet, it must be said, the storm of lightning had indeed been terrifying. A mere brush against his arm had left it charred and smoking, accompanied by waves of excruciating pain. Regrettably, the whereabouts of the Shadow Walker remained elusive. As Qin's brow knitted in concern and his expression darkened, an unforeseen twist of fate abruptly unfolded. At this moment, high in the sky, the previously vanished shadow appeared once more, its gaze dark and foreboding, resembling a bizarre and haunting spirit, drifting there in a haze. Chapter 74. The Shadow. Qin's pupils suddenly constricted as he fixed his gaze intently on the indistinct figure. It has returned. This shadow had reemerged. He could ascertain with absolute certainty that, apart from himself, no one else could perceive it. If others were able to see it, they would have already cried out in alarm. Moreover, when this shadow had appeared in the military camp earlier, no one had noticed it. The indistinct shadow floated in midair, and suddenly, it opened its mouth wide, resembling a swirling vortex, dark and immense, whirling ominously as it descended to consume. Instantly, transparent figures began to rise uncontrollably from the ground, soaring towards its gaping maw. These ethereal apparitions were none other than the tragically deceased Su Qing, Xiong Dayo, Wang Hao, Li Ben. Without exception, they were all traversers. Moreover, the crucial detail was that these traverser souls were all with their eyes tightly shut, their bodies relaxed, as if they were in slumber, utterly oblivious to the events unfolding around them. Qin watched, helplessly, as dozens of souls flew into the shadow's mouth. In the blink of an eye, all the souls were consumed by the shadow and vanished without a trace. A cold sweat began to bead on Qin's forehead. So, they are truly dead? But that cannot be. He had never heard of traversers from another realm meeting such a grim fate. In the realm of death, the worst consequence was merely a lifelong sealing of their title. Wait, a lifelong sealing of their title? Qin's heart trembled, as if he had grasped a crucial insight. Why is it that one is bestowed with a lifelong title? Why must the task on the panel entail personally hunting down the shadows, aiding others in breaking free from their control? In that fleeting moment, his mind was struck by a thunderous realization. Could it be that all travelers are mere sustenance for the shadows? Regardless of their strength, they are destined to perish, and upon their demise, they will be absorbed by these shadows. Everything they have experienced in the other world, the formidable powers they have acquired, would also be consumed by the shadows. This elucidates why the prowess gained in the other world cannot be transported back to reality. Is it indeed due to the shadows? If so, it follows that all realms are under the influence of shadows. The entire act of traversing worlds is a grand conspiracy. These shadows permit humanity to traverse into various minor worlds, coaxing them into combat and growth, only to reap the souls of those who ultimately succumb. However, Qin furrowed his brow. Could it be that these shadows do not completely absorb their souls? Instead, they release a portion of the remnants back? Indeed. If the souls of those who perish in the other world also die in reality, then no one would dare to traverse again, and they would be unable to harvest any souls. Thus, they do not completely drain these travelers, allowing a fraction of their residual souls to return and continue their existence. Qin's mind surged with this newfound clarity. It turns out that this world is structured in such a manner. The entire act of traversing is indeed manipulated. Suddenly, Qin felt a jolt of surprise within his heart as he stumbled upon an even more peculiar scene. The cross-border token nestled in his embrace began to emit heat. He promptly retrieved the cross-border token he had previously acquired from the hands of several travelers. The token hissed ominously, radiating a series of eerie, dark glows. In the air above, the shadowy figure cast a fleeting glance in Qin's direction. Its eyes resembled swirling vortices, and in an instant, its entire form vanished from sight. As it disappeared, the cross-border token in Qin's hand swiftly regained its tranquility, returning to its prior state. Indeed, this token was intrinsically linked to the shadowy figure. Could it be a creation of that entity? No wonder their auras mirrored one another. Yet, how was he to eliminate the shadowy figure? It appeared without a trace and departed just as mysteriously. For the first time, Qin experienced a profound sense of shock, filled with complexity and bewilderment, as if he had uncovered a monumental secret of this world. This secret, he surmised, was likely known solely to him. Whether it was acknowledged at the national level remained uncertain. This was undeniably exasperating. After a prolonged moment, he managed to regain his composure and began to ponder. The shadowy figure must indeed exist, yet he had been unable to perceive it for various reasons. Since it thrived on devouring the souls of travelers, it seemed feasible to lure it out. Qin narrowed his eyes, a chilling thought surfacing in his mind. At that moment, he sensed an unusual stir within the forum and promptly opened it. Instantly, he was met with an uproar. The entire forum was ablaze with countless messages. Alas, the bounty on the Demon Lord Qin has once again escalated. Is this forum experiencing a fit? The reward for capturing Demon Lord Qin has surged to an astounding 150 years of martial prowess. Have they lost their minds? What affliction has beset this forum? Could it be that Demon Lord Qin has committed some grand act? A monumental event indeed. A demon has emerged in the 008 world. A call has been issued for the masters of other realms to come forth and vanquish the fiend. My bounty has increased once more. Qin mused to himself. He inhaled deeply, now grasping why there existed main quests within the forum. These main quests were evidently issued by the Shadow Broker. Until the Shadow Broker is eliminated, the associated main quest will perpetually refresh. The existence of the Shadow Broker signifies the eventual demise of all travelers. No matter how one strives to survive, no matter how formidable one becomes, they are merely fattened pigs in the Shadow Broker's eyes. To escape the fate of slaughter, one must eliminate the adversary. A tempest of emotions surged within Qin, and he suddenly turned his gaze towards the vast military encampment. Swiftly darting into the camp in search of medicinal herbs, the entire world was in uproar. The news of the happenings within Zhao Tian'en's military camp spread rapidly throughout the 008 world, with myriad versions circulating. Countless individuals were left agape, their hearts trembling in astonishment. The most prevalent version claimed that Zhao Tian'en had spilled too much blood, inciting the wrath of the heavens, which ultimately dispatched a divine being to the mortal realm, striking down Zhao Tian'en with celestial lightning. The second version of the tale recounts that the formidable Qin infiltrated the military camp and engaged in an epic battle with the strategist Su Qing. As their clash intensified, a sudden thunderstorm descended from the heavens, engulfing both warriors, leading to their ascension. Such accounts have ignited the imaginations of countless wanderers and time travelers alike. The notion of ascension has lingered since ancient times, yet it has not graced the martial world for centuries. The mere mention of it now raises eyebrows. Meanwhile, with the demise of Zhao Tian'en, the most elated individual is undoubtedly the Emperor of the Great Zhou, who resides far away in Chang'an. Initially, the Emperor was devising strategies to quell the rebellion, but was utterly taken aback by Zhao Tian'en's unexpected death, causing the rebel forces to scatter. This turn of events was nothing short of serendipitous. The Emperor promptly dispatched envoys to placate the scattered troops, assuring them that he understood their actions were incited by treachery and that those willing to lay down their arms would be forgiven. The soldiers returned to their barracks, and the commoners were granted land to return home. With a single decree, the hundreds of soldiers and farmers who had once rallied around Zhao Tian'en disbanded in an instant. The Emperor, possessing great vision and ambition, felt invigorated. After quelling the Zhao Tian'en rebellion, he learned of the tumultuous events unfolding within the martial realm and contemplated cleansing the entire realm of its chaos. Chapter 75. A Stirring in Reality. An uproar ensues. 3 chapters. In a remote wilderness, on a small hillside, Qin stood expressionless, casting a glance at the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground. Since departing from the military camp, he had accrued an additional 210 points in free attributes. For the subsequent 2 days, he employed entrapment tactics on the forum to seek out travelers from other realms. Today, he finally managed to lure out 3 such individuals, whom he swiftly eliminated. Without employing such tactics, he found it impossible to discern who among them was a traveler, as they would not reveal themselves voluntarily. Only when they stepped forward could he identify them. With the tragic demise of these individuals, Qin En's gaze turned gravely skyward. As expected, shortly after their deaths, a vague and distorted shadow began to materialize above, emanating an unsettling and enigmatic aura, its eyes dark and swirling like a vortex. It resembled the apparition he had witnessed in the military camp. The moment the figure appeared, the cross-realm talisman on Qin En's person began to emit a sizzling sound uncontrollably, radiating heat. Simultaneously, the shadow, with its peculiar gaze, opened its mouth and began to draw in the air below. In an instant, the souls of the 3 recently deceased travelers uncontrollably soared from the ground. Their eyes closed, faces relaxed, as if in slumber, and were drawn toward the shadow's gaping maw. In the blink of an eye, the souls vanished without a trace. The shadow then cast a lingering, profound glance at Qin En before dissipating entirely. As if it had never existed at all, Qin En's heart surged with tumultuous emotions, remaining silent. He had confirmed it. He could finally ascertain that whenever a traveler met a tragic end, it would summon the shadowy beings. Indeed, these shadows thrived on the souls of travelers as their sustenance. However, he pondered why he had not noticed it before, suspecting that it was likely due to the golden arrow on the panel. Ever since the golden arrow made its appearance, he had been able to clearly perceive the shadow. The next step was to devise a method to eliminate it. Qin En mused to himself. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he glanced at his right arm once more. The long-vanished azure dragon pattern reemerged, beginning to glow and radiate warmth. It was returning. In the real world, chaos erupted. All the travelers within Luo City were in an uproar. Upon their return, they immediately began to discuss the shocking news within their respective groups, including the one that Qin En belonged to at South City First High School. Oh my, this is monumental. A monstrous being has appeared in World 008, exclaimed one. Damn it, that demon Qin En has undoubtedly reached the pinnacle of World 008. He is certainly at the level of mid-tier martial arts. The strongest travelers from West University had all perished, including the head of Qingyun Temple and the leader of the Iron Sword sect. Even the Diamond Temple had become but a shadow of its former self. Incredible. World 008 is about to transcend. Upon their return, all the students clamored in disbelief. Those who had been eliminated beforehand, unable to traverse, also displayed expressions of astonishment, eagerly inquiring about the specifics. Upon questioning, everyone was left in utter shock. The most formidable travelers who had dominated World 008 for years had been vanquished. The martial realm of World 008 had been drenched in blood. How could this be possible? As the news spread, the entirety of Luo City was engulfed in astonishment, with nearly everyone fervently discussing the events transpiring in World 008. Undoubtedly, what leaves one astounded is the bounty on the demon Qin En. In the realm of 008, the reward for the demon Qin En has escalated to an astonishing 150 years of power. This revelation instills a profound sense of disbelief in everyone. Not only the traversers from various factions, but even those at the national level have been stirred into action, hastily deliberating countermeasures. Within a towering edifice, Zhang Kuei of the Qinglong gang seethes with fury, having shattered a wooden post with a single blow. He could hardly fathom being vanquished in this alternate world. Consequently, he has been forever branded and barred from re-entering the other realm. For someone of his caliber, this is utterly unimaginable. Without access to the other world, his prospects for fortune and success in martial arts are irrevocably limited, and even his standing in the real world is bound to be suppressed. Who could it be? Who is that young man who has brought about my demise? Zhang Kuei's expression fluctuates as he grapples with the identity of his adversary. Is it Qin En? Or could it be someone from another faction? The assailant had initially inquired about Qingyun, undoubtedly another traverser. Cursed be this fate. Zhang Kuei's heart races, and he resolves to seek out Qin En once more to probe the situation. Just then, his phone rings unexpectedly. Upon checking, he sees it is one of his underlings calling. He answers promptly. Hello, this is Zhang Kuei. What? Such a monumental event has transpired in the 008 world? Zhang Kuei's eyes widen in disbelief. He had been defeated by Qin En in Shangrao City and remained oblivious to the subsequent developments. Now, suddenly informed of the news. He can scarcely believe his ears. Did the demon Qin single-handedly overthrow the entire martial world? Thousands of martial arts masters were ruthlessly slaughtered. The 7 dominant sects were utterly annihilated. Even the most formidable traveler from the West met a tragic demise. The bounty on the demon Qin has astonishingly reached an astounding 150 years of martial prowess. Is this some kind of absurd joke? Indeed, boss, it is as such. The voice of a subordinate came from the other end of the phone. This particular subordinate had managed to survive in the alternate realm by being exceedingly cautious, thus preserving his life until now. Upon returning, he immediately reached out to his elder brother, relaying all subsequent events that had transpired. All right, I understand, Zhang Kuei responded, astonished. Before promptly ending the call, a demon has emerged in the 008 world. A bounty of 150 years of martial power? This is utterly unfathomable. Without delay, he picked up the phone again and dialed another number. Undoubtedly, this was his clandestine Dragon Tooth Hall faction. Brother Zhao, we have a grave situation. A demon has emerged in the 008 world, and a bounty of 150 years of martial power has been posted on the forum. What? You can't be serious. I assure you, my subordinate spoke these words himself. Understood. The voice from the other end responded, and the call was swiftly terminated. Throughout the entirety of Luocheng, countless similar calls were being made. Almost every traveler was exerting their utmost efforts to contact the martial experts they knew. A bounty of 150 years of martial prowess. Such a phenomenon is rarely seen even in high martial worlds, yet it has surfaced in a low martial realm. Who could remain unperturbed by such madness? Within a spacious building, Su Qing wore a grim expression, seething with rage, shattering several vases in the room. Regardless, he never anticipated that he would meet his demise by a bolt from the blue. Had he foreseen this outcome, he would have preferred to obediently cooperate with the demon Qin. Perhaps he would have escaped death. Now he finds himself with a lifelong title of disgrace. Damn it. Why did no one inform me that utilizing extreme power would summon lightning? His eyes reddened, and his heart simmered with rage. He had toiled for countless years in this otherworldly realm to attain such strength and status. Moreover, he had just eliminated Zhao Tianin and earned a bounty of 110 years of power. Now, everything has come crashing down. A single decree has rendered him unable to traverse realms. He was deprived of even a moment's enjoyment before being cast offline. However, he quickly regained his composure and began to reach out to the higher-ups of the Iron Blood Hall. Boss, a massive bounty has emerged in the 008 world. A native demon has been offered a reward of 150 years of power. What? 150 years of power? Indeed, it is absolutely true. We can set aside the matter of Qinyan for the time being. My recommendation is that we promptly organize experts to cross realms and hunt down the demon Qinyan, lest this 150 years of power be claimed by others. Su Qing stated. Understood. I will keep this matter confidential. Yes, boss. News spread rapidly throughout the 008 world. Qinyan had not anticipated that the affairs of the other realm could provoke such intense fervor in reality. What was more crucial was that he discovered his troubles in the real world seemed to have vanished. Various factions were preoccupied with discussions regarding cross-realm endeavors. No one seemed to return to the real world to pursue his matters, as if the opportunities left by his uncle had become utterly insignificant. It is understandable, considering that his uncle, a mere practitioner from a lower martial realm, could accumulate boundless fortune. Yet it paled in comparison to his own prowess amassed over the past 150 years. Thus, the attention of various factions had long shifted from his uncle to the bounties in other realms. When it comes to the capability for trouble, his uncle simply could not measure up. Qinyan couldn't help but shake his head. Fortunately, no one knew that the demon, Qinyan, was indeed him. The thought alone was terrifying. Tomorrow, 3 more chapters. Esteemed readers, please continue your pursuit. Chapter 76. The Secret of Uncle. Qinyan was astonished. Inside the room, Qinyan remained undeterred in his quest for the opportunities his uncle had left behind. After practicing his martial arts once more, he resumed his thorough search. Rummaging through every corner of the shop with meticulous care. Hours slipped by, and the vast shop had been nearly turned inside out, yet he uncovered nothing of significance. He paused, lost in contemplation. Could it be that his uncle had not left anything of value at all? Or perhaps any treasures were sealed away in another realm? Otherwise, how could he find nothing at all? Just as he gently shook his head, preparing to abandon his search, he suddenly halted, sensing something amiss. Qinyan instinctively lowered his gaze to the ground beneath him. This floor, His heart raced with suspicion as he cautiously lifted his foot to test it. And a jolt ran through him. Goodness! The floor seemed hollow. Without hesitation, Sheenan crouched down, his hand meticulously tapping the surface. Moments later, he retrieved a hammer and struck down forcefully. With a resounding crack, the floor splintered, revealing a small, concealed compartment, no larger than the span of a hand. He had traversed this area on numerous occasions, yet never detected anything amiss. It was only upon his return from the other realm, his abilities augmented and his perception sharpened, that he discerned this anomaly. A glint of intrigue flickered in Sheenan's eyes as he reached into the recess and carefully extracted a long, slender ebony box. Upon opening it, he discovered a letter and a parchment of ochre hue. Unfurling the parchment, he beheld an illustration of a peculiar, gnarled tree. Beyond these items, the box contained nothing else. What could this be? Sheenan mused, scrutinizing the hide map before unfolding the letter. My dear Anne, by the time you read these words, I may very well have passed on. But do not grieve, for I have long known that such a day would inevitably arrive. By now, you should have ventured into the other world. I must now impart to you certain extraordinary truths, and I trust you will receive them with an open mind. In truth, you are not my biological nephew, but rather an infant I brought back from the other realm. Absurd as it may seem, this is the unvarnished truth. 15 years ago, when the spatial rift first materialized, I was among the vanguard of explorers to set foot within it, entering the other world. There, I encountered an infant, abandoned in the wilderness. Initially, I gazed upon the infant with pity, wishing to place it in the care of a family in that otherworldly realm. However, I never anticipated that, upon my return, that peculiar infant would accompany me into reality, entwined with the azure dragon tattoo upon my body. This revelation left me utterly bewildered, for never before had any entity, nor person, been extracted from an alternate dimension, save for one's own memories. Yet here you were, a corporeal being, inexplicably brought forth from that realm by my hands. This occurrence instilled a profound sense of dread within me. I had never spoken of it aloud, and for 15 years it weighed heavily upon my heart like a great stone, rendering me breathless. When I first discovered you in that other world, I found beside you a hideous map inscribed on animal skin, which I subsequently placed in a wooden box. I was initially perplexed by the contents of this map, for it appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary image depicting a branch. Despite my diligent examination over 15 years, I could discern no anomalies. Yet, to my astonishment, just a few days ago, during another traversal, I fortuitously encountered the very branch depicted in the animal skin map. As a pivotal member of the Ironblood Hall, I came to realize that in the world of 008, we had stumbled upon a fortuitous opportunity. This branch, which bore an uncanny resemblance to the one illustrated in the hideous map. It dawned upon me that this object was undoubtedly linked to your origins, prompting me to take the perilous step of eliminating a companion from the Ironblood Hall to seize that branch for myself. I was utterly unprepared for the extraordinarily bizarre occurrence that unfolded the instant the tree branch was in my grasp. Suspended in midair, I beheld a shadowy figure entirely enveloped in darkness. Its eyes possessed an uncanny, almost demonic allure, and it opened its maw in an act of devouring. The souls of my comrades, whom I had slain, were irresistibly drawn from their lifeless bodies, ascending into the abyss of that spectral mouth. I solemnly swear that I had never before witnessed this eerie apparition. Yet, upon clutching the branch, I inexplicably gained the ability to perceive it, filling me with profound dread. Subsequently, in an attempt to ascertain whether this was merely a figment of my imagination, I traversed numerous locales within the 008 world, accompanied by the tree branch. The revelations that followed were even more horrifying. Wherever a transmigrator met their demise, the spectral shadow would materialize, its gaping maw poised to consume their departing souls. Having observed this phenomenon repeatedly, I have come to suspect that the entire transmigration process is a grand conspiracy, orchestrated by some monstrous entity that feasts upon the souls of transmigrators. I yearn to alter this course, to raise my voice in vehement protest. However, I am acutely aware that my claims would be met with disbelief, as the shadow remains imperceptible to all but those who wield the branch. Alas, this branch cannot be transported back to reality. Moreover, it is crucial to note that the Ironblood Hall has become aware of my actions, and they have commenced a relentless pursuit of me in the world of 008. I find myself cornered in this realm, and I fear that my next traversal may lead to my demise. I have disclosed all these matters to you without reservation, hoping that you can unravel the mystery of the branch and also the enigma of your own existence. That branch was buried beneath a robust pine tree on the northern peak of Huaihue, marked with a unique symbol that I taught you in your youth. Upon your arrival at the location, you shall easily discern it. Qin Yun's final words. Upon finishing the letter, Qin Yun was struck with astonishment, unable to comprehend the implications. The original owner of this body was not of this world? He was brought from another realm? How could that be? Not only was Uncle Qin Yun taken aback, but even he, a traveler from another planet, was equally astonished. Having immersed himself in countless novels and films in his previous life, he never anticipated such a turn of events. What is this? A spy thriller? A layered journey through dimensions? The key question remains, how did the original owner's body traverse from another world? Furthermore, what significance does that branch hold? Qin Yun inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure as he once again examined the animal hide map in his hands, lost in contemplation. It is now evident that Uncle Qin Yun can also perceive the shadow beings, as he obtained that mysterious branch in the other realm. By grasping this enigmatic branch, he too can witness the shadow beings, which has been buried on the northern peak of Huaihue. The beast skin map appeared alongside the original owner during their childhood. Now it seems that the origins of the original owner are indeed quite extraordinary. Qin Yun's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. How remarkable! What an astonishing turn of events! To whom has he traversed? Fortunately, he had never relinquished this shop. Otherwise, he would have remained oblivious to the truth. Perhaps he could later excavate that tree branch to uncover its secrets, for it might hold the key to the true enigma of the 008 world. Qin Yun's gaze flickered with intrigue. Chapter 77, A Second Journey Through Time. Masters Crossing Realms. In the room, Qin Yun found it difficult to regain his composure. Initially, he had merely sought a fortuitous encounter, but he never anticipated that it would lead him back to his own identity. What does this signify? Moreover, his uncle Qin Yun had proven to be remarkably tight-lipped. Over the years, it appeared that the original owner had never heard him mention his lineage. While in North Peak, Qin Yun murmured to himself as he carefully stowed away the beast skin map and incinerated the letter to ashes. Time passed, and an entire morning went by without anyone troubling Qin Yun. The news in Luocheng was a whirlwind of excitement, with discussions buzzing about the affairs of the 008 world. There was no avoiding it. The events of the traversal had become intricately woven into the fabric of people's lives. Even the elderly women shopping for vegetables would engage in conversations, inquiring about each other's children and how they fared in the other realm. Any news from the other world spread rapidly through reality. Such a grand spectacle as Qin Yun's was unprecedented, not only in their 008 world, but even in the capital and the magical metropolis corresponding to higher dimensional realms. There had seldom been rewards of such magnitude and power. Upon the emergence of news from the world of 008, the other cities in the western region of Los Angeles swiftly became aware of the developments. Various gangs, teams, and individuals across these cities busied themselves in preparations for cross-border ventures. Mobile platforms were inundated with messages, and even within our class, there were constant updates being shared. I suddenly realized that the name of the demon, Qin Yun, closely resembles that of our classmate, Qin Yun. Not merely similar, but identical. Qin Yun, have you managed to escape from the Blood Refinement Temple? You must have, right? Was it not said that the demon sect suffered severe casualties? Soon, someone in the class group, Qin Yun, sent a flurry of messages. I just escaped. My current strength is still quite feeble, and I am utterly perplexed about the future. I have no idea what to do next. I am considering starting a small business in this other realm. The response was incredulous. You truly escaped? That's remarkable. At least you are alive. As long as you can continue to breathe, it is infinitely better than those who logged out prematurely. The class group buzzed with discussions. Classmates? Zhang Ruping reiterated in the group. I must stress once more, regardless of what you encounter in this other realm, do everything in your power to survive. Only by surviving can there be hope for the future. Furthermore, regarding those unfamiliar travelers, it is advisable to exercise caution and not place your trust in them. If assistance is needed, it is best to seek help from acquaintances or ideally from the Traveler Assistance Association. Understood. The previous incident involving 66 was nothing short of scandalous. How many people has 66 deceived? It is only fitting that he faces retribution. I have heard that 66 was beaten into the hospital, with both legs severed. He deserves it. The punishment is just. Various pieces of information circulated within the group. Qin Yun sat quietly in his room, waiting for time to pass while refreshing his phone. He noticed an increasing number of factions beginning to take an interest in the 008 world. Some team members even brazenly announced in the news their intention to cross boundaries and hunt down the demon, Cheenen. Such news undoubtedly stirred the entire online community into a frenzy. Time swiftly passed, and finally, Cheenen felt a surge of heat emanating from the Azure Dragon tattoo on his right arm. It was happening. In another realm, amidst dense forests, Cheenen's figure soared at an astonishing speed towards the northern peak of Huashan. At his current pace, the journey was remarkably swift. The steep and towering Huashan appeared as flat ground to him. Throughout the entire process, there was not a hint of deceleration. Even the most treacherous peaks were easily vaulted over by his agile leaps. No matter how resilient the rocks, he could effortlessly leave deep imprints with a mere grip of his hand. He moved with the grace of a nimble giant ape. The Huashan of this world bore a striking resemblance to that of the real world, just as the Huashan I once knew on Earth looked similar. Could it be that the Earth itself is merely one of these countless small worlds? As Cheenen journeyed along the path, deep in contemplation, he found himself pondering the absurdity of the situation. While he hastened towards the northern peak of Huashan, the 008 world was far from tranquil. On this day, formidable beings from various realms began to traverse boundaries, creating a frightful spectacle. Thunder and lightning raged from the heavens, crackling in a dazzling display, leaving countless locals in a state of astonishment and fervent discussion. Once again, the wild tales of history began to weave their fanciful narratives, and even after many years, the events of this day would be recounted. As numerous cross-world travelers embarked on their journeys, their objectives were decidedly clear. Being new arrivals, they feared losing track of the elusive demon, Cheenen. Thus, upon crossing over, they set their sights on some of the most formidable factions within the 008 world. One such faction was the royal family. The members of the Iron Blood Hall acted with remarkable decisiveness, intent on seizing control of the monarchy. By subjugating the royal family, they would effectively command the military forces of the realm, enabling them to issue a nationwide manhunt for the demon, Cheenen. The second faction targeted was the demon sect. If the royal family represented the overt rulers, the demon sect undoubtedly served as the clandestine power behind the scenes. Despite the devastating losses among its elite, the sect's intelligence network remained robust and far-reaching. Thus, the members of the Dragon Tooth Hall swiftly made their way to the headquarters of the demon sect, aiming to seize control of its leader. The third faction was the Diamond Monastery. In the current landscape of the 008 world, where nearly all righteous warriors had perished or been gravely wounded, the sole survivor regarded as a beacon of hope was the legendary abbot of the Diamond Monastery, the divine monk Phaeton. As the foremost sage of the Western Diamond Monastery, he stood as an absolute legend within the martial world of the 008 realm. Once he is subdued, he can rally the entire righteous sect of the martial world. Even if the masters of the righteous sect have all perished, enlisting the help of others to keep watch for the Devil Cheenen's whereabouts would be a trivial task. Thus, upon crossing realms, the formidable experts from various factions hastened to the Golden Buddha Temple. In a single day, the three most powerful forces in the 008 world were nearly simultaneously approached. Within the imperial palace, Emperor Zhao Tianong of the Great Zhou appeared utterly astonished, gazing in disbelief at the three figures clad in white, resembling celestial beings. These three figures, though youthful, exuded an ethereal presence and possessed elongated physiques. The guards within the palace lay scattered on the ground, writhing in agony. Even the heads of the Eastern and Western Bureau, pale-faced and grievously wounded, struggled to remain upright from a distance. The Great Zhou Emperor was thoroughly taken aback. These three appeared to be no more than 30 years of age. How could they possess such formidable strength? Your Majesty, we assure you, we come with no ill intentions. We merely seek your cooperation. We implore you to issue a warrant for the apprehension of the Devil Cheenen. Once he is located, we shall naturally eliminate him. There is no need for you to inquire further about the rest, the foremost man in white stated with an air of indifference. The two companions beside him exchanged subtle smiles, directing their gaze toward the Emperor of the Great Zhou. Refusal? They would rather the Emperor reject their request. Should he choose to decline, they would not hesitate to consider replacing him. Emperor Zhao took a deep breath, a multitude of thoughts flashing through his mind in an instant. However, he was no ordinary man. Few are the simple-minded who can ascend to the throne. Faced with the threats of several individuals, he quickly revealed a smile, exclaiming, "Today, with the assistance of these three extraordinary individuals, I am truly blessed by the heavens. With such remarkable figures at my side, what concern do I have for an unsettled world? Proclaim an edict. Confer upon these three the title of National Protector Grand Master." National Protector Grand Master? The three could not help but chuckle. They certainly did not take to heart the trivial title from a mere world of 008. What truly pleased them was the Emperor's awareness of the situation, recognizing the necessity to cooperate with them. Chapter 78, Uncovering Opportunities. A challenge between good and evil. In the realm of the demonic sect, within a mysterious and spacious cavern, the sect leader, Ing Sangqiang, wore a grim expression, his garments tattered, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His eyes, filled with shock, were fixed upon the enigmatic figure before him. "Have you come from overseas?" "Indeed," replied a middle-aged man, his face radiating with a smile as he gazed at Ing Sangqiang. "Master Ing, shall we continue our battle? Forgive my candor, but I fear that no matter how hard you fight, you shall not be my match today." Ing Sangqiang's expression fell into silence, turmoil brewing within him. He had never anticipated the arrival of overseas visitors today. More crucially, the strength of this Westerner was utterly terrifying. Throughout history, few have instilled such dread in a holy sect leader. Yet, it seemed that all these Westerners were of such formidable caliber. How could he not be alarmed? Were all overseas beings of such might? In response to the cult leader, "I have heard that both of your sons met their demise at the hands of the demon Qin, and coincidentally, we are also seeking vengeance against this demon. Thus, we implore you to assist us. Utilize the resources of your cult to help us locate Qinin." A second figure spoke in a calm tone. "If we capture the demon Qinin, you shall have your revenge for your sons, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Otherwise, relying solely on your strength, even after a century of training, you would still fall short of matching Qinin's power. What enmity do you bear against Qinin?" The response from Ing Sangqiang was somber. "That is not for you to inquire. Simply cooperate with us." The figure replied, "Very well, I shall comply." Ing Tianhan's voice was hoarse as he declared, "I will issue a proclamation throughout the realm, mobilizing all intelligence from the holy sect to search for the demon Qinin." "Excellent." The figures from the west all smiled in unison. At the ancient temple of the Golden Buddha, a millennia-old sanctuary, the exterior appeared weathered and worn. Within the spacious meditation hall, a group of elders knelt, weeping and lamenting. At the forefront, the head of the Western divine monks, the lawful heavenly monk, had his eyes closed, a smile gracing his lips, his meridian severed, having passed away suddenly. Not far from them, 5 travelers shook their heads in resignation. Is it necessary to choose death for refusing to cooperate? Yet this old monk is indeed formidable. His true energy nearly reached perfection. Were it not for his frailty due to age, we might not have been able to contend with him. One of the women remarked. Indeed, they were a group that had traversed from other realms, their aim being to seize control of the Diamond Monastery. However, they never anticipated the formidable prowess of the Dharmasky monk, who engaged them in a fierce battle that lasted an entire day and night, with neither side emerging victorious. This venerable monk had mastered both external and internal martial arts to an extraordinary degree. Ultimately, it was through a contest of internal energy, a protracted war of attrition, that they managed to extinguish the old monk's life. This left the 5 of them astounded, unable to conceal their astonishment. Had the monk been 30 years younger, it was likely that even their combined strength would have been insufficient to subdue him. Enough of the lamentations, the Dharma monk has perished. I hereby declare that the Diamond Monastery is temporarily under our command, proclaimed a coldly composed man. Immediately informed the martial world to issue a bounty for the fiend. Qinin, Amida Buddha, the monks uttered with sorrowful expressions, closing their eyes in mourning. At that very moment, on the northern peak of Mount Huaiyue, the towering figure of Qin and had already descended upon the site. He traversed the area with determined steps, uprooting every pine tree in his path. The entire summit appeared pockmarked, as if ravaged by cannon fire. Finally, as he extracted the last pine tree, a glimmer flashed in his eyes, indicating a discovery. His colossal hands began to excavate rapidly. Moments later, an object wrapped in ochre fabric came into view. Seizing the item, he unwrapped it to reveal a dark wooden box, measuring approximately half a meter in length and 20 centimeters in width. With a gentle squeeze of his palm, the box shattered with a crisp crack. Within the wooden box lay a fragment resembling a branch, pristine and white, akin to jade. Its intricate patterns and pure trunk exuded a refreshing chill upon touch. Indeed, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the ancient illustrations, yet what could this object be? Qinin's gaze flickered as he scrutinized the branch in his hand. Was this the very item that led to Qin Yun's tragic demise? Instinctively, he directed his inner energy towards the branch. In that instant, a peculiar scene unfolded. The white branch seemed to react to his inner energy, more precisely, it appeared to resonate with his soul. At that moment, he felt a tremor within his essence. An odd sensation as if his soul sought to detach from his corporeal form. He exerted every ounce of strength to channel his inner energy, striving to stabilize his body. Yet, he noticed that the white branch suddenly became hazy, transforming into a stream of pure white light, which swiftly followed his inner energy and burrowed into his being. In the blink of an eye, the branch vanished, wholly absorbed within him. His previously restless soul now found tranquility. Chenin, astonished, quickly closed his eyes to sense the situation, soon perceiving the white branch clearly within his body. This object has entered my being? How could this be? He attempted to expel the branch, only to discover that when he summoned his inner energy, the branch indeed emerged autonomously. However, upon retracting his energy, the branch would once again recede. This peculiar cycle unfolded with an inexplicable ease. Strange, truly strange. With the white branch in hand, Chenin continued to attune his senses. But just then, suddenly, a spark of astonishment flickered in his eyes as he gazed into the distance. At this moment, he stood atop the lofty peak of Mount Hua, where he could distinctly perceive the faraway horizon. In the sky, a dozen thick strands of dark mist emerged, spreading downward and diverging in various directions. Among them, the one closest seemed to lie merely 100 miles away. What could it be? Chenin narrowed his eyes. Could this dark mist possibly resemble the aura the Shadowed One had once emanated within the military camp? Had the Shadowed One returned? However, as he lowered the branch he held, he was startled to find that all the dark mist had vanished, as if it were an illusion. Yet, upon picking up the branch once more, the dark mist reappeared. This phenomenon stirred a tumult of thoughts within him. Moments later, he stowed away the branch and immediately surged towards the nearest strand of dark mist. 100 miles was but a fleeting moment for him. Just as he approached the vicinity, he soon overheard some alarming news. Look, the court has issued a decree for a nationwide manhunt for the demon, Chenin. The leader of the demonic sect has also called upon the realm to join forces in the pursuit of the demon, Chenin. The Vajra Temple has also spoken out, urging all righteous paths to unite in the search for the demon, Chenin. Unbelievable, truly astonishing. This demon, Chenin, was nothing short of a formidable Dark Lord. Countless discussions erupted in the vicinity. Chenin stood tall upon the ramparts of a city, his gaze narrowing as he fixed his eyes upon the nearest strand of dark mist. That strand split into three, leading unmistakably towards the imperial palace of the Great Zhou. A dark aura emanated from the palace. He pondered deeply. At that moment, he accessed the forum to observe. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and he noticed a piece of news. A significant event had transpired. Eerie phenomena were reported worldwide, and formidable beings had crossed realms. It had long been rumored that these interdimensional masters had even ensnared the Emperor, with some exerting control over the leader of the demonic sect. And even the Vajra Temple had been subdued. Could it be true that even the Emperor had been dominated? It was evident that these transcendent beings had their sights set on the demon, Chenin, especially given the staggering reward of 150 years of cultivated power. How thrilling this spectacle would be. Interdimensional travelers? The Emperor? Could it be that the direction of this dark aura was connected to these extraordinary beings? Chenin mused. Whenever someone crossed realms, a dark mist would ascend towards the heavens. The source of this malevolence was none other than the Shadow Bearers. No wonder that when he encountered Su Qing in the military camp, a serpentine black mist coiled around Su Qing's waist. It now seemed that Su Qing was also ensnared in this predicament. However, at that time, without the mysterious branch of the sacred tree, he could not perceive the complete picture. Chenin whispered to himself. Regardless, it mattered little. He could simply draw out these interdimensional travelers to discern their intentions. They sought to eliminate him for the reward, and he too yearned to vanquish them to expose the Shadow Bearers. A glimmer of cold determination flickered in Chenin's eyes as he turned away. A day later, news spread like wildfire through the martial world. The demon, Chenin, emerged at Xuanwu Lake in Jinling, challenging the masters of both righteous and wicked paths to a duel. Anyone wishing to take his life was welcome to approach. Upon the announcement, countless individuals were stirred into a frenzy. Chapter 79, The Fusion of Lethal Toxins. A second mutation. The vast lake surged with tumultuous waves, exuding a refreshing aura that rolled across its surface. Upon a solitary boat, Chenin remained motionless, his eyes firmly shut. At this moment, the toxic sac within him, bolstered by the panel's influence, commenced its third mutation. The insidious venom concealed within him gradually transformed from a pitch-black hue to a shade of deep purplish black. Streams of toxic gas even began to emanate through his pores. The purple within him intensified while the black receded. This transformation persisted through the entirety of the night and into the following morning. At last, The lethal toxins within him had completed their metamorphosis, shifting from a dark obsidian sheen to a rich purplish luster. Qin En's eyes finally fluttered open, and he exhaled a cloud of murky air. Name: Qin En. Age: 18. Physique: ranked first among his kin in this realm. Strength: ranked first among his kin in this realm. Speed: ranked first among his kin in this realm. Spirit: ranked first among his kin in this realm. Martial arts: Tiangang Hunyuan Zuhin Shou, unprecedented. 100 effect: cracking, scorching, protective qi, qi network, mental dread, venomous duality. Tiangang Beidu Bu, unprecedented. 100 effect: swift, Meiying Shun Gong, unprecedented. 100 effect: afterimage, nickname, demon mental technique, poison dragon dominance, mastery 80, effect, mutated venom, mutated inner strength, crimson venom illusion, immune to water and fire, impervious to blades. Self-healing from severe injuries, body as strong as iron. Free attribute points, 314. Main quest: locate and eliminate the Shadow Master of this realm. Aiding others in breaking free from the Shadow Master's control. Completion rewards: 1,000 free attribute points, 10 causal points. Failure incurs no penalties. Deadline: 3 months. Although various statistics remain relatively unchanged, his mental technique has undergone a profound transformation. By merging the yin-yang crimson venom skill with the dragon elephant technique, he has birthed a novel mental technique, poison dragon dominance. After the fusion of the poison dragon's dominance was completed, an extraordinary transformation occurred within him, both in his toxic essence and inner strength. Although his Western attribute appeared unchanged on the surface, the potency of the venom coursing through his veins had increased by at least threefold. The power of this strike, one could easily surmise, was insurmountable. Qin En gazed upon his palm, where a dazzling purple light emanated, enveloped in an indescribable aura, akin to being shrouded in a layer of violet luminescence. Is that the demon Qin En? Look, it appears to be the demon Qin En. Indeed, it was he, the very embodiment of a monster, a madman. He had truly issued a challenge to the formidable masters of both righteous and wicked paths. A spectacle was about to unfold. The natives, in their ignorance, were utterly oblivious to the might of interdimensional experts. Now, under the gaze of such a transcendent being, he was but a mere walking sack of elixirs. Once the battle commenced, it would undoubtedly leave the demon Qin En in a state of bewilderment. In the eyes of these simple folk, it seemed they believed he was the pinnacle of strength in the entire world, blissfully unaware of the existence of other realms. Look, the Imperial army approaches. Amidst the distant murmurs of astonishment, a thunderous sound erupted as a legion of soldiers clad in iron armor and wielding weapons emerged from afar. Heavily armored and enveloped in layers of protection, even their faces were obscured, leaving only their eyes visible. Their war horses, too, were adorned in imposing armor, creating a dark and formidable presence that stirred the very soul. The Imperial Tiger Brigade. 2,000 Tiger Brigade troops, unexpectedly mobilized in their entirety. It has been many years since the Tiger Brigade resurfaced. All the Jianghu practitioners and natives were alarmed, instinctively retreating backward. Before these 3,000 heavily armored cavalrymen were several figures mounted on white horses. They wore smiles, their expressions serene, gazing towards the distant, expansive lake. Undoubtedly, they were the 3 transmigrators. To the side of these 3 transmigrators were 2 middle-aged men clad in brocade robes, each fair-skinned and beardless, with smiling faces. They were none other than the supervisors of the eastern and western depots of the imperial court. Intriguing, that demon Qin En is indeed composed. One of the transmigrators remarked blandly. His gaze drifted towards the west, and he mused, quite a few have arrived. Our competition is not insignificant. The Dragon Fong Hall has also come. The transmigrator beside him glanced at the front right and suddenly exclaimed, Friends of the Dragon Fong Hall, since you've arrived, why be so furtive? Reveal yourselves. What are you waiting for? His internal force was abundant, resonating far and wide, rumbling like an erupting tide. Even the Jianghu practitioners far to the west were instantly overwhelmed by his voice. Everyone felt a deafening roar, like countless muffled thunderclaps exploding in their ears. Numerous natives and transmigrators were inwardly astonished. This was undoubtedly the pinnacle of power in World 008, truly befitting of transmigrators. A transmigrator mused inwardly. Ha ha ha. The alacrity of your Iron Blood Hall is indeed commendable. Suddenly, peals of laughter echoed from the forest to the right, a resounding and sonorous sound, reminiscent of the previous voice, reverberating across a dozen or so miles of the western perimeter. More than 10 figures emerged from the woods, their movements rapid, creating a whooshing sound as they landed not far away. Leading the group were 4 individuals with serene expressions, their faces composed, exuding an aura of unfathomable depth. These were the 4 transmigrators from the Dragon Tooth Hall. Accompanying them was a middle-aged man clad in black robes, his face somber, with eyebrows that reached his temples. It was none other than the renowned lord of the Devil's Sect, Ing Tsangqiong. Behind Ing Tsangqiong were the remaining dozen or so experts from the Devil's Sect. There is only one demon Chenin, yet we have arrived in such numbers. How shall we divide the spoils later? The transmigrator from the Iron Blood Hall inquired calmly. Naturally, it is each according to their own ability. Whoever slays the demon Qin and shall receive the reward, the leading transmigrator from the Dragon Tooth Hall declared. In that case, we can rest assured, the transmigrator from the Iron Blood Hall responded with a smile. The Lord of the Devil's Sect. The 2 eunuchs of the Eastern and Western depots, and the dozen or so experts from the Devil's Sect, all furrowed their brows. They could not comprehend a word of what these individuals were saying. Moreover, they were deeply shocked and suspicious of the identities of these experts, who had never been seen in Great Zhou before. Yet, now so many had suddenly appeared? Could it be that there were such formidable warriors overseas? Esteemed sirs, as you seek to divide the demon Chenin, how could you possibly exclude us? Suddenly, a chorus of hearty laughter echoed through the air. In the distance, sand and stones flew, creating a cacophony of sound. 5 figures, adept in the art of lightness, rushed forth from afar, arriving in the blink of an eye. They were both men and women, their ages generally not exceeding 30, each exuding an air of confidence and wearing smiles upon their faces. The eyes of the members of the Dragon Tooth Hall and Iron Blood Hall flickered with intrigue as they turned their gazes towards the newcomers. More cross-boundary individuals? The competition today is indeed formidable. The leader of the Demon Sect, along with the inspectors from the Eastern and Western factories, displayed expressions of astonishment, their minds swirling with thoughts. Once again, 5 individuals of unparalleled prowess, rivaling even the divine monk of law, had appeared. What on earth was happening in this Great Zhou world? Unbeknownst to them, as they congregated, exchanging laughter and pleasantries, Chenin, with a detached expression, cast his gaze towards them from across the lake. Each of the cross-boundary individuals was shrouded in a dark aura, ascending skyward like ropes coiling into the heavens. In the upper reaches of the sky, a vague shadow loomed, elusive and enigmatic. Just as I surmised, the arrival of cross-boundary practitioners inevitably summons the shadowy ones. He mused to himself. Next, it is time to devise a means to eliminate the adversaries. Chenin's gaze hardened, and his imposing figure slowly rose from the small boat, emanating an invisible yet formidable presence. The boat, moving without wind, surged rapidly towards the shore. Chapter 80. A Roar. Slaying thousands. The colossal figure stepped forth from the small vessel, clad in garments stretched taut against his form. What would normally be a loose-sleeved robe appeared on him like a snug vest. 2 robust calves and 2 powerful arms lay bare to the world, their bronze skin shimmering with a metallic luster. An intangible aura enveloped him, reminiscent of ironclad fortitude that struck awe into the hearts of onlookers. He approaches. It is none other than the demon Chenin. Truly, a formidable villain. His height, it is utterly terrifying. My word, up close. This is a creature of both man and demon. In the distance, the crowd is filled with dread, whether they are natives or travelers from other realms. Shock is etched upon their faces. Although the travelers had glimpsed videos and photographs of the protagonist online, nothing could compare to the visceral impact of witnessing him in person. Standing at 11 feet tall, he resembled an unyielding bronze pillar, immovable and awe-inspiring. Not only the onlookers, but even the cross-border warriors are shaken, their expressions reflecting disbelief. They had only heard tales of the might and strength of the demon Chenin. Yet now, having seen him firsthand, they truly comprehend the extent of his exaggeration. Is this really a human? Can the world of 008 produce such a being? The steeds beneath the Tiger Ben army could no longer withstand the pressure, emitting long whinnies as they instinctively recoiled. One by one, the noble steeds began to retreat. The riders atop them struggled desperately to regain control, ultimately managing to rein in their mounts. It is astonishing, truly astonishing. The head of the Eastern factory gazes in horror at the nearby masters of the Iron Blood Hall and queries, "Sorcerers, are you truly capable of subduing such a monster? What do you think?" The tone of the formidable figure from the Iron Blood Hall turned icy as he declared, "Even if we cannot conquer, we must still strive to do so. Gentlemen, allow us to witness the prowess of your Tiger Ben army." This colossal demon exuded an extraordinary presence. While they were not necessarily intimidated, they hoped to exhaust the creature's stamina by first engaging the Tiger Ben troops. to bring down 2,000 of the Tiger Band soldiers. He would need to deplete all of his internal energy. At that point, they could vie for the head of the demon, Chenin. Indeed, master. The head of the Eastern Factory relented, despite his reluctance, and commanded, advance. The entire army, advance. Boom. With the utterance of these words, the armored riders on their steeds promptly spurred their horses into action, charging forward. In that moment, even though the steeds may have been reluctant, they could only respond to their master's urging, neighing defiantly as they surged ahead. The advance of the 2,000 Tiger Band soldiers resonated like thunder, echoing with a force akin to a collapsing mountain or a roaring tsunami. Chenin's expression remained indifferent, as calm as ever, seemingly devoid of any anxiety. In days gone by, such a formidable contingent of armored soldiers would have posed a significant challenge for him. However, now, no matter how robust their defenses, their internal organs remained vulnerable, their ears susceptible. Drawing a deep breath, his chest and abdomen visibly swelled, while a shimmering violet light flickered beneath his skin, filled with potent toxins. Then, with a sudden, thunderous roar, he unleashed a sound that was both earth-shattering and deafening. As if a layer of purple ripples emanated from his lips, the armored soldiers and steeds, no matter how fortified one might be, could not shield their ears from the cacophony. Chenin, with a body imbued with potent toxins, had seen his internal energy undergo several mutations. Although the sheer force remained within controllable limits, the quality of that energy had escalated to an unfathomable degree. Boom. Ah. The battlefield erupted in anguished cries. The armored soldiers emitted piercing screams, their voices shrill and desperate. Whether man or beast, all were rendered hoarse, as if their very minds were on the verge of explosion. Horses collapsed, writhing in agony, blood oozing from their 7 orifices. Each armored warrior clutched their ears, wailing upon the ground. In that moment, countless fell victim to their own trampling. Clusters of warhorses and humans lay strewn across the earth as the fully armored steeds rolled over them, causing a torrent of blood to spurt forth from the humans, their bones shattered and sinews torn, leaving an indeterminate number to meet a tragic end. The original contingent of 2,000 armored soldiers, upon hearing Chenin's thunderous roar, was immediately reduced by more than half. The area was engulfed in swirling dust, and the air was filled with the sounds of despair. Chaos reigned as all beings, man and horse alike, were engulfed in screams, painting a vivid tableau of a doomsday scene. More critically, the sound waves unleashed by Chenin were laced with venom. The armored steeds and soldiers were enveloped in a layer of purple sound waves, akin to paint, sweeping over their forms and causing their bodies to rapidly turn violet. One by one, they soon began to froth at the mouth, succumbing to an untimely demise. Even the distant onlookers from the martial world could not help but feel a resonating tumult in their minds, a searing heat coursing through their bodies, manifesting in anguished expressions as their veins bulged, discomfort radiating from within. They displayed signs of terror and hastily retreated. This is dreadful. The sound waves are toxic. Sound waves embody internal energy, and internal energy is but a manifestation of sound waves. The fiend, Chenin, is replete with venom. A thunderous roar reverberated throughout the vast expanse, dust and debris swirling in the air. The terrifying sound waves finally subsided. Chenin, a towering figure, wore an indifferent expression, silently observing the chaos as though merely engaged in a trivial matter. Such insignificant creatures should not be spared. Do they not wish to end my life? Come forth personally. His voice resonated throughout the area, his colossal form striding forward as his internal energy replenished at an astonishing rate. In truth, the earlier roar had barely depleted his strength. And with his rapid recovery, in just a few steps, his internal energy was nearly restored to its full capacity. The 12 interdimensional beings exchanged glances, their expressions darkening, each heart stirred by tumultuous waves of apprehension. A monster. This is truly a monster. With a single roar, 2,000 armored soldiers were obliterated in an instant. What sort of jest is this? Is it any wonder that Su Qing met his demise? Let us strike together, inflict grievous harm upon him, and then rely on our own abilities to claim his life. One interdimensional being, Zhang Long, spoke gravely. Indeed, this monster cannot be fathomed by common reasoning. His strength is simply unfathomable. The second interdimensional being, Su Biao, fixed his gaze upon Chenin, his eyes filled with uncertainty. All right, he's coming. Let's act swiftly, remarked the third interloper. At that moment, even they displayed a hint of anxiety. Yet, in the blink of an eye, their bodies surged forward like dragons, hurtling towards Chenin with astonishing speed. The 12 of them unleashed their utmost strength right from the onset. In response to their onslaught, A sinister grin spread across Qin-In's face as the mutated toxins and internal energy within him began to compress infinitely, akin to a toxic volcano gathering force within. His entire right palm transformed into a deep, ominous purple at a pace visible to the naked eye, until it shimmered with an unsettling intensity. In an instant, he darted forward, moving with a ghostly swiftness. The terrifying velocity caused even the 12 interlopers to flinch. This creature's speed is incomprehensible, one of them thought, as Qin-In suddenly appeared before him in a blur. The compressed palm struck him with a resounding thud. In an instant, he felt a surge of heat radiate through his body, his mind resonating with a deafening roar, as an unimaginable searing sensation coursed through him, penetrating his very consciousness. With a gasp, he was propelled backward, his body charred and sizzling as if drenched in concentrated sulfuric acid. Half of him liquefied in an instant, emitting a hissing steam. Utterly lifeless. One strike, and he was annihilated. The bizarre scene rendered the remaining 11 interlopers motionless, their expressions frozen in horror as they turned to Qin-In in unison. What just transpired? Did he truly die that quickly? This is utterly preposterous. The 11 cross-borderers were nearly caught off guard, but it was still quite commendable, Qin-In mused. Indeed, the newly mutated venom and internal energy are formidable. Yet, there are still those who debate the protagonist's constitution. The protagonist has been consuming and soaking in toxins since childhood, harboring a body full of poison yet remaining alive. Can an ordinary person compare? The cross-borderers are not exceptionally abnormal. In the 104th world, it is merely the martial world. What merit do they possess to challenge a protagonist who has endured toxins from such a young age? Chapter 81. Is this it? Bang, bang, bang. Ah, crash, crash. In the vast, open area, the battle erupted, the heavens trembling and the earth quaking, the sun and moon eclipsed. A powerful aura infused with potent venom continuously spread in all directions towards the west. Even those martial artists in the distance, having fled far, were still assailed by the terrifying toxin, feeling an intense heat within, their bodies pricked with pain, as if their very organs were ablaze. They displayed fear, holding their breath, and had no choice but to retreat further. Numerous individuals, simply due to their slow escape, began to bleed profusely from their orifices, collapsing to the ground. Meeting a tragic end. For them, the scene today was too horrifying. 12 formidable overseas experts battled the demon Qin-In. Yet under the terrifying onslaught of the demon Qin-In, these overseas powerhouses appeared utterly inadequate. The battlefield was filled with howling winds, piercing sounds, and individuals continuously spewing blood, being thrown backwards. Even these overseas experts could not withstand the venom of the demon Qin-In. It was too terrifying, far too terrifying. This boss was beyond anyone's ability to subdue. Damn, this body of poison is nearly transcendent. Look, someone else has been blasted away. 12 cross-domain experts, 6 of whom have already been annihilated. How is this even conceivable? The 7th has also been vanquished. It is truly unstoppable, utterly beyond comprehension. How could this transpire? The cross-domain experts were already at the pinnacle of the 008 World A monster, indeed a formidable monster. In the distance, all the time travelers wore expressions of sheer terror, hastily fleeing in fear of being corroded by that horrific poison. At this very moment, the battlefield in the West Zhou was enveloped in desolation, with vegetation wilted for miles around. All microorganisms, birds, insects, and fish had met a tragic demise, and the air was thick with a pungent, acrid scent. Even the ground beginning to change color. Such a toxic substance, can one truly label it as low martial arts? Even within the realm of mid-martial arts, it would be sufficient to claim a life. At this instant, the phrase invincible among peers surged in their minds. Indeed, this demon, Qin-In, was undeniably invincible among his peers. Otherwise, how could he withstand the onslaught of 12 cross-domain travelers? The chaos on the battlefield escalated as the 7th cross-domain expert was sent hurtling through the air by Qin-In, blood spewing from his mouth, gravely injured and poisoned. Unable to rise, the remaining 5 were utterly thrown into disarray. What in the world is this monster? They had come to hunt such a creature? What a cruel jest. Had they known that the demon, Qin-In, was of such caliber, they would never have dared to cross over. The mere acquisition of a cross-domain talisman had already exacted an enormous toll. After enduring countless hardships to arrive, only to face certain death, who could accept this? Anger brewed within them, a strong urge to curse their fate. Who dares to spread the rumor that the formidable Qin-In is easy prey? Not only they, but even the distant observing leader of the demon sect, Ing Songqiong, and the heads of the eastern and western factions are utterly astonished, their disbelief palpable. Suddenly, The heads of the two factions turn their steeds and make a hasty retreat into the distance. Leader. A senior elder of the demon sect glances at his leader and then at the two faction heads, his eyes flickering with hidden secrets. We withdraw. Ing Sangxiong commands in a somber tone. Yes, leader. Without a moment's hesitation, they surge away at breakneck speed. Boom. A terrifying roar echoes across the battlefield once more. As a piercing purple gust of wind sweeps through, laden with venom, the very ground trembles violently. A colossal palm imprint emerges, spreading across the western expanse. Qingnan slowly rises, observing as his descending strike is evaded. His voice is devoid of emotion as he questions, is this the extent of your power? You come to besiege me for no reason, and this is the result? His immense form radiates an unparalleled aura of venom and strength. His skin shimmering with a resplendent purple glow, resembling a giant of violet hue. He suddenly swings his hand, channeling a breathtaking force as he strikes towards the 5 individuals before him. Pressure. I demand pressure. His voice is chilling. As his massive hand crashes forward like a toxic mountain, the remaining 5, filled with trepidation, inwardly curse while hastily evading, channeling their inner strength to retaliate from a distance. They no longer dared to confront Qingnan head-on. In the immediate aftermath of witnessing Qingnan's assault by 11 masters, they personally observed several comrades meet a gruesome end. Upon exchanging blows with Qingnan, these individuals emitted agonizing cries as their arms blackened and hissed. Their entire bodies appeared to be doused in acid, abruptly swelling with countless bubbles before being obliterated by Qingnan's palm strike. In essence, they were defenseless against the monster's virulent poison, which could penetrate their protective inner force with ease. Yet, escape was impossible as the monster's velocity surpassed their own. A resounding boom echoed as forces collided, generating violent gusts of wind. The 5 individuals seized the opportunity to retreat. Esteemed colleagues, unveil any remaining stratagems. Cease your reservations. Zhang Long of the Iron Blood Hall exclaimed. What stratagems? Su Biao of the Dragon Tooth Hall retorted furiously. Their only recourse was to transcend their limitations, inviting the rejection of the heavens. I possess a mental arcane technique. If you can delay him, I may be able to influence him. Another interdimensional traveler, formerly in control of the Vajrat Temple, conveyed telepathically. A mental arcane technique? A ripple of astonishment coursed through their minds. Such esoteric arts were exceedingly rare, even in higher-tier realms. How could this individual possess such a technique? Why had it not been employed sooner? Are you presuming to command me? The enigmatic interdimensional traveler responded icily. You. Zhang Long seethed with indignation. Enough with the idle chatter. The monster approaches. Su Biao interjected. As Qingnan advanced relentlessly, his palm hurtled towards them with astonishing speed. Zhang Long, Su Biao, and other cross-border warriors erupted with furious shouts, channeling their formidable inner strength to strike back at Qingnan with tremendous force. The collision of their energies resonated with a resounding boom. Meanwhile, the enigmatic cross-border warrior, in that fleeting moment of their clash, formed intricate hand seals. And a peculiar violet light flickered in his eyes as he directed a sweeping glance towards Qingnan. Qingnan's expression faltered, and in the next instant, he felt a deafening roar in his mind, a disorienting buzz that rendered him momentarily blank, as if something had ensnared his consciousness. However, the mysterious cross-border warrior suddenly coughed up blood, his complexion turning ashen, and he staggered backward, as though he had been struck by some backlash. His earlier hesitation stemmed from his insufficient mastery of this arcane technique. Each use inflicted grievous harm upon him. Under normal circumstances, he would refuse to serve as a pawn for another. Yet now, with the imminent threat of annihilation by the fiend Qingnan, he could no longer afford to hesitate. Strike! Kill! Zhang Long exclaimed, his expression filled with elation. They surged forward like phantoms, closing the distance to Qingnan in an instant. A barrage of ferocious palm strikes descended upon him with the force of a raging torrent. The thunderous sounds echoed, deafening in their intensity, akin to the impact of mighty forces against solid metal, unyielding and sparking with energy. The entirety of Qingnan's upper garments was shattered, revealing a physique as resilient as steel and iron. Cannot breach his defenses? Is he truly a martial arts prodigy? Zhang Long and the others stared in disbelief. Qingnan's gaze had regained its clarity, a ghastly grin contorting his face as he spoke. Intriguing. What manner of art is this? A mental arcane? Rumble. Just as the assembly was poised to retreat, his hands, with astonishing celerity, seized Zhang Long and another interdimensional traveler. Their agonizing cries pierced the air as he mercilessly slammed them together. Crack. Bones shattered, and blood splattered. They perished instantly. Subsequently, his form surged forth like a meteor, colliding with the third interdimensional traveler. The traveler attempted to parry, but Qin En's forceful impact fractured his arm, splintered his ribs, and infused his body with a dreadful venom, eliciting a harrowing scream as he was hurled away, beyond the threshold of death. The fourth interdimensional traveler, seized by utter terror, fled while invoking his transgressive power. His dread was absolute, to the point of recklessness, heedless of the potential repercussions of employing such power. Yet, as he initiated the process, lightning descended from the heavens. A dazzling, crackling spectacle that engulfed his form. Arg! A series of agonizing shrieks emanated from the epicenter. Countless natives and transmigrators in the vicinity gasped in astonishment. Chapter 1 concluded. Chapter 82, The Shadow Assassin's Treachery. The sky flashed and roared, a spectacle of awe and dread. Qin En's countenance shifted as he retreated with haste. Even in his current state of power, he dared not confront the celestial lightning. The memory of the previous encounter, when a stray bolt grazed his arm, remained vividly etched in his mind. He was, therefore, compelled to admire these interlopers. Fully cognizant that the employment of transgressive power would precipitate celestial retribution, they nonetheless persisted in its utilization. Such fortitude was truly commendable. Of course, it was also plausible that these individuals were altogether unaware that the exertion of transgressive power would invoke the scourge of heavenly lightning. As he swiftly retreated from another direction, the interloper who had just employed a mental artifice to subtly undermine Qin En betrayed a look of terror. Availing himself of the propitious moment when his comrade attracted heavenly lightning and the world was awash in blinding light, he hastily produced a transdimensional talisman, endeavoring to activate it with every ounce of his strength. The transdimensional talisman invariably necessitated a period of activation, a minimum of 30 seconds, during which any form of disturbance was strictly prohibited. Any interruption would forcibly sever him from the transdimensional process. This was the reason none had previously attempted to flee using the talisman, for Qin En had been relentlessly pursuing them. Given Qin En's uncanny speed, anyone audacious enough to attempt escape via the talisman would likely be struck down by Qin En before they could even fully activate it. However, with the impediment of heavenly lightning, an opportunity of celestial provenance had undoubtedly presented itself. Streams of power surged frenetically into the transdimensional talisman, causing the mystical insignia in his hand to scintillate with faint luminescence. Just then, Qin En's countenance shifted slightly as he abruptly sensed an anomaly, causing him to lift his head. From his vantage point, he could clearly discern that the tendril of dark energy that had been tethered to the last interloper was now rapidly thickening and darkening. His gaze swept around sharply until he discovered the individual who was exerting himself to activate the transdimensional talisman. You think you can escape? Qin En's gaze darkened as he circumvented the dazzling lightning, his colossal form surging forward in a frenzy. Hurry up, you bastard, he cursed inwardly. An urgency unlike any he had ever experienced gripping him. For him, those mere 30 seconds felt like an eternity. Boom. At last. The talisman in his hand was thoroughly activated, and the unseen black energy above him swelled ominously, enveloping the interloper in a shroud of mysterious power. Die, Qin En bellowed, his body darting like a bolt of lightning. As the adversary activated the cross-border talisman, Qin En's immense figure finally burst forth, delivering a radiant purple palm strike imbued with unfathomable force, akin to a streak of violet lightning aimed mercilessly at his opponent. Bang! The sound roared, reverberating with immense power. Vast torrents of black energy surged towards the western Zhou, accompanied by a cacophony of anguished screams that pierced the air. In a flash of brilliance, the interloper's form vanished, leaving his fate unknown. Qin En's expression turned grim and cold. At that moment, not far away, the interloper who had summoned the lightning catastrophe could no longer withstand the onslaught. Amidst a chorus of despairing wails, his body was obliterated by the blinding bolts of thunder. The sky, once filled with dazzling and blinding lightning, finally began to dissipate. The area lay in ruins, pockmarked and utterly desolate, with an unutterable aura of destruction lingering in the air. It seemed that only Qin En remained alive. In the distance, numerous indigenous martial artists and interlopers gazed wide-eyed at the scene, their hearts pounding, especially the interlopers, who were overwhelmed with astonishment. They pondered endlessly, unable to comprehend how such a being could exist in the realm of 008. The bounty had risen once more. The reward for the demon Qin En had escalated. My goodness, 180 years of inner strength. Who on earth could possibly contain him? Many travelers began to lament as they discovered the latest updates on the forum. However, in the unseen void above, a vague and eerie shadow gradually materialized, its gaze enchanting and swirling. Its mouth, gaping wide, resembled a gluttonous beast, ravenously consuming the corpses strewn across the ground. The souls of the interdimensional travelers lay with closed eyes, their faces adorned with serene smiles, as if in slumber, being drawn from their bodies by the nebulous shadow, slowly converging into the air. Qin En's eyes narrowed as he gazed upward. It appeared again, yet regrettably, it was somewhat distant from his position. In an instant, Qin En's form surged forth with the swiftness of lightning, darting toward the distant crowd. The demon Qin has arrived. Flee at once. The formidable boss is upon us. Oh no, it's coming for us. Run. The air was filled with panicked cries as Qin En wielded his hands, unleashing a terrifying venom akin to a chemical weapon, which swiftly permeated the crowd. Instantly, many began to froth at the mouth, screaming in agony, their faces turning a ghastly shade of purple and green, collapsing to the ground. In that moment, Qin En could no longer distinguish who among them was a traveler and who was a native. Yet, it was evident that among the throngs, there existed travelers. He needed to capture more of them. Only in this manner could he numb that ominous shadow. Compelling it to descend completely, this elucidates his reason for boldly challenging both the righteous and the wicked. As anticipated, following the tragic demise of a group of traversers, that peculiar shadow revealed a grotesque smile, its form lowering once more from the sky, akin to a kite gliding close to the ground, drifting towards this direction. It opened its mouth, seemingly savoring the unfolding spectacle. Soul after soul of the traversers appeared, their eyes shut tight, yet adorned with smiles, as they descended into its maw. In the blink of an eye, an unfathomable number had already perished at the hands of Qin En. The shadow, hovering low, incessantly absorbed amidst the multitude of corpses. To it, this all seemed a mere game. It had never contemplated that someone could perceive its existence, let alone that someone would dare to set their sights upon it. As it relaxed its guard, devouring one after another, Qin En had already halted, his massive form turned away from the foe, a glint of icy resolve flashing in his eyes. In the palm of his expansive right hand, a potent amalgamation of deep purple venom and mysterious white light intertwined. A segment of a mystical branch, tinged with a pale purple hue, writhed within. Suddenly, he pivoted with lightning speed, his body erupting forth like a bolt, moving with an incredulous swiftness, faster than a mere blink. While that shadow greedily continued its feast, the branch enveloped in countless toxins had already been forcefully struck against its form by Qin En's palm. Boom. Ah, a chilling cry, akin to that of a cat whose tail has been cruelly stepped upon, reverberated throughout the entire area in an instant. The eerie sound sent a shiver through the souls of those who heard it, as if their hearts were being tightly gripped by an unseen force. The pristine white branch possessed an astonishing power, thrust forcefully into the being of the shadow wielder, resulting in a thunderous explosion that caused its form to erupt with countless tendrils of white smoke, hissing ominously in a piercing cacophony. Its entire body was flung sideways, having been violently expelled from its cloaked state. To be precise, it was the white branch that had subdued it. The mysterious white branch penetrated its being, initiating a rapid evaporation of its form, accompanied by a sharp, agonizing cry as if a searing iron rod had been driven deep within. This horrifying spectacle caused the other travelers, who were fleeing in the distance, to turn back in terror, their eyes wide with disbelief. Heavens! What is that creature? Another monster has appeared. Run for your lives! They shouted in panic, continuing their desperate escape. Seizing the moment, Qin En, with a grim expression, surged forward. His massive form propelled by an overwhelming force, unleashing his fiery internal energy with reckless abandon upon the smoke-emitting, wailing Shadow Wielder. Chapter 83. Slaying the Shadow Wielder. The mysterious World Tree. He realized his suspicions were correct. The enigmatic branch indeed possessed extraordinary power. Grasping that branch not only revealed the Shadow Wielder but also indicated its potential to influence and even subdue the creature. If not, how could an ordinary human perceive such a monster? He took a daring chance, and indeed, he succeeded. Die! Qin En shouted fiercely, his hands emanating a pungent aura, transformed into a deep shade of purple, sweeping across the area with relentless ferocity towards his adversary. However, it must be said that the shadow being's form was exceptionally resilient. Even though Qin En's current strength struck it, it resonated as if hitting steel, producing a chilling and hard sound. Nevertheless, his palms were imbued with potent venom, and his inner energy possessed formidable penetrative capabilities. Even if just a trace of his inner force managed to breach the creature's body after dozens of strikes, significant damage would ensue. The shadow being let out a sharp, piercing cry, its hands grasping the area pierced by the white branch, filled with terror. Stumbling as it desperately fled, It attempted multiple times to take flight, but to no avail. The mysterious white branch that had struck its body not only disrupted its invisibility, but also severed its ability to fly. Its entire form was rapidly evaporating, emitting white smoke, akin to a burning effigy. Die. Qinan, in a state of hysteria, continued his relentless assault upon the shadow being's body. The shadow being seemed to recognize the dreadfulness of Qinan's attack. Amidst its anguished cries, it turned back, extending its dark hand toward Qinan's palms. Boom, boom. The sounds were terrifying, shaking the very earth. Qinan's immensely fearsome palm strike was forcibly blocked by the shadow being, though it managed to block Qinan's assault. Its form dissipated even more rapidly, emitting a hissing smoke. The white branches seemed to absorb its very essence, inducing a profound terror within it. More critically, the potent venom previously infused into its being began to take effect, causing its form to transform from a faint black mist to a delicate purple haze. Without a moment's hesitation, Qinan's venom intensified, compressing infinitely, coalescing into an overwhelming force. His palms, resembling colossal axes, struck fiercely towards the shadowy figure. Bang, bang. The sound was terrifying, yet Qinan's formidable strikes were once again thwarted. However, with each block, the black mist surrounding the shadowy figure thinned, diminishing its power. Qinan seemed to perceive this change. His complexion flushed, his flesh and blood swelling, and his veins bulging. He focused on harnessing his terrifying strength, raining down relentless blows upon his adversary. His entire being had transformed into a rich purple hue, radiant and flickering. The venom coursing through him reached an extraordinary state. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous and fearsome exchanges persisted. After fending off dozens of Qinan's attacks, the shadow was ultimately struck squarely in the chest, sending it flying backward with a resounding thud. The shadow crashed to the ground in the distance, letting out a piercing wail, its form rolling wildly, emitting smoke as the black and purple mists intertwined chaotically. In a frantic bid, it scrambled back to its feet, fleeing into the distance. Qinan gasped for breath, acutely aware of the overwhelming depletion of his internal energy. His palms and arms felt as if they were encased in a chilling frost, as if paralyzed by an ancient, terrifying ice. A wave of dread washed over him as he observed the shadowy figure attempting to flee. With a furious roar, he charged forward once more, seizing a long blade in one hand while his other hand lunged fiercely towards the shadowy figure. Come here. With a resounding crash, the moment he grasped the shadowy figure, it felt akin to clutching a terrifying block of ice, causing his entire hand to numb almost instantaneously. Nevertheless, he hoisted the figure upward with all his might and slammed it down onto the ground. Following this, he swung the gleaming blade down with ferocious intent. With a crack, the resounding noise echoed as the brilliant blade shattered into pieces. Qinan's eyes widened in disbelief as he summoned every ounce of venom and internal power within him. His palms seemed to ignite with a layer of violet flames as he pressed them downward with immense force. In that instant, it appeared as though he intended to unleash all his strength upon the shadowy figure, pouring forth every bit of power into its being. Bang! A piercing scream erupted once again. The shadowy figure's body seemed to reach a breaking point, reverberating with a series of explosive sounds as it began to erupt violently, its limbs convulsing uncontrollably. Qinan, gripped by panic, instinctively retreated. Amidst the terrifying explosion, a pristine white branch swiftly absorbed the life force of the shadowy figure. At long last, this harrowing scene persisted for approximately 2 to 3 minutes before coming to a complete halt. The once murky area became clear, the black fog dissipating, while poisonous gas lingered in the air. Only a solitary white branch remained, lying on the ground. Gasping for breath, he stood amidst the aftermath, heaving heavily. Qinan gasped for breath, his lungs resembling a tattered bellows, his voice gruff and his expression one of shock. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed the main quest. Eliminate the shadow entity. Calculating. Calculation complete. Reward: 1,000 points of free attributes. 10 points of causal value. Captured remnants of the world tree. Captured the essence of the world. Would you like to merge? A cascade of words and sounds manifested before him. Remnants of the world tree? Essence of the world? What could these be? Merge. He instinctively responded. Boom. In the next instant, a thunderous roar echoed in his mind as vast clouds of white mist surged forth, and his vision began to ascend rapidly alongside the mist. It felt as though he traversed boundless time and space, suddenly arriving in the infinite expanse of the cosmos. Amongst the densely packed stars, a towering white divine tree emerged. Its brilliance dazzling and its mystery unfathomable, exuding an aura of great creation, immortality, and civilization. The tree was overwhelmingly vast, adorned with countless branches and leaves. Each leaf, shrouded in ethereal colors, cradled one enigmatic world after another. These mystical worlds were interconnected by pristine white branches, as if existing beyond the ages, everlasting. Yet, suddenly, without warning, a loud bang resonated through the air. The towering white divine tree began to splinter into 5 parts, its branches and leaves erupting in a fiery self-immolation, leaving behind myriad small worlds. These worlds seemed to be influenced by a mysterious force, suddenly detaching from the white divine tree and scattering into the vast cosmos. The shattered divine tree also released numerous fragments, which flew out alongside these countless small worlds, causing chaos throughout the universe. However, this vivid imagery in his mind began to fade swiftly. Then, Qin witnessed a peculiar scene. The segment of the white branch that had just been embedded within the shadowy entity began to levitate autonomously, hovering above the realm of 008. Gradually, a blurred shadow of a world emerged from within this 008 realm. This world's shadow compressed rapidly, diminishing in size until it transformed into a streak of luminous energy, which then surged into the white branch. With a sudden flash, the white branch, having absorbed this world's shadow, shimmered with a vibrant glow, becoming increasingly animated. At that moment, the tip of the branch sprouted a delicate, jade-like green leaf. In the blink of an eye, all images vanished, and Qin found himself back in his corporeal form. Upon his return, he was astonished to discover that the very segment of the branch was now floating right before his eyes. A world tree? His expression was one of shock and disbelief. Could this truly be a remnant of the world tree? Grasping the white branch, it felt as if he held the entirety of the 008 realm within his hand. In that instant, all the indigenous beings of the 008 world, as well as the traversers, vividly appeared in his mind. Moreover, this was not all. In the fleeting moment of grasping the essence of World 008, he beheld an enigmatic and colossal passage, suffused with waves of vast energy. It was unmistakably linked to World 104. It was from this very conduit that the previous interdimensional travelers had emerged. However, his expression shifted in astonishment as he soon witnessed an exceedingly bizarre scene. Chapter 3. Chapter 84. The Terrifying Truth. Above Qin's head, alongside the previously mentioned passage to World 104, there appeared 2 other mysterious conduits, one to the left and one to the right, situated at a slight distance from him. Upon meticulous sensing, fragments of information instantaneously materialized in his mind. One led to World 128, while the other directed toward World 139. Thus, there existed a total of 3 passages connecting various worlds to World 008. Qin mused internally. What rendered this situation particularly uncanny was the presence of a white branch-like mark hovering above the passage to World 104. This mark flickered and shimmered, elusive and unpredictable, seemingly emanating from the very essence of the fragment of the world tree in his hand. It felt as though they could resonate with one another. In that moment, Qin distinctly sensed the fragment in his grasp yearning and anticipating, as if it longed to traverse into that world. Could it be that World 104 also harbored a fragment of the world tree, capable of mutual resonance with its counterparts, perhaps even capable of reassembly? Truly astounding. Qin's gaze flickered as he scrutinized the mysterious branch in his hand. What might transpire if he were to reassemble this fragmented world tree? At this moment, he merely grasped a fragment of a withered branch, yet it granted him dominion over the entirety of the 008 world. This sensation was akin to the 008 world being an extension of his own hand, subject to his whims. For instance, he could seal the entrance to the 008 world, ensuring that no one would ever traverse its boundaries again. Furthermore, within the confines of the 008 world, he would be invincible. Even should he transcend the limits of the world, he would no longer face the rejection of the 008 realm. It was as if the 008 world had transformed into his private sanctuary. Such is the advantage of obtaining the essence of a world. Intriguingly, it appeared that a journey to the 104 world was indeed in order, Qin mused. What struck him as particularly peculiar was the vast and enigmatic expanse that loomed above the 3 world portals, boundless and obscured, as if veiled by heavy clouds. Yet, from afar, one could sense an ancient, weathered, and civilizational aura emanating from it, reminiscent of a remarkably ancient world. From this mysterious realm, strands emerged, transparent and delicate like spider silk, cascading downward. These ethereal threads connected not only to the 008 world but also to the 104, 128, and 139 worlds, as if all realms were intertwined by these gossamer filaments. Most critically, one of these threads was astonishingly linked to himself, while the others formed a dense network connecting all the traversers. Chenin was taken aback, gazing at the extraordinary and eerie spectacle before him. He pondered, could the region above his head represent the reality in which they existed? Were these silken threads manipulating their traversal? Upon the demise of the travelers, were they subsequently consumed by the shadowy entities of their respective realms? As he scrutinized the scene and engaged in silent contemplation, a sudden tremor coursed through his heart. The main world, was the reality above him indeed a principal realm? The overwhelming and orthodox aura it emitted suggested so. Indeed, it felt quintessential, as if worlds 008, 104, 128, and 139 were but trivial in comparison. This implied that the reality they had experienced was far more intricate than it appeared. However, the circumstances surrounding the collapse of the world tree, the disintegration of myriad realms, and the disappearance of practitioners within the main world remained a mystery. Now, someone had set their sights on the principal realm, fabricating a concept of universal traversal. In an instant, his mind whirled, as if all had become clear. Yet, a pressing question arose. Where was Earth? Did it belong to this vast multiverse, or was it part of a parallel universe? His brow furrowed in deep thought, and an unsettling sense of dread took hold. It seemed to resonate with an adage. Sometimes, the deeper one delves into the truth, the more despair it brings. Additionally, what was this concept of causal value? He felt overwhelmed by an abundance of unanswered questions. As he reached out to touch the slender thread upon his body, he discovered that while it appeared tangible, it was, in essence, insubstantial. His hand effortlessly passed through it. To sever the slender thread seemed an exceedingly improbable endeavor, at least with his current capabilities. Suddenly, a clear voice reverberated in the minds of all the traversers. Following this, the golden exclamation mark in the upper right corner of the forum vanished without a trace. Across the entire 008 world, every traverser was momentarily taken aback, only to be overtaken by immense joy. The main quest had disappeared? How splendid! Finally, we are liberated from the burdens of the main quest. Oh heavens! What a blessing that we need not be weakened in our cultivation. Ha ha ha, it is splendid that it has vanished. Who could possibly defeat that demon, Chenin? It was an utterly impossible task. The powerful have all perished, and now the main quest has vanished. Oh, I am overwhelmed with excitement. Alas, my dear brother, your demise was so tragic. How could you not endure this day? Oh, finally, we are spared from hunting the demon Chenin. Who in the world could slay him? Demon Chenin, you are like a revered ancestor to me. My gratitude to the divine, my gratitude to the heavens. I shall not be weakened in my cultivation. The forum echoed with wails of joy, as all traversers wept with elation, appearing quite mad in their exuberance. It appears that my suspicions were correct. The so-called main quest was orchestrated by the Shadow Lord. Chenin murmured to himself, the Shadow Lord's objective is to incite continuous strife among the traversers. Those who perish have their souls absorbed by it. Regardless of how powerful the traversers become, they are merely fattened pigs awaiting slaughter, myself included. To escape the fate of being manipulated by the Shadow Lord, there is but one course of action, to eliminate it. If it remains unharmed, the bounties concerning it will incessantly escalate on the forums. Eventually, they may reach 200 years of power, 300 years, or even 500 years. What if it attracts individuals from high martial worlds or cultivation realms? How would I respond? I am not overly fearful of the formidable beings from high martial worlds under suppression, but the cultivation realm is truly terrifying. If they wield the soul-devouring banner, it would be a dimensional strike against my very essence. Now, however, with the main quest nullified, no one shall pay heed to him any longer. He inhaled deeply, channeling his inner strength, and reintegrated the remnant branch of the world tree into his being. In an instant, the once perceptible world passage, the ethereal threads, and the vast realms vanished entirely. The scenery before him remained unchanged, as if only by grasping the branch could one perceive the extraordinary that eludes ordinary senses. Chenin's expression remained placid as he abruptly turned around. With a firm step, he surged forth into the distance. Since the 008 world had become invincible, how could he justify not raiding the royal palace for resources? Chapter 1. Chapter 85. A Legend of the Ages. A name to be remembered in the Jiangku, the Grand Hall of Benevolence. A scene of utter chaos unfolded. The civil and military ministers were in a state of panic, while eunuchs and palace maids emitted cries of fear, creating a tumultuous uproar. The imperial guard, with expressions of anxiety etched upon their faces, brandished long spears and halberds, pointing them resolutely ahead. In the forefront, upon the emperor's dragon throne, lay a fearsome figure, a colossal being, muscular and imposing, resembling a giant. He reclined languidly on the throne. Clad in tight-fitting garments, his ordinary trousers and robes appeared as though they belonged to a child. His exposed skin bore an indescribable metallic sheen, rendering him a terrifying sight. What was intended to be a court assembly had morphed into a nightmare, as a thunderous explosion shattered the roof above. This monstrous entity descended from the heavens, landing upon the emperor's throne and unceremoniously displacing the original occupant. So this is what it feels like to be emperor, he mused, finding the chair somewhat small and uncomfortable. Qin sat upon the throne, absorbing the sensations of his new position. After a moment, he cast a dispassionate gaze downward and inquired, "Have you procured the herbs I requested? Can it be that within the Grand Palace, there exists no poison potent enough to claim my life? We are searching. We are searching." The emperor's voice trembled in fear as he hastily replied, utterly astonished that the notorious Qin, the scourge of the realm who had thrown the world into turmoil, had somehow infiltrated the imperial city. As soon as this monster arrived, it demanded the very poison that could bring about its own demise. What absurdity was this? Even if such a substance existed, he would never dare to present it to the creature. Yet, the entity now bore a menacing demeanor, as if it would crush him should he withhold it. At this moment, he was engulfed in utter panic, especially upon hearing that not a single one of the 2,000 elite soldiers he had dispatched had returned alive, which filled him with an overwhelming dread. The medicinal herbs have arrived. The medicinal herbs have arrived. Suddenly, a cacophony of frantic voices erupted from outside. A group of eunuchs hurriedly carried large chests, swiftly making their way inside. This valiant warrior. The emperor's lips trembled. Utterly unsure of how to address Qin, and reluctantly, he settled on calling him a warrior, stating, "All the deadly poisons and medicinal herbs within the imperial palace are contained here. I truly cannot find anything more suitable." All of this? Qin's gaze remained indifferent as he glanced over the numerous boxes. Rising leisurely from the dragon throne, he approached the large chest with an air of nonchalance. He casually picked up the topmost porcelain vial. The famed Heating Hong, rumored to be the most insidious poison, was said to be inescapable once a person fell victim to it. No matter their formidable prowess, they could only await their inevitable demise. Qin scrutinized the vial before suddenly shaking his head lightly, removing the cap, and pouring its contents directly into his mouth. In the blink of an eye, he consumed the entire vial of Heating Hong, smacking his lips in disdain. He crushed the vial in his hand. Worthless trash. What poison could kill me? Nonsense. He lowered his head and continued to rummage through the box, seizing various deadly poisons: 7-star begonia, passion flower venom, 3 corpses brain god pill, heartbreak grass, corpse bone pill. Bottles upon bottles. Each one was poured recklessly into his mouth. The officials and artifacts within the grand hall were left utterly dumbfounded, their expressions a mixture of horror and disbelief, as if caught in a surreal dream. In the blink of an eye, Qin had consumed every last drop of these potent toxins. He then grasped the remaining herbs and began to gnaw on them. While chewing, he kept his gaze fixed on the freedom attribute section on the panel. It must be said that the increase in freedom attributes was indeed excruciatingly slow. Accumulating thousands of points in a low martial world was an impossibility, as such resources were simply non-existent. Even if one were to drain the entire world, it would be futile, due to the development of drug resistance. Consuming ordinary herbs and poisons had ceased to elicit any response. For instance, at this moment, despite his vigorous consumption of the herbs, the enhancement of his freedom attribute points had become negligible. This left him in a foul mood, feeling quite helpless. Thus, after 2 hours, Qin had finally finished gnawing through all the herbs, his enthusiasm waning, disappointment evident as he gently shook his head and exited the palace hall. As he stepped out, all the imperial guards and the brocade guards were left in shock, hastily retreating. None dared to impede his passage, nor did anyone dare to utter a word. It was on this very day that the presence of the demon, Qin, vanished completely from the martial world. Some whispered that he had consumed too much poison in the palace, unable to endure it, and had succumbed to the toxins outside as he fled. Rumors abound that the enigmatic Qin, a figure of unparalleled power and mastery, having reached the zenith of mortal achievement, has transcended this earthly realm through ascension. Such tales have captured the imagination of countless adventurers and transmigrators, sparking fervent discussions. Within the city of Jinling, in its most esteemed tavern, a storyteller regales his audience. It was upon the very waters of Xuanwu Lake, just beyond Jinling's walls, that the demonic Qinin confronted 12 formidable warriors from across the seas and 2,000 elite soldiers. Do you comprehend the might of the Tiger Legion? With a flourish and a resounding strike of his gavel, the storyteller, Old Lu, proclaimed 2,000 Tiger Legionnaires, peerless in their might, each clad in impenetrable iron armor, even their steeds adorned in protective plating. It was these very warriors who secured the empire for the founding emperor, their invincibility legendary. Yet, before the might of the demonic Qinin, a single roar sufficed to obliterate half their number. The waters of Xuanwu Lake themselves recoiled in his presence, surging skyward in tumultuous waves. Truly, a display of unimaginable power. The assembled crowd, a mix of seasoned warriors and common folk, gazed upon Old Lu with rapt attention, their minds ablaze with vivid imagery. I, Old Lu myself, was fortunate enough to witness this spectacle from afar, he continued, his head swaying with theatrical emphasis. In the aftermath of the Tiger Legion's decimation, the remaining 12 overseas champions, their hearts gripped by awe, launched a concerted assault upon the demonic Qinin. The ensuing battle rent the heavens asunder, eclipsing the very sun and moon, and sending tremors through the 800 leagues of Xuanwu Lake. The formidable demon, Qinin, indeed possesses extraordinary prowess. As he confronted the 12 overseas masters, seemingly at a disadvantage, he suddenly let out a resounding roar, revealing his true form as a giant troll. In an instant, his physique swelled to colossal proportions, resembling a towering mountain. His mouth could devour the heavens, and his hands could grasp the sun and moon. His hair stood rigid like iron wires. This was the pinnacle of his cultivation, the troll annihilation technique. Upon unleashing this formidable technique, the 12 overseas experts found themselves utterly overwhelmed by the terrifying onslaught of the demon Qinin. One by one, they spewed blood and were sent reeling, ultimately succumbing to his ruthless assault. Thus unfolded the battle at Xuanwu Lake. Bravo. Well said. A reward is in order. Quickly, bring Mr. Lu another pot of fine tea. The audience, comprising numerous martial artists, erupted in cheers, although they had not witnessed the battle firsthand. The tales recounted by the Old Lu stirred within them an unparalleled sense of awe. What an extraordinary troll annihilation technique. Could it truly be so remarkable? Many time travelers secretly shook their heads, stifling laughter. What nonsense is this troll annihilation technique? If such power truly existed, wouldn't the demon Qinin have become a true monster? However, it must be noted that since the day Qinin visited the imperial palace, he has not been seen again. It is as if he has evaporated into thin air. Could it be that this creature has indeed shattered the void? It is rumored that once 1's strength reaches the pinnacle of the 008 world, they will be expelled from it. Perhaps this creature has been cast out. Where might he have ventured thereafter? Many time travelers furrowed their brows in contemplation. Chapter 86, The 104th World. An expanse of vast mountains and forests stretches endlessly. The verdant landscape infused with a unique energy that sets it apart from the 008th world. In the distance, numerous figures engage in fierce combat, the clashing of blades resonating with thunderous intensity. This is a brutal and merciless slaughter. The two factions are fully invested in their struggle. One side consists of a dozen or so individuals clad in black, their gazes cold and resolute, wielding curved sabers and long swords. Opposing them are a handful of bloodied men, appearing to number only 5. They are grievously injured and teetering on the brink of collapse under the relentless assault of the black-clad assailants, with casualties appearing imminent. Zhao Hong, Su Feng, you must escort the young master to safety. I will hold them off with Chen Feng, roared one imposing man, despite his injuries, fiercely resisting the onslaught of the black figures. Young master, hurry. We must go. The two men, Zhao Hong and Su Feng, shouted in despair as they urgently pulled the one they referred to as young master away toward the horizon. Yet, their young master, his face etched with fury, fought against their grasp, exclaiming, I will not leave. I refuse to abandon my brothers. Let go of me. Clang, clang, clang. The response to his defiance was a renewed wave of ferocious attacks from the black-clad assailants. More than 10 of them converged once again, encircling the trio. Young master, if you do not flee, we shall all perish here, and the brothers who have fallen will have died in vain. Suddenly, the towering man's eyes turned crimson as he bellowed, hurry, retreat. We must avenge our brothers. Go. The man named Zhao Hong frantically dragged the young master away, racing towards the distance. Meanwhile, Su Feng, disregarding all else, brandished his long knife and charged at the group of men clad in black. However, Amidst the ferocious onslaught of the adversaries, anguished cries soon erupted. He was struck by over 10 blades and fell lifelessly to the ground. Witnessing this, the burly man, in a fit of hysteria, let out a furious roar and recklessly lunged at the black-clad assailants.